Chapter 101. Su Lingfeng was unaware of Gu Yu's thoughts. He and Qin Hao were analyzing who was behind their scheme. Firstly, Su Lingyun certainly didn't have that much power, even if he had altered the orders. It wouldn't have been possible to do it so flawlessly, nor would it have been easy. Su Lingfeng was trapped abroad, his special forces regiment leaderless, but it seemed the mastermind wasn't going to let them go. The regimental headquarters had been almost completely emptied, even the cooks had been sent out. Besides Xiaowen, the medical team wasn't fully equipped either, and no team was allowed to bring communication equipment. Qin Hao analyzed that this person's rank was not low, at least higher than Su Lingfeng's. Someone with a lower rank than Su Lingfeng couldn't have issued so many orders and carried out so many tasks. The current problem was the lack of computer data, and many people had been killed or retired. Finding evidence would probably be very difficult. Su Lingfeng and Qin Hao felt that the only way to find the mastermind was to return first. Gu Yu, rather bored, followed the soldiers arranged by Qin Hao to tour the hidden air raid shelter. Surprisingly, it wasn't damp at all. In fact, it was quite dry. Because it was a military air raid base, it was very large. According to the soldier leading the way, it could house 2,000 to 3,000 people. The dormitories were 4-person bunk beds, and because it was located in the hills, it was warm in winter and cool in summer. Typhoons and tsunamis hadn't caused any damage, unless the entire island was submerged. If there were food and water here, it could be considered a paradise. At least the safety level was quite good. At the end of the air raid shelter was a sinkhole surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with fertile soil. The soldiers cultivated the land, planting a lot of wild vegetables and a low-yield type of wild wheat. They said there were at least 100 acres here, but unfortunately not enough seeds. Otherwise, feeding over 100 people wouldn't be a problem. Because Gu Yu was one of their own, the soldier leading the way showed her a secret. This air raid shelter had a back door, a small hole in a stone wall. That stone wall was covered in vines, making the small hole almost invisible unless you looked closely. You couldn't walk out from there, but climbing out wasn't a problem. It was a secret escape route, a dedicated escape tunnel. Gu Yu and Su Lingfeng even joked that if they ever couldn't stay at the Beijing rescue base, this would at least be a safe haven. Building a private base here, Gu Yu felt, with the resources in her spatial dimension, wouldn't be a problem for her to bring her special forces unit here to live in seclusion. Resources on the island were limited, but there was a lot of marine debris. The soldiers' bowls were a mixed bag: coconut shells, bamboo tubes, and even scavenged stainless steel bowls. Since they had no pots, they started cooking entirely by grilling. Grilled coconuts, grilled seafood, grilled wild vegetables. Later, they almost always boiled food, using salvaged stainless steel basins. Su Lingfeng watched his comrades show him their hardships and joys on the island. He was almost in tears. He had never imagined his men would one day live off marine debris. Fishing nets, lines, hooks, everything was scavenged. During typhoons and tsunamis, they couldn't go out to sea, and could only wait for calm waters to forage for food in shallow waters. Their diet consisted mostly of various shellfish, kelp, and seaweed. Half of them were completely unable to swim at home, only learning to swim in the army. Now they were all sea dragons, diving for food without oxygen pumps. Several people were allergic to seafood, and these people survived entirely on wild vegetables and wheat from the fields. Any edible pheasant, rabbit, rat, or wild goat on the island became food. Survival was their basic requirement. They had found small inflatable boats and lifeboats, but they were all too small and difficult to repair. They couldn't return with just these, especially since the weather had noticeably warmed up these past few days. If Su Lingfeng didn't come soon, Qin Hao was already thinking about how to swim to the neighboring island and steal a boat. Gu Yu took rice, flour, cornmeal, potatoes, dried meat, and several canned meats from their backpacks. The soldier in charge of cooking cheered and went to prepare it himself, while Qin Hao, feeling quite embarrassed, had someone take the seasonings and cooking oil that Gu Yu had brought out and deliver them to the kitchen. The stainless steel basins had been scorched by smoke and fire for days, except for the inside. They were still white, and the outside looked like pots that had been simmering for a long time. The exteriors all showed signs of damage. None of them were in good condition. These crooked, makeshift containers served as their cooking pots and pans, but today they were much more abundant. Since they could leave, everything edible in the air raid shelter was turned into dishes. Dried seaweed was used in soups and cold dishes, as were dried shellfish. However, many of them hadn't eaten much oil before, so they didn't dare put too much in the dishes today. They were afraid of getting diarrhea. What a waste of this meal. After packing their things, the soldiers embarked on their return journey the next morning. They left everything in the air raid shelter, carrying only their packs and weapons from the trip. Besides being thin, they and Chu-Hai's men all sported long hair. Because of malnutrition, their hair was dry, frizzy, and matted. Before setting off, they all used razors that Gu Yu had taken out to shave their heads completely bald. Gu Yu's long-held belief that these men were all older than Su Lingfeng was also challenged. With their hair and beard shaved, some of them actually looked quite childish. They looked much older than their actual ages, but much younger than their initial appearance. Gu Yu first met all of Su Lingfeng's current subordinates 3 days after returning from Haishur. These past few days, Su Lingfeng had been incredibly busy, barely having time to rest. After washing up at home, he would hug Gu Yu and then fall asleep. Gu Yu couldn't help much. She could only let him work from dawn till dusk. The only thing she could do was prepare delicious meals for him to eat as a late-night snack. Su Lingfeng had originally planned to have the returning soldiers go back to pick up their families. However, these men were not in good health, and Xie and the other doctors advised against the long journey home to pick them up. The weather station hadn't detected anything unusual in the recent weather. Everyone is now hoping the natural disaster is over, and that once the weather warms up, they will all return to their respective cities. Everyone believes the disaster is over, and they can go back to their homes and rebuild. They can then live a good life again. Su Lingfeng and his group naturally share this thought, and to celebrate their rebirth, they decided to hold a celebration. After all, compared to the casualty rate of almost half that of ordinary troops, their casualty rate of 1/10 was considered good. Su Lingfeng took Gu Yu to the nearby mountains to hunt, and returned with a large amount of prey. Among them was a wild buffalo, which Gu Yu had painstakingly selected as relatively lean. The animals in the space were all enormous, which was really out of place in the current situation. Chapter 102. Su Lingfeng's hall allowed everyone to feast on meat, though some of the weaker soldiers suffered from stomach upset the following morning. Gu Yu took the opportunity to bring back a considerable number of wild eggs, along with several small wild rabbits and 3 wild boar pups. Su Lingfeng's regimental headquarters building is now abundant with resources, and he has even opened a floor specifically for a hydroponics plantation. All the experimental materials from the rescue base's biological laboratory are now available here. It is expected that they will soon be able to achieve self-sufficiency in vegetables, fruits, grains, and meat. Hu Qiushou's condition is recovering well, and he has also contacted his 2 children in the northwest. He confirmed that they are both well, and are currently requesting leave from the army to return home to visit their families. They said that there were no typhoons, tsunamis, or earthquakes affecting the northwest. Aside from the cold, nothing seems different. Given the current situation, they plan to bring their parents and relatives to live with them permanently. Unfortunately, plans never keep up with changes. The weather forecast only issued a warning for heavy rainfall. Then it rained heavily for a month, and the ice on the ground hadn't melted yet. The city became a vast ocean overnight. News from all regions was bad. The torrential rain had swept across almost the entire world. Seawater and river water began to overflow, and some reservoir dams were on the verge of collapse. There was no way to carry out disaster relief, because the temperature remained consistently below -3 or -4 degrees Celsius. The roads were slippery but didn't freeze, and the rain poured down without any sun during the day. The sky over the entire city was as if covered by a black curtain. Initially, the underground city's waterproofing design was quite good, but the people in the tents along the roads moved into the nearby high-rise buildings. Su Lingfeng, along with Gu Yu, packed up the small villa and all the Su family's belongings and moved into the regimental headquarters building. For a month, the relentless torrential rain meant everyone had to rely on boats to get around. Gu Yu took the opportunity to clean all their vehicles. Now, the cars either get wet or are submerged by the parking lot's floodwaters. Gu Yu and everyone in the Special Forces unit watched helplessly as the roads disappeared. The basement began to flood, and everyone crammed into high-rise buildings. The military spoke highly of Su Lingfeng, and even proactively provided the building with a generator. Su Lingfeng vacated the first 10 floors, and returned them to the military. Now the building is filled with soldiers and their families. Everything was peaceful until one day, someone downstairs accidentally saw the food in Su Lingfeng's mess hall. They began to become antagonistic. For the past month, thanks to Gu Yu's occasional cheating, they were finally able to occasionally eat vegetables, and each person could enjoy a single hydroponic strawberry. The corn and sweet potatoes weren't ripe yet, but the sweet potato vines were already ready to be eaten. This plant doesn't require demanding growing conditions, and Gu Yu occasionally sneaks some out from her spatial dimension. It's no surprise that their canteen menu includes stir-fried sweet potato leaves and sweet potato leaf soup. For the military personnel downstairs, this is a bit of a luxury, given that their original plantations were completely flooded. People started approaching Su Lingfeng for talks, implying they hoped he could provide some support. Su Lingfeng knew he couldn't agree to this from the start, otherwise it would become a never-ending problem. After all, the rabbits on their farm were almost grown up, and the wild chickens hatched from their eggs would one day lay eggs, and could be eaten directly. Su Lingfeng didn't directly refuse. Instead, he offered to provide technicians and seeds, allowing them to rebuild their botanical garden using sweet potato vines. However, some people were dissatisfied, believing Su Lingfeng and his group were too selfish. As the torrential rain continued, the plantation that had been painstakingly established at the base became a vast expanse of water. The salvaged food supplies were insufficient. Compared to their daily meals of dark, mushy paste, it was neither appealing nor palatable. Su Lingfeng wasn't a philanthropist, nor would he use Gu Yu's spatial abilities to hand out coats and sleeves. Such generosity might be their death knell. Compared to their lives, all other selfish and abusive language was insignificant. Qin Hao had the canteen cook a stew of sweet potato leaves and cornmeal, adding meat and seasonings. It tasted quite good, and looked no different from what the others ate. After a month of heavy rain, it finally turned into a drizzle. Above the third floor of the city was flooded. Those who could began using lifeboats and inflatable boats to salvage items washed ashore. The items were mostly wood, and the temperature was still only a few degrees below zero, making the houses very cold and requiring a lot of heating supplies. Su Lingfeng provided several small inflatable boats, and his team members took turns going out to find supplies. Because many of them had experience living at sea, they brought back a lot of supplies. The base's supply exchange hall opened a special channel for them upon their arrival. Seeing Su Lingfeng and his men making a living, some people in the base began to feel envious. Some began submitting reports demanding that Su Lingfeng receive the same treatment as them and share resources. Su Lingfeng had to hand over all their resources, including the assault boats and the ever-growing points on their reward cards. Unlike the soldiers, the family members hadn't received rigorous training, and some couldn't help but flaunt their superior regimental benefits. This displeased the families downstairs, who had always felt superior since the natural disaster. They started whispering in their husbands' ears, and naturally many began to covet Su Lingfeng's position. Qin Hao and Chu Hai organized a meeting and proposed that if any family member continued to flaunt their privileges, their benefits would be cut in half. But the words had already had an impact, and finally, one day when Su Lingfeng led his men out to scavenge, a group of people stormed up with weapons. More than 10 days earlier, feeling somewhat uncertain, Su Lingfeng had Gu Yu pack up most of their belongings, especially the hydroponic cultivation experimental garden, which he claimed had been damaged by negligence and water quality issues, resulting in the plants dying overnight. Gu Yu collected all the results, leaving only some cultivation containers. Meanwhile, problems arose at the farm. Su Lingfeng suspected sabotage, and the animals gradually disappeared. The animal carcasses were turned into jerky, and Su Lingfeng increased security at the warehouse. Gu Yu stored the oil press and food processing machines in her spatial storage. Zhao De was usually in charge here. Unless he mentioned it, no one would know what was inside. The corn and sweet potatoes upstairs weren't ripe yet, but Gu Yu had plenty in her spatial storage, so she didn't bother with them. When the group rushed up, Gu Yu went out with Su Lingfeng. Su Lingfeng hadn't brought back any of the scrap metal he encountered in the past few days. He said he transported it to a safe place and hidden it, and he also exchanged all the points on his base points card for food. Chapter 103. Su Lingfeng led most of his men out, leaving only a few behind. Those who rushed up didn't go to the family quarters, they went straight to the top floor. The solar panels on the rooftop and balconies had already been removed when the rain emptied the area below the 10th floor. Su Lingfeng also had everyone pack their belongings. They had all agreed that if necessary, they would find a place to establish their own private base. The incessant rain had caused heavy losses to the relief base. Although the original food reserves were sufficient, they couldn't withstand such depletion. For over a year due to this natural disaster, there had been virtually no income. The relief base had finally established a planting base, and high-temperature crops had just been introduced when the temperature plummeted. The greenhouses had also been painstakingly built, but the temperature was already incredibly low. The yield of the plants was predictably low, and a large amount of fuel was consumed to maintain the temperature in the greenhouses. They had barely managed to successfully supply the relief base with basic food provisions. Now, the rain was pouring down again, and the leaders at the base felt extremely exhausted. Su Lingfeng's success made them envious, even though they knew that they were the ones who ultimately orchestrated most of the development. Mainly because Su Lingfeng was lucky, the skyscrapers that were once despised were now the envy of everyone. Having lost the botanical garden, the plants on Su Lingfeng's rooftop became highly sought after. Now, people were leading the charge up the hill. The leaders were mostly not at the base. Although Su Lingfeng had few men left behind, they were well equipped, and initially, they were caught off guard and overrun. Now, they realized what was happening, and even family members, armed with kitchen knives, were panting and climbing up. Both the warehouse and the plantation were guarded and equipped with bulletproof and shockproof keyless entry doors. By the time Su Lingfeng returned with his men, the standoff had been going on for quite some time. Those who had charged forward were trapped, surrounded. Su Lingfeng's men who remained behind dared not leave, as those who had charged were armed. So far, neither side had opened fire, and the situation was deadlocked. Su Lingfeng returned with his men, and the base leaders, having received the news, all appeared. Su Xuanyi had been transferred away on the first day. When he returned from Shanghai, he learned that their attack had alarmed Old Master Su, who was playing chess with Lu Chen in the warehouse, causing him to suffer a heart attack and be in a coma at the base hospital. Now the situation was serious. All those who had charged forward had been detained by Su Lingfeng. The base leaders were at a loss. They hadn't wanted to cause any deaths, even though Old Master Su no longer held his former authority. But if anything happened to him, the nature of the incident would change. Su Lingfeng might kill in a fit of rage, and the base leaders couldn't effectively control his fury. After the natural disaster, weaponry was paramount, especially since Su Lingfeng's forces already possessed excellent equipment. They replenished their supplies later, and now, the leaders who were issuing weapon permits to Su Lingfeng with such gusto were practically kicking themselves. When Su Lingfeng tried to extort money from them, he always brought fine cigarettes and alcohol, and wore a smiling face. This made everyone forget that he was the King of Kings, the only regimental commander under 30, since the Special Operations Regiment's inception. His accumulated military rank had absolutely nothing to do with Old Master Su. Now, seeing Su Lingfeng, his eyes red, holding a weapon and guarding the room outside Old Master Su's emergency room, no one dared to approach him to persuade him to release the man. Su Xuanyi was equally furious, and even the leaders couldn't bring themselves to ask him to act as a peacemaker. They could only hope that Old Master Su's health would hold up, and he would survive this ordeal. Perhaps their fervor was answered, for Old Master Su survived. When he was discharged from the hospital, the base leadership finally summoned Su Lingfeng and his team for a meeting. Su Lingfeng decided to lead his men to assist the base, and the base leadership also brought instructions from the highest leader. Su Lingfeng had to obey one last mission. The base would provide an aircraft, and Su Lingfeng's Special Forces team was to safely escort a group of scientists to the Northwest Aerospace Base. This plan was top secret. Su Lingfeng and his team had no right to know the names and information of all the researchers. Once they safely entered the Northwest Aerospace Base, they would be disbanded. They could return on the plane, pick up all their families, and establish their own private base. Su Lingfeng, Qin Hao, and Chu Hai convened a meeting with all their teammates. They didn't want to leave their families behind due to the rescue base's distrust. However, they couldn't refuse this final mission. Having received years of education, obedience to orders was ingrained in their bones. Su Lingfeng decided on a compromise. They would accept the order to complete the mission. The condition was that they would make arrangements for their families themselves, and those who were malnourished or wounded would remain on the spot and not accept further assignments. Su Lingfeng let everyone vote. Those willing to go with them to the private base packed their belongings and left. Those unwilling were to disband on the spot, receiving no special privileges and refusing to accept orders. They could choose to live independently at the rescue base, becoming ordinary survivors. Guyu was surprised. Everyone chose to leave with them. Even their families didn't object. They were all willing to go with them. This was mainly because the actions of the rescue base leaders made them lack confidence, fearing retaliation later. The island from last time met the requirements for a private base, and Su Lingfeng and his men carefully evaded their pursuers. Guyu replaced the yachts provided by the base with those from his spatial dimension, saving Su Lingfeng the trouble of searching inch by inch for listening devices and tracking equipment. The heavy rain lasted for a month, and then the temperature didn't rise, and the sun didn't come out. The heavy rain turned into a light drizzle. In short, it just kept raining. The city's water level didn't drop. Instead, it slowly rose. The water was full of ice, making swimming impossible. At first, people salvaged firewood, but later they started catching rats, snakes, and all sorts of animals and insects for food. These animals and insects, having escaped both extreme heat and cold, finally became food. Su Lingfeng emptied the entire regimental base and arranged everything in the fields on the island. The temperature on the island was relatively higher, so corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes didn't need greenhouses. A hydroponic botanical garden was set up in the air raid shelter, and the animals also had a breeding farm. Su Lingfeng said that all of this was compensation from the base, and no one questioned it. The place was large, and although it was raining, it didn't affect their activities. The original drainage system was well designed, and the air raid shelter was relatively dry. Many hands make light work, and the dormitories were quickly assigned. Everyone received blankets and other daily necessities. The pots, pans, and other plastic items that Guyu had stored in her spatial storage finally came in handy. Lu Chun, in charge of logistics, was somewhat bewildered, as he hadn't expected the yacht's hull to be so well stocked. Chapter 104. Having arranged everything for everyone, Su Lingfeng left behind the yacht and a sufficient amount of fuel. He instructed Chu Hai, who remained behind, that if communication equipment failed, and if the island became uninhabitable due to some unforeseen event, they would go to the rescue base in Haishur. Wu Jian was in prison. If all else failed, they could stay there. They would wait for Su Lingfeng and the others to return before making further plans. The rest was up to Chu Hai to handle. Guyu didn't stay. She decided to go with Su Lingfeng. The spatial dimension was a life-saving artifact. She could be of help in case of danger. Su Lingfeng hadn't originally planned to take Guyu with him. He was now somewhat regretful. Knowing that natural disasters were frequent, he shouldn't have gotten married. The Su family all stayed, except for Su Xuanyi's family of 4. Old Master Su had asked Su Xuanyi if he was willing to give up his current position and go with them. Because they had all left, Su Xuanyi was essentially fighting alone. Although he now holds a high position of power, survival is difficult. The greater the power, the higher the price to pay. Su Xuanyi doesn't intend to go with them. Life outside is uncertain and, in his view, unstable. He's reluctant to give up the fruits of his years of struggle, and unwilling to endure hardship. Su Lingfeng doesn't try to persuade him. Having interacted with his third uncle more than his parents over the years, Su Lingfeng understands Su Xuanyi's thoughts. Actually, he hadn't originally planned to leave. He was forced into it. In this situation, once he yields, he becomes a tool for others to exploit. He and his comrades have fought hard to improve their lives. These past few days have shown everyone that the world's order has been disrupted. Power now rests on strength, and they didn't want to be pawns for others. Besides, Su Lingfeng knew that Guyu's spatial advantages couldn't be fully utilized within the rescue base. After leaving, they lacked nothing in the space and lived quite comfortably. Especially in planting and animal husbandry, the space had plenty of seeds. While the animal species were few, their sheer numbers made up for it. The plan to fly to the northwest base had been in the works for a long time. The weather there was cold, but so far there had been no earthquakes, and the typhoons and tsunamis were unrelated. Therefore, the rescue base had been planning to send a large number of personnel from the Scientific Research Institute to the northwest. However, such a large-scale talent relocation couldn't be too blatant. That would cause public panic, so all those involved in the escort couldn't be permanent military personnel from the base. The rescue base leadership ultimately thought of Su Lingfeng's Special Operations Regiment. Small in number, but all elites, and they hadn't been at the base for very long. There wouldn't be any personnel changes, and no one would notice. Besides, the weather was cold, and it rained later. Personnel screening, supplies preparation, aircraft maintenance, and pilot configuration were all completed. Many people were temporarily transported from other rescue bases when the weather improved slightly. Without ground navigation, the planes couldn't just fly randomly, could they? Finally, everything was ready, and Su Lingfeng and his team returned. Su Lingfeng brought back only about 30 people, divided into 5 teams. This was the first transport mission, using only 5 aircraft. The scientists and their families made up about 800 people on 4 planes, and the remaining plane was entirely filled with scientific research equipment. Su Lingfeng was with Hu Qiushou and his family. They were going to stay with their son. Their workplace happened to be the Northwest Space Base they were heading to. The Hu family was able to board the plane smoothly thanks to Su Xuanyi, only then could he barely get a word in edgewise. After another week of hassle back at the base, the rain finally stopped. They boarded the plane smoothly, and Guyu spent the last few days with the Hu family. None of them noticed that Su Lingfeng was followed by a little tag-along, and a beautiful woman at that. Su Lingfeng had secretly explained that the woman was a doctoral student at the Academy of Sciences. Unfortunately, she was just a general assistant. She and a group of doctoral students handled all the affairs there. This woman was named Chien Man, and her grandfather was an academician. He was currently at the Northwest Aerospace Base, and he had proposed sending his only remaining granddaughter there to reunite with him. Otherwise, Chien Man wouldn't have been qualified to board the plane, as her education and qualifications didn't meet the requirements. Chien Man's name was rather common, but she herself acted like a high-minded intellectual. Her most common posture was head held high, and she spoke to ordinary people with arrogance. There were no service staff on the plane. Several junior lab staff temporarily acted as waiters, serving tea and water to the elderly professors. Chien Man was always ordering them around, and several times even tried to boss Xiaowen around. Many people on the plane were quite old, and Su Lingfeng was worried about potential accidents. Xiaowen's identity had already been announced, saying that if any scientists or professors felt unwell, they should immediately seek Xiaowen's help. Chien Man took this as gospel. When a professor coughed, she shouted for Xiaowen to come quickly. The problem was that Xiaowen was taking the blood pressure of an elderly professor's wife who had a heart condition. Chien Man, receiving no response, complained to Su Lingfeng. Su Lingfeng, used to being a hands-off manager, had delegated responsibility, and with nothing much happening on the plane, he was dozing off on Gu Yu's shoulder. Chien Man's shout startled him. He thought someone was in trouble and needed emergency care. After finding out the reason, Su Lingfeng's face darkened, and to make matters worse, Chien Man seemed to dislike Gu Yu. Zhang Sun was sitting next to Gu Yu, and Su Lingfeng, called by Chien Man, went to find out what was going on. He spoke quietly to Gu Yu, with a seat between them. Chien Man called Su Lingfeng away, but he ignored her and left on his own. Feeling slighted, Chien Man scoffed at Gu Yu. Commander Su is still on the plane. Some people are shameless, turning around and laughing and joking with others. Gu Yu ignored her, simply not wanting to talk to an idiot. Almost everyone knows that Chien Man is chasing after Su Lingfeng. Knowing he's already married, she still fawns over him in front of Gu Yu. Su Lingfeng tries his best to ignore her, but she won't give up. Gu Yu doesn't want to talk to her, and Zhang Sun is too embarrassed to argue with a woman. Xiaowen is angrily confronting Chien Man. This woman actually told Su Lingfeng that she neglected to help someone in distress. This has completely baffled the coughing professor. When did he become so ill that he couldn't wait and needed Su Lingfeng to inquire? And Xiaowen hurriedly put down his blood pressure monitor and rushed over. Chien Man's nonsense infuriated Xiaowen, so he came directly to confront her. He overheard her spouting nonsense again, and for a moment, he forgot his place. Xiaowen directly confronted Chien Man. Even when you're talking nonsense, there's a limit. Are you living in the old society? These are just two siblings having a conversation. And you're spouting filth. Chapter 105. Without thinking, Chien Man blurted out, one surname is Gu, the other Zhang. What kind of siblings are they? Xiaowen laughed sarcastically. Gu Yu married into the Zhang family, and Zhang Sun's parents recognized her as their goddaughter. What are they if not siblings? Trying to cause trouble in front of someone's wife, while she has her family backing her up. Chien Man, her face flushed with anger at Xiaowen's blatant words, ran away. The plane wasn't large, and everyone except those in first class was focused on the incident. Fortunately, they were all intellectuals, so loud discussion and ridicule were inappropriate. But private gossip and mockery were inevitable. Everyone knew Su Lingfeng was married, and Chien Man was always hanging around him. Even a blind person could see her ulterior motives. When Su Lingfeng returned, Zhang Sun had already been called away by Xiaowen to help. The old professor's wife was starting to conceal her illness. Her heart condition was quite serious and unsuitable for long-haul flights. She had taken medication before the initial checkup at the rescue base. Now that the flight had been going on for a while, she was feeling unwell. Zhang Sun helped Xiaowen escort the old professor's wife to first class, where a few seats had been reserved for emergencies. This was specifically for handling such unexpected situations. It was relatively quiet and spacious there. Su Lingfeng held a roster and, after sitting down, showed Gu Yu a page. This page listed the information of a middle-aged professor's wife. Her name wasn't Bai Lu, but the photo was exactly the same. Because there were many people, Su Lingfeng hadn't looked at all the information. He had only glanced at it earlier because a family member on another plane had been making too many demands. It said she had a child with her and couldn't control the child's behavior. The logistics staff momentarily missed her and separated her from her professor husband. On the plane, Su Lingfeng was asked to allow the couple to speak so the professor could comfort the child. Gu Yu carefully reviewed the data. Aside from the photo, Everything else on the registration was problematic. The age was older, the education level higher. Su Lingfeng deduced it was likely identity theft. This data should be the professor's original wife's information. Bai Lu was impersonating her. Su Lingfeng didn't plan to investigate immediately. He'd deal with it once they reached their destination. This matter was serious and couldn't be handled carelessly. He wondered where the man's wife was. Perhaps the child knew. The data showed the child was 8 years old. He initially thought it was just mischief, but now it seemed abnormal. Gu Yu was also puzzled. The person she couldn't find in High City had somehow changed her identity, and they encountered each other. Was fate deliberately handing her ahead for revenge? Even the evidence for revenge was delivered to her doorstep? Was Gu Yu afraid she wouldn't find an opportunity for vengeance? Even after a lifetime, Gu Yu still felt a burning hatred whenever she saw Bai Lu's photo. In both her past and present lives, Bai Lu had framed her for a man. Even if she was doing well in this life, she could never forgive her former best friend, who had caused her to be stranded in a foreign land. Now that she knew Bai Lu's whereabouts, Gu Yu felt refreshed. Otherwise, the pent-up anger in her chest was incredibly frustrating. Even though Gu Yu and Su Lingfeng were somewhat indifferent to the situation now, their unwavering desire for revenge prevented them from easily forgiving Bai Lu. Su Lingfeng was discussing a problem with Gu Yu when the plane suddenly shook violently. The captain called Su Lingfeng and instructed all passengers to return to their seats and fasten their seatbelts. Although the captain spoke casually, claiming the plane was only experiencing turbulence, Su Lingfeng sensed the panic in his voice. He quickly helped Gu Yu fasten her seatbelt and rushed to the cockpit. Su Lingfeng's intuition told him the plane wasn't encountering ordinary turbulence. The two planes ahead had already encountered strong tropospheric conditions, and they all felt the plane might need to make an emergency landing. Looking at the lightning flashing through the dark clouds ahead, Su Lingfeng knew he had to listen to the captain. With all 5 captains saying they couldn't continue, Su Lingfeng, as the highest-ranking commander, had no choice but to make an emergency landing. At this point, the plane was flying over the vast Gobi Desert, making a landing difficult. The captain of the first plane, after lowering the altitude, said there was a suitable place for an emergency landing. There was a runway there. He had flown there several times 10 years ago. All the planes lowered their altitude, but all Su Lingfeng could see was a yellow sky. He couldn't discern any direction. At this point, they could only rely on the experience of the pilots on the first plane to make an emergency landing. They were the experts in this area. Even though Su Lingfeng had the skill to fly, he didn't have much experience. The closer they got to the ground, the more obstructed their vision became. The pilot of the first plane made an emergency landing entirely based on experience. The planes behind managed to make an emergency landing only by seeing the navigation lights, wing lights, and red collision avoidance lights of the planes ahead. The situation on the plane wasn't much better. If everyone hadn't been wearing seatbelts, they would have been thrown around like crazy. After such turbulence, once the plane came to a stop, many people were already using vomit bags. Even many of Su Lingfeng's men were a beat slow to react. Outside, the weather was dusty and windy, with thunder and lightning. This wasn't the typical rainy season in northwest China. The weather was quite unusual. Su Lingfeng and his men quickly disembarked and assembled, leaving the scientists and professors on board looking at each other in bewilderment. After the emergency landing, Su Lingfeng only offered a few words of explanation. Everyone knew the weather was bad, and the plane had made an emergency landing at another location. They would have to wait for further instructions on the plane. Su Lingfeng, along with his men and all the pilots, disembarked. The captain of the first plane led everyone around, explaining this used to be an aerospace base. 10 years ago, the underground water source here suddenly disappeared for some unknown reason. Plus, it had been in use for a long time, so it was originally planned to be abandoned. I only came here a few times to help with transport missions back then. If it weren't for today's emergency, I probably would have forgotten about it. It's over 1,000 kilometers from here to our destination. I know the road, but driving is risky. We can consider waiting for better weather before taking off. There's a ready-made runway here, so it won't delay our takeoff. There's a terminal ahead. It doesn't seem very big, but it's a place to rest temporarily, allowing everyone to disembark and temporarily escape the sandstorm. After all, it's too cramped on the plane, and hygiene is a problem. Aside from the possibility of no water, the other issues shouldn't be too serious. Su Lingfeng had no other choice but to go into the terminal and call for help via satellite phone. He thought the job would be simple. But then this unexpected thing happened. His luck wasn't great. Chapter 106. Braving the sandstorm that made it hard to open their eyes, they entered the terminal. The entire area was only about the size of a football field, and the rows of chairs were still there. However, there was so much dust, the floor, chairs, and reception desk were all covered in dust. Su Lingfeng made a satellite phone call, and the people on the other end breathed a sigh of relief. They had just received a sandstorm warning, and then a severe convective weather warning. They were worried about Su Lingfeng and his team's safety. Flying over now would be a certain death, possibly resulting in a crash and loss of life. They tried to contact Su Lingfeng, but the satellite phone wouldn't go through. They were as anxious as ants on a hot plate, pacing back and forth. Finally, they heard good news. At least everyone was safe. Otherwise, no one could bear the responsibility. After all, they had checked the weather forecast before departure, which showed that the next few days would be sunny. This was the best possible outcome. There were no casualties, and no need to investigate. The weather forecast showed sandstorms for the next few days, and possibly heavy rain. There was also a possibility of hail, so the leaders there instructed Su Lingfeng to lead everyone into the terminal for a few days to take shelter. Fortunately, food and blankets were provided on the plane. Everyone had brought their own luggage, and since the weather at the Beijing rescue base was cold, blankets and other necessities were plentiful. If it weren't for the uncertainty of the redeparture time, Su Lingfeng would have arranged for everyone to sleep on the plane. Everyone disembarked smoothly, and after only a few minutes' walk, some people started complaining about why the plane hadn't parked closer. Su Lingfeng ignored all the complaints and told everyone to collect their luggage themselves. Except for the cargo plane, which remained stationary, everyone should collect their own luggage. Su Lingfeng left the cleaning of the terminal to everyone else, while he and his men thoroughly cleaned the offices. The water on the plane was running low, so they just swept it up and called it a day. The chairs were used as makeshift beds, and there was no firewood, so everything was cold and dry. Fortunately, the daytime temperature here was still around 10 degrees Celsius, much warmer than the rescue base in Beijing before departure. Su Lingfeng led Guyu into a small office with a small bed. It seemed to be a temporary rest room. Guyu's space was fully equipped. While Su Lingfeng went out on business, she meticulously cleaned the room. 2 meals were originally prepared on the plane, as the experts and professors had high-standard meals. Su Lingfeng directed the food to be gathered in the only small canteen in the waiting hall. There were even a few not too full liquefied gas cylinders there, enough to cook for a few days without much trouble. The food originally intended for 2 meals would definitely not be enough to eat over several days. Su Lingfeng could only announce a food shortage and ask everyone to be mindful. They couldn't cause trouble over food, as this situation was beyond human control. There was also a water shortage. Drinking water on the plane would be rationed. This topic caused a stir, and just as someone was about to lead a questioning of Su Lingfeng's decision to make an emergency landing, hail suddenly began to fall outside. When egg-sized hailstones rained down, almost everyone was thankful they had escaped unscathed. If this had happened while flying, wouldn't everyone have been wiped out? The hail lasted for a full hour, and as soon as it stopped, Su Lingfeng and his men quickly shoveled the hailstones back up. Suddenly, all the containers were filled with hail. Even the trash cans were full of ice balls. Then came lightning and thunder, followed by a torrential downpour, silencing those who still wanted to raise objections. After the natural disaster, they understood the situation and, at least, regained their composure, no longer daring to cause trouble. The offices were cleared out, except for the pilots, who had separate rest rooms. Su Lingfeng arranged for some highly respected scientists with families to move in. The desks in the offices were bare, perfect for sleeping on blankets. Some even had dedicated rest rooms with beds. Although no one had slept there for 10 years, they were still generally sturdy. Behind the terminal were dormitories, 3 stories high, with the wrought iron bunk beds still intact. Su Lingfeng arranged for them to move in based on their homes or workplaces. Single young people continued to live in the terminal. A young graduate student, feeling indignant on behalf of the few single female graduate students, asked Su Lingfeng's subordinates to vacate offices for them. Zhang Sun ignored him completely and shoved the gun straight at his head. Xian Manman, thinking she was different, quickly tried to smooth things over. But Xie Wen then put a weapon against her head as well. Xian Manman and the boy were almost in tears before Zhang Sun and Xie Wen finally let go. Su Lingfeng had left earlier. He didn't want to waste time. Why give his people an office? Mainly because they had too much to do, and without proper rest, they were afraid of making mistakes. Besides, they were all carrying weapons. If one was lost, it would be a huge problem. Having them all together, taking turns on duty, also made management easier. To prevent outsiders from taking advantage, No one is absolutely safe so far. Taking advantage of the inspection, Su Lingfeng had Zhao De lock Bai Lu, her husband, and child in a small storage room. It was empty, making it a suitable temporary detention cell. The weather outside was grim, and everyone's mood was heavy. Food was scarce, and water was inadequate. Despite the low spirits, no one paid attention to the plight of others. Bai Lu, her husband, and child received no food or water. They were even forced to use the toilet. Neither of them knew what was happening, and no one heeded their loud complaints. The torrential rain lasted a day and a night, forcing them to make an emergency landing before noon. The heavy rain continued into the next morning. Su Lingfeng, accompanied by the institute's top leaders, went to the temporary detention cell. On the way, he didn't mention knowing Bai Lu, only saying that she seemed a bit off. Even after the natural disaster, the leaders remained sensitive to enemy agents. So, like Su Lingfeng, they naturally wouldn't let Bai Lu, who had been tricked into joining such a secretive team, go easily. Bai Lu's current name is Peng Jejia, and her husband's name is Chen Lixue. According to the registration information, Bai Lu is 40 years old, but unfortunately, she takes good care of herself. Her face doesn't look 40 at all. Chen Lixue was taken into a temporary interrogation room and immediately knew the situation was bad. As soon as the leader mentioned his wife, he told the truth. Bai Lu had indeed impersonated his wife. The real Peng Jejia had long since passed away in Haisher. Chen Lixue's home was indeed in Haisher. At the time, he was studying in France. He met Bai Lu on the plane after the natural disaster. He originally planned to go home to see his wife and children, and then bring Bai Lu to live in Beijing where he worked, so he could enjoy the good life of having two wives. Chapter 107. Chen Lixue arranged for Bai Lu to stay at a hotel, and then went home. He learned that his wife was terminally ill and, before passing away, entrusted their child to him. The real Peng Jejia had gone to heaven. Chen Lixue and Bai Lu discussed it, and immediately took the child to Beijing. Bai Lu lied, claiming she had lost her documents. Then came the prolonged heatwave. Finally, a sudden drop in temperature meant no one would question whether a woman who rarely left her home was truly the real person. This time, Chen Lixue did investigate while in the northwest with Bai Lu, but no one had seen the real Peng Jejia. Many of his former colleagues, who had attended his wedding, were no longer there. Bai Lu easily fooled them by saying she was well maintained and boarded the plane. After Chen Lixue's child learned of his mother's death, Bai Lu impersonated her. However, being young and weak, and without anyone he knew, she was only good for causing Bai Lu some trouble. The leaders, naturally, knew how to focus on the key points. Both of them had returned from France. Even if they did meet on the plane, and Chen Lixue was innocent, Bai Lu couldn't possibly explain it. A woman in her 20s not finding a younger boyfriend, but falling in love at first sight with a professor in his 40s. And then sneaking into the staff dormitory of the Scientific Research Institute with him. It just didn't seem right. Su Lingfeng didn't even need prompting. The leaders were already starting to suspect espionage. Mainly because it was so sensitive. Even if Chen Lixue didn't know much, he still possessed some secrets. Besides, Chen Lixue and his group didn't have unimportant data in their luggage. The problem was, even if it wasn't usually important, bringing it home was still against the rules. Chen Lixue was innocent, so no one would seriously investigate the matter. The problem was that he was now in trouble. The leaders, accustomed to conspiracy theories, now considered them both guilty. The leaders unanimously decided to keep the family locked up temporarily, just enough to keep them from starving or dying. They would take off again, reach their destination, and then conduct a trial to decide on their punishment. The leaders grasped Su Lingfeng's hand, thanking him for his sensitivity and praising his keen observation. They even decided to commend him. He was truly a remarkable person. Guyu had no intention of seeing Bai Lu. She knew it would be pointless. Bai Lu would only beg Guyu for forgiveness and, ideally, for help. Su Lingfeng used the opportunity of interrogation to ask Bai Lu, "Do you still remember Guyu?" Bai Lu looked up at Su Lingfeng, her eyes blurry with tears. Even at this point, she still hadn't forgotten to use her charm. Su Lingfeng and Bai Lu had practically grown up together. Bai Lu's first words were, "Haven't I seen you somewhere before? You look familiar. Do you know Guyu? She's in France now, and she can't come back." Su Lingfeng simply asked her casually, "Why can't she come back? What did you do?" Bai Lu, still trying to use her charm, feigned confusion and said, "Why do you ask? Guyu and I are best friends. We even went abroad to work together. She fell in love with a Frenchman and didn't want to come back. Everyone in our company knew about it, but unfortunately, you can't find them now." Su Lingfeng grabbed Bai Lu's neck directly. Hu Jiaqing said it. You were jealous that Gu Yu was prettier than you, so you gave her sleeping pills. That's why she can't come back. I think you can die now. I want revenge for Gu Yu. Upon hearing Hu Jiaqing's name, Bai Lu's already frantic struggle intensified. When Su Lingfeng released her, Bai Lu thought she was going to die. Tears streaming down her face, she touched her neck and shouted angrily, "What? Gu Yu isn't coming back. I don't know what kind of charm that woman has. Hu Jiaqing and I were already together, yet he still can't forget her. I aborted the child, hoping he would come back to China and marry me. But he actually called his mother, and said he would marry Gu Yu after returning to China. And who are you? Someone who can't forget her. Too bad you never see her in this lifetime. Is she starving or freezing to death? Who knows? I caused her death. Her soul can't even return. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Are you satisfied now?" Su Lingfeng ignored her and left the temporary detention cell. Back in his temporary residence, he told Gu Yu what Bai Lu had said, but Gu Yu wasn't as angry as Su Lingfeng. In her previous life, Bai Lu had indeed caused Gu Yu's death, her soul unable to return to her country. But this time she returned, with space, a lover to weather the storm with, and many friends to share the hardships. Gu Yu wasn't so bothered by the harm Bai Lu had done to her anymore. Perhaps even heaven couldn't tolerate Bai Lu's actions of harming the innocent, so it sent her to Su Lingfeng's hands. Bai Lu hadn't eaten again today, only drunk some water. Jin Lishua's child was taken out. The leaders temporarily arranged for another family member to care for him. The child was innocent after all, both parents had made mistakes, so the child would have to be adopted. That evening, Jin Lishua discovered the flaw in the office. The outward-facing window had been breached by a strong wind. He was blown away. So he struggled to escape, and Bai Lu followed him, climbing out of the window. The temporary detention cell was on the second floor, and Chen Lishua managed to climb down the drainpipe. Bai Lu wasn't very agile, and she was so hungry her limbs were weak. She barely managed to grab onto the drainpipe but tripped and fell, halfway down. Luckily, it wasn't hard concrete, it must have been grass before. Now there was no grass, but thankfully it wasn't too hard. Bai Lu had a limp, and she limped after Chen Lishua. Chen Lishua was in good shape and quickly disappeared from sight. Bai Lu looked at the dark night, her heart pounding, but she gritted her teeth and kept running. Bai Lu ran from dusk till dawn, only to find herself in a vast desert. She began to regret it, looking around, wanting to go back. Unfortunately, she couldn't remember the way she came, and now there was no way back. She looked around blankly, then suddenly heard the sound of a car engine. A short distance later, an SUV pulled up behind her, and Bai Lu frantically waved to flag it down. There was no one else in the car, only a woman with her face covered. Bai Lu lied, saying she was lost and her car had broken down. She hoped the woman in the car would take her to the nearest city rescue center. She offered a large reward once she got home. The woman hesitated for a moment, then seemed finally moved by Bai Lu's repeated expressions of gratitude. She opened the back door and let Bai Lu in. Bai Lu didn't think carefully about where this woman came from, in this vast Gobi desert, and why she had silently helped her. There had been hail and torrential rain just a few days ago. Where did this woman come from? Chapter 108. Bai Lu got into the car, and the woman gave her a bottle of water and a bag of expired biscuits. Bai Lu expressed her gratitude, not forgetting to make grand promises to the woman. She said that once they reached the nearest aid station, she would treat the woman even better. She drank the bottle of water in one gulp and wolfed down the bag of expired biscuits. She finally fell asleep in the swaying car. She didn't know how long they had been traveling when she finally woke up. Looking ahead, it didn't look like a city, but more like a desert. She asked the woman who opened the car door for her, puzzled, "This is actually an aid station? A desert without even water?" The woman pulled her out of the car without a word and pushed her into the desert. She threw a backpack out and prepared to leave. Bai Lu screamed and rushed over. The woman turned around, and the veil covering her face fell down. Bai Lu let out the sharpest scream of her life once more, retreating as she cried, "Gu Yu! It's you, Gu Yu! Ah! Am I dreaming? How did you get back? I clearly left you in F country." Gu Yu smiled and said, "Thank you. I stayed and met the man who interrogated you yesterday. You know his real name well, it's Shuangjiang. We went through so much to get back to China. I even went to Haishur to look for you. But you weren't there. Maybe it's heaven's mercy, or maybe our fate wasn't over. Anyway, now it's my turn to abandon you. Don't say I'm heartless. In your backpack are all the snacks you left me. and the 3 bottles of water left in the apartment. Now it's your turn. I wish you good luck. Maybe you can be as strong as me. Keep trying. Guyu started the car and sped away, Bailu chasing desperately. But in her haste, she tripped and fell, lying on the ground pleading, Guyu. Come back. Take me back. Please. Save me. I was wrong. I can't live like this. Help. Guyu? I was wrong. Suddenly, Guyu felt a sense of relief, as if she were saying goodbye to her past self. The self who was starving and reduced to a skeleton, the self who desperately wanted to return home, the self who resented Bailu, the self who was finally dying. Guyu only had half a day out today. There was a sandstorm coming in the afternoon. She needed to hurry back to the abandoned airport, or she might get lost in the darkness. Su Lingfeng had also come out today, although he had collected a lot of water and hail. But the energy expenditure for so many people was still staggering. He and his men were out searching for water. That was the most urgent matter. Chen Lixue also escaped, but Su Lingfeng and his men quickly apprehended him. Bailu was deliberately let go. After all, it's not unusual for someone to escape in the dark. They were out looking for water today, and incidentally, looking for someone. They just needed to be back before the afternoon. Guyu followed Bailu the whole time. Once they reached a place out of sight, and hearing at the airport terminal, she took out an SUV and drove Bailu to the desert. It's Bailu's own fault for being so foolish. She actually thought she was lucky. The pilot from the previous flight led everyone to the former aerospace base. To their surprise, they discovered that it was now an oasis, and the abandoned houses remained intact. The original poplar grove that used to block the wind was still there, and the groundwater had inexplicably reappeared. The trees that were originally planted at the base were also lush. Even the original vegetable gardens were still there. However, they were overgrown with weeds, and the vegetables were now completely wild. It turned out that the base relied on wind power, and the installed generators had been quite difficult to operate. It took a group of space shuttle repair technicians 3 days to get it barely usable. There was a sandstorm in the afternoon. They found the base, and strong winds blew up again the next morning. After Su Lingfeng repaired the generators and the pipes, this abandoned base now had water and electricity. It wasn't that Su Lingfeng didn't want to fly away. The weather forecast showed that it wouldn't be suitable for flights for more than half a month. The terminal building relied on this base for water and electricity anyway, so it was better to live here. It was large enough. There was no pressure at all for so many people living here. Ready-made houses, with water and electricity. Looking outside, the area was overgrown with weeds, but there were plenty of animals and insects that could provide food. A considerable amount of edible vegetables, even if they weren't in very good condition, had been cleared from the abandoned vegetable patch. The variety of wild vegetables was even more abundant. At least for the time being, they could eat for a while. With vegetables, meat, and the leftover food from the plane, Su Lingfeng had them calculate the supplies. It was impossible to be full, just enough to avoid starvation. This was the basic survival condition for humans after a natural disaster. No one would protest. This was already very good. At least they were still alive. Except for a few highly respected individuals, whom he was too embarrassed to order around. Su Lingfeng divided the family members and able-bodied people into 4 groups. One team is in the kitchen. With so many people to feed, they need some patience. A team is going out to find live animals and insects, led by Qin Hao. He's experienced in this, having done it frequently on the island. A team that knows some wild vegetables is led by Zhao De. He grew up in the mountains and knows quite a few wild vegetables. A team of maintenance and repair people will fix what they can. Not everything needs to be perfect, just that the basic infrastructure is okay. Zhang Sun is good with his hands, so he'd be in charge of this team. Does Su Lingfeng plan to live here with this group of people forever? He's not in a hurry, but the people at the rescue base are very anxious. The leaders of the Beijing rescue base are now extremely worried. This is a case of plans not keeping up with changes, isn't it? Xie Wen, along with several family members of medical students, has established a temporary medical station. These experts and professors all have some underlying health conditions. If anything happens, Su Lingfeng will bear some responsibility. Su Lingfeng arranged temporary accommodation for Guyu. A small, detached house with its own courtyard. Guyu can finally rest. She hadn't been sleeping well these past few days. Su Lingfeng was too busy and didn't have time to be with her all the time. What's more, there was Bailu, a lump in her throat, and Guyu had to exert a lot of effort to keep herself from strangling her. That evening, Zhang Sun, Zhao De, and Xie Wen all came to rest, but but more importantly, they came for a meal. After closing the doors and windows, Su Lingfeng and the others finally enjoyed a hearty mutton hot pot. It wasn't that they didn't want their comrades to enjoy a feast, but with so many people, they would be too conspicuous. If word got out, wouldn't the entire team of experts and professors rebel? What if Gu Yu's spatial dimension was exposed? Wouldn't they all go crazy? Nobody wanted Gu Yu to become a research subject in the institute. Fortunately, a sandstorm started that night, allowing them to get a good night's sleep. Chapter 109. A satellite phone call came from the aerospace base, planning to pick them up by truck. However, the research supplies on that plane couldn't be transported. They were numerous, large, and included many precision instruments. They hoped Su Lingfeng and his men would continue to hold the line. They would wait for the weather to improve. Su Lingfeng was dispensable. The weather here was truly bizarre. Sandstorms came almost daily, unpredictable throughout the day. Hail and torrential rain started suddenly, without much warning. The situation was different at the Beijing and Shanghai rescue bases. The heavy rain had started again there. The cities were essentially submerged. Getting out required boats. Even the inflatable boats weren't enough, and food supplies at the bases were running low. Both bases could only use some high-rise buildings that had withstood the earthquake for indoor planting. The situation was dire. Zhao De and the other comrades, who hadn't been able to pick up their families, began to regret their actions. But they were helpless now. Su Lingfeng wasn't a superman. On the island, Chu Hai maintained daily phone calls with Su Lingfeng. The satellite phone service was unreliable, but overall, they were doing better than at the rescue base in Beijing. They were self-sufficient in food, being surrounded by the sea. Heavy rains didn't affect them much, and they were freer than before, no longer having to depend on others. Su Lingfeng convened a meeting with some leaders. Trucks at the base were limited. The weather was unpredictable, so it seemed they could only leave in batches. If the professors had to leave in groups, what about their families? Opinions began to differ among the leaders. Some thought they should leave by family unit. Others thought the scientific researchers should go first. Why are the families in such a hurry, when research work can resume so easily? Su Lingfeng thoroughly disliked this endless discussion, but unfortunately, these people were older and held higher positions than him. He couldn't stop them from this pointless debate. He couldn't interfere either. He could only wait until they reached a conclusion. Qin Hao, a heavy smoker, now that cigarettes were harder to find, had somehow acquired an e-cigarette and spent his time puffing away. The leaders were all equipped with cigarettes, so at least they could plan their smoking, though they dared not pass them around as openly as before. A room full of people was smoking and having a heated discussion when Qian Manman burst in with several girls, the security guards at the door unable to stop them. Mainly because they were all girls, they were too embarrassed to offer their cigarettes. Director Sun of the Scientific Research Institute was trying to control his subordinates' emotions. Hearing his granddaughter's voice outside, he quickly told the guards to let them in. The others who had been arguing stopped and looked outside with gossipy eyes. Dean Sun's granddaughter stormed in with a group of girls, angrily complaining. Everyone was talking at once, and no one could hear what they were saying. Dean Sun, exasperated, yelled, "Shut up. One person speaks at a time. Sun Linlin, you better have a reason. Otherwise, I still punish you. We're at a meeting. How can you behave like this? What kind of behavior is this?" Sun Linlin was Dean Sun's only daughter, whom he brought back to her parents' home after her divorce. Before the natural disaster, Dean Sun's daughter had died at her workplace in another city. Now, it's just the two of them living together. Sun Linlin used to be quite arrogant and domineering in the former Scientific Research Institute. The people around him were all family members of researchers at the Scientific Research Institute. The original team of over a dozen people had dwindled to just a few. Qian Manman was one of the new recruits. Sun Linlin finally had a chance to complain, speaking with an air of arrogance. It turned out there was a guinea pig-like creature in the Gobi Desert, and Qin Hao's men had caught quite a few the previous night. They planned to eat meat at noon today, so they put them in iron cages and brought them into the canteen. These girls, who had been well protected even after the apocalypse, saw them, while aimlessly wandering around. They explained how cute the guinea pig-like creatures in the cages were, not only stopping the canteen staff from killing and eating them. They even insisted on keeping them as pets, an act tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Those who had finally managed to have meat soup for lunch were unwilling to accept this, and the canteen became chaotic. Zhao De and his men had collected a lot of wild vegetables, and seeing the situation, they had no choice but to help control it. To quiet down this group of unreasonable young ladies, he made an excuse that he needed to consult his superiors. He intended to stall, but he underestimated their temper. They considered this the most important matter at hand, and stormed into the temporary office building and the conference room. The security guards were all Su Lingfeng's men. They wouldn't let anyone in without orders. Sun Linlin, naturally unhappy, started causing a scene with her friends. Xiao De told the cafeteria staff not to touch the animals, and followed the girls. Su Lingfeng was speechless after hearing their explanation. In the current situation, expecting everyone to forego meat and conserve food for the young ladies to keep pets? Was he dreaming? Dean Sun and his colleagues were also in a dilemma, but this time, they were more in agreement. Wouldn't it be stupid not to eat meat? There wasn't much meat on the plane, food supplies were insufficient, the children were naive, and didn't the leaders understand? Even if a tiger came, everyone would only think of a pile of meat, who would stand up and say we can't eat protected animals. Upon hearing that the animals were still going to be killed and eaten, Sun Linlin and her friends burst into tears. Pointing at everyone and calling them executioners, Su Lingfeng could only quickly lead his men away. He didn't know what to do with these people. Dean Sun couldn't let them miss out on a meal of meat soup, so he could only reprimand them. Finally, he added sternly, "Don't be ridiculous," which finally calmed them down. But the more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Just then, they encountered Gu Yu and Zhang Sun leading a group of soldiers pushing several wild goats towards the mess hall. They spotted a wild goat that looked like it had just been weaned, and now they had found their scapegoat. Gu Yu was helpless. She and Zhang Sun had originally gone out to find food. There were plenty of wild vegetables in the windbreak forest, and then they spotted wild goats. Gu Yu wanted to have a meat feast with everyone, so she released a few wild goats. However, she inadvertently released a mother goat nursing her lamb. Zhang Sun, with his sharp eyes and quick reflexes, shot and killed the mother goat with a single shot. Gu Yu regretted it too late. She could only return with the lamb. The soldiers, unaware of what had happened, were surrounded by a group of girls. Xian Manman seized the opportunity to sabotage Gu Yu, loudly accusing her and Zhang Sun of being too cruel. They didn't even spare the lamb. They hadn't considered that the mother goat was dead, and the lamb couldn't survive without its mother's milk. Gu Yu was almost amused by their accusations, and was about to retort when she saw Su Lingfeng running towards them with his men. Someone has already complained about them. Sun Linlin and her group are just too aggressive. Chapter 110. Su Lingfeng felt a headache coming on, and finally couldn't suppress his anger. He sternly told Sun Linlin to give way to Kai, and then lashed out, "You're not allowed to eat this, and you're not allowed to kill that. Since we're so cruel, you can choose not to eat. Zhang Sun, take the sheep directly to my yard and tell everyone we'd be having roast whole lamb there tonight. Xin Hao, go tell Dean Sun that starting today, we eat separately, we keep what we hunt for ourselves. So the young ladies won't cause trouble." Xin Hao was actually happy. After all, the prey was limited. There were no vehicles here, so everyone had to walk. The soldiers were already frustrated that they had to share their hard-earned harvest with so many people. And now, all their effort was wasted, and they were even being blamed. Dean Sun arrived quickly, followed by various leaders and scientists and professors from the Scientific Research Institute, who were watching the spectacle. Dean Sun hadn't expected his granddaughter to be so spoiled. Even now, she was still causing trouble. Their treatment at the rescue base in Beijing was decent. They didn't eat meat very often. He hadn't expected Sun Linlin to be so naive, actually trying to stop them from eating meat. Su Lingfeng was a man of his word. Director Sun couldn't control him anyway. Watching the wild sheep being led away, they didn't even spare the animals in the canteen that looked like guinea pigs. Su Lingfeng, along with the logistics leader from the Scientific Research Institute, directly divided up the remaining food on the plane. He didn't take much, just their rations. Several pilots immediately asked to eat with Su Lingfeng, and also took their food. Dean Sun couldn't control them either, so he had no choice but to agree. Su Lingfeng naturally brought his uncle Hu Qiushou and his family with him. Not only that, Su Lingfeng announced that from today onwards, they would only be responsible for patrolling and protecting everyone's safety. They wouldn't be responsible for anything else, such as hunting, foraging for wild vegetables, or repairs. As for the order of retreat, they would discuss it in a meeting and then notify them. Su Lingfeng and his group were already living separately from the others, so now they could cook for themselves by tidying up the military camp's kitchen. After the farce, Su Lingfeng and his group enjoyed a whole roasted lamb feast. This group of experts and professors from the Scientific Research Institute ate a meal of wild vegetable dumplings. So, apart from Sun Linlin, who had been scolded mercilessly, and her friends, Qian Manman found that no one spoke to her. People avoided her. Dean Sun had detained Sun Linlin in temporary accommodations, preventing Qian from going inside to play with her granddaughter. Parents and relatives always have a filter on their children. Their own children are always well-behaved and obedient. It's all because Qian was instigating things, otherwise, their children wouldn't have acted so unreasonably. So, those who were angry but couldn't vent their frustrations began to dislike Qian. The girls were repeatedly warned against associating with Qian anymore. With one less group of people serving them, the scientists and professors from the research institute had to obey orders and start finding their own food. Su Lingfeng and his group did send people to guide them and protect them. On the first day, they were given instructions on which wild vegetables were edible and where animals could be found, and then they were left to their own devices. Su Lingfeng had instructed them that these people were all arrogant and that they needed to understand that this apocalyptic world was no longer the peaceful era they once knew. The reason the Beijing rescue base sent them to the northwest was not only to provide them with protection, but also because their treatment was too high. The base was on the verge of collapse, and these people would likely suffer losses at the northwest base. However, this had nothing to do with Su Lingfeng and his group. Su Lingfeng was solely motivated by Sun Lingling's outburst at Guyu. Guyu and Zhao De, along with a few people who could cook, began preparing their own meals. On his first day, Su Lingfeng treated his men to a whole roasted lamb feast, and meat was included in their meals for the following days. This was much better than the days they had been eating wild vegetable dumplings there. Director Sun and the others couldn't negotiate with the cold and aloof Su Lingfeng, so they could only go back and reprimand the girls who had caused the trouble. The good news was that the Northwest base finally sent a convoy to pick them up a week later, but Director Sun's evacuation list was immediately rejected. The evacuation team, carrying the list, first took away the important people. None of the administrative staff, including Director Sun, were allowed on the vehicles, and almost none of their families were brought. The only family member taken away was the professor's wife, who had a heart condition, from the plane. Upon hearing that a family member was a doctor, the team leader consulted with his superiors and had them all taken away as well. The Huqiusho family, being military dependents at the base, were naturally taken along. They left behind a truckload of grain. Opening the sacks, Dean Sun felt his vision blur. The contents were all black and moldy, and aside from the musty smell, he couldn't tell what it was. The team leader was even colder than Su Lingfeng. When Dean Sun pointed at the grain and asked what it was, he ignored him completely. It was his men who explained that food supplies at the Northwest base were insufficient. These were expired, moldy buckwheat flour mixed with cornmeal, and a small amount of wheat flour. After rinsing them several times with water, they could at least be steamed into edible cornbread. It turned out they had survived the extreme heat and cold with these ingredients. Fortunately, scientists at the Northwest base developed a planting method suitable for the base's conditions. Now, the Northwest base was finally able to eat fresh grains and vegetables. As for why they were given these, no one explained. They simply left with the prepared scientists, leaving Director Sun and his team to endure the truck exhaust fumes. In the days that followed, Director Sun made countless satellite phone calls to the Northwest base, only to be told that truck transport was dangerous. It was better to wait for better weather and fly. Director Sun and his team didn't have weather forecasting capabilities, and didn't know when the weather would be clear enough for takeoff, so they could only wait endlessly. They also called the rescue base in Beijing, only to be told that the distance was too great, and they couldn't command the people at the Northwest base. Jin Hao and Su Lingfeng analyzed that they might be abandoned again. Fortunately, they didn't simply sit idly by while waiting. They cleared away the wheat-covered open spaces within the base. Potatoes and yams were dug up. Su Lingfeng even brought out a considerable amount of seeds, and everyone diligently planted them. Aside from the occasional sandstorms, torrential rain, and hail, things were relatively good here. At least the daytime temperature was a normal 10 to 20 degrees Celsius, and it got colder at night, around a few degrees below zero. This abandoned rescue base was well equipped, and the windbreaks provided protection from sandstorms. The planting area was located in the center of the base, so they only needed to be wary of hail. Chapter 111. The planting base already had greenhouses, but they had been abandoned for a long time. The plastic roofs and other structures were severely damaged, but luckily Zhao De found a considerable amount of repair materials in a nearby warehouse, plus a sizable bamboo grove planted by some pretentious person. Zhao De and his team finally managed to repair all the greenhouses. The sandstorms were blocked by the windbreaks, so the only things to be wary of were sudden downpours and hail. Fortunately, these weather events didn't last long. Dean's son and his team had survived for over a month on very little food and wild vegetables. No one had come to pick them up, nor had they tried to send supplies. Satellite phones weren't being answered. It seemed the Beijing rescue base and the Northwest base had conspired together. Su Lingfeng and his team knew they hadn't been completely abandoned. The Northwest base probably just wanted to deflate their egos. Dean's son and his team were essentially there to retire. Expecting them to act as they always had was unrealistic. The Northwest base has its own leadership team, and it seems Director Sun and his administrative staff will likely have to retire there. Director Sun and his team are considering asking Su Lingfeng and his group for help, as their food supplies are running low. Moreover, they haven't eaten meat in a long time, and a group of intellectuals certainly don't know how to hunt. The wild vegetables they found are few in number, and much of them are inedible. Sun Lin has been quiet these past few days, obediently following the wild vegetable hunting army. Now, she eat a mouse without hesitation, let alone a lamb. Xian Manman initially thought she had a lot of influence, and would definitely be among the first to evacuate. But it turned out her name wasn't on the list at all, and her fuss was useless. With no other relatives around, Xian Manman realized she'd been abandoned, and shamelessly stopped Su Lingfeng, demanding to stay and eat with them. Su Lingfeng wasn't going to tolerate her unreasonable behavior. He already found her annoying, and this time, he completely shut her up. Su Lingfeng walked away without a word. What good could Zhang Sun possibly say? Xian Manman was speechless, and ran back crying. Fortunately, everyone was eating from the same pot now, so she wouldn't starve. Otherwise, who would want to feed someone who was even lazy about foraging for wild vegetables? The Northwest base had timed their pickup precisely. This time, everyone except the pilots and Su Lingfeng's group was taken. Mainly because the weather was unpredictable, the takeoff times couldn't be accurately scheduled. The planes here needed someone to watch over them, waiting for weather changes to find a time to take off. The supplies given to Su Lingfeng and his group were already quite good. Last time, a considerable amount of cornmeal had been specially reserved for the pilots to supplement their nutrition. This time, it was all cornmeal and wheat flour, along with plenty of dried meat strips and dehydrated vegetables. Dean's son and the others had all left, and he hadn't seen the supplies they had given them. Otherwise, he might have been furious. Before leaving, Qian Manan ran back to Su Lingfeng and said, "You wait. When I get back, I beg Grandpa to send a car to pick you up. My grandpa will love you as his grandson-in-law." Su Lingfeng rolled his eyes, took a few steps back, and walked away. This Qian Manman still couldn't grasp the reality. The fact that he hadn't picked her up last time showed that her grandfather didn't have much say in the matter. Is this fool still daydreaming? Gui wasn't around, so after Zhang Sun returned, he vividly recounted Qian Manman's words as a joke to Guyu. Guyu was speechless. How persistent was this Qian Manman? Su Lingfeng saw her and left immediately, yet she was still seriously pursuing him. Now that they were gone, Su Lingfeng and his men began to aggressively manage the base. They turned over large tracts of abandoned fields near the windbreak forest, planting corn, sorghum, buckwheat, and other crops. They harvested a considerable amount of animals and wild vegetables, which Su Lingfeng had them dry to provide nutrition. Finally, only the two of them remained in Su Lingfeng's temporary residence. At night, their intimate interactions no longer required them to huddle together. During the day, Su Lingfeng led his men to work, and Guyu sometimes went with them to cheat. When the weather was bad, she stayed home, organizing the food in her spatial storage, drying large quantities of fruits and vegetables. Su Lingfeng, with his help, along with Zhang Sun, Zhao De, and Xie Wen, killed quite a few animals that were nearly causing a plague in her spatial dimension. Guyu pickled and dried them all before storing them in her spatial dimension, just in case. The two of them also transplanted a lot of grapevines in the windbreak forest under the cover of night. There was groundwater here, and the weather was quite suitable for growing grapes. The Northwest base provided a limited supply of dehydrated vegetables, so Su Lingfeng and Guyu transplanted a lot of blueberries and raspberries to supplement their teammates' vitamin intake. None of them were experts, and no one bothered to study the species. Having been trapped here for so long, no one would doubt that there was food available. Besides eating them fresh, blueberries, raspberries, and grapes were also used to make dried fruit, jams, and juices. During the 3 months they were forgotten here, they essentially achieved food freedom. The number of wild lambs, rabbits, and pheasants they caught gradually increased, and their previous survival by hunting and consuming wild vegetables stabilized. Su Lingfeng and his men were a capable group with no ulterior motives. At least in the pilot's eyes, this place was much freer than the Beijing rescue base. After harvesting a round of crops, Su Lingfeng and his team finally received a satellite phone call from the Northwest base. The whole country entered another period of high temperatures. Except for a few areas, most places experienced overnight heat waves. It was said that the floodwaters outside the Beijing rescue base hadn't receded, and the temperature rose to 30 or 40 degrees Celsius overnight. Some cities in the south even reached 50 degrees Celsius. The Northwest base predicted that flights would be possible within the next week. Su Lingfeng and his men could fly to the Northwest base and then return to the Beijing rescue base. Su Lingfeng naturally wanted to take all the grain with him. After all, apart from one plane with equipment, the others were empty. They only needed one plane. The soldiers didn't even throw away the corn, sorghum, and buckwheat stalks. They bundled them all up and put them on the plane. The pilots re-inspected the plane, and 3 days later, they took to the skies again. The Northwest base gave them a grand welcome, but when Su Lingfeng and his men disembarked, they were visibly taken aback. They knew, of course, that the grain they had provided was severely insufficient. The weather was unpredictable afterward, and no one was willing to risk delivering supplies. They all expected to see a group of starving, emaciated people. But although they were tanned and their skin was a bit dry, their spirits and physical condition were remarkably good. Chapter 112. Su Lingfeng didn't go directly to the Northwest base, but instead arranged for soldiers to be on duty. In front of everyone, he ordered them to guard the food on the plane, and if they couldn't hold it, to simply blow up the plane. The leaders at the Northwest base twitched at Su Lingfeng's arrangements. They couldn't bring themselves to ask Su Lingfeng to hand over the food. Seeing the superior weaponry and equipment of Su Lingfeng's men, the leaders who had hoped to take advantage of the situation gave up. The grenades on the soldiers' waists weren't just for show. Indeed, none of the leaders at the Northwest base were sent from the Beijing rescue base. It seemed that Director Sun and his group had all been stripped of their power. None of them had been given important positions. The Northwest base still gave Su Lingfeng face, arranging a lavish welcome feast. Corn porridge and steamed buns made with wheat flour and buckwheat were plentiful. Each person received a piece of dried meat about the size of 2 fingers. This was the best food the Northwest base could offer. Su Lingfeng waved his hand, ordering Zhao De and Zhang Sun to bring over 10 or so bottles of chili sauce. This was the harvest from this trip. Aside from the dried and ground powder, everything else was made into chili sauce. The only difference was whether or not dried meat was added. The sauce sent to the leaders at the Northwest base naturally didn't contain dried meat, had very little cooking oil, and was quite salty. Each of the base leaders had a bottle, and several more were opened and placed on the dining table. They used it to eat with cornbread. It was incredibly delicious. Having received this benefit, the leaders were even more embarrassed to suggest confiscating the food from Su Lingfeng's plane. The people at the Beijing rescue base were pressing for more. The weather there was changing too quickly. They need to send another dozen or 20 groups of people to the Northwest before the temperature reaches last year's levels. The weather here is relatively good for now. Rescue bases in other cities are basically sending people there. That night, Su Lingfeng and his men checked into the accommodations arranged at the Northwest base, letting Gu Yu and the others rest. He took his men to the airport to check things out again. Gu Yu and Xie Wen were considering where to hide and have a late-night snack when they heard a commotion outside. Gu Yu and Xie Wen were planning to go out and see what was going on when they suddenly heard the sound of a gunshot. Xie Wen immediately rushed out on alert, while Gu Yu quickly went into her spatial dimension. The commotion continued until the middle of the night before Gu Yu quietly went out to investigate. Su Lingfeng and the others were nowhere to be found. Gu Yu thought for a moment and went straight to the airport. Sure enough, the people on duty on the plane had changed, and the supplies seemed untouched. She just didn't know what method they had used to make Su Lingfeng and the others surrender. Gu Yu returned to the vicinity of the dormitory assigned by the base and overheard 2 people talking. Su Lingfeng's wife can fly? Everyone's together, and we haven't seen her? We searched everywhere. She's really well hidden. The other person was also clearly impatient. Just one woman, what's the big deal? If they hadn't all been drugged in the water, no one would have been able to catch them, and it's already so difficult. The person who came earlier was also relieved. Luckily, there was a traitor among them who cleaned up all the bullets in the gun. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. I heard there was even a whole plane full of food. Gu Yu's heart pounded. She couldn't figure out who had betrayed Su Lingfeng and his team. She had always thought this team was incredibly united. Thankfully, even though they were being secretive, she hadn't directly exposed her spatial abilities. Following the 2 people looking for her, Gu Yu arrived smoothly in front of a large courtyard. This was the headquarters of the base's leaders. There were security guards at the entrance, and entry required swiping a base-wide points card. Guyu couldn't get in immediately, and could only rack her brains for a solution. She waited there until dawn, finally finding a loophole. The leaders she had seen yesterday had all arrived by car, presumably through a group pickup and drop-off. Several people got out of an SUV, each having to swipe their cards to enter. Guyu took advantage of their swiping cards to distract the security guards, finding an opening to slip into the SUV. Once everyone had swiped their cards and gone upstairs, the SUV driver had the security guard open the gate and park the car in the courtyard inside the office building. Guyu didn't dare act immediately, getting out of the car and waiting in her spatial dimension until the end of the workday. As night fell, Guyu finally slipped into the office building. Each office had a door, requiring a card for entry. Guyu ignored the offices and searched floor by floor. Reaching the corridor of a large conference room on the top floor, Guyu finally confirmed she had found the place where Su Lingfeng and the others were being held, because there were armed security guards patrolling the entrance. The corridor was enclosed, so Guyu simply tossed in a small, inconspicuous smoke. The smoke was white, very small, and barely noticeable, especially since the two men weren't even looking at the ground. They were just mechanically patrolling in circles, yawning. Inside Guyu's space was a modified tranquilizer gun by Su Lingfeng. Guyu's aim was mediocre, and she didn't want to alert the enemy. The tranquilizer dart worked as well as ever. The two quickly fell asleep, exhausted, leaning against the wall. Guyu took the security guard's card and swiped it to enter. Su Lingfeng and his group were indeed there, their hands and feet bound, their spirits low. Su Lingfeng was somewhat excited to see Guyu, but his mouth was sealed with duct tape. The others saw Guyu as a savior, but only Su Lingfeng's eyes held worry. Guyu only untied Su Lingfeng and Xie, then Xie began untying the others. Su Lingfeng led Guyu out quickly, swiped their cards, and entered another room filled with their weapons. Those who had been untied silently ran over, collected their equipment, and even checked their magazines. Everyone was fully armed. Zhao De led them downstairs to deal with the security guard at the entrance. Su Lingfeng, leading Guyu, calmly opened all the doors on this floor. Guyu was surprised to find that this was actually the Northwest Base's weapons depot. Su Lingfeng explained that it was probably just a temporary storage area for weapons. Their actual weapons depot wouldn't be here. There must be some problem over there, so they were temporarily stored here. Judging from the mess, it was likely just a temporary setup. Zhang Sun and his men had just rushed downstairs when they encountered Su Lingfeng's cousin, who had come to rescue them after receiving the news. Hu Qiushou and his group had arrived in the first wave. Upon learning that Su Lingfeng and his men had been captured, his son planned to release Su Lingfeng under cover of darkness. He had a pass to the compound and could come in any time. Su Lingfeng briefly explained the situation and told his cousin to go home and pretend nothing had happened. After they left, his cousin and the others could only wish each other well. Chapter 113. Under the cover of night, they launched a surprise attack on the plane. Su Lingfeng immediately took off. The pursuing group was useless. They could only watch helplessly as the plane taxied on the runway and took off. Guyu hadn't seen Qin Hao. While Su Lingfeng was piloting the plane, she quietly called Zhang Sun to inquire. The traitor was actually Qin Hao. No one had expected it. The sleeping potion was put in the water, but the water here was hard, and Guyu couldn't drink it. She felt there was a muddy taste in the water, and her water bottle contained water from her spatial dimension. Therefore, she was the only one who wasn't affected and successfully escaped into her spatial dimension. Qin Hao immediately took his men onto the plane, deceiving the guards into thinking they were there for a shift change and a meal. The guards, caught off guard, were all arrested. He even took the opportunity to replace all the weapons with empty magazines. Then he used the people on the plane as leverage, making Su Lingfeng and his men hesitant to act. Just then, the sedative took effect, and they were momentarily weak-kneed, forced to surrender. As they walked, Qin Hao urged his comrades to be pragmatic, saying that following him was better than following Su Lingfeng. At least back at the Beijing rescue base, they wouldn't be relegated to the sidelines, hiding like mice. He also mentioned that the Beijing rescue base had sent people out to sea, meaning Chu Hai and the others were likely already in their hands. Their families and comrades were there. All they had to do was abandon Su Lingfeng. Back at the Beijing rescue base, he would take over Su Lingfeng's position and be highly valued by the base leaders. Everyone watched him silently, as he talked animatedly to himself. Su Lingfeng directly asked, "Why? You're just going to betray all these years of friendship?" Qin Hao shouted almost frantically, "Don't you understand? You're blocking their way. Why were you almost stranded in Lifeown Kingdom, and couldn't come back. We're all dragged down by you. I suffered so much on the island before finally returning to the Beijing rescue base and enjoying a few days of peace. And now you forced us to go back to the island. I'm not happy about it, are you? The treatment at the Beijing rescue base is actually quite good. Su Lingfeng paused for a moment, then asked, Who? Who is it? The name Qin Hao uttered clearly startled Su Lingfeng and everyone else. This was their direct superior. How could this be? Su Lingfeng's rank was 1 or 2 levels lower. How could he be so fearful that he wanted to get rid of him? Qin Hao's explanation was simple. Su Lingfeng had made great contributions and was promoted quickly. Su Xuanyi was on equal footing with this person. Su Lingfeng would climb up sooner or later. That person's son held a lower rank than Su Lingfeng and had less military merit. The leader had selfish motives and wanted to hand over all the power to his son. Su Lingfeng was a straightforward, honest man. He never bothered with the intricacies of the situation. Anyway, with Su Xuanyi around, no one could steal his credit, and besides, there was Su Yuanchao. His subordinates and comrades were practically everywhere. Because Qin Hao had stabbed them in the back, if Guyu hadn't rescued them in time, they would all have been sent to the underground power plant at the Northwest base. It was said that the plant provided power to the space base, and once inside, to maintain secrecy, they would never come out again. After Zhang Sun finished his incessant recounting of the events, the people in the cabin seemed to become quite agitated. The group began discussing their future. Returning to the rescue base in Beijing would be like walking into a trap. Returning to the island seemed impossible. They appeared to be in dire straits. Thinking of their comrades' families left on the island, everyone was anxious, so much so that they didn't even notice the plane beginning its descent. After the plane came to a stop, everyone froze. How had they ended up back at the abandoned base where they lived for months? Su Lingfeng offered no explanation, only instructing everyone to disembark and line up. After everyone formed a queue, Su Lingfeng disembarked. Guyu was momentarily at a loss, standing to the side. Seeing Su Lingfeng, she was worried. She knew the immense blow he had suffered in the past few days. Especially the possibility that his family might have fallen into the hands of the rescue base in Beijing. Su Lingfeng, without a word, ordered everyone to stand at attention, at ease, and count off. The group hesitated for a moment, but instinctively began counting off. Su Lingfeng, holding Guyu's hand, suddenly laughed. Then, as everyone exchanged bewildered glances, he said, Don't worry. Chu Hai and the others are fine. They sent a telegram 2 days ago to a large city 3,000 kilometers east of the Northwest base. They be coming here after they rest a bit. Zhao De is taking a few men to pick them up. They probably can't get on the highway, so they take the national highway. They're carrying a radio. We rely on this for private communication. Everyone was surprised and crowded around, demanding an explanation from Su Lingfeng. Su Lingfeng could only quiet everyone down. He explained, We knew from the beginning there was a mole, someone of high rank. He can issue us orders, scattering us almost everywhere. Unfortunately, we don't know who it is. Chu Hai and I discussed it. Neither the Beijing rescue base nor Haishur is safe. We need to find another place to settle down. Everyone knows the locations of islands. The northwest or northeast are more reliable. The morning after we set off, Chu Hai led everyone away. We temporarily left the areas of the Beijing and Haishur rescue bases. They used boats during the heavy rains, but now they switched to abandoned trucks parked on the roadside. Only he and I know about this. Even my wife doesn't know. I just didn't expect Qin Hao to jump out so eagerly. Also, the food on this plane was too conspicuous. I suspect there's some unequal distribution of spoils between the Beijing and Northwest rescue bases. So the plane was left there, allowing us to fly back. Everyone erupted in thunderous laughter after hearing Su Lingfeng's explanation, and Su Lingfeng was tossed into the air by them. Now that the biggest hidden danger was resolved, Su Lingfeng arranged for someone to pick up Chu Hai and the others, while the rest began the next round of greenhouse cultivation. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this would be their new base. While Su Lingfeng was happily carrying out the base's construction, Qin Hao at the Northwest base was on tenterhooks. Everyone blamed him for this mistake. The weapons depot at the Northwest base had a problem. The weapons were originally intended to be stored on the heavily guarded rooftop of the office. Now they all vanished. The leaders dared not reveal this. They had to swallow this bitter pill. After all, the base's current stability depended entirely on the leadership having the army and the weapons. Fortunately, the standard supplies were in individual hands. As long as there wasn't a large-scale disturbance, it should be enough. Qin Hao was unaware that the weapons depot had also been looted. Even the food on the plane had caused a rift between the Beijing Relief Base and the Northwest Base. Chapter 114. Qin Hao was also a little annoyed with the leaders of the Northwest Base for letting the other planes return to Beijing first. Who wouldn't be envious of such a plane full of food? The two sides were locked in a bitter argument over the satellite phone, which led to the complications and allowed Su Lingfeng and his group to escape. The surveillance cameras here were broken, too many were broken, and there weren't enough to replace them all at once. So, there was no way to find out who rescued Su Lingfeng and his group. The leaders at the base suspected Hu Qiushou's family, but no one had seen anyone from their house leave. Hu Qiushou's eldest son held a high-ranking position, and his younger son, a graduate student, had joined the Northwest Aerospace Base and was also a key elite. Arresting people without evidence was unreasonable. Qin Hao was now the only scapegoat, and no one was helping him. The Beijing rescue base seemed to have forgotten about him. The planes had made a dozen or 20 trips back and forth, but no one had mentioned sending him back. Qin Hao was filled with regret as he toiled day and night in the dark, underground generator station of the base. Following Su Lingfeng, he had been running around everywhere, but he hadn't actually suffered much hardship. Su Lingfeng always had a way of ensuring everyone's basic needs were met, no matter how he did it. Qin Hao began to miss the joy of hunting with his comrades, the happiness of harvesting food, but sadly, all of that was gone. Qin Hao's life afterward was none of Su Lingfeng and Gu Yu's business. They were both very busy now. Taking advantage of the good weather, before the high temperatures hit, the two of them drove out to find resources, while Su Lingfeng and Gu Yu embarked on their honeymoon. Once they left the base, the old truck had been transformed into a camper van. Zhang Sun knew he'd get ahead by following them, but unfortunately, the base still needed someone in command. Zhao De and his men went to pick up Chu Hai and the others. He was gone too. Who was going to manage this huge mess? The nearest city to this abandoned base was over 1,000 kilometers away, the main road blocked by windbreaks. On the other side was the Gobi Desert and the Gobi, the place where Gu Yu had thrown Bai Lu. Windbreaks also grew between the Gobi and the desert. Once the two windbreaks connected, the base was practically invisible from a distance. On the other two sides was a high mountain, its snow-capped peaks visible from afar. When Zhao De returned with the others, they would pass through that supposedly deserted city. Su Lingfeng had no intention of taking Gu Yu there. They finally had some alone time, and he didn't want to cause trouble. The trucks were from the fields, abandoned beyond repair. But to avoid suspicion, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De managed to repair 2 or 3 trucks using parts retrieved from Gu Yu's spatial storage. Zhao De drove off in a truck, and the two of them left the base in another vehicle. Gu Yu put the truck into her spatial storage and switched to an off-road RV. The RV was fully equipped, and Gu Yu and Su Lingfeng weren't in a hurry. The two drove leisurely towards the mountains, planning to scout the area. Before the breeding farm at the base was established, they wanted to see what was in the mountains. There was snowmelt in the mountains, so there should also be groundwater. From a distance, it looked lush and green, so there should be animal and plant resources. The base was originally supposed to be kept absolutely secret, so there shouldn't be anyone in these mountains. With the protection efforts of previous years, there should be quite a few animals on the mountains. Su Lingfeng planned to observe first, and if necessary, simply harvest some from his spatial storage. He could also take some cubs back to raise. Establishing a food supply chain for the base was fundamental to their survival. Gu Yu hadn't enjoyed such leisurely time in a long time. She could leisurely take out braised pork, fried chicken legs, mutton soup, and tomato braised beef, sipping red wine while watching variety shows. Dessert and fruit were also essential. She had prepared durian millefeuille, but couldn't openly eat it. Everyone lived nearby, and she was worried the smell would spread. Su Lingfeng found a suitable spot to park and joined them in the back to enjoy the meal. He didn't eat durian, but watermelon was his favorite. Usually, Gu Yu would juice the watermelon in his spatial storage, but nothing beats this moment of pure enjoyment, holding half a watermelon and scooping it out with a spoon. He wondered if watermelons were suitable for growing in the Northwest. Su Lingfeng decided to try it when he got back. Gu Yu had been bored these past few months, and fruit from her spatial storage had become her new favorite. Various fruit desserts, and freezers full of fruit juice. The ice blocks she froze in metal buckets during her time at the Beijing rescue base 6 months ago, when she had nothing else to do, are now perfect for this. Gu Yu built a shipping container during those months. Now she's freezing all her juices, fruits, and drinks. The room where food stays fresh forever now functions as a natural ice cellar. Gu Yu cleared out a room to store various tools, since they won't spoil. This is to prepare for the upcoming high temperatures. Summers here are already quite hot. It said that the last time it broke the 66-degree mark, but the good thing is that it will drop to around 30 degrees at night. After a hearty lunch, Su Lingfeng cuddled his wife and slept soundly until evening. Gu Yu, with a sore back and aching waist, had no appetite for dinner and told Su Lingfeng to go out for barbecue. After grilling, Su Lingfeng brought her a plate. Gu Yu ate half a plate before falling asleep again. Su Lingfeng, meanwhile, enjoyed his barbecue, drank beer, and counted the stars, marveling at how long it had been since he felt so relaxed. The next morning, Su Lingfeng, carrying Gu Yu, dawdled until noon before finally setting off. It took them 2 days to reach the foot of the mountain. That evening, the two had a hot pot dinner, drank some alcohol, and the two energetic young people indulged in another night of revelry. Gu Yu woke up late the next morning to find Su Lingfeng already on the mountain. He left a note telling her to rest well, and not to overwork herself. Gu Yu was furious, but then thought better of it since there was no one else around. Su Lingfeng spent 2 days wandering the mountain. Gu Yu, not daring to go alone, released his 12 Alaskan Malamutes, which had been raised in his spatial dimension for over 6 months and had given birth to 4 puppies, onto the mountain. Watching the 12 adult dogs run off happily, the 4 puppies anxiously circled around. Fortunately, the mother dog was responsible and returned just as Gu Yu hesitated about feeding the puppies. The male dogs dutifully found Su Lingfeng and followed him hunting for another day. Finally, Su Lingfeng returned to the RV with his pack of Alaskan Malamutes that evening. Gu Yu was also a little anxious, but still somewhat surprised by Su Lingfeng's haul. The animal resources here were indeed abundant. Su Lingfeng's haul was quite good. After he finished cleaning, Gu Yu stored everything in his spatial dimension. Su Lingfeng had already left a wild goat for the Alaskan Malamutes, and wouldn't let Gu Yu watch the meat. They said it was too gruesome to look at, all blood and gore, and it would spoil their appetite. After Su Lingfeng rested for a day, Gu Yu also went into the mountains with him. She was in charge of collecting the kills, while Su Lingfeng and his dogs were in charge of killing them. Chapter 115. Both of them were a bit addicted, spending about a week on the mountain before coming down. Su Lingfeng also received a satellite phone call from Zhang Sun, Chu Hai, and the others had entered the base. The two quickly packed their things and returned, leaving the Alaskan Malamutes behind. Gu Yu deliberately didn't wash the blood off them, even letting Su Lingfeng smear mud on their fur. Before arriving at the base, she let the dogs roll around in the sand. The bunch of silly dogs were filthy beyond recognition, and the soldiers completely believed Su Lingfeng's story that he had found them on the mountain. They even offered excuses for Su Lingfeng, some suspecting the dogs had been abandoned by their owners. Some said the dogs were lost military dogs. Zhang Sun, Zhao De, and Xiaowen, knowing the truth, pursed their lips, trying not to laugh out loud. Su Yuanchao was the oldest of them all, and Su Lingfeng was most worried about his health. Fortunately, the problem wasn't serious, and the old man was quite happy. He never imagined he'd be able to travel again in his lifetime, and he found the journey quite enjoyable. Su Xuanqin and Hu Qiuxia naturally hugged their son and daughter-in-law and burst into tears. They were both afraid of being separated from them again. Zhang Sun's grandparents, maternal grandparents, parents, and other family members saw him and felt sorry for him again, but after a few words of concern, the topic of marriage came up again. They mentioned that because he wasn't married and had no one to take care of him, Zhang Sun looked quite thin. Zhang Sun hadn't expected his family to immediately start pressuring him to get married. He directly pulled Gu Yu from Hu Qiuxia's arms into his mother's and ran off. Then Gu Yu was hugged and rubbed a bit. Thankfully they didn't dare pressure him to have children yet. Otherwise, Gu Yu wouldn't have a moment's peace. The women of the Zhang family were all very talkative. After a night's rest and a morning's rest, Su Lingfeng organized a meeting for all the comrades in the afternoon. Gu Yu and her family members began preparing dinner. The ingredients looked plentiful. The family members, who hadn't cooked in a long time, took turns showing off their culinary skills and knife skills. All 8 major cuisines were listed: dumplings, buns, noodles. The family members wanted to prepare an entire Manchu Han imperial feast. Everyone worked together, and someone started chatting about their journey. Gu Yu then learned that their journey hadn't been smooth sailing. They started from the island, but upon reaching the shore, they couldn't find the land. Everywhere was a vast expanse of water, littered with garbage. The surface was even less clean than the sea. There was a lot of usable furniture and firewood in the water, as well as many animal and human corpses. The family members went from initial shock and panic to eventually passing by calmly. They had experienced many changes in their mindset. From initial complaints to final unwavering resolve, it was all because they had experienced the hardships of ordinary people's lives in the pouring rain. They had been robbed countless times on the road. The worst time was when the robbers were thin, pale children on wooden planks. A kind-hearted family member offered them food. Then a large group of adults rushed out in a speedboat and instantly surrounded them. Chu-hai reacted quickly, and the men on the speedboat almost snatched the kind-hearted woman away. The harsh reality dealt them a heavy blow. Afterwards, they chose to ignore children and the elderly. The initially resentful families quieted down. With the heatwave returning, they knew things would only get harder. The water had almost vanished overnight. If it weren't for the mud on the ground, they might have doubted whether there had truly been a massive flood. Fortunately, they were almost in the northwest by then. After abandoning ship and trekking for another day, they finally found a dozen or so SUVs in a 4-story automated parking garage. They continued into a major city in the northwest, switching to roadside trucks. The fuel from the ship was used in the SUVs and then in the trucks. Chu-hai secretly traded potatoes for a considerable amount of diesel fuel, finally getting them from the city's aid base to their final destination. They met Xiaoda, who was there to greet them, and finally, everyone was together again. In the meeting room, everyone learned about Qin Hao's actions. Chu-hai hadn't expected him to betray them. Nor had he imagined that the one who had framed them was his respected leader. They remained silent for a long time, processing the news. To their delight, they brought back about 10 more families. They were all encountered at rescue bases along the way. Chu-hai carried everyone's hometown records with him, partly out of a specific reason for searching. At times like these, some are happy while others are sad. Yesterday, their families reunited, and they were overjoyed. The family members, who didn't know if their loved ones were alright, were anxious, but the current situation didn't allow them to go home to find their relatives. They could only comfort themselves that their families were probably alright. Su Lingfeng asked Chu-hai to reassign the family members' work. Temporarily, they would need to take turns cooking for the communal pot. Once another batch of grain was harvested, and the animals had reached a certain number, they would be ready to be fed. The base established its own point system, allowing each household to eat separately. The winters here used to be extremely cold, and the houses all had heated brick beds, Kong. These needed to be repaired during the summer heat, and some of the single-story houses needed further maintenance. The families and soldiers were assigned jobs: maintenance, hunting, land reclamation and farming, and animal husbandry. Everyone participated in the base's construction, and needed to work in the fields during the busy farming season. The housing was assigned last night, and the single dormitories were now occupied by the single soldiers. Chu-hai was thinking of holding a group wedding sometime. Along the way, a dozen or 20 men and women had hit it off. There were soldiers and their families, as well as couples who hadn't found their other half. Although the future was uncertain, and it wasn't advisable to encourage having children, they should still be happy to have found their other half. After the meeting, Chu-hai told everyone who wanted to get married to come and register with him the next morning. Then the camp erupted into chaos. Some discovered their teammates had kidnapped their sisters, others realized their buddies were about to become true brothers. So everyone started playfully fighting, and a bonfire lit up the center of the camp amidst laughter and chatter. They finally had their reunion party. The family members' cooking was excellent, and everyone ate to their heart's content. Guyu brought out a generous amount of alcohol, and everyone drank heartily. Su Lingfeng released all the dogs. Now they weren't afraid of any sneak attacks. Of course, the leaders of the Northwest base had no idea that Su Lingfeng was so close, nor that he had already planned ahead, arranging his private base in this abandoned old base. It was already heavily guarded. No sneak attack from any side was possible. Moreover, Su Lingfeng was also planning to reinforce the existing walls and gates. Chapter 116. Work seemed to have increased, and Chu-hai's arrival was undoubtedly a huge help to Su Lingfeng. His meticulousness and ability to handle problems were remarkable. He meticulously listed out the tasks, outlining what needed to be done first, then what needed to be done next. First, land reclamation and planting began. Su Lingfeng, along with Guyu, Xiaoda, Zhang Sun, and Xiaowen, went out for a few days. When they returned, they brought several tractors, combine harvesters, trucks loaded with farm implements, and a considerable amount of solar generators and cement. Their harvest undoubtedly mechanized land reclamation and planting. Besides the land that Su Lingfeng and his team had already planted once, all arable land around the windbreak forest was developed. Tractors are versatile. They can be disassembled and reassembled into plows or combine harvesters. When the grain was planted, Zhang Sun finally completed the automatic sprinkler system. The original greenhouse, after cultivating wheat seedlings, became a vegetable greenhouse, and Zhang Sun installed an automatic sprinkler system and an automatic temperature control system. Chu Hai was overjoyed, exclaiming how wonderful it was, and patting his chest, saying he'd find him a girlfriend among the few girls at the base. Upon hearing this, Jong Sun's hand trembled, and the screwdriver in his hand pierced his finger, drawing blood. Xiaowen was displeased when she saw him, and didn't bother to bandage the wound. Unconsciously, she heard Jong Sun again. Jong Sun said angrily, "Be gentle. I'm made of flesh and blood." Xiaowen snorted, "You go find a girlfriend and let her bandage you." "I'm not that rude." Jong Sun was already unhappy, and hearing this made him even angrier. "We've been through so much together. Don't you have any compassion for me? I'm in so much pain." Xiaowen felt something was off about Jong Sun's words. "What does this have to do with us getting through this together? You were the one picking on me. I didn't say anything wrong." Jong Sun got a little impatient. "You're heartless. I've been so good to you. And you're still talking about girlfriends." Xiaowen felt even more confused, and she continued to retort, "I know you're good to me, like you are to Guyu. But what does that have to do with girlfriends? Yesterday, Political Commissar Chu even said he introduced you to a girlfriend, so you could attend the base's group wedding." Jong Sun was completely enraged at this. "That Political Commissar Chu always talks nonsense. I don't need him to introduce me to girlfriends." Xiaowen snorted, "So you have a target now? Who's got your eye on?" Jong Sun's face turned red, and Guyu in the inner room couldn't hold back any longer. She ran out, clutching her stomach, laughing uncontrollably, making both Xiaowen and Jong Sun blush. Xiaowen was annoyed that he'd forgotten Guyu, who had come to deliver family planning supplies. He snapped at Guyu, "What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Your brother wants to find a girlfriend. What are you grinning about?" Guyu laughed and said, "He does want a girlfriend. But she's a blockhead. Comparing herself to me. I'm the younger sister. Someone else would want to be my sister-in-law." Xiaowen didn't understand at first, but when he realized what Guyu meant, his face turned bright red. Guyu ran out laughing, pretending not to see Jong Sun bowing and thanking her. These two were inseparable, but they just wouldn't confess their feelings. Chu Hai had noticed and deliberately wanted to provoke them. In the end, he still needed Guyu's help. Guyu left the infirmary, and went straight to the Zhang family. She told the Zhang family about the incident as a joke. Xiao Wenkai and Jong Sun had a serious talk, and the next morning, Xiao Wenkai was cornered at the infirmary door by Zhang's mother, who was holding a violet necklace set meant for her future wife. The news quickly spread throughout the base that Xiao Wenkai and Jong Sun had signed up for a group wedding, and that the two of them were together. Guyu watched as groups of women, using the excuse of collecting family planning supplies, came to watch the spectacle. Their smiles were so wide their masks couldn't hide their laughter, and Xiaowen, exasperated, blurted out, "What are you laughing at? How many family planning supplies did you prepare? It seems like you prepared a lot. Did you know Su Lingfeng's stamina was good even before you got married?" Guyu knew Xiao Wenkai was just embarrassed. She wasn't afraid of such comments. The main reason was that on their wedding night, when she pulled out a box of contraceptives, Su Lingfeng blurted out, "How long have you been eyeing my body?" Guyu was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. How could she have imagined that the romantic F-style shipping container contained such things? Furthermore, there were several containers with various scents, styles, and sizes. Su Lingfeng would tease Guyu every time he used these, but now Xiaowen's words couldn't elicit any reaction from her. She decided to first prepare a few sets of sexy lingerie for the couple as a wedding night gift. The land was planted, the animals were raised, and the fence and gate were repaired. The shifts were arranged, and the dogs were there to help. The solar power generators were all installed, so if the wind turbines malfunctioned one day, the solar powered generators could seamlessly take over. The roofs were repaired, and the Kong, heated brick beds, were all lit with smoke. Chu Hai announced the date of the group wedding, and Su Lingfeng led his men down into the mountains. The meat for the wedding was taken care of. The strawberries in the greenhouse also bore fruit successfully, though Guyu had played a little trick. The seedlings were replaced with plants that were about to flower, so naturally, they could eat strawberries. Anyway, this place was managed by Su Lingfeng's grandfather, along with Uncle Sun, Aunt Sun, and Lu Chen. No one else bothered to investigate how long it would take for the strawberries to flower and bear fruit. As the temperature began to rise to nearly 40 or 50 degrees Celsius, Su Lingfeng and his team successfully brought down snowmelt from the mountain through irrigation ditches. It turned out that the water source here had dried up once, which was why the place had been abandoned 10 years ago. They didn't know how the underground water source had been restored, but Su Lingfeng still felt it was better to be safe than sorry. The snowmelt was noticeably cooler, making everyone at the base feel cooler. Su Lingfeng dug several dry wells underground to store the melted snow melt. It might not be as clean as groundwater, but at least there was no shortage of freshwater resources. Everything was arranged, and the group wedding was scheduled for the evening of one day. It was almost impossible to go out during the day. The men working had to be rotated every half hour to get everything done. Holding a wedding during the day would dry everyone out, even if the wedding was held in a large hall. It's only a 10-minute walk from the dormitory area to the hall, but that could still cause heat stroke for those with weaker constitutions. Not to mention the brides, all dressed up, their makeup would be completely ruined by sweat. Guyu took out several sets of cosmetics, but she didn't dare say she had too many. Even so, some family members commented that Guyu loved beauty, and had more cosmetics than she could use. Chapter 117. The auditorium was beautifully decorated. Guyu hadn't expected the families to be so skillful. Just some red paper, yet they had cut out auspicious patterns like the character for double happiness, joy on the eyebrows, and other lucky designs. Guyu thought it looked beautiful. Some families had even cut out strings of garlands, which, combined with the large red flowers, made the entire auditorium look festive. The brides didn't have wedding dresses, nor were they allowed to. Everyone wore their most beautiful clothes. Using cosmetics provided by Guyu, they all had their most beautiful makeup done. They gathered in the airport terminal to wait for their grooms. The grooms, dressed in military uniforms, drove the brides around the base before arriving at the auditorium. Chu Hai, acting as the MC, announced the official start of the first group wedding at the Through Thick and Thin base. Now that there's no Civil Affairs Bureau, relationships outside are chaotic. Chu Hai hoped everyone would stay with their wives and grow old together. So, the first part of the wedding was a vow of fidelity to their marriages. Chu Hai wrote the lyrics, and over 20 couples recited their vows together. We hereby vow that we will support each other through thick and thin, through thick and thin, through wind and rain, never to part. We will not abandon you because of illness, hardship, or difficulty. We will grow old together, forever united in heart. In reality, the vows were just a formality, but hearing them recite them in unison moved many of the older couples present to tears. Su Lingfeng silently held Guyu's hand and recited the vows with the newlyweds, also moving Guyu to tears. The second item was for both sets of parents and relatives to come on stage, where the newlyweds bowed to their families to express their gratitude for their upbringing. Xiaowen was an orphan, and Su Yuanchao readily adopted her as his goddaughter. When the relatives went on stage, he took Su Xuanxin and Hu Qiuxiao with him. Zhang Sun's grandfather had once joked with old Master Su, saying that the old man never took a loss. He had adopted Su's granddaughter, and Su Yuanchao had done the same for him. But Xiaowen was only moved. She had no relatives left, and had never imagined that one day she could get married happily with the blessings of family. Now she had her grandfather, father, mother, brother, and sister-in-law again. It's just that her sister-in-law was a bit unreliable. When she returned to the bridal chamber and opened the wedding gifts Su had given her, all the emotion turned into embarrassment. At that moment, she wished she had never met Guyu. Currently, Xiaowen was oblivious. She was now undergoing the final step of the wedding ceremony with all the newlyweds. They bowed to the leaders. Su Lingfeng gave a speech, essentially officiating the marriage, and each person received a handwritten marriage certificate. The guests were delighted, and everyone gathered for another grand meal. Everyone had a few drinks, and playfully teased the newlyweds. It wasn't until 10 p.m. that the newlyweds were escorted to their bridal chamber. Su Lingfeng and Chu Hai patrolled the room with flashlights. They chased away all the single people who were trying to eavesdrop on the couple's sweet nothings back to their dorms. The wedding night shouldn't be disrupted, Su Lingfeng joked, adding that there were too many wolves and not enough meat, suggesting everyone keep an eye on the unmarried girls. Guyu mysteriously told Xiaowen to go home and open her wedding gift, saying it would enhance the couple's romance. Xiaowen and Zhang Sun didn't think much of it, and went home to open the gift box. The two of them were so embarrassed by the sight of the gaudy, sexy lingerie that they almost wanted to disappear into the ground. After washing up and putting them on, Zhang Sun's eyes widened, while Xiaowen laughed uncontrollably. Xiaowen's lingerie was a lace dress that accentuated her curves, making Zhang Sun feel like his nose was about to bleed. However, Zhang Sun was completely naked from the waist up, revealing his muscular physique. He was wearing a pair of underwear with a small pig nose poised to spring to life in the front, and a small pigtail curled up in the back. Xiaowen laughed so hard she fell onto the new bed, and Zhang Sun couldn't resist pouncing on her like a hungry tiger. Their wedding night was as romantic as a gift from Guyu. Unfortunately, they didn't have time to thank Guyu, because their wedding night was destined to be anything but ordinary. In the middle of the night, Everyone was asleep when the soldier on duty noticed something was wrong with the Alaskan Malamutes. They started barking wildly and pawing the ground in a fighting stance. Nyx barked even more wildly as it ran. The soldiers, perched atop their high sentry posts, scanned the area repeatedly but found nothing amiss. Nyx ran straight to Su Lingfeng's doorstep, barking loudly. When Su Lingfeng wearily opened the door, it tugged at his clothes, trying to pull him out. Guyu, rubbing her eyes, urged Su Lingfeng to follow Nyx to investigate. This dog is very perceptive, something must be wrong. Nyx had diligently performed its nighttime duty, following the main force on their long march. Chu Hai and the others said that the dog had alerted them to potential dangers several times during the night, driving away several groups attempting nighttime raids. Su Lingfeng immediately snapped out of his daze and ran after Nyx. Upon reaching the sentry post, he was puzzled by the unusual behavior of the Alaskan Malamutes. Standing in the high guard post, he couldn't see anything, but then something occurred to him. He ordered the soldiers to turn off the large searchlights, and now everyone could see clearly. Green eyes behind the trees of the windbreak outside. A soldier exclaimed, "Wolves! So many wolves!" Immediately, the base's alarms blared, and Su Lingfeng's voice blared over the loudspeaker. "Attention all personnel! Wolf attack! Enter level 1 alert!" All the men rushed out of their homes, even the grooms who had finally enjoyed their wedding night. Su Lingfeng led a group to guard the gate, while the others, along with Chu Hai, Zhao De, and Zhang Sun, split into several teams to patrol. Before the fighting even started, Zhang Sun encountered wolves digging their way in from under the wall. Luckily, they had brought Alaskan Malamutes, otherwise, in the pitch black, they wouldn't have seen a single gray wolf. The loudspeaker blared again, reminding everyone to be vigilant, as there might be some survivors. Xiaowen and her family, forming a medical team, also left their homes, preparing to provide first aid at the gate. She sensed something was wrong as soon as she stepped outside, and dodged a dark figure's lunge. As a Special Forces member, Xiaowen was agile. She rolled to the ground, avoiding the figure's second attack. This created distance between them, and she saw the pair of gleaming green eyes within the shadowy figure. The wolf, clearly surprised that Xiaowen had evaded its 2 attacks, now faced her. Xiaowen drew her weapon. Xiaowen's new house was next to Guyu's. The area consisted of 3-story buildings. Battalion-level officers lived nearby. Zhang Sun, Xiaowen, and the Zhang family lived together. Next door lived Guyu, Su Lingfeng, and the Su family. Chapter 118. Guyu couldn't sleep either, so she went to check on things. As soon as she opened the door, she heard Xiaowen shout, "Don't open the door!" Guyu quickly slammed the door shut, then heard something hit it, and felt a sharp knife scratch against it. Guyu asked through the door, "Xiaowen, are there wolves?" Xiaowen, panting, shouted, "Don't come out! There are 3 wolves!" The instant Guyu opened the door, 2 more wolves suddenly rushed out. As Xiaowen warned Guyu to close the door, the wolf she was facing attacked. Even with Xiaowen's agility, she was scratched on the arm, but luckily, a shot from her gun brought down 1 wolf. During this time, she and the wolf switched positions, and she was now at Guyu's doorstep. Unfortunately, the scratch was quite severe. She couldn't even grip the gun with her right hand. Guyu opened the door a crack, and Su Xuanxin and Su Yuanchao, both armed, stood there. Xiaowen darted into the yard, and the wolf crashed into the door again. Hu Qiuxiao also got up, her heart aching as she looked at Xiaowen's bloodied right arm, crying uncontrollably. Fortunately, Guyu was quite lucid and cleaned Xiaowen's wound, bandaged it, and even gave him a tetanus shot. There was a rabies vaccine in the space, but Xiaowen wasn't sure if he should get it. It was clearly a bit over the recommended dose, but Guyu was still worried and gave him the shot anyway. The second shot needed to be given on schedule, only then would Guyu feel at ease. Su Xuanxin and Su Yuanchao had already gone out, and Lu Chen had also gotten married. His wife was a widow with a young daughter, the sister of a Special Forces soldier. After Lu Chen's marriage, he moved into the family quarters, so besides Su Xuanxin and Su Yuanchao, only the women remained in the house. When Uncle Sun and Aunt Sun left, they took their son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren with them. They also had another home, but the 2 of them were used to it. Besides helping to look after the vegetable greenhouses, they often came to help with cleaning. Xiaowen was injured, and Hu Qiuxiao was so frightened she almost fainted. Guyu was also afraid that more wolves might come in, so she took a powerful flashlight and looked out the window through the glass. There was also a yard below the small building. What if a wolf got in? When Su Xuanxin and Su Yuanchao went out, the wolves had already run away. Su Xuanxin went home, grabbed a stainless steel basin, and banged it while shouting, Wolves have come into the base. Everyone, keep your doors and windows closed and try not to go out. The yard isn't safe either. Call for help immediately if there's a problem. Zhang Sun happened to be patrolling when he heard that Xie Wen had encountered wolves and was injured. Despite his anxiety, he didn't dare to go and check on him. After all, there were now 2 wolves running around. The patrolling soldiers all discovered the holes dug under the wall. Chu Hai counted 5. That means at least 5 wolves have entered, and possibly more. Chu Hai is now extremely annoyed. Why did he put the newly installed and repaired streetlights last? Currently, the base doesn't have a dense network of streetlights. Only a few existing ones are barely usable. The base is practically dark now, and patrols rely entirely on powerful flashlights. Su Lingfeng has also received the news. They were wondering why the wolves hadn't made a move. It turns out wolves use a feint. The patrolling soldiers discovered a hole and immediately moved stones to block it up. Now they have to guard against attacks from the wolves hiding in the shadows. Zhao De, looking at the wolves with a puzzled expression, asked the soldiers, "Hunters have been going up the mountain to kill wolves these past few days?" Everyone looked at each other. Lu Chen, in charge of logistics, said he had registered all the prey. After a moment's thought, he shook his head and said definitively no. Zhao De looked at the wolves even more strangely. Impossible. These things are very good at assessing situations. They basically don't actively seek out human settlements. This situation is strange. Once, my family in my village was attacked by wolves at night. My grandfather said it was because our family secretly killed and ate the wolves. Su Lingfeng also had doubts. Wolves certainly wouldn't attack human settlements when there was food available in the mountains. Besides, this place was actually quite far from the mountains. It would take a considerable amount of time to drive there. And even if there were many wolves attacking their settlement, they could all be wiped out. Before Su Lingfeng and the others could figure out the reason, they heard a loud wolf howl, and the entire pack suddenly charged out. The wolves, which had already infiltrated the base, suddenly attacked Zhang Sun and his teammates, who were searching for them. The base's main gate had been in disrepair for years, and Su Lingfeng and his team had spent considerable time repairing it. With the addition of building materials and steel frames from the Valley Rain space, the old, dilapidated iron gate was now completely renovated. Although it was all manually operated, the wolves couldn't break in. The walls, similar to city walls, could be used to shoot outwards. The soldiers were now lined up on top, awaiting Su Lingfeng's command to shoot down all the wolves. Su Lingfeng, however, wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to see how the wolves would manage to get in. Next to the large iron gate was a passageway for people to enter and exit. The main gate was generally left closed. The smaller iron gate served as a security door within the Valley Rain space, and was also bulletproof. The wolves' scratching and ramming were futile. The wall was nearly 3 meters high. The wolves' limited jumping ability made it impossible for them to leap over it. Just as Su Lingfeng and his men were preparing to watch the wolves' helplessness, the wolves suddenly retreated back into the windbreak forest. Perhaps receiving some kind of signal, all the wolves hid even deeper. Even with infrared night vision goggles, Su Lingfeng and his men struggled to find them. It seemed the wolves realized they couldn't break through, and were preparing to defend themselves. Su Lingfeng hesitated. Should he strike first, or wait for the wolves to become hungry and leave? Before the natural disaster, he would have chosen the latter, but now things were different. The wolves were not only food but also enemies. In the future, they would inevitably encounter each other in the mountains, and a fight would be inevitable. Besides, Zhang Sun was already fighting with the wolves. Su Xuanxin had originally planned to take Su Yuanchao home when he encountered Zhang Sun. However, they also ran into 2 wolves on the way. Su Yuanchao didn't run away, nor did he grab his gun to fight. He actually picked up a stick and prepared to fight the wolves. Su Xuanxin felt a headache coming on. He hadn't served in the military because he was premature and his physical condition wasn't very good. Fortunately, Chu Hai arrived with his men. With a group of men against 2 wolves, the wolves knew they were in trouble and ran away. Su Yuanchao was disappointed, blaming Chu Hai for ruining his fun. In his youth, he had killed 3 or 4 wolves with his bare hands. He had finally had a chance to show off his skills, but it was a disappointment. Chu Hai, always patient, flattered Su Yuanchao while he and his soldiers escorted Su Yuanchao and his son Su Xuanxin home. They went home, and Chu Hai continued leading his men to search for the wolf. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De were discussing what to do when Nyx came running up, wagging its tail and carrying a puppy. Su Lingfeng impatiently told it to get lost. Chapter 119. Nyx not only didn't leave, but pushed the puppy in front of Su Lingfeng again. Su Lingfeng was somewhat helpless. He pushed the puppy away and said to Nyx, Don't cause trouble. If you have nothing to do, go home and find Guyu. I don't have time to play with you right now. Nix barked at Su Lingfeng, making the guards on the sentry post laugh. Xiao De looked at the puppy on the ground, but suddenly stopped laughing. He squatted down and took the puppy in his hands to examine it carefully. Su Lingfeng was a little impatient. Stop playing. Are you going to hit it or not? Xiao De shook his head and handed the puppy to Su Lingfeng, saying, This isn't a dog, it's a wolf cub. If you let it out, the wolf pack might leave. Now it was Su Lingfeng's turn to be dumbfounded. He looked at the puppy, but couldn't see anything unusual. He just let Xiao De open the small iron gate a crack and let the whimpering wolf cub out. Just as the door closed, a wolf emerged from the windbreak and snatched the wolf cub away. A howl echoed from the wolf pack, and the wolves already in the yard rushed towards the gate. Su Lingfeng used the loudspeaker to tell everyone not to fire, just to be on guard. Xiao De also opened the small iron gate, watching intently as the wolves emerged one by one to rejoin the pack. To his surprise, 11 wolves had gone in. To be precise, 12. Xiaowen had even killed one that had scratched her. The wolf attack was resolved so easily, leaving Su Lingfeng somewhat stunned. However, he only inquired about the truth the following morning. The soldiers who had gone hunting in the days leading up to the wedding were all puzzled by the unexpected appearance of the puppy. After all, they hadn't brought any puppies with them on their hunting trips. Furthermore, the puppies at the base are all about 3 months old and can already catch wild rabbits on their own. Guyu, however, suspects that Nicholas, who is rolling around and acting cute in front of her, is most likely the one who encountered a wolf cub and brought it back. When things got bad, it brought the wolf cub back, but Guyu just doesn't have proof. However, she can't say for sure it's Nicholas. It could also be one of those overly maternal female Alaskan Malamutes. After all, Nicholas is a male dog, and a male dog that has been purged. It's unlikely it would pick up a wolf cub and raise it. It wouldn't have such an overactive maternal instinct. The purpose of Su Lingfeng's meeting was to raise awareness among the soldiers. Judging from last night's assembly, some individuals had become less vigilant. Chu Hai and Su Lingfeng discussed it, and decided to resume training. There was already a military camp here, and they all lived in communal dormitories. Except for those who were married and had families, who could go home every night after get off work, others were no longer allowed to go out freely. When hunting, vigilance is crucial. Wolves, in large packs, have been confirmed to inhabit the mountains. Snakes are present. Su Lingfeng has encountered them. Bears are present. Xiao De and his men have seen feces and paw prints. The base's perimeter wall is not very sturdy. The 1st Battalion commander is leading a team in shifts to haul stones from the Gobi Desert and sand from the desert to mix with cement for wall construction. The 2nd Battalion commander is leading his men to re-erect utility poles and repair streetlights. The newly established computer operations team is working to get the base's surveillance system working properly. The 3rd Battalion commander is temporarily in charge of patrols and continuing the conversion of the airport terminal area into a hydroponic plantation. The battalions will rotate their duties every week. The weather is too hot. Everyone needs to adjust their sleep schedule, working in the mornings and evenings and resting in the afternoons and afternoons. Su Lingfeng planned that once the first batch of crops matured, the weather would be too cold to grow anything else. The airport terminal was also temporarily useless. Converting it entirely into a hydroponic plantation would be ideal. Chu Hai was primarily focused on the overall situation, while Su Lingfeng, along with Guyu, Xiao De, Xia Wenzhong, and Sun, went out to scout ahead. There were several small towns nearby, but they were likely deserted after the disaster. The area wasn't densely populated to begin with, and in the early stages of the disaster, it was like a fiery inferno. Wind turbines became useless, forcing everyone to evacuate. Later, the area was practically frozen solid. Even the Northwest Aerospace Base nearly collapsed. Fortunately, decades of previous efforts to control the situation had paid off. At least some large grain-producing areas survived. These areas naturally became large relief bases, and the people from the small towns were mostly evacuated. The aerospace bases are all enclosed, each with its own grain-producing base. This area was abandoned because it was too small. The area wasn't large enough for the rapidly developing aerospace base. After its construction, this place was practically used as a retirement home for the older employees. It was only 10 years ago, when the groundwater system malfunctioned, that it was completely abandoned. Unless there was an emergency requiring an emergency landing, the groundwater wouldn't have been discovered to have recovered. Su Lingfeng and his team analyzed that it might also be related to the weather. After periods of high temperatures, This area experiences almost constant snow and ice. The groundwater resources were significantly replenished, and since no one has damaged or used them, that's probably why it naturally recovered. Today's visit was just a preliminary exploration. We hadn't originally planned to bring Zhang Sun. He was the leader of the newly established computer operations team, which included family members. Su Lingfeng hadn't planned to bring Xie Wen along, mainly because she was currently in charge of the medical station. However, the couple insisted on coming along, mainly because while the food rations were decent, they couldn't compare to the food provided by Guyu, their mobile food bank. The Su family was well aware of the good things Su Lingfeng occasionally brought out. They ate and drank as usual, never revealing a word to outsiders. They never questioned the origin of the items, and Guyu got along well with them. However, Su Yuanchao and his son Su Xuanqin had a heavy smoking habit, which they had been struggling to control. When they arrived at the rescue base in the last major city, they traded potatoes for a bundle of tobacco, and the two learned to smoke. Hu Qiuxiao strongly disliked the smell of tobacco, and Su Xuanqin rarely smoked. Guyu's space contained a lot of cigarettes and alcohol, as well as a considerable number of e-cigarettes. Originally, both Su Yuanchao and Su Xuanqin were given e-cigarettes, but one day Guyu saw Su Yuanchao, who wasn't satisfied with e-cigarettes, sitting in the vegetable greenhouse smoking a pipe and coughing. Feeling sorry for him, Guyu gave her grandfather a pack of cigarettes. So, to please their son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter-in-law by providing them with cigarettes, the Su family father and son actively protected Guyu at home. Su Lingfeng also knew that it would be difficult for his grandfather to quit smoking after smoking for most of his life. He had to control the amount of cigarettes his grandfather smoked, and forbade him from smoking a pipe anymore. This was better than nothing, and Su Yuanchao and Su Xuanqin could only obey. Hu Qiuxiao, who wasn't good at managing the household, was now happy to relax and left everything to Guyu. Even Aunt Sun felt that the Su family was too good to Guyu. It seemed that she had never experienced any conflicts with her mother-in-law. Su Lingfeng, of course, knew the reason. Hu Qiuxiao wasn't good at managing things. There were also 3 generations of people, father, son, grandfather, and grandson, mediating between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. No wonder they argued. Chapter 120. Guyu was enjoying her life at the Su family home, and the Su family was reluctant to let her go with Su Lingfeng. After Xie Wen and Zhang Sun got married, there were no problems with the mother-in-law/daughter-in-law relationship. The two of them went out early and returned late, and the family members had their own way of getting along. They didn't dare to have children yet. What problems could there be? Coming out to see the world was more like a group of people going on a picnic and camping trip. Eating hot pot and drinking beer, with some barbecue in hand. Looking up at the sky, the stars were twinkling, and with a few close friends around, it was very pleasant. Sleeping during the day and traveling at night, they returned to their former selves. Those days of working together in Lifephone Kingdom, although difficult, at least they were still alive. In the deserted small county town, what they collected was more like collecting junk. Furniture and appliances were complete, and the supermarket had even more daily necessities. These were all things they didn't have time to move, and Guyu had plenty in her space, but hadn't collected them. After a week of traveling, the 5 of them returned in 5 trucks. Zhao De later started leading his men to go out in trucks to collect supplies. Each household now had good furniture and appliances, as well as a considerable amount of daily necessities. As the weather grew hotter, Su Lingfeng and his comrades harvested their grain, and everyone began to cook their own meals. While the soldiers still ate communal meals in the camp, Su Lingfeng, following Chu Hai's proposed distribution standards, and with Zhang Sun's explanation, began implementing the base's points-based welfare system. Everyone received their own salary, which was converted into points on their cards. Daily necessities and food supplies were obtained by redeeming these points. The communal meals were gone, and the system of more work, more pay was implemented. Originally, there weren't many people, apart from a few elderly people and children. Everyone else had their own jobs. Even Su Yuanchao could use his points card to buy snacks for Guyu every month, thanks to the success of his vegetable greenhouse plantation. It not only basically supplied the base's needs, but he also arranged for the surplus to be made into pickled vegetables, salted vegetables, and dried vegetables. The chickens started laying eggs, and the cows and sheep slowly began producing milk. With a steady supply of groundwater and snowmelt from the mountains, life became relatively comfortable even in the hottest days. The weather was very abnormal, so Su Lingfeng set up a radio station. It regularly broadcast news from all over the country. The outside weather was consistently hot, water was scarce, and even the food supply was in trouble. During the insect infestation, people started eating insects, digging 3 feet into the ground to catch rats. The insects were ground into powder and mixed with grain to make a paste, which the radio praised as a great invention, saying it had a meaty and fragrant taste. Rat meat mixed with starch became canned meat, which tasted alright. Everyone felt nauseous listening to this, and no one complained about the food at the Fingu base being unpalatable. At least it was corn, beans, buckwheat, and sorghum ground into powder, enough to fill our stomachs. Compared to canned rat meat, the base supplied fresh meat strips. The high temperatures lasted for more than half a year, and Su Lingfeng led everyone in working hard to build up the base. Although difficult, at least there were no casualties. The weather changed too quickly. One night it suddenly dropped from the 50s to the teens. When I woke up in the morning, it had dropped from the teens to below zero. The high temperature seamlessly transitioned into the low temperatures again, without warning, and with no chance of recovery. 2 days later, the snowmelt from the mountain stopped flowing, and snow was seen on the mountaintop again. Su Lingfeng and his men hadn't stopped going up the mountain. Seeing the situation, he ordered everyone to get to work immediately. They needed to clear the chimney, get the Kong, heated brick bed, lit, and be careful not to get the firewood wet in the high temperature. They took turns hunting in the mountains, collecting broken branches for firewood. Guyu also went up the mountain, collecting a considerable amount of the red pine, chestnut, and hazelnut trees that were already there. Those trees no longer bore fruit outside, and there were plenty of nuts in the space. The soldiers had encountered wolves quite a few times, and now most of them had been eliminated, with the rest driven into the deep mountains. About 3.5 months ago, Su Lingfeng and his men encountered a hunting party from the northwest base. Then, they divided the mountain area, hunting separately from Su Lingfeng and his group, keeping to themselves. The people from the northwest base hadn't expected Su Lingfeng to still be there, but they had no way to deal with him. The weapons in that armory are all in Guyu's spatial storage. The northwest base has the advantage in numbers, but in terms of strength, they are inferior to Su Lingfeng and his group. There's no need for war, and they might not even win. There are mountains behind the northwest base, so they haven't come here much since. The outer areas are almost devoid of prey, so Su Lingfeng led Guyu into the deep mountains. While considering their next move, they heard a bear's roar. Su Lingfeng knew something was wrong and grabbed Guyu, running away. He shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Run!" As it turned out, the bear was fast, and Guyu was already exhausted. She calmly pulled the frantic Su Lingfeng to a stop, panting heavily. The couple waited for the bear to approach, and Guyu performed a magic trick for Su Lingfeng, making the bear appear to come alive. Su Lingfeng instinctively tried to pull Guyu away, but watched helplessly as the bear vanished. Although he had seen this many times before, and Guyu handled it with ease, this was the first time he had experienced something so thrilling and exciting. Su Lingfeng instantly relaxed, and teased Guyu about why she hadn't taken in a few polar bears. Guyu told him that these animals couldn't be eaten, and they were already nearly extinct. Keeping them as pets required food. Although she didn't need to feed the rabbits and pheasants, they were still hers. She felt bad if they ate too much. The bear hadn't expected that chasing its prey would result in it becoming a pet. However, it was actually more comfortable than outside, with food, water, and stable weather. And it had 2 companions. He wondered if the 3 bears, being from different countries, could communicate. The other 2 were from the country of Lifeng, and this one spoke Mandarin. Guyu ignored the bear's plight, and the 2 of them quickly descended the mountain. Comrades were all asking on the walkie-talkie what was wrong. They heard the bear's roar and were asking if Su Lingfeng and his companion were alright. After Su Lingfeng had walked away, a man climbed down from the tree. It was Zhu Jun, the deputy director of the security department at the northwest base. He and his men had been hunting on another mountain, when he was chased by a bear and fled in panic. The bear, attracted by Su Lingfeng and his companion, chased after them, and Zhu Jun took the opportunity to climb the tree to rest. Su Lingfeng and his companion didn't notice Zhu Jun in the tree, but Zhu Jun had seen everything Guyu did. He witnessed Guyu's transformation into a live bear, and heard their conversation. Zhu Jun also knew what kind of treasure Guyu possessed that could hold animals. Moreover, her treasure was full of live animals, with extra to feed the bear. Once they were far away, Zhu Jun quickly slid down the tree, his eyes filled with a determined glint. Chapter 121. Su Lingfeng and his men needed to gather as many supplies as possible before the temperature completely dropped. Almost all the soldiers had gone out, and they found over 100 trucks in the nearby county town. They split up to transport supplies. Old furniture that was previously unwanted in the small county town could be used as firewood. Now all of that could be brought back, along with a considerable amount of dead trees and coal that some households hadn't taken. They went hunting in the mountains to gather more firewood. Chu Hai had encountered a coal mine in a city on the way. He would take more people to exchange it for sweet potato flour. Su Lingfeng was worried and sent Zhao De with him. Zhang Sun and Xiaowen stayed home. Xiaowen was going to take the people from the medical station to prepare some traditional Chinese medicine pills for colds, fevers, and chills. Guyu had planted many medicinal herbs in her space, which Xiaowen had prepared when he had free time. Now all that was needed was to prepare them. The Western medicines in Guyu's space were non-renewable resources and could not be used indefinitely. It would be better to let traditional Chinese medicine work. It can be grown in large quantities in this space, so there's no fear of it being useless. Guyu hasn't been feeling well these past 2 days, so Su Lingfeng hasn't taken her out for walks. Hu Qiuxia has been busy serving Guyu tea and water, making soup and cooking meals. Guyu feels like a national treasure. However, Hu Qiuxia, unusually, hasn't called Xiaowen to come and check on her, and has even told Guyu not to take any medicine without consulting a doctor. Guyu also thinks she's fine. It's probably just a cold from the rapidly changing weather these past few days. She hasn't taken any medicine without consulting a doctor, nor has she seriously gone to see Xiaowen. On the morning of the 3rd day after Su Lingfeng left, Hu Qiuxia cooked porridge and brought it to Guyu, only to find her gone. They searched the entire base and home, but the person had vanished. Su Lingfeng only received news 4 days later. Nix had finally followed the scent to a tunnel under the wall. However, after only 3 meters into the tunnel, they found only one of Guyu's shoes. Beyond that was the Gobi Desert. Nix was completely lost. Guyu was confirmed missing, likely kidnapped. The kidnapper was very familiar with the area. This secret tunnel wasn't recently dug, but rather something originally dug for self-defense. It could serve as a secret escape route in case of emergency, with extremely high concealment. The soldiers responsible for repairing the wall and their families felt guilty, but Su Lingfeng knew it must be a well-trained person. At least the Su family hadn't noticed his infiltration, and Guyu hadn't struggled much. Su Lingfeng was certain this person was a former high-ranking security guard at the base. This secret escape route wasn't known to everyone. Su Lingfeng was certain the person who kidnapped Guyu was from the Northwest Aerospace Base. He was at least a high-ranking cadre, holding a very high position even 10 years ago. Then why did he kidnap Guyu? Su Lingfeng decided to wait calmly. If the higher-ups at the Northwest Base wanted to use Guyu to obtain something, they would naturally make demands. If not, then Guyu's spatial ability might have been exposed, meaning Guyu's life wasn't in danger. But when he returned to the Su family home, Hu Qiuxia burst into tears, feeling ashamed. Su Lingfeng was completely bewildered, and could only patiently ask his mother what was wrong. Hu Qiuxia cried, "Guyu is pregnant. She must be pregnant. Her period is about a week late." Su Lingfeng was stunned. "Pregnant? What did you do to get her pregnant?" "We took precautions." Hu Qiuxia burst into tears again, leaving even Su Xuanqin, who was standing nearby, somewhat dumbfounded. He also made Hu Qiuxia explain herself. Hu Qiuxia sobbed as she answered, "I saw that the situation was stable, and the family was all together. I was thinking that I could have a grandson or granddaughter. So I could be a grandmother, and Dad could be a great-grandfather. So, while they were out, I used a needle to prick all the condoms in their room. I replaced Guyu's birth control pills with folic acid tablets. Her period hadn't come for the past few days, and she seemed particularly listless. I wondered if she was pregnant. But before I could even ask Xiaowen to confirm, she was kidnapped." Lingfeng. Mom was wrong. What if she really is pregnant? Su Lingfeng was speechless. This mother's actions were always unpredictable, leaving him truly helpless. At this time of year, the weather was unpredictable. The heat could kill you, and the cold could freeze you to death. In this area, sandstorms, torrential rain, hail, and heavy snow were endless. He's already struggling to keep so many people alive. They all had children, and he doesn't even know how they raised them. The weather changes so quickly. Recently, almost all the children and elderly people have had problems. Xiaowendu said this natural disaster is especially detrimental to children and the elderly, particularly infants. Now, mothers are endangered during childbirth, and even if the child is born, they might not survive. Su Lingfeng sighed and said, "Don't overthink it. Maybe Guyu isn't pregnant. Even if she is, I can't find her right now. We talk about it when I do. You don't really love her. In this apocalyptic world of natural and man-made disasters, you're still thinking about having a grandchild? Have you considered how to give birth in minus 70 degrees Celsius? How to raise a child in 50 or 60 degrees Celsius? How can an infant survive in freezing temperatures or unbearable heat without getting sick? I'm not even talking about earthquakes, sandstorms, torrential rain, hail, tornadoes, tsunamis, typhoons, and stuff like that. After finishing his speech, Su Lingfeng wearily returned to his room. Hu Qiuxia, holding Su Xuanqin, broke down in tears. She hadn't really thought about these things. She simply felt things were stable now, and she wanted a grandchild to comfort her soul. But she hadn't considered how the child would live. They were already barely surviving. Were they to let the next generation suffer as well? Even Su Yuanchao felt that his daughter-in-law hadn't thought things through seriously, and had acted recklessly. The elderly had lived a long life, and naturally knew that humanity was paying the price for its past wanton pollution of the environment. Now, their deaths were a kind of gain. After all, they had enjoyed the pleasures of life. But Su Lingfeng's generation was already facing increasingly difficult times ahead. Wouldn't the next generation only face suffering? If they could survive the natural disaster, there would be better days. But if Blue Star was like this, how would they survive? Hu Qiuxia had a smooth life. Apart from her child, she had hardly suffered any hardship. When the natural disaster struck, she had Su Xuanqin's protection. Back in Haishur, she had her brother's protection. Seeing his brother on the verge of death, his son reappeared. Although he suffered greatly on the way here with Chu Hai and the others, he had Su Xuanqin's protection and the special care the soldiers gave his family. Hu Qiuxia still didn't quite understand the hardships of this apocalypse. Simply because she liked children, she orchestrated Gu Yu's unexpected pregnancy to give her a grandson. Even at this moment, she felt the child's arrival was ill-timed, without considering what Gu Yu had gone through. She didn't even know if Gu Yu could protect herself, let alone experience early pregnancy symptoms. Chapter 122. Gu Yu actually knew someone had broken into her room, but strangely, her reaction was a beat slower than usual. Then she was drugged and woke up in an unfamiliar place. Gu Yu looked around the strange room. There was only a bed, a wardrobe, 2 bedside tables, and a chair. Everything else was gone. Gu Yu wasn't tied up, and woke up naturally in bed. She felt her clothes and pants. They were neatly arranged. Even the shoes her captor had carefully removed from beside the bed. Gu Yu looked at the room, and felt she was in some kind of rescue base. There was no decoration, except for a fresh coat of paint. The entire room had no windows. She had no way of seeing outside. Gu Yu tried to open the door, but as expected, it was locked from the outside. Gu Yu was terrified in the unfamiliar environment, but she knew she absolutely couldn't enter the spatial dimension. The Stormy Seas base wasn't heavily guarded, but infiltrating it wouldn't be easy. He even managed to pinpoint her room, abduct her, and escape the base safely. This person was not only bold and meticulous, but also quite capable. She just didn't know his purpose in abducting her. However, Gu Yu found no clues in the room. And after 3 days, no one came to pay attention to Gu Yu. Gu Yu also refrained from entering her spatial dimension for 3 days, nor did she take out any food or water. There was no toilet in the room, just a small area separated by a curtain. There was a wooden tub inside, where she could relieve herself. Gu Yu gritted her teeth and refused to go into her spatial dimension to use the toilet, overcoming her germophobia and relieving herself in the tub. 3 days later, the room smelled terrible. Gu Yu, who had been diligently showering, washing her hair, and changing clothes every day, now felt incredibly smelly herself. On the 3rd night, Gu Yu lay in bed, lost in thought, when finally, the doorbell rang. A tall man entered, followed by a woman who began cleaning. The man roughly grabbed Gu Yu's hair, dragged her out, and threw her onto a sofa, not even letting her put on her shoes. Gu Yu, lying on the sofa, immediately recognized the man, Zhu Jun, a deputy director of the security department at the Northwest base. He was one of the leaders, who had given them a warm welcome when they first arrived at the Northwest base. As for why Gu Yu remembered him so vividly, it was purely because of his tall stature and fierce appearance. He was the kind of person who looked menacing. If Gu Yu were a criminal, she wouldn't dare look him in the eye during interrogation. Zhang Sun had even joked with her that if he were a murderer, there would be no need for interrogation. He looked like one. His tall stature gave off a sense of oppression, and that's why Gu Yu remembered him so vividly. The main reason was Zhang Sun. Even after shaking hands with him and teasing him, he wouldn't laugh. Zhu Jun hadn't expected that Gu Yu, even after being held captive for 3 or 4 days, would still be so absent-minded, even laughing as if she remembered something funny through him. The woman quickly cleaned up and hurriedly left. During this time, Zhu Jun kept watching Gu Yu without saying a word or making any further moves. Gu Yu ignored him, shrinking into herself on the sofa without uttering a sound. The sound of the woman leaving and closing the door broke the silence. Zhu Jun's opening words were like a bombshell. Your space can only hold animals. Can't you go in? Is there water inside? Is there a planting function? Otherwise, what will the animals eat and drink? If there's air, why can't people go in? Are you refraining from drinking water and eating because your space can't accommodate you? Or are you afraid of being exposed? Logically, you shouldn't know there are cameras inside, right? Guyu remained silent, neither flustered nor flustered. She didn't understand how Zhu Jun knew about the space, but she kept her composure and chose not to say a word. Zhu Jun continued, I don't actually read novels. But the other day, I was chased by a bear all over the mountain, and I barely managed to escape by climbing a tree. But you gave me a surprise. I actually saw amazing magic. You have some kind of Longhorn blessed land, which even has the function of raising animals. I couldn't sleep at night after I got back, until one of my subordinates gave me a book. They said reading it for a while would help me fall asleep, but I haven't slept well for days. I know, you have a space. A space from a novel? The so-called standard feature in post-apocalyptic novels. Some people's spaces are practically mini-worlds, capable of holding a lot of resources, planting crops, and raising animals. You possess a space? I desperately want one. It's your turn. I stole the original topographical map. I used to be the head of the security department there, and I know there's a secret escape tunnel. Unfortunately, that tunnel was abandoned after only 3 meters of digging. But even the heavens weren't on my side. The weather changed as soon as I got there. I braved the cold and secretly observed for several days before figuring out your location. I discovered that Su Lingfeng and his men were actively preparing winter supplies. I was almost ecstatic when I heard they were going hunting. I patiently waited until they were far away before making my move. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Now it's frozen outside, and I have a long wait ahead of me. Guyu, shall we have a contest? Let's see if my methods are more sophisticated, or if your tongue is tighter. Either cooperate obediently with me, or find a way to hand over your space to me. I read quite a few novels about space-themed things. What kind of carriers are these? Like jade pendants or gemstones? If you die, will the space automatically detach? And I have to bind it to you with my blood? Guyu looked at Zhu Jun, who was becoming increasingly frantic, and was speechless. This guy wanted the space, but also wanted to kill her. And he wanted her to cooperate obediently. How? Tell him what the carrier of the space was. Hand it over, let him kill her? Get the space? Was she stupid or insane? Guyu's silence calmed Zhu Jun down a bit, and he started to soften his tone again. What's in your space? I won't kill you. You want to cooperate with me? We have a black market here. We can go there to get food to trade for things. What do you want? Food is very valuable now. That bear you put in your space can be exchanged for gold as heavy as the bear. Especially its fat and flesh, and its hide. Give it to me. I exchange it for gold? Or jewelry. And lots of other animals, right? I exchange them all for gold and jewelry. Those things aren't worth much now, are they? I can even exchange them at other bases. Lots of wealthy people have come to the Beijing rescue base. The black market is booming lately. Guyu remained silent, watching Zhu Jun as he fantasized about living a life of wealth and luxury. She was unmoved by his rambling, until Zhu Jun, hoarse from talking, grabbed her by the neck. Chapter 123. Even with her neck being choked, Guyu didn't struggle. She had considered this from the beginning. Zhu Jun wouldn't harm her before obtaining the space. Because of her habits, she had never worn jewelry, let alone jade pendants or bracelets. She didn't even wear earrings, even though such things were piled up like mountains in her space. Zhu Jun wouldn't dare risk killing Guyu before finding what he thought was the space's vessel. He had gone to great lengths to obtain the space. Killing Guyu now would be a net loss. Guyu knew that now she and Zhu Jun were competing in patience and perseverance. No matter what Zhu Jun did, Guyu had to grit her teeth and endure it, or she would lose. Seeing that he was about to suffocate Guyu, and she still didn't move, he could only release Guyu in utter disappointment, tossing her onto the sofa like a doll, and then turned and left. Guyu touched her neck and slowly sat up. Leaning against the sofa, she gasped for breath, trying to calm herself. Although she was gambling that Zhu Jun wouldn't dare kill her, she couldn't help feeling afraid. However, she concealed it well, and Zhu Jun, in his agitation, didn't notice. After resting for a while, Guyu struggled to her feet, went into her room, and put on her shoes. The floor was cold, the house had heating, but the floor was still a bit chilly. There was water on the table in the living room, and Guyu, ignoring the temperature, slowly began to drink. Holding her glass, she looked around. The living room was simply decorated. A set of 1 long and 2 short sofas, a large round table, 8 chairs, and several cabinets for different purposes. It seemed Ju Jun was living comfortably. Ordinary homes wouldn't have this much solid wood furniture, let alone all the appliances and furniture here. There was a television in the living room, and a laptop on the coffee table. Guyu looked closely. It was broadcasting live footage from the room where she had initially been. Guyu specifically checked. She couldn't see anything behind the curtain in the corner. She switched to other rooms, but none showed any footage, so it seemed the surveillance in this room was temporary. Ju Jun was probably trying to see how she entered the space, whether she could solve her basic needs, whether she could disappear using the space, or whether she could escape. Regardless of the outcome, it would demonstrate the use of the space. Even if Guyu could escape using the space, it would expose it, making Ju Jun even more relentless. He was still hoping to obtain the space independently, and if he found himself powerless, he would seek help from others. Guyu was even more afraid that he would tell someone with higher authority about the space. Then, the people at the Fengyu Tongzhou base would likely be powerless to resist. These were Guyu's deepest fears, except becoming an experimental subject in the laboratory. Harming Su Lingfeng, and even everyone at the Fengyu Tongzhou base, was the outcome Guyu feared most. After all, everyone else was innocent, even if they had once benefited from the space. Guyu tried opening the balcony windows in the living room, but they wouldn't open. The kitchen and bathroom windows were the same. Guyu tried opening the door, but it was locked from the inside. She definitely couldn't escape. Since escape was impossible, Guyu went into the kitchen, boiled some water, and used the meat from the refrigerator to make a small bowl of noodles. Ju Jun's family was quite well off. They had rice, noodles, instant noodles, dried noodles, and so on. The refrigerator contained meat, chicken, and a considerable amount of dried meat. After eating the noodles, Guyu felt capable again. She hadn't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days, so she was already quite exhausted. Now she was getting ready to sleep. There was no escaping it for the time being anyway. Guyu didn't feel anything unusual about her body, just a bit sleepy and listless. Unfortunately, she had barely fallen asleep when Ju Jun rushed in, bringing a set of clothes for Guyu to change into. He then put a wig on her, and Guyu felt as if he had completely transformed her appearance. Then Ju Jun placed Guyu on the bed, bound her hands and feet, and gave her a small pill. The pill dissolved instantly in her mouth, and Guyu realized she had become mute. Just as Ju Jun finished doing all this, someone knocked on the door. Ju Jun politely invited the person in. The visitor said bluntly, "Deputy Director Zhu, I think your security department has gone a bit too far. You brought in a stranger without reporting it? No population information recorded? If someone hadn't reported it, we wouldn't have noticed. This makes our work very difficult." Ju Jun hurriedly explained, "Sir, I can't really say that. Didn't I just explain? I found her while hunting. She had a fever and a sore throat, so she couldn't speak. I was so focused on saving her life that I didn't report it. Besides, if she hadn't survived, there would have been no point in going through all that trouble. Didn't we report the person we found in the desert last time after saving her?" Mentioning that person, the leader touched his nose somewhat guiltily and said, "How could you save her if you didn't take her to the hospital? She was a woman, wasn't she? Your wife died, and you wanted to keep her for yourself?" Ju Jun honestly nodded and said, "I live alone with no one to take care of me. I finally found a woman, of course I keep her safe. Last time, that girl who ended up in the hospital became your wife, didn't she? Even our section chief didn't get to have her." The leader cleared his throat, looking at the others who were trying to suppress their laughter, and went straight into the bedroom. Guyu lay on the bed, pale-faced, with a damp towel on her head. Her face had an unnatural flush. She definitely looked like she had a high fever. The leader turned and left the bedroom. While no one was looking, Ju Jun slipped something into the leader's hand. The leader touched the item, somewhat awkwardly saying, "I let it go this time, but don't let it happen again. You have to understand me. As the leader of the population inspection team, I can't turn a blind eye to everything. This base is in chaos right now. So many people have come from the Beijing rescue base. This place used to be almost completely closed off, but suddenly so many people have arrived, making things very difficult for us. Especially you people from the security department, you should be helping us, not breaking the law. Once she's better, go and register her personal information." I wonder where he came from. Ju Jun bowed and scraped as he dealt with the man, then closed the door, his face darkening. "Lu Yang, you bastard. You snatched the person I picked up when I took them to the hospital. And now you're giving me that official airs? Once I get my hands on the space, I crawl all over you and shit on your head. Who is so nosy as to report this? I kill him if I find out. He made me lose a gold ring. Guyu couldn't move or speak, and could only watch helplessly as her chance to escape slipped away. She knew Zhu Jun wouldn't give her a chance to ask for help, and that so-called leader was just there to ask for favors. They had clearly gotten what they wanted, and left with those bureaucratic platitudes. Chapter 124. After the man named Liang led his team away, Zhu Jun untied Guyu. He found some clothes in another bedroom, and threw them on the bed, ordering Guyu to wash herself. He said she smelled a bit unpleasant. Guyu discovered she still couldn't make a sound. Zhu Jun, somewhat impatient, went to the living room to smoke. Guyu was still hesitating whether to take a shower. Her face felt sticky, as if Zhu Jun had applied something to it. After a while, Zhu Jun knocked on the door. Receiving no response, he continued, I won't make things difficult for you. And don't even think about escaping. I'm going out for a bit. You stay put? I have food and drink at home. After he left, Guyu checked again. The doors and windows were locked, and the front door was locked from the inside. She couldn't escape. Guyu was conflicted. She wondered how worried Su Lingfeng and his family would be if she disappeared. Would Su Lingfeng come to rescue her? She was torn, hoping for his help but also afraid of putting him in danger. Outside, the wind was biting, and the temperature had dropped considerably. Guyu was also worried about Su Lingfeng's safety on the journey. Getting into the northwest base wouldn't be easy. Guyu hadn't had a chance to escape, and was still lost in thought. Su Lingfeng, however, had set off. After 2 days of no movement, he knew Guyu was in someone's hands. It was probably someone who suspected she possessed a spatial ability, but he didn't know who it was. Su Lingfeng hadn't been idle these past 2 days, checking everyone in the base to confirm it wasn't one of his own. In the monitoring center, Zhang Sun checked all the cameras in the base, and finally spotted a figure. Having figured out his movements, Zhang Sun noticed a black mole at the corner of his eye, based on a glimpse of it. Su Lingfeng only needs to find someone with a black mole near their eye at the northwest base to find a clue to Guyu. This time, Su Lingfeng went alone. He infiltrated the northwest base to find his wife. This was a private matter, and he didn't want to involve anyone. Zhao De was mature and steady, but too soft-hearted and too good-natured. Zhang Sun was stubborn and cunning. The two of them, along with Chu Hai, could definitely manage the Fengyu Tongzhou base well. Xiaowen and Zhang Sun were married, and the infirmary couldn't function without her. This search for Guyu would likely take a long time, and Su Lingfeng felt that only by acting alone could he maintain the base's basic operations. Disguised, Su Lingfeng managed to sneak into the northwest base alone. His points card indicated he was currently being sent from the Beijing rescue base. He found this card while hunting. Its owner was probably already dead. The brothers had found many such cards, some in the mountains, others in cities searching for supplies. Zhang Sun used computer technology to transfer points from several other cards to this one. He didn't dare transfer too many, since none of them were particularly outstanding and unlikely to earn many points. Su Lingfeng bid farewell to his comrades and family, instructing them to protect their homeland well. They absolutely must not accept any survivors. Without Guyu's spatial storage, the base's food supply shouldn't be a major problem. However, the population base couldn't change too much. They had to maintain the status quo. The hydroponic plantation converted from the terminal building was now basically a success. The dwarf corn and hydroponic rice grown there were very successful. Su Lingfeng was still very confident in the base's food supply. The weather was changing too quickly. Aside from his forced departure, it seemed unlikely anyone else would come. Su Lingfeng risked infiltrating the northwest base to find his wife, while Guyu was also plotting her escape. Once she left this place, she would live in her spatial dimension for a year. Of course, the prerequisite was killing Zhu Jun. The disparity in their strength was too great. Guyu had indeed trained, but Zhu Jun was no pushover. Guyu had experienced his strength before. When he grabbed her hair, she had no ability to resist. Guyu first went into the bathroom, locking the door and carefully checking to make sure there were no hidden cameras. She then carefully drew the shower curtain, turning on the shower on the floor, the steam instantly filling the bathroom with a hazy warmth. Only then did Guyu enter her spatial dimension. She was there to find weapons. First, she prepared a dagger, a pistol she knew how to use, a sleeping pill, and a bottle of sleeping pills. She took a shower in the spatial dimension, washing away her disguise. Guyu changed into her own clothes inside the space, then put on the clothes Zhu Jun had provided. It was a set of cotton pajamas, shaped like a caterpillar, somewhat childlike. After drying her hair outside the space, Guyu took a few nutritional pills. This body, despite being nurtured for so long, was still too weak. She felt she hadn't fully recovered. Guyu was also helpless. With such a weak body, even her best abilities couldn't be fully utilized. Zhu Jun hadn't returned for several days, and Guyu's life remained regular. Anyway, she had food and drink, and there was no escaping it. Su Lingfeng also successfully entered the northwest base, which was rather crowded. They had specifically implemented 2 sets of point redemption policies. The original core area was not open to the public. All researchers and their families in the core area enjoyed special treatment. They are awarded points based on their job rank, which allows them to live in the core area. There's a supermarket where goods can be exchanged. Outside the core area was originally a residential area with fields, an artificial lake, vegetable greenhouses, and hydroponics cultivation bases. These places provide jobs and also supply cleaning and nanny services to the core area. Dean Sun and other administrative staff, who initially thought they would be highly valued, ended up living here. They lost their high-ranking positions and had to bow their heads and work to support their families. Dean Sun fell ill in anger, and his granddaughter, Sun Linlin, whom he had doted on for over 20 years, finally saw reality. She married a researcher who was a sycophant who pursued her, and incidentally brought her grandfather into the core area. Qian Manman was also placed in the core area upon entering, initially believing her grandfather held a high position of power. But the result was the same. Qian Manman was also forced to marry her grandfather's former student, now a minor leader, becoming his second wife. Su Lingfeng and his colleagues weren't qualified to enter the core area. The jobs posted there were highly sought after. He hadn't encountered anyone acquainted with the cardholder yet. It was winter, and everyone was bundled up, so Su Lingfeng wasn't particularly worried about being spotted. Those outside the core area needed to go out to work. There were cities a couple hundred kilometers away. Those areas were suitable for scavengers, and behind them were mountains suitable for hunters. It was said that a wild rabbit could be exchanged for the points needed for about a week's accommodation at the base. But unfortunately, the mountains also caused many to go in and never come out. The mountains behind weren't very productive, and they dared not venture into the deeper mountains. Hunters also went to the mountains that Su Lingfeng and his group frequented. The owner of this points card was one of those hunters who hadn't ventured out. Chapter 125. Su Lingfeng knew that Guyu had likely been captured and taken to the core area, so he was constantly trying to find a way in. Unfortunately, jobs were hard to find there, and he didn't have any special methods. Guyu ate and drank as usual at Zhu Jun's house, but she couldn't escape. Su Lingfeng pretended to hunt in the mountains with some hunters to make a living while looking for an opportunity to enter the core area. Until one day, Zhu Jun suddenly returned. He dragged Guyu into the room. He pressed her in front of the mirror and started working on her, until her face was completely transformed. Zhu Jun looked Guyu up and down with satisfaction, then went straight to the master bedroom and took out a long down jacket. Without letting Guyu take off her pajamas, he put the down jacket on her. The down jacket instantly covered Guyu from head to toe. Zhu Jun then took out a pair of military boots and made Guyu put them on, then dragged her out the door. The down jacket was pulled up to her face. With the hood up, only Guyu's eyes were visible. Zhu Jun unceremoniously dragged Guyu into the office building of the northwest base. He pulled her into a room and shouted, "Bai Lu! Come out and register." Guyu was stunned when she saw the person who came out of the inner room. It was none other than Bai Lu, whom she had abandoned in the desert to fend for herself. She was wearing only a tight-fitting sweater dress in the warm room, which outlined her graceful figure. Bai Lu was quite well endowed. Zhu Jun couldn't help but swallow. Bai Lu looked at Zhu Jun with a smile. "Brother Zhu, you're here? My Li Yang said you picked up another mute woman? Your fever's gone down? You come to register?" Zhu Jun looked at Bai Lu with some annoyance. "Yeah. I'm lucky. I picked you up back then, but you weren't properly cared for in the hospital before someone seduced you. Now I picked up another one, younger than you, right? And a decent figure too. And not noisy at all." Bai Lu rolled her eyes at Zhu Jun. "Brother Zhu saved my life. It's not like I don't repay you. Is it necessary to keep saying it? My Li Yang got a tip and let you go, didn't he? That's repaying your favor, so I won't make things difficult for you. I register her identity. That's repaying your life-saving grace, okay?" Zhu Jun gave a sarcastic smile and didn't continue. Bai Lu breathed a sigh of relief and swayed as she sat down at the computer to start working. Guyu listened calmly to their conversation and confirmed one thing. She had thrown Bai Lu into the desert, and somehow Zhu Jun had saved her. While Bai Lu was recovering, she had seduced Lu Yang, who held a higher official position and more power. She dumped her savior Zhu Jun. Thinking back to Lu Yang's face that day and comparing it to Zhu Jun's, Bai Lu probably didn't choose him based on looks, but rather on power. The fact that Lu Yang could work there meant he must have some ability. Since Bai Lu didn't make things difficult, Gu Yu smoothly registered her identity information, unable to utter a single word throughout the process. Even if she could speak, she wouldn't dare ask Bai Lu for help. Wouldn't that be walking into the lion's den? Gu Yu showed her face for a photo, and while Bai Lu was entering it into the computer, she remarked that Gu Yu's eyes looked familiar, jokingly saying that Zhu Jun had found a beautiful wife. Zhu Jun, of course, was unaware of their deep-seated feud. He simply accepted the completed identity document and base points card, preparing to take Gu Yu back. Lu Yang entered unnoticed, and in front of Zhu Jun and Gu Yu, he slipped his hand inside Bai Lu's v-neckline. Gu Yu felt nauseous watching him grope Bai Lu so greasily. Lu Yang invited Zhu Jun. Anything planned for tonight? Come to the dance upstairs. Let everyone see your new wife. She needs to be out in public, not hidden away at home. We're all registered, the relationship is official, no one can take her away. Zhu Jun was reluctant. She's not feeling well, let's wait a while. Lu Yang casually added, tonight, young Master Zhou is hosting, he's going to have 2 rounds. Don't you want to go check it out? Zhu Jun's heart skipped a beat, but he nonchalantly replied, sure, what time? I take her back to change. Gu Yu saw a flash of disgust in Bai Lu's eyes, and didn't understand why she reacted this way. It wasn't because of Lu Yang's groping, she seemed used to his touch. Who is young Master Zhou? There wasn't a leader with the surname Zhou among those who came to the Northwest base last time. Zhu Jun pulled Gu Yu back home again, shoved her onto the bed, and looked down at her, saying, young Master Zhou is the nephew of the Deputy Base Commander of the Northwest Base. The Deputy Base Commander lost his only daughter and his wife. He brought his nephew here to inherit the family business, and I have to curry favor with him. Don't even think about tripping me up, I'm not afraid. Young Master Zhou likes to play tricks. He can torture people to the point of wanting to die. That idiot Bai Lu only hooked up with him once, and she was in the hospital for half a month before she could get out of bed. Otherwise, where do you think she got her job? The base commander's second daughter is engaged to young Master Zhou, and tonight, I have to go earn some pocket money. Young Master Zhou is a gambler, not very good, but addicted. Don't wander off, or I can't protect you if something happens. Gu Yu couldn't speak, only obediently nodding. Of course, she knew she couldn't just ask anyone for help. After all, she couldn't speak, she didn't know anyone at the Northwest base, and besides, there was Bai Lu, whom she deeply resented here. But there would always be a chance to get out. Even if she found a secluded corner and staged a magical transformation, hiding in her spatial dimension for months or even years, that would be fine. The key was not to do it in front of anyone, and to be careful of the surveillance cameras at the Northwest base. At least there were some in this building, and in the office she had just visited. The ball had food and drinks, and Zhu Jun took out several dresses from the master bedroom wardrobe for Gu Yu to choose from. He skillfully applied makeup to Gu Yu's face. After a while, Gu Yu's appearance in the mirror was still unfamiliar, but her makeup was quite refined. Zhu Jun concealed 50% of Gu Yu's beauty, but her eyes were large and lively, her nose high but narrow, her lips delicate, and her face small and exquisite. Even with Zhu Jun's superb makeup skills, he didn't have all the necessary tools. Making Gu Yu look somewhat different from herself was already the limit, turning her into an ugly woman was a bit too difficult. In the end, he could only add a few freckles to her cheeks, which was enough to make her look less conspicuous. When it was almost time, Zhu Jun dragged Gu Yu out. They went straight to the top floor of the office building, where it was already filled with laughter and chatter. Those who had arrived earlier were clinking glasses with champagne. Gu Yu hadn't seen anything like this since the natural disaster. She recalled the impressive reception they had received during their first visit to the base. Gu Yu couldn't help but sigh, the leaders really know how to have fun. From the outside, the Northwest base doesn't look wealthy, but this scene proves that the Northwest base still has substance. Chapter 126. The arrival of Zhu Jun and Gu Yu didn't attract much attention. Zhu Jun wasn't a high-ranking officer in the base, so apart from a few people greeting him, no one paid him any attention. Zhu Jun dragged Gu Yu to Lu Yang's side. Lu Yang glanced at Gu Yu, instructed by Lu to take care of her, and said they would go join the women's room for socializing. She took Zhu Jun to another room. After Zhu Jun and Lu Yang left, Bai Lu said to Gu Yu, "First time socializing, right? Let me take you to find some people to play with." With that, Bai Lu led Gu Yu into another room, which was full of women. Bai Lu skillfully greeted everyone with a glass of champagne and introduced Gu Yu as Zhu Jun's new wife. Upon learning that Gu Yu was mute, everyone lost interest. Gu Yu, holding a glass of champagne, watched Bai Lu chatting and laughing among the ladies, feeling a little dazed. Back in France, hadn't they been just like this? At company annual meetings or cocktail parties, Bai Lu was always like this, like a butterfly flitting among different leaders. Gu Yu felt as if he had returned to before the natural disaster, watching Bai Lu handle things with the same ease. After a while, Gu Yu was pulled aside by Bai Lu. The women had their own games. The men had all gone to gamble, and the women's games officially began. A group of male waiters were pulled into the room and lined up. A host came over and said, "Numbers 1 to 9, please place your bets." Gu Yu looked at the women, bewildered, holding a glass of champagne, surveying the 9 male waiters. After a while, a girl slipped her number tag into the shirt of number 1. The male waiter immediately took off one of his shirts. A girl came over and stuffed the number tag into number 4's shirt, and number 4 immediately took off his jacket as well. This continued until all the waiters were wearing only vests. The women started to laugh. "I told you, number 1 looks skinny, but he's actually got some muscle." Another voice rang out, "We're comparing muscles, he's all lean. Look at number 6, that's real muscle." A plump woman came over, and she arrogantly said, "All right. I pay for the rest. Let them all take their clothes off. Let's compare all the boys." The waiters obediently wore only underwear, their muscular bodies exposed. The women exaggeratedly touched and groped the boys, while the male waiters stood still and let the women touch them. Bai Lu, without showing any emotion, pulled Gu Yu aside and forced a smile. Secretly, she explained to Gu Yu that this was a game. The wealthy women, having nothing better to do and unsatisfied in certain areas, could only indulge in sensual pleasures. Of course, some did enjoy it. Several divorced or widowed wealthy women frequently used this method to select partners for a one-night stand. The men at the base received relatively high wages for participating in these activities. This led to the emergence of people who specialized in this activity, the hosts on stage. They selected tall, healthy men from the Northwest base or other rescue centers to win the favor of the wealthy women. Don't be fooled by the small card filled with points. An anonymous points card contained the equivalent of an average person's annual salary. The married wealthy women were hesitant to go too far, but the widowed or divorced ones had far fewer reservations. Bai Lu was too afraid to play. Lu Yang would kill her. She also pulled Gu Yu away, preventing her from getting involved. She warned her, "You can't join either. Everyone knows Zhu Jun is petty. He picked you up, don't make him angry." Gu Yu listened to Bai Lu's words, a sense of nostalgia washing over her. They used to talk like this when they were little. Bai Lu always warned Gu Yu not to play with older boys, saying they would bully him. Unfortunately, Gu Yu had already experienced the frost's descent and had never been bullied by boys. Back then, Gu Yu thought Bai Lu was very considerate, so even though they had been separated for several years, when they met again, Gu Yu truly considered Bai Lu her best friend. After the natural disaster in her previous life, Bai Lu abandoned her, and Gu Yu was heartbroken. Now, it seems that Bai Lu's concern was more of a tool to show her sincerity. Only when you believe she genuinely cares for you will you trust her. And you might be used by her. Gu Yu believed Bai Lu probably wanted something from Gu Yu or Zhu Jun. Taking advantage of Bai Lu's relaxed state, Gu Yu said she needed to use the restroom, but actually, she wanted to find a place to hide so no one could find her. This was Gu Yu's only chance to get here. If she stayed with Zhu Jun any longer, Gu Yu suspected he wouldn't be able to control himself. Just as she reached a corner, Gu Yu was suddenly touched, and a note was slipped into her hand. Hidden in the restroom, Gu Yu was surprised to find that the handwriting on the note was Su Lingfeng's. Su Lingfeng told her to meet him quietly downstairs. Gu Yu quickly ran downstairs, only to be dragged into one of the rooms. Just as Gu Yu was about to scream, she realized that the person who pulled her in was none other than Su Lingfeng. Su Lingfeng held Gu Yu and whispered in her ear, "How are you?" Gu Yu gestured strangely, "I'm like this, and you still recognize me?" Su Lingfeng answered her question, "No matter how your eyes change, I can still recognize you." "Enough with the nonsense, I'm working as a waiter here." Seeing Gu Yu's strange look, he waved his hand and said, "What are you thinking? I'm a proper waiter. Not the kind you see. Listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you. I can't get into the core area, and you probably can't get out either. There's a car downstairs with a license plate that looks like. Try to get into the trunk of that car, there's something inside. A large wooden crate. It's full of waiter uniforms. We're all temporary waiters, and the uniforms all need to be collected. Once you go in, you enter the space directly. When will I knock on the crate? When will you come out? I won't just knock randomly. Our agreed upon signal is 3 knocks, 1 pause, 2 more knocks, 1 more pause, then 3 more knocks, understand? The person who kidnapped you is Yu Jun, right? I have to take care of him. I'm afraid he exposed your space. I'm wondering, how did he know about your space? Was it for that he kidnapped you? Gu Yu nodded, indicating that her throat was sore. Su Lingfeng said, I noticed. You didn't say a word the whole time tonight. At first, I thought you were deliberately silent because you were afraid Bai Lu would recognize your voice. But then I realized that wasn't the case. You must have a problem with your throat, otherwise why didn't you call for help? Never mind, we can deal with that later. Right now, I need to find a way to catch Yu Jun. This guy is too much of a threat to us. I can't let him get desperate and expose your space. Can you be sure he didn't tell anyone? Chapter 127. Gu Yu was certain Yu Jun wouldn't tell anyone about this. He was so greedy, thinking about how to obtain the space, that he wouldn't tell anyone. Su Lingfeng hugged Gu Yu and said, we can't afford to be careless. If he exposes your space, we won't be able to stay here at all. The two of us are manageable, but the main concern is our comrades and their families, who have weathered the storm together. We're going to drag them down with us. We finally have a stable place to live, and I don't want to move because of one person. The fate of hundreds of people is in our hands. We have to get rid of Yu Jun. Gu Yu thought for a moment, then took out a piece of paper and wrote a few words for Su Lingfeng. After reading it, Su Lingfeng asked, are you sure? You have a plan? This can indeed kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but you might be in danger. However, the danger doesn't come from Yu Jun. Everyone in this base knows his fetish is wearing women's clothing. He doesn't like women, but he always wants to find one. So we don't need to worry about him in that respect. I just don't know if Bai Lu will fall for it. Having reached an agreement, Gu Yu casually returned upstairs. Back with Bai Lu, almost everyone had returned to the hall and was dancing. It seemed the women never played striptease games, and the men never gambled. Several leaders arrived in the hall, and Yu Jun's eyes lit up when he saw them, coming to Gu Yu's side. He quickly pulled Gu Yu along to greet the leaders, just like the others. One of the leaders said to the man next to him, I didn't expect you to still be capable of doing serious work. It's good that everyone brings their families to socialize. These days, we need to be united. Relax when you need to, we can organize activities like this more often. Everyone applauded, praising the man next to the leader for his excellent leadership skills and ability to unite the masses. After the leader finished speaking, Yu Jun whispered to Gu Yu, I take you home later. I didn't expect you to be so lucky for your husband. I won quite a bid just now, but someone went to report me. The leader suddenly showed up. I'm going to entertain them, so don't try anything funny. The leaders looked around to make sure they were just dancing, then left without lingering. After they left, the man who had been bowing and scraping to the leader angrily shouted, Don't let me catch who reported me. Do you think I'm afraid? My uncle is so busy, and he has to deal with this little thing. What bad luck. If you don't like it, don't come. What's the big deal about reporting me? Everyone, let's go. Let's find somewhere else to have fun. The dance party ended quickly, and Yu Jun hurriedly took Gu Yu home, then left humming a song. As Bai Lu was leaving, someone bumped into her and handed her a note. The mute is Gu Yu. Bai Lu looked around curiously but couldn't find who had slipped the note to her. However, she was quickly drawn to the note's contents. The mute is Gu Yu? Does that mean she's face to face with her enemy without knowing it? Bai Lu didn't sleep a wink all night, trying to figure out how to verify this. Lu Yang gambled all night and went straight to bed. Bai Lu sighed, looking at the bald man lying on the bed. She had no choice. Abandoned in the desert, she thought she would die of thirst and sunburn. While unconscious, she was vaguely taken to the northwest base for hospitalization. She had secretly rejoiced. Yu Jun looked tall and strong, much better than the bald research guy in front of her. Unfortunately, Lu Yang saw her and said that Yu Jun was a known eccentric at the base, liking to wear women's clothing and owning a considerable collection of women's garments. Bai Lu decisively chose Lu Yang, even though he later used his influence to curry favor with Zhou Gongzi. At least she got a job everyone envied. If it weren't for Gu Yu's sudden appearance, Bai Lu thought she would have already entered the base. She wouldn't have been brought back like a dead person, and all the men she'd been in contact with were somewhat perverted. When Bai Lu left, Lu Yang saw her, but he was feeling very tired and didn't ask where she was going. He assumed she was just going to the supermarket to buy something. Lu Yang woke up hungry, and called out to Bai Lu, rubbing his stomach. After waiting for a long time without a response, he got up and ate a packet of instant noodles. It was already dark, but Bai Lu still hadn't returned. Lu Yang couldn't sit still any longer, and went out to look for Bai Lu. He searched all night without any clues, until noon the next day when he learned that Bai Lu had been taken out of the base by Zhu Jun. Lu Yang immediately went to Zhu Jun's house, but the doors and windows were tightly shut, and he couldn't get them open no matter how hard he knocked. Lu Yang was furious, and his men quickly found a locksmith. Zhu Jun's house was empty except for the mute woman. She was still locked in a room. There was a security camera on the living room table. Lu Yang glanced at it. The mute woman had been locked inside and hadn't come out. When asked if she knew where Zhu Jun had gone, she wrote on a piece of paper that she had heard Bai Lu come looking for Zhu Jun the day before, and that they had stayed in the room for half a day. They went out in the afternoon, and she couldn't see them from the bedroom, so she didn't know where they had gone. Lu Yang searched Zhu Jun's house. All valuables were gone, not even clothes. Based on the information he had gathered, the two of them must have left the base. Lu Yang drove after them, but the northwest base was a maze of interconnected roads. Where had they gone? Lu Yang waited another day, still unable to figure out where the two had gone. And why had Bai Lu left with Zhu Jun? What secret did they have? Lu Yang felt utterly cheated on. The news that Zhu Jun had eloped with Bai Lu spread like wildfire throughout the base. Lu Yang's gray hat became the talk of the town. Zhu Jun was gone, and his job was immediately taken over. The mute woman was quickly driven out of the base's core area and disappeared from everyone's sight. In the freezing cold, who cared how a woman survived? Guyu removed her makeup as soon as she left the base's core area, disguised herself as a man again, and mingled with the base's scavengers as she left the northwest base. She had resolved her biggest worry, so of course she had to leave. Su Lingfeng was waiting for her at the agreed-upon place. Guyu and Su Lingfeng had agreed to meet in a small town that all the scavengers in the northwest base preferred to go to. This place used to be a fruit and vegetable base, but the high temperatures had dried everything out. The already scarce groundwater supply dried up, and the snowmelt from the mountain irrigation canals also ceased due to the high temperatures. All the survivors in the small town had left. The only reason scavengers were here was because of the numerous steel-structured sheds. Guyu blended in seamlessly. She wasn't there to scavenge. She avoided everyone's attention, and met up with Su Lingfeng near a landmark building. Guyu thought that perhaps she and Su Lingfeng could go home and continue their lives at the through thick and thin base. She would have to be extremely careful from now on, and never reveal her spatial dimension again. Chapter 128. Guyu quickly found Su Lingfeng, who excitedly hugged her and said, "I have to go to the capital." Guyu was surprised and gestured, asking, "Why do you want to go to the capital in this cold weather?" Su Lingfeng said, "I don't want to go either, but I have no choice. I take you back to the Together Through Wind and Rain base. I have to go to the capital no matter what." Guyu continued gesturing and asked, "Then can we both go together?" Su Lingfeng said, "You're pregnant. We can't go to the capital together." Guyu was puzzled. She gestured again, but this time Su Lingfeng didn't understand. Guyu could only communicate with Su Lingfeng by taking out a pen from her spatial storage. "I'm not pregnant, and my period only ended the day before yesterday." "Why did you say I was pregnant?" Su Lingfeng replied somewhat awkwardly. "Mom pricked a hole in all the condoms in our drawer with a needle. I thought the contraception had failed. Mom said you were listless, couldn't eat, and your period hadn't come, so she suspected you were pregnant." Guyu smiled and wrote on the paper, "Then I trouble you. I gave the things in that drawer to Xiaowen." Su Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Whoever you gave them to, we talk about it when we get back." On the drive home, Su Lingfeng told Guyu that he had sneaked into Zhu Jun's house after the dance that night. Zhu Jun didn't come home that night, so he and Guyu discussed their plan. The note Bai Lu had was given to her by Su Lingfeng. The next morning, Bai Lu couldn't resist going to find Zhu Jun. Actually, what she really wanted to know was whether the mute was Guyu. When Zhu Jun opened the door, the two of them went into the master bedroom. Su Lingfeng hid in the closet. When Zhu Jun went to open the door, he came out and released some sleeping powder. He hid in the closet and drugged both men, then tied them up tightly. When Zhu Jun woke up, Su Lingfeng had already strapped a bomb to his wrist. Zhu Jun refused to obey, and everyone went to find God. Zhu Jun had no choice but to drive out of the base with Bai Lu in the back seat, and Su Lingfeng hiding underneath. In the desolate wilderness, just as Su Lingfeng was about to kill them, Zhu Jun knelt down and begged for mercy. He said he knew a secret, and wanted to use it to save his life. Bai Lu also knelt down, indicating that she knew the secret as well. Su Lingfeng questioned both of them separately, confirming that they were talking about the same secret. The Northwest base coveted the oasis on the Weather and Rain Together base, and their plan was to eliminate Su Lingfeng and his group. They would then send all the people sent from the Beijing rescue base and other provincial bases to live there. This way, they could eliminate outsiders from the Northwest base, and wouldn't have to worry about other bases sending people there. After all, the Through Thick and Thin base is quite large. Zhu Jun and Bai Lu said that the Northwest base had sent Qin Hao back to the Beijing base. It said that a high-ranking official made a satellite phone call. Su Lingfeng hadn't expected things to escalate to this point, that he'd been forced into the Northwest. And someone still wouldn't let him go. He already been abandoned, so why wouldn't they let him go? He was no longer an obstacle, so why was this person determined to kill him? Su Lingfeng knew that for the sake of the people at the Through Thick and Thin base, he had to go to Beijing and eliminate that leader. Otherwise, even the Northwest base would never be finished. Having learned the secret, Su Lingfeng certainly wouldn't let Zhu Jun and Bai Lu go. This time, neither of them could escape. After killing them, Su Lingfeng casually set them ablaze, watching them turn to ashes before leaving. It wasn't that Su Lingfeng was ruthless. One knew Gu Yu's secret, and the other was an enemy. Su Lingfeng wasn't like Gu Yu. His heart wasn't soft. Back at the Fengyu Tonglo base, Su Lingfeng called Xie Wen to have Gu Yu's throat checked. He learned that Xie Wen was indeed pregnant, and Su Lingfeng's original plan was ruined. He didn't plan to take Zhang Sun with him this time, and since this matter was of great importance, the fewer people who knew, the better. For the sake of convenience, Su Lingfeng only took Gu Yu and Zhao De. Zhang Sun and Xie Wen stayed behind. Xie Wen's pregnancy was indeed Su Lingfeng's mother, Hu Qiuxia's fault. Xie Wen worked at a hospital, and she was embarrassed to accept the family planning supplies that Gu Yu had provided free of charge. She went directly to the Su family to ask Gu Yu for the baby. Gu Yu, without much thought, gave her everything in the drawer. Now, the misunderstanding is that Gu Yu isn't pregnant, but Xie Wen is. Zhang Sun is worried about whether the child will grow up healthy, but Xie Wen is confident. She thinks that with so many people in the Zhang family, surely they can take care of a child. Gu Yu also encourages Xie Wen to try and gain experience. Perhaps in the future, all the children of the same age at the Through Thick and Thin base can try having children. If all else fails, they can set up a nursery next to the infirmary, so that children can be cared for together, which might be more beneficial for their growth. Su Lingfeng entrusted this matter to Xie Wen and Zhang Sun. Chu Hai is mainly responsible for the work at the base. If all else fails, they resort to force. The base's weaponry was quite advanced. Even if relations completely soured, compromise was out of the question. At worst, it would be a fight to the death. Su Lingfeng needed to get to Beijing as soon as possible. Flying there himself was impractical. There wasn't enough fuel, and aircraft fuel wasn't ordinary gasoline or diesel, it required special fuel. The Northwest base frequently operated between Beijing and other bases, so Su Lingfeng decided to give it a try after the personnel for the Beijing rescue base area were selected. Su Lingfeng waited for Gu Yu to recover her voice, and spent 2 days reassuring her family and comrades at the base. 2 days later, he took Gu Yu and Zhao De to the Northwest base. The trip to the Beijing rescue base went smoothly. The Northwest base had virtually no control over those going to the Beijing rescue base. They practically wanted everyone who came to the Northwest base to return to the Beijing rescue base if they didn't adapt. Unfortunately, such people were few and far between, so Su Lingfeng, Gu Yu, and Zhao De, disguised, arrived at the Beijing rescue base's airport without much trouble. The 3 men, returning to the Beijing rescue base, felt a pang of emotion. When they first arrived, it was a bustling place, teeming with people. Now, with the weather turning cold, it was practically deserted. The temperature in the Northwest had already plummeted to -40, or 50 degrees Celsius at night, and Beijing was similarly cold. However, the Northwest was drier, and Beijing's streets, still soaked from torrential rains, hadn't fully recovered. The sudden heat wave had also been too abrupt. The streets were muddy, and riddled with potholes. The streets were covered in black snow, resembling a garbage dump. The 3 men sneaked into the Beijing rescue base, only to discover that of the original 4 bases, only half remained. The once safest underground city hadn't withstood the torrential rains and floods. Everyone there had moved to higher floors. The continuous downpours had soaked the firewood and coal, and many who drank untreated water had died from diarrhea. Chapter 129. The once safest underground city is now uninhabited. The first Imperial base is now only occupied by the high-rise buildings where Su Lingfeng and his group used to live. Because of Su Lingfeng's construction, the area later became a battleground between the base government and the military. When Su Lingfeng left, he was connected to the military. This is now the military's office building. The government hasn't given up and is constantly trying to find a solution. Su Lingfeng and his group came this time to monitor certain people here. Su Lingfeng and his team are special agents, so finding a few points cards from the Beijing rescue base was easy. Gu Yu, temporarily disguised as a man, successfully checked into the base with Su Lingfeng and Zhao De. With few points on their cards, the three of them used a beat-up SUV to redeem a month's rent. They rented a room near the base's office building, and the three of them moved into one room. Zhao De joked, "How similar our fates are. The three of us always end up hiding in a small, dilapidated house, spying on others. Last time it was to find medicine to cure my uncle's poison, this time it's to get rid of certain people. I wonder if Qin Hao regrets it. I heard he suffered a lot at the Northwest base." Su Lingfeng didn't care. He brought the suffering on himself. "I just don't understand. What's so great about being an official? In this apocalyptic world, with natural disasters, people are starving. How many people can truly survive? What's the use of a high rank if you have no power? Qin Hao, even if you're a regimental commander now, what's the use if you don't have a single soldier under you?" Zhao De thought for a moment and said, "Who would serve under someone like that? Who's going to be unlucky? I don't want to be his subordinate. I don't know when he sell you out." Su Lingfeng sighed. "We were classmates, comrades in arms, and even comrades in arms for several years. I really don't know what I did to wrong him. He just made a promise, and he betrayed us all." Zhao De also said, puzzled, "Yeah, why? We've been through thick and thin with him all these years, and they still treat us so coldly." Gu Yu interjected, "Forget it. You're taking it too seriously. It's already like this. Why are you still thinking about him? Whether he's good or bad is none of our business. If he gets involved again this time, I hope you won't be soft-hearted. We found that person's." Su Lingfeng laughed. "What that person?" "That person was our former leader, named Ye Yuanshan. Stop calling him that. We used to respect him quite a bit, but now I don't understand why he thinks like this. What's the point of getting rid of me? In this apocalyptic world, what's the use of an official position? It's better to have weapons, and a group of brothers who will share the hardships." Zhao De said, "Yeah, I don't understand either. He doesn't want you, but he wants us. Does he think we obey his orders if you're killed? To be honest, you always be our leader, we never betray you. To put it bluntly, even if everyone else betrays you, at least I, Zhang Sun, Xiaowen Luqian, and I won't. Our colleagues probably won't either." Gu Yu added, "And me, and Nix." Su Lingfeng laughed again. "Speaking of Nix, I'm reminded of a joke. It couldn't find you, and was wandering around in the desert. When it got home, it was so depressed it refused to eat its dog food, and I thought it was loyal and righteous. But what happened? As soon as it heard Zhang Jun was taking it hunting, it immediately followed along. I'm really impressed by it. It's like a person who knows everything and understands everything." Gu Yu said, "Yeah, it's so strange. It's clearly a dog from the live phone kingdom, but now it understands Mandarin. Calling it to eat is no problem for it. On the contrary, those Alaskan Malamutes sometimes don't respond to calls. They're so silly." Zhao De said, "It's a pity we can't bring it, otherwise we have dogs on guard at night. Now we tidy up the house. Just be careful not to let the aroma of cooking escape. I still remember that old lady from last time. I almost got caught by a shameless person in Haishur." Gu Yu said, "At worst, I go into my space to cook and then bring it out, that's easier. What do you want to eat today?" Su Lingfeng said, "You go into your space to cook. We're fine with anything. Bring out the single beds and blankets, so we can make the bed. Tonight, you and I will sleep on the Kong, heated brick bed, and Zhao De will sleep on the bed. It's heated inside, so it shouldn't be too cold, right?" Gu Yu said, "Let's add a humidifier. I'm really annoyed, the dryness is unbearable, especially in the northwest." Zhao De, while working, discussed with Su Lingfeng, "We're all back now. After we finish the mission, I want to take some time to go back to the northeast. To see my parents. I wonder how they're doing. Do they have enough supplies?" Su Lingfeng said, "Don't worry. Once we deal with that damn Nie Yuanshan, we go back to the northeast. If they're doing well, that's fine. If they're not doing well, we take them back to the northwest. Chu Hai and the others can drive from Haishur to the northwest. They should be able to drive back from the northeast too. I took the roster with me when I left. Let's look for the relatives of our comrades nearby. If any survivors are willing to come with us, we take them back to the northwest." If all else fails, I just steal a plane. I should be able to fly back. This is the second time I've flown this route. Xiaoda thought for a moment and said, that should be possible. I also memorized the route. We can take turns flying it. Guyu had already gone to the space station to get some food. Everyone ate their fill, and it was already afternoon. After making their beds, everyone was exhausted. The office building across the street was also closing for the day. Xiaoda was adjusting his binoculars when he saw something outside and exclaimed, "Holy crap! Isn't that Qin Hao? He's gotten so thin. He looks like a skeleton. Did he suffer too much?" Su Lingfeng immediately picked up the infrared binoculars on the table and looked over. He really is very thin and looks terrible. His cheekbones are protruding. Is that Nie Yuanshan's youngest son next to him? Xiaoda looked closely. It should be. That face looks like it was copied and pasted. Guyu looked puzzled. Why do I feel like I recognize this person? Where have I seen him before? His face is so familiar. Su Lingfeng replied, You haven't seen him before, but he probably has a very common face, right? Besides, he's wearing a mask covering most of his face, so you must be mistaken. It seems Qin Hao is indeed hooked up with Nie Yuanshan again, but I wonder what they're up to this time. Qin Hao knows we're in the northwest, and he also knows Chu Hai has escaped. So the problem now is that they definitely try to control the northwest base and incite them to clash with the Fengyu Tongzhou base. They're planning to seize the Fengyu Tongzhou base, and we're really worried. Chapter 130. Xiaoda said, Don't be afraid. If things really come to a head, we fight. We still have an advantage in weaponry. It'd take the northwest base a while to fight us. Su Lingfeng patted his shoulder. Of course I'd rather not fight if I can avoid it. Having too many weapons isn't good for fighting our own people. Hopefully, the northwest base has some clear-headed people. We don't want a lose-lose situation. Guyu chimed in, Don't worry about that. As long as Nie Yuanshan doesn't interfere, I don't think the northwest base will necessarily attack us. After all, their arsenal isn't full. They have to think twice before they attack. Xiaoda didn't notice the couple's cryptic exchange. He saw Qin Hao enter the office building. Everyone had already left work. What was he doing in the office building? And Nie Yuanshan wasn't among those who came out. It seemed they were going to their office for a meeting. Xiaoda analyzed the possibilities of eavesdropping on their conversation and looked around with binoculars for ways to infiltrate. Su Lingfeng saw through it and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Don't think about it. We arrange a bugging device for them tomorrow. We definitely can't plant it near Qin Hao. His skills are no worse than ours, and our training is the same. We know his tricks, and he knows ours too. The bugging device can only be planted in that office or in Nie Yuanshan's briefcase, or on his youngest son, Nie Xian. His eldest son, Nie Lei, also played a part in this. Guyu asked, Should we ask Uncle San for help? Su Lingfeng frowned and replied, It's best if we don't meet with my Uncle San. I don't want to implicate him. What we've done this time is a bit too big. If it weren't for Nie Yuanshan's constant targeting of me, killing him would actually have come at a high price. After all, he still holds his official position. Xiaoda sighed. I respected him for so many years, and now I'm planning how to kill him? It's a real dilemma. Su Lingfeng said that Qin Hao can't be allowed to live either. He's completely turned against us now. Xiaoda said, We're already struggling with natural disasters, but we didn't expect man-made disasters to be this bad. What did we do wrong? We struggled to return home, only to be betrayed by our own people. Guyu handed a glass of juice to the two men before saying, We come all this way from so far away. Can't we even overcome this little difficulty? Nie Yuanshan must be eliminated, or we never have peace. We won't offend others unless they offend us. If they do, we retaliate, no matter how far away they are. Su Lingfeng sighed, Let it go. This matter needs an explanation. We can't give up our current lives for one person. Xiaoda nodded, continuing to observe outside. Until Qin Hao and Nie Yuanshan's youngest son, Nie Xian, reappeared. He planned to follow Nie Yuanshan, trying to find a way to put the smallest possible listening device in his briefcase. Then he tried to sneak into his office and install another one there. The problem was that high-rise buildings have very comprehensive surveillance systems. Nie Yuanshan held a high-ranking position. His office building was undoubtedly heavily guarded. It was also Su Lingfeng's fault for restoring so many surveillance cameras when they were in the high-rise. Now it had become an obstacle for them. Not long after Qin Hao and Nie Yuanshan's youngest son, Nie Xian, left, Nie Yuanshan emerged carrying a briefcase. He was accompanied by two bodyguards. Xiaoda had already gone downstairs. Su Lingfeng wasn't worried about him. Nie Yuanshan's men probably wouldn't be able to spot Zhao De. When it was completely dark, Zhao De returned. He brought two pieces of news. The good news was that Qin Hao wasn't living with Nie Yuanshan. The bad news was that Qin Hao lived not far from Su Lingfeng and his group. When Zhao De returned, he saw Nie Yuanshan's youngest son, Nie Xian, emerge from another single-person dormitory building. It seemed Qin Hao must live there. He was afraid of running into them in the coming days. They were getting too familiar with each other. Pretending wouldn't be effective. Nie Yuanshan now lived in a small high-rise building with his wife and children. Zhao De had tried. He should be able to sneak in. Su Lingfeng thought that having security cameras in the house was pointless. Nie Yuanshan couldn't possibly tell his family about his affair, so Zhao De figured he could simply put it in his briefcase. Zhao De had already accomplished this, placing a listening device smaller than a button in the side pocket of the briefcase. Late at night, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De sneaked into the office building again. They placed the listening device under Nie Yuanshan's desk. After returning, they tested both devices and finally heard something. Unfortunately, Nie Yuanshan was at home talking, mostly about family matters. He was a very serious parent and hardly said anything. They only heard his wife and children interacting. The briefcase was hanging in the living room, but they didn't hear anything meaningful there either. Before going to bed that night, Zhao De joked, "I wonder how Zhang Sun and Xie Wen are doing." "Well, it seems Andy wanted you two to have a baby, but Xie Wen ended up getting pregnant instead. He's so frustrated he can't come out and do missions with us. Zhang Sun's got some real luck." Su Lingfeng, with his arm around Gu Yu, laughed and said, "You should find someone too. We're all in pairs. Don't you feel sad being alone? Lu Chen's found someone. Why don't you? I see girls at the base chasing after you." Zhao De, lying on his back, shook his head. "I really don't understand why we have to get married. To be honest, I'm not even sure I can provide a comfortable life for my partner. If I can't even do that, am I supposed to marry someone and suffer?" Su Lingfeng said, "Having someone to suffer with is fine. It doesn't feel so hard, not so painful, not so tiring." Zhao De thought for a moment, rubbing his goosebumps. "Forget it, I'm fine on my own. If I find my parents, and they're willing to come with me, I have another big family. These days, people are afraid to have children even after getting married. It's really frustrating." Gu Yu, who was about to fall asleep, chimed in, "Maybe Xie Wen has found a way. If he can raise his child, we can have children too. And raise them, take good care of them. If possible, our plan is to raise all the children together, which can reduce the helplessness of new parents. After all, there aren't many elderly people in the base now, and the middle-aged people are generally quite healthy. Relying on the older generation to raise the children like before is probably impossible, but we really aren't confident we can take good care of them. If Xie Wen succeeds and develops a method, maybe we can have a next generation, and only with the next generation is there hope. Otherwise, what is the meaning of humanity, of this world? Maybe what our generation can't do, the next generation can." Chapter 131. Zhao De remained silent for a long time before saying, "Or perhaps we could simply find a habitable planet and transfer all the survivors there. That way, wouldn't we have a new blue star? Natural disasters or man-made calamities, we wouldn't have to worry about them anymore." Su Lingfeng patted Gu Yu on the shoulder, comforting her, and Zhao De, "Maybe it's possible, maybe the next generation won't. Then, the next generation after that, and the next generation after that. There will always be a generation that can realize your dream. Humanity must continue. We will definitely find a way. Sleep peacefully, have a sweet dream. Regardless of what one dreams at night, one should still do what needs to be done when waking up in the morning." All day, the listening devices in Nie Yuanshan's briefcase and office remained silent. Until near the end of the workday, Nie Yuanshan seemed to have made a phone call. He said on the other end of the line, "I told you, you must find a way to eliminate Su Lingfeng's group. Reclaiming that oasis will also benefit you. I'm trying to provide you with weapons, but the application process takes time. You know those things are very difficult to produce now. The focus is currently on food, weapons development has basically stopped, and the existing weapons have been distributed. I need to apply for them for you, but it still needs approval from above. But theoretically, you should have enough weapons. How come there's so much loss?" "Fine, I understand. Pay attention." Hanging up the phone, Nie Yuanshan was genuinely angry. He slammed his hand on the table, several times forcefully. Then he made another call, saying to someone, "Bring Qin Hao to my office this afternoon. Don't come too early, wait until everyone else has left. In the afternoon, after get off work, Nye Xian brought Qin Hao into the office building again. This time, Su Lingfeng and the others overheard their conversation. Nye Yuanshan told Qin Hao, the Northwest base is unwilling to attack the Fengyutongou base. They claim their weapons have suffered excessive wear and tear in repeated battles. That's their excuse. I think they're just making excuses. Now that the mountains and rivers are vast, I can't order them around, and my men can't go to the Northwest to fight. It's too troublesome. Qin Hao thought for a moment and said, if possible, I can lead a team to infiltrate the Fengyutongou base. As long as we capture Zhao De, Zhang Sun, Xie Wen, and that Chu Hai, even if Su Lingfeng is powerful, he can't do anything without help. Then capture his grandfather, Su Yuanchao, and then even his third uncle won't dare to act rashly. If Su Lingfeng is willing to exchange for his grandfather, we can kill Su Lingfeng and all the captured people, and the rest will be easy. I'm sure I still have some influence among them. As long as Su Lingfeng and Chu Hai are gone, these people will listen to me. Zhao De scoffed, this guy's pretty arrogant. He's overthinking things. Even without us, do you think our comrades would listen to a traitor? Su Lingfeng shushed him, gesturing for him to continue listening to Nye Yuanshan and the others' conversation. Nye Yuanshan hesitated, I can give you people, but I'm afraid they won't listen to you. You have to understand, back then, who in the entire Special Operations Brigade didn't have a good relationship with Su Lingfeng? My men are all from the original Special Operations Brigade. So this is a problem. You can't take them with you, and even if you did, those who aren't your subordinates would only listen to their commanders. I doubt anyone will listen to you. I can't possibly go myself. Qin Hao sighed. Yeah. I didn't expect Su Lingfeng's influence to be so significant. The key is his generosity. He never hesitates to lend money to anyone in need. He's won over many people, and we can't change that. My biggest fear is that the people I bring won't follow my orders, and might even help him. Even that retired soldier, Lu Chen, he still dutifully follows him around. Nye Yuanshan sighed. In short, nobody can do anything about Su Lingfeng right now. It's too far. I can only urge the Northwest base. Qin Hao sighed and said, I think we might have a different approach to dealing with Su Lingfeng, not arresting his grandfather, but his wife. Nye Yuanshan said, why arrest his wife? I seen her. She looks like a minor. Everyone says Su Lingfeng has peculiar tastes. Qin Hao said, I can't quite put my finger on it. Back in the Northwest, I always felt there was something strange about his wife. But if you ask me what was strange about her, I just can't figure it out. It felt like whenever the two of them led a team to search for supplies, they were guaranteed to find them. Every time Su Lingfeng led a team to search for supplies, he never forgot to bring his wife along. I found it very strange. His wife was like a lucky star, able to find whatever she wanted. The most peculiar thing is that Guyu loves raising things, small animals, plants, anything, and there's nothing she can't keep alive. Last year, the plane load of supplies we harvested was mostly grown by his wife. That's why I find it strange. Nye Yuanshan said nonchalantly, maybe some people are just lucky. Or maybe his wife is some kind of plant or zoologist. It's not necessarily something she's liked since childhood? Qin Hao thought for a moment and said, I heard she's just an ordinary white-collar worker. I don't understand what's so strange about her. Anyway, Su Lingfeng treats her like a treasure. If we capture the Guyu, it might be more effective than capturing his grandfather, and it wouldn't provoke a backlash from his third uncle, Su Xuanyi. If they team up now, it's actually not good for you. Su Lingfeng is not someone to mess with, and Su Xuanyi is no pushover either. Nye Yuanshan pondered for a while and said, infiltrating their base needs careful planning. Capturing his wife, like capturing his grandfather, requires infiltrating the Fengyutongou base. That's the most difficult part right now. I don't have many people I can use. Qin Hao immediately pledged his loyalty, saying, that's not the case. I'm confident I can capture a woman. Moreover, infiltrating the Fengyutongou base alone would be inconspicuous. The main issue is that someone must be there to meet us outside. The Fengyutongou base isn't far from the Northwest Aerospace Base. Once I capture the person, I can quickly return to the Beijing base, and everything will be fine. The crucial point is that the Northwest base must provide us with shelter, preventing us from being found and captured by Su Lingfeng again. Then the Northwest base must be able to quickly provide aircraft for us to fly back. As long as Guyu is in my hands, I'm not afraid that Su Lingfeng won't find a way to come to Beijing. Besides, he won't bring too many people with him. As long as I deal with Su Lingfeng, I still have a way to handle Chu Hai, that intellectual. Chapter 132. Nie Yuanshan tapped the table and said, "There's no need to deal with Chu Hai. To be honest, he's somewhat obedient to me. Even without Su Lingfeng, we need to keep some veterans to control the others." Qin Hao nodded casually and said, "Once I take control of the Fengyu Tongzhou base, you can go there. Even if I take the entire Special Operations Brigade, there's room for them. That way, we be a powerful force. And if we get the Northwest base, we won't be afraid of anything." Nie Yuanshan said cheerfully, "That plan is good. I prepare, and you should prepare too. First, get your strength back. You're not in very good health right now. I have Nie Xian send you more food. Once you're back to normal, we go capture that Guyu. Catch Su Lingfeng off guard and make him surrender. Then we work together. And take both bases. So far, besides the Northeast, the Northwest is a decent option." Su Lingfeng was speechless. These two were so ambitious, they wouldn't even let go of the Northwest base? Zhao De looked at Guyu with some worry. "It seems Qin Hao noticed your abnormality. We weren't on high alert with him." Guyu said nonchalantly, "It's nothing. At worst, I stay with you guys. If all else fails, I go into my space, grab a weapon, and take care of him. Last time with you, June, I really wasn't feeling well. I thought I had a cold, and my mom thought I was pregnant. She wouldn't let me take any medicine, so I was a little less vigilant." Su Lingfeng also said, "We already know his plan. How can we let him kidnap Guyu? Are we useless? Luckily, we're all people who don't have time to read novels, otherwise we could all guess that Guyu has superpowers or a space." Zhao De scratched his head. "Yeah, Zhang Sun knew right away. This shows that we don't understand what a space is because we don't read novels. But he, a novel fanatic, knew everything immediately. Forget it, let's be careful. But Qin Hao's health isn't good right now. Shouldn't we capture him first?" Su Lingfeng said, "Let's go out and look for an opportunity these next couple of days. I also think it's best to take him down while he's weak. Guyu, you've been staying home these past few days. I feel your cold hasn't completely healed. It's too cold outside. We need to go out and find some supplies. Otherwise it feels strange that people in this base, who don't do anything, don't go out to find supplies, and yet live so well will seem odd." Guyu nodded. How about we have fried chicken tonight?" Zhao Da's eyes lit up. "Fried chicken. Fried chicken is fine. Hurry up. Can I have some beer? Or a soft drink?" Su Lingfeng looked at the curtain at the door, then at the two people looking at him so eagerly. Su Lingfeng chuckled and nodded, saying, "All right, the curtains are so thick, the smell shouldn't get out. But we can't drink alcohol in case something goes wrong." For the next 2 days, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De went out almost every day to follow Qin Hao. They discovered that Nie Yuanshan had sent 3 men to follow him. Moreover, Qin Hao was recuperating and didn't want to go out at all. The other 3 men lived next door, making it difficult for them to find an opportunity to approach Qin Hao. Besides, this man was very skilled and vigilant. The situation suddenly reached a stalemate. Su Lingfeng specifically took Guyu out for a trip, bringing back some supplies to exchange for food, and some to pay the water and electricity bills. Fortunately, Guyu is a collector, and she didn't throw away the junk Luchan had collected. Daily necessities from the supermarket can also be exchanged. The base is still relatively populated because almost everyone from the logistics parks factory area moved here to the high-rise buildings during the torrential rains. The same goes for the prison. The buildings aren't tall, and the flooded area is large. Now, it can be said that this is practically the only remaining relief base in Beijing. The buildings concentrated in the commercial district are large and tall enough. Originally, due to concerns about earthquakes, these high-rise buildings weren't chosen. Now, there's no other option but to choose them. Fortunately, these buildings withstood several earthquakes, and most importantly, Beijing isn't in the epicenter. They only felt slight tremors. Currently, the collection of supplies is concentrated in the suburbs of Beijing. Guyu and Su Lingfeng went to the suburbs. The previously flooded farmland has now reappeared. The fields are now abandoned, and strangely enough, some of the field rats have survived. Many people hunt field rats here, and Guyu has no intention of competing with them for the meager resources. Their purpose in coming here is actually to find some family members who used to live here. Because some people were on the island, their families weren't brought to the base. Although it's cold now, the roads aren't difficult to travel. Su Lingfeng plans to make some contact with them, at least to find out about their living conditions. Then he tried to communicate with them to see if they're willing to come with him. He searched all the nearby counties, but in the end, Su Lingfeng only found a few family members. Their living conditions were poor, and they were willing to go with Su Lingfeng to find their children. Su Lingfeng gave them some supplies, and promised to take them away after a while. Zhao De stayed at the base alone, tracking Qin Hao for several more days. Finding that he couldn't get close, he turned to Su Lingfeng and suggested, if all else fails, should we deal with Nie Yuanshan first? Su Lingfeng smiled at his words. You idiot! Do you think Nie Yuanshan is all alone? Don't forget, the entire Special Operations Brigade is in his hands. I already seen 2 or 3 people we recognize. You idiot! Didn't you notice? If we attack him, we die even more miserably. We need to come up with a foolproof plan, lure them both to a certain place, shake off their pursuers, and then we can take them both out. To be honest, I don't want to fight my former comrades. But now everyone has their own duties. We need a solution. Zhao De sighed, if I could, I'd take the entire Special Operations Brigade with me. We always had a close relationship. I never imagined we'd be enemies. Su Lingfeng's eyes lit up. How could I not have thought of that? We can divide them. We don't need to take those people. Just dividing them is enough. We can win over some people we know and can control. Anyway, given the current situation, there's no need to rigidly adhere to principles. This is feasible. We can think about it. There's room for maneuver. We can find something on Nie Yuanshan. I refuse to believe anyone will still be loyal to him. Chapter 133. Su Lingfeng finalized the action plan, and went out twice more with Zhao De. Heavy snow began to fall at the Beijing rescue base, continuing for 3 or 4 days without stopping. Forget going out. Even after sleeping one night, the first floor was almost completely flooded. Fortunately, during the floods and high temperatures, no one lived on the first to third floors. The base called on everyone to work in shifts, following the snowplows to shovel snow. Except for the elderly, pregnant women, and children under 14, everyone else had to participate. Unless they could prove they had a serious illness or disability. No one could escape the snow shoveling work. They worked day and night alongside the snowplows. Guyu was a man here, and had to work like the men. Fortunately, he had a spatial ability to cheat. Even though he was assigned a large area to shovel, he secretly stored all the snow in his spatial ability and piled it in a corner. To prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation, everyone was assigned a specific area to shovel. With few people and a large area, no one had time to concern themselves with Guyu's affairs. Guyu even had the leisure to help her classmates cheat at night. Since they couldn't go out, the base currently provided one free meal: breakfast for those on the early shift, lunch for those on the midday shift, and dinner for those on the night shift. They were all given out dark-colored flatbreads, and Guyu couldn't quite tell what they were. She thought they tasted a bit fishy, were a bit hard, and were cold and dry. Fortunately, no one immediately put them in their mouths. They all took them back to make soup. It was said that one flatbread could feed a family for a day. Zhao De tried it once on his first day back. It was hard and bitter, crumbled easily, and even after soaking in hot water, it remained dark. He took a sip while it was still hot. It tasted fishy and gritty, and a little hard to swallow. Zhao De took a sip, finding it utterly unpalatable. He left the rest untouched. He had heard on the radio about something containing rat poison and cockroach powder. Guyu dared not try it. Since acquiring her spatial dimension, she had never suffered, always having plenty to eat and drink. She didn't want to repeat her past experiences. Therefore, she resolutely refused to put anything with unclear ingredients in her mouth. The snow stopped and started again, started and stopped repeatedly. It was said that this was why last year was so icy and snowy. Su Lingfeng and his 2 companions hadn't experienced this. They were still on a boat, adrift at sea. By the time they reached land, they were already on the edge of the Arctic, a world of ice and snow. They had indeed never experienced such heavy snowfall. Fortunately, with the continuous supply of food from Guyu's spatial dimension, they never went hungry. On the contrary, they ate quite lavishly. Guyu also tried various ways to prepare delicious food. She always made extra to ensure there was always food left in the space, so they could eat whatever they needed when things got inconvenient. Because it was so cold, and the space was very enclosed, even if they ate mutton soup, no one would know. This kind of life lasted less than a month, before the Beijing base announced that the heating would be suspended during the day. Heating would only be available for 3 hours at night. Power outages were common during the day, and the water pipes were also affected, resulting in frequent water outages. This was only because they had learned from last year's experience, and had properly insulated the water pipes and cables with a protective layer. Su Lingfeng made a satellite phone call back to the northwest. Heavy snow was also falling at the Fengyu Tongzhou base. Fortunately, the through thick and thin base was well prepared from the start. Before the heavy snow blocked the mountains, every household had stocked up on enough firewood for 6 months. Central heating wasn't needed, they relied on heated brick beds. The vegetable greenhouses had protective measures in place from the beginning, and the hydroponic botanical garden converted from the terminal building is currently stable. Product quality has also stabilized. The yields of wheat, rice, sweet potatoes, dwarf corn, and other crops are basically sufficient to meet the base's needs. Because of this, the animals' food supply was secured, and Chuhai still called most of the adult animals to control their numbers. After all, even if large animals were frozen outdoors, they could be eaten for a long time. Chuhai inquired about the situation here, and told Su Lingfeng not to worry. To avoid any mishaps, he told him to be careful, since they couldn't return now anyway. The Northwest base also suspended flights due to the heavy snow. Beijing stopped sending survivors there. Flights were essentially grounded. Chuhai told Su Lingfeng that since they couldn't go back now, they should just wait for an opportunity. Being too hasty would lead to mistakes. Zhang Sun answered the phone saying Xie Wen had a severe reaction and was vomiting profusely. Fortunately, Guyu had left a lot of jam at the Su family's house, and Xie Wen was able to eat by spreading the sweet and sour jam on her. Xie Wen couldn't even stand the smell of the mutton that Chuhai had specially brought. Zhang Sun had even considered giving up the child a while ago. The risks were indeed too great. Xie Wen refused, saying she was currently an experiment. Once she successfully raised the child, then the base could begin large-scale reproduction to welcome the next generation. Humanity wouldn't go extinct here. The Beijing Rescue Base reportedly began its southward relocation plan long ago, with plans also to move to the northeast and northwest. Some were already evacuated during the high temperatures, but the heavy snow has blocked the roads, making further relocation impossible. The planes that relied on experience points for flight have all been grounded. Su Lingfeng also saw Qin Hao, who was diligently shoveling snow. However, the problem was that his 3 bodyguards were always with him, and they were in the same group. Su Lingfeng and Zhao that couldn't get close to him. Approaching Ye Yuanshan in the heavy snow was also difficult. There were few people on the road, and following him would be too obvious. Fortunately, he hadn't discovered the listening devices in his briefcase and office. The 3 men began taking turns monitoring Ye Yuanshan's movements, according to their snow shoveling shifts. After a full month of heavy snow, Ye Yuanshan couldn't hold on any longer. It started when Qin Hao called him, hoping he could increase the amount of firewood he was provided with. Qin Hao said, "So far, I earned some money from shoveling snow, but firewood and coal are running low. I didn't have any reserves to begin with, and now we're running out. It's getting too cold at night." Nye Yuanshan hung up and immediately called his youngest son, Nye Xian. The latter was furious. He told Nye Yuanshan, "Dad, we should find a way to cut costs. I know Qin Hao is very useful to you. But now the city is snowbound, and there's no real danger. Can we temporarily withdraw his 3 bodyguards? Although they're paid by the government, they're currently carrying out your personal missions. We've been subsidizing them. Otherwise, we're afraid they complain. You know things are different now. Trying to command others without subsidies is wishful thinking. Our combined salaries aren't enough, and mom's supplies are running low." Chapter 134. Nye Yuanshan was somewhat surprised. "I didn't think of this, but you know I'm in a bind now." Nye Xian looked at his somewhat guilty father and said, "I know you're in a bind. But the problem now is we can't support so many people. Back then, Su Lingyun gave us a sum of money to get you to help him deal with Su Lingfeng. After the natural disaster, you astutely exchanged it and the family savings for supplies, but now there's not much left. These natural disasters keep recurring, and who knows how long it will last. Mom also said we can't just recklessly move supplies anymore. Think about it. Make a reduction plan. Coal and firewood are the hardest things for me to get right now. Qin Hao alone will consume a portion, and his 3 bodyguards will consume the rest. The family and your other subordinates are all reaching out. We need money. We really don't have the ability to get that much coal and firewood." Nye Yuanshan thought for a long time and said, "If it really comes down to it, we have to give up protecting Qin Hao. Let those 3 bodyguards retreat for now, and we don't need to arrange any more bodyguards around me. Although they're paid by the base, I still have to give them benefits from time to time, otherwise I'm afraid they won't be dedicated. Everyone comes to me complaining, and it's hard for me too. But we can't give up now. If we give up now, all our previous efforts will be in vain." Ye Xian said, "Now we're far from the central government, and Su Lingfeng isn't around. With this much snow, we can't move, Dad. Let's give up for now. We need to stabilize the internal situation before dealing with external threats. Isn't it better to maintain the status quo for now? Nye Yuanshan sighed and said, that's the only way. Withdraw all the bodyguards. Give everyone who comes to our house and office the same story. The situation is dire, and we can't help them for the time being. Keep Qin Hao hanging. Don't give him anything more, just keep him alive. Give him some firewood this time. The father and son reached a consensus in the office, and Nye Yuanshan indeed called to order his subordinates to retreat. The people around him, and Qin Hao no longer needed to follow him. The residences of Qin Hao's bodyguards were vacated. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De observed for a few more days, and confirmed that Qin Hao's bodyguards had indeed left. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De began to consider how to capture Qin Hao without alerting him. A few days later, Nye Yuanshan's grandson, Nye Lei's son, developed a high fever. It was said that a group of bored kids from the compound had arranged a snowball fight, and as a result, about 10 children developed fevers. Su Lingfeng overheard this, and felt his opportunity had arrived. During this time, another regimental commander, one of Nye Yuanshan's subordinates, went to see Nye Yuanshan. Medical. The hospital supply of potent fever-reducing injections is running low. Only the children of Nye Yuanshan, and a few others from higher-ranking families, have had their fevers reduced after receiving them. The other children simply cannot have their fevers brought down. Even if they had the money, there's nowhere to buy more. Even if they wanted to source them from elsewhere, it's impossible. Currently, the roads are completely paralyzed, and the hospital is overflowing with patients, especially children and the elderly. No matter how many points are accumulated on the loyalty card, it's useless. They can only use regular fever reducers, which, of course, won't be as effective as the potent ones. The child has barely survived this long. Nye Yuanshan is already struggling to keep his own grandson alive. Helping others is practically a pipe dream. This time, Su Lingfeng decided to take the initiative himself, and he decisively contacted his third uncle, Su Xuanyi. With the help of his Aunt Wan Yin, Su Xuanyi discovered that 3 of Nye Yuanshan's men's children had participated in the snowball fight, and another man's father had fallen ill from overwork shoveling snow. The patient's son was merely a company commander. He wasn't even qualified to ask Nye Yuanshan for help. Su Xuanyi scolded his nephew for not informing him of all this after only a month. Su Xuanyi was on equal footing with Nye Yuanshan. Why would he be afraid of him? Everyone has a few loyal subordinates. Only Su Xuanyi knew of Su Lingfeng's return. Wan Yin assumed Su Xuanyi was trying to win people over. She was always a helpful wife. Using the box of special medicine Su Lingfeng gave Su Xuanyi, she effectively won over many hearts. She sold the remaining doses at a high price, making the patients' families extremely grateful. Nye Yuanshan had been preoccupied with his grandson lately, and had no time for anything else. Su Lingfeng didn't even show his face before Su Xuanyi ordered his men to arrest Qin Hao. Qin Hao, bound hand and foot, was placed in an empty room. He was dumbfounded when he saw Su Lingfeng. How did you get here in this heavy snow? I've been observing, but I haven't found any trace of you. Su Lingfeng said disdainfully, how I got here is none of your business. You only need to know that I know who you colluded with to harm me. I also know who Su Lingyun took the blame for. I always wondered, neither he nor you have such power to command me and arrange for me to go to the Lifeng Kingdom. That's already strange enough, but to be able to send you all out to sea, to mobilize all my men, and to divide them up so carefully. But what I don't understand is why Nye Yuanshan has gone to such lengths to deal with me. Judging from the current situation, I pose absolutely no threat to him. We were colleagues, and I treated you well. Why would you betray me for such a petty gain? What's the point of being your regimental commander now? Do you think anyone would obey a treacherous person like you? Qin Hao said, head down. Actually, I regretted joining the underground generator plant in the northwest base the moment I entered. Even though following you has been a tumultuous journey, we haven't lacked food or drink. We haven't encountered any particularly severe difficulties. I was blinded by the promises Nye Yuanshan made, and now I suddenly realize those promises are just that, promises. They're unattainable, impractical. I betrayed my brothers, betrayed you, and then I was imprisoned in the underground generator plant in the northwest base. I thought I was doomed this time. Just when I was on the verge of death, Nye Yuanshan sent people to bail me out. I don't really understand why he's gone to such lengths to still want you dead. Now that you're in his hands, I have nothing to say. Nye Yuanshan couldn't get anything out of me. He just told me he didn't like you. And he took a large sum of money from Su Lingyun, and he's afraid you and Su Xuanyi will trace it back to him. Forget it. The victor is king, the loser is an outlaw. I'm in your hands now. Do with me as you please. I apologize to the brothers. I never expected you to let Chu Hai and the others go so far behind my back. I can imagine the hardships they endured. I just don't understand. When did you discover my betrayal? Such a big thing, and I was completely unaware. I naively thought you had no secrets from me, that Chu Hai and the others were obediently on the island. I only found out they were gone when I got to Nie Yuanshan, even though he installed tracking devices on the ship. Chapter 135. Su Lingfeng looked at Qin Hao sarcastically. Didn't you think about why I suspected you? Frankly, I suspect everyone. Chu Hai and I both suspect all of you. We absolutely trust Chu Hai because our brothers are in his hands. He meticulously followed my instructions, which made me realize he's reliable. The only ones left are you and the 3 battalion commanders. We kept it a secret from all of you equally. They didn't know what we were up to until my plane landed at the Together Through Wind and Rain base. But you self-destructed midway. You reloaded our magazines, poisoned our water, and almost killed us at the West-Northwest base. And now you tell me you regret it. By the time you regret it, won't it be too late? You say the victor is king, the loser is an outlaw, but actually it was that Wang who started it all. If we hadn't escaped from the Northwest base in time, we would have been beheaded bandits long ago. We were colleagues for a long time, and I still don't understand why you would betray our friendship of so many years just for a position. Tell me. I give you my position as regimental commander. To be honest, I actually exercised less of the power of a regimental commander than you did. I often sought thrills by going on missions outside. Actually, you commanded more in the regiment than I did. You and Nie Yuanshan discussed how I was trying to win people over. Did you ever consider that I never felt I was trying to win people over? My colleagues came to me when they were in trouble. And I had the ability to help them, even though the money came from my parents. But my birth was something I couldn't control. I always believe that money is meant to be spent. If you come to me because you're having financial difficulties, I never seen anything wrong with it. Do you understand? We're not saying we're sad because you betrayed us. It's because you truly let us down after so many years of trust. I trusted you. You basically held command of the entire regiment. The soldiers trusted you, so no one doubted you even when you swapped their empty magazines. Qin Hao, you really let us down after all these years of mutual understanding. You said it yourself, I haven't skimped on your food or drink. How could I let you betray me for a mere title? Su Lingfeng angrily left the empty room. Qin Hao couldn't die yet, he was an important witness. He needed to be kept alive to indict Nie Yuanshan. Su Lingfeng didn't want to personally investigate Qin Hao. After all, they had been friends for so many years. He simply couldn't bring himself to do it. It was difficult for Nie Yuanshan to arrest him privately. His youngest son, Nie Xian, was not a well-behaved person. He often hung out with spoiled brats, drinking and partying, staying out all night. Catching him would be easy. Su Lingfeng didn't show up at all this time, and Nie Xian had no idea why his father wanted Su Lingfeng dead. He asked his father several times, but received no answer. His father only said that he had taken money from Su Lingyun, and was afraid that Su Lingfeng would find out and harm him. Nie Xian didn't dare question his authoritative father, and could only obediently listen to him. When Nie Yuanshan was arrested, he pointed at Su Xuani's head and cursed, "What right do you have to arrest me? You're my equal." Su Xuani produced an arrest warrant. "Yes, I can't do anything to you. But this is an order signed by headquarters. Do you think you have any room to resist?" Looking at the arrest warrant, Nie Yuanshan finally lowered his head. It was indeed legal to arrest him. Only then did Nie Yuanshan realize the problem, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. In the interrogation room at headquarters, Nie Yuanshan saw the testimonies of his son and Qin Hao. He only admitted to taking money from Su Lingyun to help Su Lingfeng transfer to Lifeown Kingdom. Unexpectedly, Su Lingfeng not only returned smoothly but also insisted on thoroughly investigating the matter, with Su Xuani helping him behind the scenes. Nie Yuanshan claimed that he was only afraid they wouldn't let him go after learning the truth. He said that not only did Su Lingfeng not believe him, but neither did Su Xuani. However, the matter suddenly reached a stalemate. Even if this matter could completely destroy Nie Yuanshan, the truth would be buried. Even if Nie Yuanshan was punished, the uncle and nephew still felt uneasy. Su Lingfeng decided to personally interrogate him. Perhaps Nie Yuanshan would be so frightened by seeing himself that he would confess the truth. It wasn't certain. The interrogation room window was two-sided, the person inside unaware that someone outside could see them, nor aware that someone was outside. Gu Yu Zhaoda and Su Xuani stood outside, watching Su Lingfeng interrogate Nie Yuanshan. Nie Yuanshan was indeed startled to see Su Lingfeng. He asked him in terror, "How did you get here?" Such a heavy snowstorm. Su Lingfeng said, no matter how heavy the snowstorm, it couldn't stop my determination to uncover the truth. Ye Yuanshan, I asked myself, I never wronged you. Even if you took Su Lingyun's money and wanted to kill me. But we're practically strangers now. Why do you still insist on killing me? Just because you're afraid I find out the truth? You know you can't find out at all. That money was transferred to you before the natural disaster. The bank records are all gone now. You know perfectly well we can't find you, yet you still want to kill me. That doesn't make sense. Now that I'm right in front of you, can you give me the truth? Nie Yuanshan said contemptuously, you're not qualified, not even Su Xuanyi. I won't tell you the truth. The truth is, I'm afraid you find out I took money from Su Lingyun, and a considerable amount at that. I always been responsible for my actions. Now I told you the truth, you don't need to try to trick me anymore, I have nothing more to say. Su Lingfeng ultimately couldn't get a single word out of this old fox, Nie Yuanshan. He could only take Guyu and Zhao De back to their little nest. For now, they couldn't get involved in this matter anymore. Nie Yuanshan's matter wasn't a huge deal, but it wasn't insignificant either. The punishment for him wouldn't be particularly severe. This frustrated Su Lingfeng, although Su Xuanyi believed he had thoroughly defeated the fox. He couldn't climb back up anyway. Even his eldest and youngest sons had received some punishment. So far, Su Xuanyi was quite satisfied with the outcome. After all, he had gained the most so far. Headquarters had temporarily placed the Special Operations Brigade under his command. Even though Su Lingfeng was in a bad mood, he could only give up. Guyu, standing behind the window, felt something was off. Looking at Nie Yuanshan, she felt something was amiss, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. That night, back home, Guyu tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Finally, she drifted off, only to wake up suddenly. When Su Lingfeng was shaken awake, he was a little confused. Wife, what's wrong? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Guyu said, No. No. I know what's wrong. Chapter 136. Su Lingfeng was shaken awake by Guyu, hugging her and patting her back. Did you have a nightmare? Honey, it's okay, I'm here. Guyu was speechless. Her words completely jolted the man out of his reverie. I know what's wrong. Why is Nie Yuanshan targeting you? It's because he's connected to Nie Yuanheng. I was looking at his face from behind the window, and it felt so familiar. Now I understand. He looks a lot like Nie Yuanheng. Especially his eyes. The only difference is that Nie Yuanheng has a scholarly look, a round face without particularly sharp angles. Nie Yuanshan's facial features are more defined, making him look more dignified. But if you look closely at his nose, eyes, and mouth, doesn't it look familiar? Su Lingfeng jumped out of bed with a snort. Even Zhao De from next door jumped up. Yeah, how come we never thought of him? He and Ye Yuanheng not only have similar names, but they even look alike. That's why we felt a sense of kinship when we first met Ye Yuanheng. Not because he's our compatriot, but because he looks like Ye Yuanshan. We never even considered that possibility. Su Lingfeng continued. So, they sent us to Lifeng Kingdom. Soon after, Ye Yuanheng ran into us. Then, when he was leaving, he specifically wanted to take us with him. This wasn't a coincidence. Maybe there was some agreement between him and Ye Yuanshan? We were sent by Ye Yuanshan to rescue him and bring him back to his country safely. But we failed to bring Ye Yuanheng back. So Ye Yuanshan hates us, and that's why he wants to kill us. Su Lingfeng thought for a moment and then said, No. It's not that simple. Have you considered that even if we didn't successfully bring Ye Yuanheng back, it wouldn't be our fault? So why would Ye Yuanshan hate us? And you said he has contact with the Americans. How did they get in touch? Ye Yuanheng didn't say anything on the ship, right? There must be something else going on that we don't know about. Su Xuanyi was somewhat bewildered when Su Lingfeng called on him. After hearing his words, he felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't expected that Ye Yuanshan would have a relative so far away in Lifeng country. When Ye Yuanshan was brought back to the interrogation room, it was still dark. He yawned and complained, I have nothing to say. They can kill me or torture me as they please. What I don't understand is, were they waking me up this morning just to torture me? Su Lingfeng said to Ye Yuanshan, No, I just want to ask who Ye Yuanheng is to you. Ye Yuanshan's pupils contracted, and he quickly said, What Ye Yuanheng? Who's Ye Yuanheng? I have no relation to Ye Yuanheng whatsoever. I don't even know who he is. Su Lingfeng said, You don't need to hide it anymore. We retrieved your file. Your top secret file contains a brother. He said he went missing when he was young, and I went to your house to check. You have a photo of you and Ye Yuanheng when you were little, hidden quite well. Although I'm not sure if that's Nie Yuanhang, your name and appearance are similar. You two should be brothers, but Nie Yuanhang has always used a foreign name. This doesn't need proof anymore, Nie Yuanshan. I just don't understand one thing. How did you manage to stay in contact with Nie Yuanhang under such chaotic circumstances? I always thought my encounter with Nie Yuanhang was because I went to see him, and then he had the opportunity to return to China and contacted me. But now I realize it's not that simple. You sent me to Lifeng Kingdom, probably hoping I'd bring Nie Yuanhang back. Or maybe there was something else, but Nie Yuanhang is dead. Why won't you let go of me? It's not because I'm connected to your brother's death, but because there's some secret between you two? How did you two communicate? Through a radio? Nie Yuanshan grabbed Su Lingfeng frantically, shouting, I'm furious. Yuanhang wouldn't have died if he hadn't been trying to save you. I sent you to Lifeng Kingdom, so you could bring him back. I knew you had the ability, but I never expected you to come back on your own. My brother and his wife and children haven't returned. How can I vent my anger without killing you? He was kidnapped as a child, and my parents always hoped I could find him. But when I finally found him, he was already a famous navigator. My official position doesn't allow me to contact him. We can only meet in secret. After this incident, I wanted you to bring him back, but in the end, he gave his life for you. My brother and I have been separated for so many years, yet we never been able to rely on each other. Now, I'm not afraid to contact him anymore. And you shattered my dream of reuniting with him. Shouldn't I hate you? Su Lingfeng calmly replied, Oh? That's it? That can't be right. You definitely have more secrets. This isn't as simple as you make it out to be. How did you get in touch with America? Is it even possible to contact you there now? Nie Yuanshan is gone, but his son Pete and daughter are still alive. Or are you in contact with his wife? What happened over there is top secret. You couldn't possibly know. Why do you know why Nie Yuanhang died? That's very suspicious. You even know he died saving me. Nie Yuanshan, this matter is unclear. You know the consequences. Nie Yuanshan slumped onto the table, clutching his head, sobbing softly without speaking. Su Xuanyi, with a search warrant, thoroughly searched Nie Yuanshan's house. Finally, they found a radio in a hidden compartment in his basement. It was likely an American product, probably given to Nie Yuanhang by Nie Yuanshan. They used it to communicate. Faced with all the evidence, Nie Yuanshan finally broke down. He told Su Xuanyi that he had maintained contact with Nie Yuanhang, originally believing they would return to China safely. He had seen Su Lingfeng off. He did indeed have ulterior motives. He wanted to use Su Lingfeng's influence to rescue Nie Yuanhang, who was trapped in America. In reality, Nie Yuanhang was essentially under house arrest. The Lifeng Kingdom wanted to use him to smuggle the virus back, but they hadn't told him, only that he should join the so-called Noah's Ark project. By the time Nie Yuanhang discovered the truth, it was too late. He could only hastily send a telegram to Nie Yuanshan, explaining the situation. Then he lost his life trying to save Su Lingfeng and the others. Later, Nie Yuanshan made contact with Nie Yuanhang's wife. She told Nie Yuanhang the truth about his death, and then, to prevent others from discovering his contact with him, the radio station there never sent another message. He thought the matter was over, and even though he hated Su Lingfeng, he didn't intend to seek revenge. Until the radio station sent him a telegram. Chapter 137. The telegram stated that material support could be provided to Nie Yuanshan. It only instructed him to pull strings to allow the Lifeng Kingdom's aircraft carrier to enter Chinese waters smoothly. It made no mention of the virus, only stating that Lifeng Kingdom's situation was dire. The supplies on the aircraft carrier were enough for Nie Yuanshan to squander for a lifetime. As long as Nie Yuanshan was responsible for facilitating the carrier's entry into Chinese waters, he would receive supplies and a ton of gold. Nie Yuanshan was already in his 60s, nearing retirement. He had always wanted to promote his eldest son, Nie Lei, to his position, but unfortunately, Nie Lei wasn't particularly outstanding. The allure of gold and supplies was too great under the circumstances of a natural disaster. After several days of deliberation, Nie Yuanshan agreed to Lifeng Kingdom's plan. He then considered how to pull the strings. The first step, of course, was to remove Su Xuanyi. Otherwise Su Lingfeng's presence would only complicate matters. Allowing a foreign aircraft carrier into Chinese waters would only create difficulties for the leadership. Therefore, Su Lingfeng and his group, the only ones who knew the truth, had to die. Su Xuanyi would also be dragged down from his position. Nie Yuanshan planned to climb to a higher position when he could command an aircraft carrier into my country's territorial waters. However, Nie Yuanshan didn't expect Su Lingfeng to be like an unkillable cockroach. He repeatedly brought him down, revealing the truth. Frankly speaking, without careful observation, he never imagined that he would one day be discovered to resemble Nie Yuanhang so much. This credit should go to Gu Yu's intuition and strong observational skills as a woman. It was this that allowed her to notice something amiss. In fact, it should be said that she had already become suspicious the moment she saw Nie Xian. She felt Nie Xian looked familiar, but hadn't thought about it carefully. When she saw Nie Yuanshan, she had a bad feeling, even thinking about it at night. Gu Yu actually stumbled upon the truth. Now that the truth is out, a problem has arisen. It seems the reason Life Phone Kingdom is still persistent is definitely related to the virus. In other words, the virus that was supposed to be shipped to Bering Kingdom might have been brought back to Life Phone Kingdom's territory. So they set their sights on our country again. Now the question is, how do we find out the truth? Su Lingfeng originally wanted to take Gu Yu and Zhao De and make a quick getaway. He felt this problem would ultimately fall on his shoulders, but unfortunately, the outside world was filled with wind and rain, and heavy snow had blocked the city, making the roads impassable. Su Lingfeng and the other two had no choice but to stay at the Beijing rescue base for the time being. They returned to their old home, the Su family courtyard, which Su Xuanyi had always maintained. Later, during a torrential rain and flood, the basement of the house was flooded again. So far, the place is empty. Su Lingfeng felt he had finally enjoyed a few days of peace, spending time with Gu Yu. It would be even better if Zhao De weren't there as a third wheel. Of course, Zhao De wasn't entirely a third wheel. He also knew how to avoid trouble. Now that he could appear openly, yet couldn't leave the rescue base, he went to visit his former comrades from the Special Operations Brigade. When he found them in trouble, he used Su Lingfeng's name to help them. It was just some supplies. By sending them out under Su Lingfeng and Gu Yu's names, he gained their support and helped his comrades. Zhao De was quite tactful in this regard, not giving unconditionally. He only helped those in dire need. After all, you can help in an emergency, not in a long-term commitment. Su Lingfeng's intuition was quite accurate. Sure enough, this matter had fallen to him again. Since they had returned to their country via the Bering Strait, they could now travel back across the Bering Strait to the Kingdom of Lifeon to locate the aircraft carrier carrying the virus and confirm whether the virus still existed. With a locator, once the location was confirmed, the aircraft carrier on standby could launch a precise strike. Su Lingfeng didn't believe he had that kind of ability, and wanted to refuse the mission. He felt this matter didn't really concern him much. When he considered going abroad to establish his own base, he felt he had already fulfilled his mission to the country. Now, he only wanted to live well for Gu Yu, and to manage his own small family well. Even if it was just to establish a new base for his comrades. His purpose was simple, to stay away from these conflicts and live a happy life. But in the end, Su Lingfeng nodded in agreement because if the virus really invaded the country, even though he was far away in the northwest, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be infected. He had seen infected people, and knew their suffering, even though he knew it might be due to the unique constitution of people from the east. But he also knew it might be because of the Special Forces' unique constitution. Ordinary people would die upon contact with the virus. Su Lingfeng was conflicted for a time, only saying he needed to think it over. What finally made him accept was Gu Yu's persuasion. If possible, let's go. I have no parents, but you have a whole family. For their happy life, even if it means sacrifice, this is the only way we can go. If we could, as long as we're together, nothing would be a big deal. Besides, we walked this path before, we know how to handle the hardships we face. Su Lingfeng, I know you can't let go of your responsibilities. You just can't let go of me, hoping to give me a happy and fulfilling life. But Su Lingfeng, I want to tell you. I can also follow behind you to protect you for your ideals, taking on half of your responsibilities. Su Lingfeng, now is the time to test us. Even if not for ourselves, but for your family, and for everyone's family, we must return to Lifeon Kingdom. Su Lingfeng sighed. We finally returned to our country after traveling thousands of miles, but I never expected to have to go back to where it all started. Why don't you stay? I take Zhao De and the others. Gu Yu smiled and said, without my space, how much suffering will you endure? Have you thought about it? How have you survived without me? To be honest, even carrying 1,000 jin of grain, you might not reach the other side. So Su Lingfeng, don't talk nonsense. Since you decided to shoulder this obligation and responsibility, then I follow you to the death. I don't care, if it weren't for you, I might not be able to return home. Without your and your family's love and care, I might not be able to survive either. Right now, it's us. Yes, right now, it's our happy and fulfilling life. I can't bear to see everyone lose their lives because of the virus, or turn into monsters. Su Lingfeng hugged Guyu, feeling somewhat sad. He had originally wanted to give his beloved a stable and happy life. Now, however, he had to work tirelessly for others, and even burden Guyu. Since he had made up his mind to accept the mission, Su Lingfeng still discussed it with Zhao De. Zhao De had no objections. He felt it was their duty. He had enlisted for the country back then, and now he could dedicate his life for his country and its people. That was always his thought. Chapter 138. Su Xuanyi reluctantly saw Su Lingfeng and his two companions off. A month had passed since the heavy snowfall, and the weather had finally stabilized. The continuous blizzards had stopped, and if they didn't reach the Arctic while it was still covered in ice and snow, they might never make it across. The Bering Strait is located within the Arctic Circle, and high temperatures can come and go quickly. If the ice starts to melt, they won't be able to cross. Before setting off, Su Lingfeng had requested a considerable amount of supplies from his superiors, and hadn't taken too many people with him. Guyu's spatial dimension was a closely guarded secret, and he couldn't trust anyone else. The three of them each drove a truck, both crammed full of supplies. Most importantly, they had weapons and ammunition. One truckload was equipped with the latest models. The higher-ups didn't quite understand why Su Lingfeng needed so many weapons and ammunition, but they still provided them, even including food and compressed biscuits. They also gave him a small quantity of medicine, produced by the base's original pharmaceutical factory. Heading east from the Beijing rescue base, the three arrived at a completely deserted outskirts. Guyu stored all the supplies, including the truck, into her spatial storage. She also released a motorhome, and the three of them happily began their travels. When Su Lingfeng made a satellite call to the northwest through thick and thin base, Zhang Sun insisted on coming. He felt that Xie Wen should stay home to rest during her pregnancy, so he could accompany his companions on their long journey again. Unfortunately, Su Lingfeng refused. He felt that the three of them were already involved and couldn't escape. Now, it was best to let one person escape, rather than drag the others into it. He instructed Zhang Sun to cooperate with Chu Hai in guarding the base and awaiting the birth of Xie Wen's child. They shouldn't get involved in this matter anymore. He was already entangled in it, and there was no need to implicate more people. The journey to Bering State would inevitably pass through northeast China, so Su Lingfeng decided to go back to Zhao Da's home with him. Zhao family village was quieter than before. When Zhao Da entered the village, almost everyone came out excitedly, having spread the news. There were noticeably fewer people in the village than the last time he visited. Zhao Da's parents wept bitterly upon seeing him, especially his mother, who fainted from grief while holding him. Zhao Da's family was missing 2 children. His elder brothers had each lost a child. His sister-in-law was visibly haggard from grief over the loss of her child. But she knew she couldn't complain. Almost all the remaining children in the village were over 10 years old. Even with Zhao Da's father's excellent medical skills, he couldn't overcome this natural disaster. Moreover, there was also man-made calamity. Their village hadn't had a moment of peace lately. After Zhao Da left, they set up greenhouses to grow a small amount of vegetables, corn, and potatoes during periods of unstable weather. Later, torrential rains and floods caused widespread devastation, forcing them to harvest everything from their fields. Those who acted early still managed a considerable harvest, drying a significant amount of vegetables. They ground all the corn stalks into flour, leaving no corn cob untouched. They took their families and the grain, climbing to the mountaintop to live in a cave. It was during this time that one of their children was lost. Just as the floodwaters receded, a heatwave arrived. The villagers had barely moved back home, not even having settled in, when one night their village was attacked. Fortunately, Zhao Da taught them about incendiary bombs and provided them with weapons. The local people were known for their fierce nature and good relationships, and together they drove away several groups of robbers. However, unexpectedly, one night a child who hadn't slept well ran out and saw his father covered in blood, fighting with a group of people. He developed a high fever that day and died the next morning. Zhao's eldest sister-in-law, having just lost her nephew, now suffered the pain of losing her own child. If it weren't for the other children crying at her bedside, she might not have recovered. Zhao Da decided to send them to the rescue base in Beijing first, where the families Su Lingfeng had found were located. Su Xuanyi would take care of them, and if the weather permitted, he would send them to the northwest base later. Chu Hai would send someone to pick them up, and they would eventually live at the through thick and thin base. Along the way, Su Lingfeng and his team successfully found many families. Some were doing well, and didn't want to leave, content to know their children were safe. Others, whose lives were less than ideal, were naturally willing to go with their children. Su Xuanyi and Su Lingfeng contacted each other via satellite phone, and Su Lingfeng arranged for someone to pick them up. Zhao Da's father had been working tirelessly these past few days, and was willing to go to the Beijing rescue base with him, but he was truly powerless to help his fellow villagers. Zhao Da's two older brothers could both drive, and knew the way. Su Lingfeng and his team spent several more days finding the families of comrades from the same area as Zhao Da. They assembled a convoy of about 30 people, and sent them to the Beijing rescue base to find Su Xuanyi. After sending the families off, Su Lingfeng looked at the remaining personnel list, and then took Gu Yu and the other two to two large bases, but they found nothing. Some were confirmed dead, others were missing. Su Lingfeng spoke with Chu Hai again, and the comrades, who couldn't find their loved ones, expressed their understanding. Very few families survived these natural disasters. Everyone was already mentally prepared, and wasn't particularly heartbroken. Those who found their families were overjoyed. Those who couldn't find their loved ones weren't devastated either. Life and death were predestined. Wealth and honor were determined by fate. There was nothing human could do, and they had no power to stop it. Su Lingfeng and his group continued north, some people whose families lived in the south still holding onto a sliver of hope. Perhaps their families were still safe and sound. Su Lingfeng didn't have time to search everywhere. Their mission was crucial, and time was of the essence. Re-entering barren country, the desolation was noticeable. Especially at the border, there wasn't a soul in sight. Even near the lake by the border, they hadn't seen any wolves or bears. After crossing the lake, they began to miss the brown bears they had seen before. They hadn't even seen a polar bear along the way. 2 people were missing, but the 3 of them moved with surprising agility. It was just that without Zhang Sun, the chatterbox, something felt missing. Gu Yu wasn't a lively person. Zhao Da and Su Lingfeng moved like the wind, and were as silent as snow. Gu Yu felt the journey had been a bit too quiet. The 3 of them moved like stealthy cats, less noticeable than the blizzard. They crossed snow-capped mountains, traversed glaciers, and encountered strong winds, heavy rain, and blizzards. The distance wasn't long, but time seemed to pass quickly. Fortunately, Gu Yu had a spatial dimension, so at least they hadn't suffered too much. Approaching the other side of the Bering Strait again, they encountered another blizzard. This time, neither the container truck nor the RV could escape. There were no Alaskan Malamutes guarding them, no police alert from the Nix. A ravenous polar bear attacked Su Lingfeng and his companion, tearing open the container and waiting outside the RV. Chapter 139. Gu Yu and the others had already woken up. Su Lingfeng had Gu Yu enter his spatial dimension, believing that this way he and Zhao Da could face the polar bears without any worries. Otherwise, how could they protect Gu Yu while dealing with the polar bears? Fortunately, the RV was quite good, and the usable space inside the container was very limited. Although the polar bears had lost a lot of weight, they were still quite large. They couldn't squeeze through the gaps between the container and the RV. So they patiently waited at the container door, protected from the cold and wind. Su Lingfeng and Zhao Da weren't stupid. Rushing down would be suicide. Thus, a stalemate ensued. The polar bears couldn't get in, and Su Lingfeng and the others couldn't get out. Gu Yu, inside the spatial dimension, also felt this couldn't continue. Looking at the sea within, she had an idea. Anyway, she already kept tigers and bears. She wasn't afraid to raise a few more polar bears. After all, the fish fry she had collected, and the seafood she had gathered on the island, were already ready to eat. The sea was just too vast. She didn't go down to catch them. It's safe to say that polar bears have no shortage of food and water in the ocean within the space. Regarding the animals in the space, even ferocious tigers have never dared to harm Gu Yu. In other words, any animal taken into the space must obey Gu Yu's commands. Therefore, Gu Yu has no need to fear the ferocious polar bears. Since the polar bears are surrounding her and preventing her from leaving, she might as well take them into her space and keep them in the ocean. It would be pleasing to the eye. Su Lingfeng chose to remain noncommittal regarding Gu Yu's idea. He simply couldn't imagine that Gu Yu's space contained tigers, brown bears, grizzly bears, and even gorillas. He even considered catching a few polar bears and throwing them in. But he had to indulge his wife, so Su Lingfeng reluctantly agreed to rush out. Gu Yu collected all the polar bears into his spatial dimension. Hearing the car door open, the polar bears immediately pounced, only to find themselves in an unfamiliar sea. Confused, the polar bears wandered around the edge of the ocean, clearly unable to escape. Let's go into the sea and see, Gu Yu thought after collecting the polar bears. Then a problem occurred to her. The ocean in her spatial dimension was at a constant temperature year-round. Polar bears need a very cold environment. What to do? Su Lingfeng was both amused and exasperated. I just saw you excitedly collecting polar bears. And now you only just realized that polar bears need a cold environment to live in. Oh well, he had to spoil his wife. So, Su Lingfeng did nothing else all day but accompany his wife to chisel and collect ice. Zhao De, seeing a glacial lake without the danger of polar bears, simply found a hole the polar bears usually dug and started fishing inside. Perhaps because there aren't many animals catching fish normally, or because these fish had experienced the high temperatures, the fish caught were very small. The fish that were pulled from the water became frozen solid. However, there were many fish in the ice cave, so Guyu collected a large bunch of lively little fish. She also deliberately put a lot of bait at the entrance of the cave, catching even more small fish. The few larger ones were enough for a whole fish feast for dinner. The taste was very good. If they weren't leaving, Zhao De would have liked to catch a few more. The polar bear was now even more confused. Not only was it unable to get out, but blocks of ice were also being placed in front of it. Guyu chose a bend in the road, which she considered her polar bear's home. She placed ice blocks down the bend and observed that they didn't melt. Then she released the fish she had caught into the ocean and observed the polar bears for a day, finding nothing amiss. In fact, the polar bears adapted to their new environment quickly and swam happily in the ocean. Guyu was finally relieved. She couldn't let the polar bears she had impulsively raised starve, could she? If necessary, she would have to release them. Imagine releasing the polar bears, and then the three of them running away. What would that be like? The blizzard had temporarily stopped, and the three of them hurried on their way. They were only 3 people traveling light, and Guyu had finally discovered a new use for her spatial dimension. This time crossing the strait wasn't as difficult, at least much smoother than the last time. Previously, seeing animals required taking detours, but now Guyu felt she could simply store them in her spatial dimension. After all, there weren't many animals in the mountains and ocean within her spatial dimension. The only downside was the lack of Alaskan Malamutes. They had to travel for several more days. Whether it was an endless lake or a glacier, they had to walk the entire way. Only when they encountered wide snowfields could they ride snowmobiles. Guyu suggested that if anyone was selling Alaskan Malamutes, they should buy another pack. They could put them in their spatial storage and ride dog sleds on the way back, saving them a lot of effort. The 3 of them finally reached the coast a month later and breathed a sigh of relief. Su Lingfeng made a satellite phone call back. After confirming their safety, Su Xuanyi also breathed a sigh of relief. While they were crossing the Bering Strait, Zhao Da's family and other relatives gradually arrived at the Beijing rescue base. The weather there was still bad, but fortunately, Su Lingfeng had left a batch of supplies for Su Xuanyi before he left. This way, even if a large number of relatives arrived, Su Xuanyi could use these supplies to support them. Until they found suitable jobs or the weather improved, they could be sent to the through thick and thin base. Upon entering the Lifeon Kingdom, they all disguised themselves. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De were both quite tall and muscular. They wore brown-yellow wigs and blue contact lenses. After applying sunscreen and foundation, it was difficult to tell their skin tone apart without close inspection. After all, they were now completely covered up, except for their eyes. In the Lifeon Kingdom, they had to use this disguise and other forms of identification. At least here, the presence of Asians felt a bit strange. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De could speak the language of Lifeon fluently, but not the languages of other East Asians. Guyu had also changed her attire. Now she looked like a blonde, blue-eyed beauty. Entering Lifeon from this side, they didn't take the original route. This time, they were heading to the military port, so naturally they chose a different path. Otherwise, given Su Lingfeng and Zhao Da's personalities, they would have revisited that old place. News from back home indicated that Lifeon had suffered heavy losses this time. Many small European countries had been destroyed. The population had decreased to about 1/3, and many small cities were deserted. The problem was that this country valued freedom, and they didn't have a habit of uniting. No large-scale relief bases had been established. Everyone looked after themselves. As a result, the land appeared exceptionally desolate. Fortunately, although the earthquake was severe, the damage to some highways wasn't too significant. Chapter 140. Guyu had many cars in his space, all with license plates from this area, which he hadn't removed or used. Now they switched to an SUV. While speeding along the road, Su Lingfeng and the others were already formulating their next action plan. Fortunately, Nie Yuanshan's intelligence included detailed information about the aircraft carrier. Having already planned the route into the naval port city, they didn't find the plan too complicated. Their current objective was to advance into the naval port city and find one of the many aircraft carriers. The search was actually quite tedious. The two men had been searching for days without being able to get close to the naval port. How could they find the aircraft carrier? On the third day, Guyu tried going out again, but still couldn't get close to the port. By carefully observing the occasional passers-by, Guyu discovered a way to approach the naval port. There were still quite a few survivors in the city where the naval port was located. Their daily work consisted of fishing. Regardless of the high temperatures or the current frozen landscape, the ocean remained unfrozen. Besides fishing from the shore, many people also paddle out to sea in lifeboats to fish. There's no other way, there's no way to grow crops, so they have to rely on the sea for their livelihood. Almost all the survivors here depend on the sea for survival. If they're unlucky enough to encounter a tsunami or storm, they're doomed. Those with equipment can also obtain food by diving. Because of the presence of warships, this ocean is at least free of dangerous marine animals like sharks. However, over the years, the food supply has dwindled, the weather has changed too rapidly due to high temperatures, and the number of survivors is dwindling. When Guyu and her group arrived, they used lockpicking skills to enter a small house. It had 2 floors and hadn't been lived in for a long time. The first floor showed obvious signs of flooding, and the second floor hadn't escaped either. The water level was highest near the bed, indicating it was probably half submerged. Upstairs was a spacious platform with a steel-framed shed. There were signs of habitation, presumably due to extreme heat or flooding, where people chose to live upstairs for a period. In short, the house hadn't been lived in for a long time, and it was covered in dust. Guyu and her group tidied up, and the fireplace in the first floor living room was relit. Guyu took out 2 small stoves that burned coal or firewood, which the 3 of them could use for warmth and sleeping at night. They could also use them to cook soup and meals during the day, making the most of everything. There was no running water, electricity, or gas, so this was the only option for Guyu. Although they could sit inside the space, eating hot pot around the stove was much warmer in this weather. The surrounding houses were uninhabited, their temporary shelter was at the very end. To the left was the road, and of the dozen or so buildings on the right, only the middle 2 were inhabited. Everyone was too busy looking after themselves to care about the others. The advantage of the distance was that no one would know if Guyu and his companions were having hot pot and barbecue in their temporary shelter. Outside, it was freezing cold, and everyone's doors and windows were tightly shut. The aroma of food couldn't possibly travel that far. Even if someone did smell the aroma, they'd probably think they were hallucinating. Now that they had found a way to get close to the naval port, the 3 decided to follow the survivors to the beach. Everyone was bundled up like polar bears, and Guyu and his 2 companions received almost no attention. The survivors here all carried weapons, indicating that the surrounding area was not safe. Guyu and his 2 companions also carried only weapons and a lifeboat. Those without fuel used only the most basic equipment, and Su Lingfeng and his companions kept their distance. 2 men carried the lifeboat and fishing gear, and Guyu silently followed them, remaining vigilant. No one greeted them or exchanged pleasantries. The survivors here showed no reaction to each other. It was as if they were complete strangers. There was no surprise or enthusiasm in meeting, their numb expressions suggesting a complete lack of human emotion. Guyu and his companions were actually better off this way, as they feared curious onlookers would ask questions. The 3 of them followed the survivors to the beach and found a spot to go into the water. While others were looking for suitable places to cast their lines, the 3 of them were figuring out how to approach the warships. The naval port divided the ocean into 2 sides, and the survivors consciously avoided the side where the warships were docked. Guyu and the others observed from the lifeboat and found that the defenses on their side were very tight. There were many small patrol boats, and many people on the high ground observing below with binoculars. It seemed that approaching from the surface was impossible. The only way was to approach from underwater. Su Lingfeng and Guyu put on diving suits and went into the sea, while Zhao stayed behind, pretending to fish casually. Su Lingfeng brought Guyu along because he could take out some ocean fish from his spatial storage. Since they would freeze instantly upon reaching the surface, no one would see the frozen fish. This was just in case. It was better to be cautious on someone else's territory. The ocean near the naval port was completely covered by shark nets, so Su Lingfeng and his group didn't approach for the time being. The protection was quite tight, both above and below. Su Lingfeng, who had initially planned to take something out to cut through the nets, decided to abandon that plan for now. He decided to observe a few more times to make sure cutting through the nets wouldn't be a problem. They weren't sure if the original underwater surveillance cameras were still working. What if there were alarms inside, or if the underwater surveillance cameras were still functional, the two of them would be trapped. Swimming away from the vicinity of the naval port, Su Lingfeng surfaced elsewhere. They were lucky. No one had dived near the naval port, and they had still managed to find quite a bit. Su Lingfeng's caution proved justified. They sensed something was wrong as soon as they approached the lifeboat piloted by Zhao De. Not only were people climbing onto the boat and fighting with Zhao De for control of the lifeboat, but someone in the ocean was also attacking Su Lingfeng and Gu Yu, who had just swum back. Su Lingfeng slashed open the diving suit of one of their attackers with a dagger. Gu Yu seized the opportunity to climb onto the lifeboat and stab a man who was trying to ambush Zhao De, who was fighting with another man. The man, not expecting that the four men in the sea couldn't stop Su Lingfeng and Gu Yu, was focused on finding an opportunity to attack Zhao De. Gu Yu struck her blow, kicking the wounded man off the lifeboat. Zhao De also successfully kicked another man off the lifeboat. Gu Yu opened fire into the sea with her weapon, and Su Lingfeng quickly climbed onto the lifeboat as well. Zhao De took the weapon from Gu Yu and began firing. His aim was better than Gu Yu's. None of the attackers escaped. Su Lingfeng quickly took the pistol from Gu Yu and began firing in response. Gu Yu watched as the ocean turned blood red. She took out her binoculars and began searching for the attacker's boat. Chapter 141. These people were cunning, hiding their lifeboats behind a large area of reefs in the middle of the sea. They were almost invisible unless you looked closely. Zhao De and his group quickly rowed there, but the lifeboats appeared empty. Just as Zhao De jumped aboard to check, the lifeboat tilted to one side. Fortunately, Su Lingfeng reacted quickly, firing a shot into the ocean. A burst of blood-red light appeared on the surface, and soon a man surfaced, crying for help. Su Lingfeng, of course, wouldn't save him, he simply killed him. The attackers had two lifeboats. Gu Yu, having tidied herself up behind the reefs, quickly stored herself in her spatial storage. Su Lingfeng scanned the area with his binoculars. The reef area was fairly well hidden. It was invisible from other angles, unless you were directly in front of the reefs. Now that they had found a weakness in the naval port, Su Lingfeng decided to spend the next few days observing the area with Zhao De. After finalizing their plan, they figured out how to enter the underwater area of the naval port and find the aircraft carrier to infiltrate. As the saying goes, plans are subject to change. They had only been exploring the seabed for 2 days when an opportunity arose. An opportunity that would allow them to enter the naval port openly. Here's what happened. One day, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De went out to sea to fish. They encountered a man who had suffered a similar fate. He was being robbed by 2 men. Without much thought, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De intervened and rescued the man. During their conversation, they learned that the man fished as a side job to supplement his meals. His official job was as a cleaner employed by the naval port. He was also a team leader. The naval port was suffering from severe staff shortages and needed to hire outside workers for cleaning, snow shoveling and such. They used to have their own regular cleaning crew, but unfortunately, those crews have suffered heavy losses. So they had to start temporarily hiring survivors to help with cleaning. Rick, the rescued man, is the team leader for this task. He finds people with respectable backgrounds to clean the naval port. Due to the increasingly high survivor casualty rate, he's finding people quite a challenge. Of course, those cleaning the naval port are only cleaning inconspicuous areas like floors, walls, and toilets. They still can't directly enter the warships. Fortunately, Su Lingfeng and his group only need an identity to infiltrate. They only want to find the aircraft carrier carrying the virus. Because there are so many warships and aircraft carriers here, finding the one underwater is indeed difficult. The place is brightly lit at night. Su Lingfeng observed for a long time, but couldn't be sure that the searchlights outside wouldn't shine on him. Moreover, whether the naval port surveillance system was even usable was another question. Once Su Lingfeng and Zhao De entered the naval port, they could find a way to locate the surveillance room. If they confirmed the surveillance was no longer functioning properly, then diving from the seabed into the aircraft carrier would be easy. If the surveillance was still working, then they would have to find a way to board the carrier from the front. This required them to have proper identification information. There was no need to consider that now. A few days later, with Rick's help, they swaggered into the naval port. Rick, as the team leader, had his own area of responsibility, and the people he usually hired were survivors with whom he had a good relationship. Bringing Su Lingfeng and Zhao De, his 2 saviors, along was no problem for him. After all, the survival rate of survivors was extremely low, and they were being rotated frequently. Due to the weather, the temperature in the military port wasn't too high. Some of the lazy people inside didn't bother to come out and carefully check the people Rick brought. They all entered the military port smoothly. Guyu didn't go. She was now a beautiful blonde with blue eyes. Female survivors weren't hired for cleaning. The military port was very large, and not too many people could enter at once. Therefore, most of the cleaning was done by strong men. Zhao De privately complained to Su Lingfeng that they had been cleaning themselves for years. Even though the camp was large, they had never hired anyone from outside. This capitalist's life is a bit too extravagant. Even soldiers can hire people to clean? Su Lingfeng rolled his eyes. You idiot! If they don't hire people, how can we get in? They're cleaning themselves, who can sneak in? Are you on their side or ours? Are you even considering their safety? Zhao De scratched his head, a little guilty, and said, that's right, why didn't I think of that? Thanks to the freedom and laxity of capitalist countries, we can find any excuse to move forward. Su Lingfeng was almost amused by his antics, while Guyu laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. The two of them specially modified their outer windproof clothing to avoid being too bulky and restricting their movement. Underneath, they wore a jumpsuit, with their weapons stored inside. To avoid being asked to remove their masks while cleaning or during identity checks, the two of them even deliberately applied foundation and sunscreen to whiten their faces. Unexpectedly, because of the cold weather, the naval port authorities had no interest in checking their identities. As for whether they wore masks or not, nobody cared. Su Lingfeng felt his caution was a joke. Fortunately, they successfully entered the naval port. After Rick assigned responsibilities, he slacked off and went to another area. Su Lingfeng pushed all the cleaning duties onto Zhao De and quietly slipped into the naval port's office area. Everyone was given a cleaning vest to wear over their clothes. So, even though Su Lingfeng wandered around, no one suspected anything. Today was the day for hiring outside cleaners, and there were hired survivors everywhere in the naval port. Except for a few restricted areas, no one was guarding them outside. Rick had warned them beforehand not to leave their area easily, as they might be in danger if discovered. Su Lingfeng's skills were such that even an ordinary person would find it difficult to catch him. So he easily changed into work clothes and went straight into the office area. After finding the monitoring room, Su Lingfeng confirmed two things. First, the underwater surveillance cameras were indeed no longer functional. There weren't many usable surveillance cameras left in the naval port either. Only 2 people were on duty in the monitoring room, and they were basically dozing off. Second, Su Lingfeng specifically checked the area with the shark nets and confirmed that the cameras there had no image. Having achieved his goal, Su Lingfeng quickly left the office area. The journey was smooth, and Su Lingfeng sensed the laxity of the security. They seemed more like they were completing a mission than protecting their own camp, as Su Lingfeng understood it. Chapter 142. Su Lingfeng donned his disguise again, becoming a hired survivor. Zhao De was quite fast. He finished the area for 2 people in no time. Finding a slightly elevated corner, they observed the sea using binoculars. Luckily, this time they finally found the aircraft carrier's docking location. Due to special circumstances, the aircraft carrier was located quite far from the other warships. Having found their target's docking location, the shark net surveillance was broken again. Now, infiltrating the aircraft carrier was easy for them. That night, the 3 of them changed into black diving suits and secretly piloted the lifeboat to the reef. The 3 of them dived, cut through the shark net, and ran directly to the aircraft carrier. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was watching and the searchlights weren't sweeping over them, they quietly climbed onto the aircraft carrier. Once Su Lingfeng was on the aircraft carrier, he realized they didn't need to disguise themselves. In fact, they had deliberately found a restroom and restored their skin color to that of ordinary people, so there was no need for concealment. The proportion of ordinary people on this aircraft carrier was unusually high, and strangely, they were all of Asian descent. There was also a group of Native Americans, some of whom Su Lingfeng and his group recognized, the same people they had met in the small town where the Zhang family lived when they passed through. The Native Americans and people of Chinese descent seemed listless and expressionless, requiring no supervision. Some stayed quietly in their small cabins, several people crammed into each one. Others sat listlessly on the deck, seemingly oblivious to everything. Su Lingfeng sensed something was amiss. Everyone here was wearing masks, and specially made uniform clothing. Su Lingfeng easily stole 3 pieces of clothing. Wearing a mask, he blended in with the others and wasn't particularly noticeable. That night, they found an empty cabin to stay in temporarily. However, they didn't sleep very well, being on someone else's territory. After forcing themselves to be quiet for 2 or 3 days, they finally found an opportunity to explore the aircraft carrier one night. They came to an area and found it heavily guarded, with screams coming from inside from time to time. The area was surrounded by heavily armed soldiers, and people were being brought in every now and then. Su Lingfeng and his group observed for another day and night, having Gu Yu stay quietly in the cabin and enter the spatial dimension. After several days of observation, Su Lingfeng and his group only saw people being brought in, but never anyone being brought out. This was very strange. Until the fifth night of observation, Su Lingfeng and his group saw a group of people in white coats emerge from inside. Some of them were actually professors from the same aircraft carrier, regulars at Ye Yuanheng's gatherings. Su Lingfeng was certain this was likely an experimental site, but he couldn't understand why they were capturing so many people of Asian descent. Were they conducting experiments that would be targeted at their own country, perhaps because Yuan Kuan's condition had been too complicated last time? After all, others either died after just one injection or were infected with the virus. Only he could recover silently, and repeatedly at that. Su Lingfeng destroyed the experimental equipment and laboratories on that aircraft carrier. However, this aircraft carrier, which was supposed to go to Bering for help, was driven back. The virus was still present, and the infected people on this aircraft carrier could also spread it. All the other failed experiments were placed here. The Lifeone government also captured large numbers of people of Asian descent for experiments, even though these countries were originally their loyal allies. In their eyes, Yin was already a tempting prize, and the Lifeone government wanted to seize it. They still firmly believed they could control all infected people by spreading the virus. Once the infected were cleared, they could launch a large-scale invasion and occupy that land. Unfortunately, although the natural disaster was severe, the military of the country still had relatively strong control over the seas. However, they wanted to bypass Yan's borders, sail into the seas of other countries, and then enter Su Lingfeng's homeland from those countries. This required some military support, and with Liefeng's national strength so weak, military support offered no advantage. Given the natural disaster, nuclear weapons were out of the question. Fortunately, there were traders like Nie Yuanshan, bribed with some material goods and gold. He wasn't the only one who agreed to find a solution. It's just that he held a higher position. Now that the plan had been decided, all the researchers threw themselves into the study. Unfortunately, the virus had a very high infection rate among their country's population. However, it was practically ineffective against people of Asian descent. Most were immediately rendered incapacitated after just one injection. Mixed-race individuals infected with the virus would become disfigured, resembling the Hulk. Some Native Americans even recovered inexplicably. These developments left the scientists of the Fierce Wind Kingdom somewhat bewildered. Could this virus spread to the Yin Kingdom? If this question wasn't clarified, even if the aircraft carrier successfully entered Yin Kingdom's waters, and the personnel could safely disembark. But could these strangely shaped infected individuals pass the checks smoothly? This question had been troubling them for a long time, and they were still stuck in the same place. For people of Asian descent infected with this virus, it was either a fatal injection or a complete cure. The chance of transmission was practically non-existent. Even getting infected individuals to spread the virus was difficult. The Hulks were all local infected individuals from the Lifeone Kingdom. These people had bizarre body shapes and indescribable skin colors. Even a fool would know they were problematic, and the people of Lifeone Kingdom wouldn't dare to fool everyone else. Su Lingfeng was unaware of the Lifeone Kingdom's plan. He was currently trying to find a way into the aircraft carrier's laboratory. Satellite phones couldn't be used on the aircraft carrier, and Su Lingfeng was afraid of being monitored by the people on the carrier and alerting them. Gu Yu had been staying obediently in her temporary cabin these past few days. After all, she wasn't a professional, and her skills were far from adequate. If she were discovered, Su Lingfeng and the others would also be in danger. After all, their weapons were stored in their spatial storage. They only carried the lightest, most portable weapons. A week after they infiltrated the aircraft carrier, Gu Yu was organizing her belongings in her spatial storage when she heard the commotion outside. She quickly opened the hatch to eavesdrop. Among the Chinese people captured in the next cabin was a pregnant woman. The people in the laboratory proposed a hypothesis. Perhaps the pregnant woman could be infected with the virus. The child would be born carrying the virus. If the child was born with the virus and it didn't mutate, could it successfully enter Yin country and spread the virus? This audacious idea was approved by the Scientific Research Institute, which had run out of ideas. So now all the pregnant women on the ship had to be sent to the laboratory. Chapter 143. Those who initially thought they had been rescued were nearly driven mad. They believed the government had come to rescue them, even though they were forced to leave the homes they had lived in for so long. But upon arriving here, they discovered they were prisoners. Prisoners whose lives could be lost at any moment, and the daily food provided was what kept them alive. The aircraft carrier did indeed offer refuge from the high temperatures, and they could even sleep without having to work. But later, they noticed their numbers were decreasing daily, especially when they went to the mess hall. Relatives and friends disappeared one by one, but unfortunately, none of them could escape. This sudden targeting of pregnant women was enough to drive them mad. Even knowing they would die sooner or later, seeing their wives, sisters, and daughters, heavily pregnant, about to be taken away, everyone exploded. Outside, chaos reigned, and Guyu seized the opportunity, just like last time, to fan the flames inside. She caused an uproar among the people on the aircraft carrier, and decisively took out landmines, running around and throwing them everywhere. Explosions erupted continuously on the aircraft carrier, and Su Lingfeng and his companion finally found an opportunity to infiltrate the laboratory. Guyu also slowly approached the laboratory, placing several hand grenades outside. When the guards rushed out, they released several canisters of tear gas. While the guards were snotting and tearing from the fumes, Guyu slipped into the laboratory. The soldiers outside finally couldn't take it anymore. They opened fire, silencing the rioters. The soldiers temporarily refrained from arresting the pregnant woman for experiments, instead herding everyone back to their respective rooms. Only then did they realize that the laboratory seemed to be empty, with only a few guards remaining. The officer in charge quickly led his team back. Only then did they realize something was wrong. The riot was because they had captured pregnant women for experiments. But where did the grenades come from? Everyone brought for experiments had been searched. No one had brought luggage. Their clothes, pants, and shoes were all replacements. So, outsiders had infiltrated the aircraft carrier. The aircraft carrier was too large. By the time they returned to the lab, the tear gas smoke outside had dissipated. Su Lingfeng and his colleague went straight to the core area of the lab. They saw people severely infected with the virus locked in transparent labs. Like transparent coffins, they were all rotting hulks. If they weren't still connected to ventilators, Su Lingfeng would have thought they were models. Now, they could only continue searching the lab for data. Only by finding evidence could they figure out what the instigators were up to. Guyu, however, went the wrong way. The area she visited was filled with imprisoned Asian people. Guyu thought for a moment, then used a hammer to break the chains outside the room. She released everyone. These people ran out and shouted for help, rousing those who had quieted down in the cabin. Through their cries, everyone realized they were all experimental subjects. These people were alive because they had miraculously recovered after being infected with the virus. But they had watched helplessly as others died instantly with a single injection. And those people in white coats wanted to take their blood samples for experiments? So they hadn't killed them all, but instead locked them all in a corner room. They were given blood tests every day and repeatedly injected with the virus. Some recovered miraculously after several injections, while others died during the second or third injection. Now, Guyu has released them all, and each has found their family. Now, the purpose of this aircraft carrier is public knowledge. The soldiers who had already returned had to go back to the ship's hold to stop those who were starting to cause trouble again. Thanks to Guyu's accidental actions, the laboratory is temporarily safe again. Guyu found Su Lingfeng and Zhao De and collected the data they had obtained. There was no need to take the data for now. Guyu sent it to the hospital storage space for frantic scanning and storage. Su Lingfeng suddenly realized why there was no one in the laboratory today. Where were the scientists and researchers? But they couldn't worry about that now. They could only hurriedly return to the ship's hold. They pretended to blend in with the people in the bustling city and returned to their temporary accommodations to avoid suspicion. The scientists and researchers weren't actually on this aircraft carrier today. They were holding a meeting on another one. The leaders were extremely dissatisfied with the results of their work. However, they approved of the planned experiments on pregnant women. In addition, they also captured some people of Bering descent for experiments. Right now, Yin and Bering are the best paradises. Although they also suffer from natural disasters, their food reserves are sufficient, and their large populations and vast territories provide them with various living spaces. At least for now, their remaining population is far greater than that of Lifeng. Even if Lifeng's population were combined with that of Europe, it wouldn't equal the number of people remaining in Yin alone. Of course, there's another strange country where life seems quite easy. Judging from their ability to thrive even while drinking polluted river water, perhaps they really do have some kind of divine protection. At this meeting, they wanted to redistribute their personnel. They couldn't just focus their experiments on people of Asian descent. Africa is nothing but hot, but they've gotten used to it. This recent rain and snowfall, however, has been a boon to them. making their lives even more comfortable. Now, if the people of Lifeng want to survive, they must diversify their efforts. They need to find places that suit them to survive, instead of fixating on Yin country. After all, their defenses are too tight, and their military is too highly trained. In a situation where there's no other option, they have to settle for second best. Meanwhile, some soldiers have finally returned to the laboratory. Aside from the cage opened by Gu Yu, there are no other unusual sensations. Was this right just to rescue those who were injected with the virus and automatically recovered? This matter can only be investigated slowly for now. The soldiers began cleaning up the traces of the explosion. After their meeting, the scientists and researchers returned to the aircraft carrier. They hadn't yet communicated the meeting's contents to the military. First, they needed to determine what else was missing from the lab besides the escaped experimental subjects. Especially, had the data on the computers been copied, Su Lingfeng and his team were trying to contact their home country. In the chaos, no one should have had time to monitor their signals. Over the satellite phone, Su Lingfeng clearly explained the situation. Domestic leaders indicated they would find ways to strengthen security at sea and along the border. They would be especially vigilant against unidentified foreigners, or people from other countries. What Su Lingfeng and his team needed to do now was completely destroy all the viruses and research data on the aircraft carrier. Ideally, they should be able to extract blood samples from recovered patients and bring back samples of the virus. This would allow them to study the virus and develop a corresponding solution before it infiltrated the ship. Chapter 144. The natural disaster meant Su Lingfeng and his team couldn't get any help. They had to destroy the aircraft carrier themselves, a difficult task. Everyone knew their infiltration was already difficult enough. Finding the explosives would be even harder. However, only Su Lingfeng and his team could accomplish this. They were the only ones with experience crossing the Bering Strait. And as it turned out, they did a very good job. Ordinary people simply couldn't infiltrate the aircraft carrier and obtain their experimental data. After finishing his phone call with his superiors discussing the plan, Su Lingfeng made another call back to the Fengyu Tongzhou base. Because of Nye Yuanshan's capture, the Northwest base finally quieted down. No one said they would cause trouble for the Fengyu Tongzhou base again. On the contrary, their cooperation had become more frequent recently. Even though the Fengyu Tongzhou base was unwilling to accept any more survivors. Fortunately, Su Lingfeng had discovered a place during his last exploration. It turned out to be a vegetable and fruit-growing base, and the groundwater there seemed to have been restored. However, the location was remote, quite a distance from both the Northwest base and the Through Thick and Thin base. It was practically in the middle of the two. Therefore, the Northwest base began sending a large number of survivors from the outskirts there. They also organized the survivors to gradually build vegetable and fruit greenhouses. This allowed them to receive more survivors from other areas without disrupting their work. Work in the core area of the Northwest nuclear base was currently more important, and managing the relocated survivors was proving difficult for the Northwest base. The actions of the Through Thick and Thin base earned the gratitude of the people at the Northwest base for their selfless dedication. What they didn't know was that Chu Hai and Su Lingfeng had discussed the unstable groundwater source in that area and the lack of a way to bring in snowmelt from the mountains. With the limited personnel and capabilities of the Through Thick and Thin base, they couldn't dig such a long pipeline for melting snowmelt. The Northwest base, with its large workforce, could dig a much longer pipeline. Bringing snowmelt from the mountains would solve the problem of unstable groundwater resources. With the wind power and water issues resolved, the area would be habitable. Furthermore, with adequate windbreaks and suitable weather, the land could be used for farming. To prevent the Northwest base from continuing to target them, Chu Hai also made certain sacrifices. For example, he provided them with dwarf corn and wheat seeds for greenhouse cultivation. He also provided them with hydroponics technology, enabling them to establish their own hydroponics plantations. Of course, these seeds couldn't be provided free of charge. They were charged for the corn and wheat seeds. The points cards from the Northwest base were useless to them, but gold was universally accepted. Guyu hadn't expected these seeds to be so valuable. 1 pound was equivalent to the value of gold. If she had known, she would have given Chu Hai a larger share of all the arable seeds in her spatial storage. That way, when she returned to the base, she would have a mountain of gold waiting for her. After all, it was agreed when these seeds were provided that they weren't free. 10% of everything grown would belong to Guyu. Chu Hai only provided the seeds and technical personnel. He didn't allow anyone to visit their Through Thick and Thin base. After all, the current scale of planting and breeding at the Through Thick and Thin base would surely make everyone envious. Human nature is most unpredictable at this time, and Chu Hai dared not take the risk. He didn't even dare tell anyone that he could provide rabbits, chicks, ducklings, lambs, piglets, or the like for the Northwest base to raise. If he were to generously provide them with animal husbandry assistance, it might make them realize that the through thick and thin base already had a considerable number of animals. Eating meat was currently a major problem. All the bases were researching how to create nutrient solutions and meat substitutes. It was said that the Beijing base had already developed a nutrient solution that could make people feel full after drinking it. And there was a seasoning that could make people taste and feel like they were eating meat, even in steamed buns. In the near future, perhaps people could survive solely on nutrient solutions. Fine cuisine was slowly declining, as many things could not yet be mass-produced. Grain would only be in its initial form, and even then, considerable technology and arduous work would be needed to meet human needs. This is unavoidable under natural disasters. No matter how advanced your greenhouse technology, it will still be affected to some extent. Fortunately, humans always find ways to survive. Scientists are also researching how to survive underground. Avoid torrential rains, avoid earthquakes, avoid all natural disasters, and hide at the Earth's center. Northwest Space Agency is also researching how to find a planet suitable for human habitation. Establish a new planetary order. This is also the fundamental reason why they are unwilling to take in too many survivors. Su Lingfeng was currently unable to properly arrange matters at the through thick and thin base. He was too far away to intervene effectively. Everything depended on Chu Hai and Zhang Sun. Xiaowen was 3 or 4 months pregnant, and even greater challenges awaited her. Guyu could only ask Su Lingfeng to convey a few words of comfort, as she couldn't offer any real help at the moment. After a few quiet days, they hid in their cabins assembling time bombs. Many innocent people remained on the aircraft carrier, and they couldn't all be evacuated at this time. Although the carrier was close to the naval port, it was essentially adrift on the sea. Escape was only possible via lifeboats. Therefore, Su Lingfeng and his team split into 2 groups. One group would set the timer on the bombs to detonate them on schedule. The other group would try to lead everyone away in the lifeboats. Once they reached shore and stormed out of the naval port, they would be free. Even if they were starving and freezing outside, it was better than being dead. Many of them had actually been captured. If they could return to their homes, their lives might be better spared. Su Lingfeng thought for a moment and decided to let Gu Yu make the arrangements. Once the time bomb was planted, he would drop grenades along the way. Zhao De was responsible for leading everyone out and onto the lifeboats. Gu Yu was also among them, dropping off a truck in the naval port as they ran out. Zhao De led everyone to the truck's location and drove out of the naval port. This plan seemed perfect, mainly because Gu Yu had ample space to carry the bomb. Otherwise, Gu Yu should have gone out first to prepare the vehicle, instead of going out with the main group. After all, the risk of being seen was too high. They needed to consider the angles beforehand. Fortunately, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De had some knowledge of the naval port and now knew which corners were unmonitored, making it easier for Gu Yu to drop off the truck. Chapter 145. The operation began with something unexpected. The cabin where Su Lingfeng and his team were temporarily staying was forcibly opened. At first, they all thought they had been exposed. Before they could resist, all 3 of them were taken into the laboratory. The laboratory contained many more of the Hulk-like, transparent glass coffins infected with the virus, which they hadn't seen on their last visit. Many of the specimens inside were not the originals. In fact, there were many more. Su Lingfeng and his team were also to be injected with the virus. Su Lingfeng had been wondering how to infiltrate the lab, but now that they had been captured, the plan had to be implemented ahead of schedule. They couldn't worry about the people outside for the time being. They and the others were locked in a small room in the laboratory, preparing to be injected with the virus one by one. Su Lingfeng and his team suddenly attacked. No one could react in time. Where did their weapons come from? The poor laboratory personnel hadn't even had a chance to inject their test subjects with the virus. They were directly captured by the test subjects. Su Lingfeng handed the virus samples to Gu Yu, who pretended to put them in her backpack. Now there was no need to search for samples anymore. The soldiers on duty outside couldn't get in, and didn't notice anything unusual inside. These soldiers were no match for Su Lingfeng and his team. The scientists and researchers inside were quickly knocked unconscious. Gu Yu began collecting all the data she could find. This time, she didn't need to scan anything. She even collected the computers and laptops. Su Lingfeng started planting all the time bombs, while Zhao De and the others quickly rushed out. Gu Yu handed over all the weapons from the experimenters. Those who had almost become experimental subjects, in a moment of rage, followed Zhao De and charged forward. Having already nearly lost their lives, they no longer cared about fear. They had all seen the Hulk in the lab. If they became like that, they'd rather be dead. Everyone began a bloodthirsty resistance. The soldiers outside the lab, caught off guard, were wiped out. They seized weapons, and then went on killing indiscriminately. Guyu wasn't stingy. He provided almost 2 or 3 grenades to each person. After a brief training session, they began throwing them around. Back in the cabin, Zhao De led all the survivors towards the lifeboat cabins. Zhao De directed the others to unload the lifeboats and run aboard. The soldiers pursued relentlessly, but none could get close. After all, they had a considerable number of weapons, and they still had grenades. Guyu used almost all the empty beer bottles in his spatial storage, turning them all into Molotov cocktails. Each person carried 2 or 3 hand grenades, and at least 5 or 6 empty incendiary bottles, all tucked into their waistbands. The survivors lit the incendiary bombs, clutching them to their chests, and threw them out. Everyone was already on the lifeboats, and began paddling. The soldiers were still around the incendiary bombs, trying their best to extinguish the fire. Su Lingfeng had planted all the time bombs in the laboratory. Guyu had finished collecting all the data. He hadn't overlooked any of the computer data in the lab, even the laptops. After confirming that all the bombs were planted, Su Lingfeng led Guyu out. All the soldiers had already gone to chase after the experimental subjects and survivors. Why were there still people guarding outside? Su Lingfeng quickly dealt with the guards. Guyu took out an electric scooter he received from the aircraft carrier and started running. Guyu soon caught up with Zhao De and the others, blending into the crowd. The soldiers were still watching helplessly as all the survivors escaped. Then, they heard an explosion behind them and rushed towards the experimental area. Su Lingfeng changed into their uniform and joined their ranks. But while others ran forward, he retreated. Soon, he too successfully escaped the aircraft carrier. The first explosions were from the grenades and hand grenades he threw. The later explosions were from Su Lingfeng's time bombs. The returning soldiers cried out in agony. Even those not hit by the bombs had all the virus chambers blown open. This meant the entire aircraft carrier would be infected with the virus. The destructive power was considerable. Many people immediately developed festering sores, and their skin turned green. Su Lingfeng didn't say he would let them go. He had dived to the sea a day in advance and planted underwater bombs beneath the aircraft carrier. Once the time bombs on the carrier had mostly detonated, the underwater bombs also exploded. The aircraft carrier was completely destroyed, and not a single infected person remained. Zhao De and his team led the survivors into the vehicles, and finally escaped the naval port. Due to the suppression of weapons, and the port personnel's complacency, by the time the other aircraft carriers arrived to provide support, the situation was out of control. The survivors fled, each heading in their own direction. They drove off in their respective destinations. Guyu wasn't stingy. Since she had acquired the vehicles here anyway, she didn't care if she could get them back. She even placed some pancakes she had received from the rescue base in Beijing in each car. There were plenty of vehicles in the space. Guyu really didn't need to care about those dozens of trucks. Those flatbreads were hard and unpalatable, so they might as well do a favor. The 3 of them left the survivor group halfway and returned to the sea, finding their boat in the reef area. Pretending to be like the other survivors, who had gone out to sea to fish, they frantically rowed the boat towards the shore. This was also to survive in this place for a while longer. Su Lingfeng felt that the mission wasn't completely over until he saw the final fate of the aircraft carrier. The 2 of them took turns on the platform of their temporary shelter, using binoculars to observe the chaos in the naval port. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De were both looking in the square for any familiar faces. Or perhaps those huge crates being carried out? They waited for several days without seeing anything. Su Lingfeng feared that it had been transferred to another aircraft carrier, so he and Zhao De took advantage of the chaos to search inside. After confirming that the aircraft carrier had completely sunk to the bottom of the sea, and that salvage work was immediately impossible, the 2 finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now it was time to find a way back, but unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Just as they were preparing to return, a sudden heatwave struck. This time, there was no downpour, no transitional period. The temperature abruptly rose from -50 or 60 degrees Celsius to above zero. That wasn't all. In less than 2 days, the temperature rose again from a few degrees above zero to around 30 or 40 degrees Celsius. The glaciers across the Bering Strait were already starting to melt, and the only way to get there was by boat. But there was nothing there before, so a boat suddenly appearing out of nowhere seemed very strange. It seemed Su Lingfeng and his group would have to survive here until the next cold snap. A large-scale search had begun near the naval port, It wasn't safe here anymore. Chapter 146. The three of them thought for a moment, and Guyu suggested, "Why don't we go back to the capital of Lifephone Kingdom? There are many people there, and their composition is complex. We already have temporary accommodations. We can stay there for a while, and then come back when the weather gets colder. Right now, the military's search targets are all foreigners, but there are many foreigners in the capital. Also, the information there is more readily available. At least we can get first-hand intelligence." Zhao De agreed. The power facilities in other places were severely damaged, and it was too hot. They couldn't stand it without air conditioning and fans. Unfortunately, before the three of them could escape, the tsunami and earthquake struck. The entire city was a mess, and Su Lingfeng and his group ran directly into the military port. They ran with the others into a yacht docked in the harbor. This ship, however, lacked military markings, suggesting it was private property. Su Lingfeng eventually found all the relevant documents for the yacht in the wheelhouse. Judging from this, it was likely the private yacht of a high-ranking official, simply docked in the military port. Judging from the condition inside, all the facilities were covered in dust, indicating that it hadn't been used for a long time. Despite the constant earthquakes and tsunamis, the yacht, because it was moored at a bend in the road, wasn't significantly affected, only experiencing some rocking. Those who escaped together were mostly survivors from the surrounding area. This luxurious, large yacht was enormous, with 20 or 30 cabins. Everyone stayed in their own rooms, without disturbing each other. However, everyone knew that food was running low, and many had brought fishing gear with them. During the brief lulls in the tsunami and earthquake, they could only sit on the yacht and try their luck. If they could catch some fish, they could have a meal, otherwise, they would have to endure hunger. The tsunami struck twice more before stopping. But the earthquake seemed endless. This place didn't seem to be the epicenter, but aftershocks continued. At least, the small building where Su Lingfeng and his group had temporarily lived was now in ruins. The lucky survivors found an open space to set up camp, waiting for the earthquake to end. The unlucky ones had already gone to meet their beloved god. That day, Su Lingfeng was observing the earthquake situation on the street during a temporary pause. Suddenly, he saw a pair of hands reaching out from under the rubble. The person was struggling to dig themselves out, holding something that looked like an axe. When he raised his gray head, Su Lingfeng immediately recognized him as Rick. Having known him before, Su Lingfeng, along with Zhao De, risked running over and dragged Rick out. They carried him back to the yacht and called Guyu to check on Rick's condition. Rick was also quite unlucky. His house had collapsed, and he happened to be in the basement. Although he survived thanks to a collapsed slab of wood in the basement, and luckily drank a lot of water from a burst drainpipe, he only had an axe with him, which was completely unsuitable for digging. For the past few days, he had been slowly digging himself out with the axe. Perhaps he wasn't meant to die, as Su Lingfeng and the others saved him again. Searching for other buried survivors was impossible. Su Lingfeng wasn't that kind of saint, if it weren't for his knowledge of Rick. Moreover, Rick had essentially dug half of his body out. Otherwise, Su Lingfeng wouldn't have been so kind as to rescue him. The sea was mostly calm, but the land was far from tranquil. Some suggested sailing the yacht out of the naval port every day to fish. They could return each night. After all, everyone needed to eat, and their homes were running low on food. Others proposed using the lulls in the earthquakes to go ashore and search for supplies. Since some people were buried, they could dig supplies out of their homes. Su Lingfeng divided the people into two groups. Those going fishing would take the lifeboats. The cruise ship had 4 small lifeboats, enough for them to go fishing. Those willing to risk going ashore to dig for supplies would do so, while the yacht remained stationary. The situation at sea was unsafe. If a tsunami struck, their only safe haven would be gone. A group of foreigners thought Su Lingfeng and his group were right, but Guyu believed their obedience was solely due to the weapons Su Lingfeng possessed. Rick was grateful to Su Lingfeng and Zhao De for saving his life, and was basically obedient to them. The soldiers on the naval port had already boarded the aircraft carrier and sailed away from the area. The naval port had quieted down due to the tsunami and earthquake. All the surviving soldiers had left. All operational aircraft carriers and ships had also gone elsewhere. Su Lingfeng initially thought these soldiers were only temporarily gone, and would come out to rescue people when things calmed down a bit. But they all left, running faster than ordinary civilians. This was something Su Lingfeng and his colleagues, who valued civilian lives highly, couldn't accept. Su Lingfeng, Zhao De, and Guyu led Rick to search for useful supplies inside the naval port. This was something their country hadn't expected. The reason was that this was, after all, a military-restricted area, and ordinary people were unwilling to enter. Su Lingfeng didn't care. It wasn't his country anyway. Rick was injured, but the reason he came with Su Lingfeng and the others was actually quite simple. As the team leader, he had a storage room in the naval port specifically for storing cleaning tools. Rick was clever. He had put his usual supplies and some food items that could be stored for a long time there. Su Lingfeng and Xiao De helped him find these supplies in the storage room. The earthquake's impact on the naval port's facilities was that all the high-rise buildings, like the watchtowers, collapsed. On the contrary, the low-rise bungalows remained intact. Su Lingfeng decided to officially stay on the ship and consider staying there once the earthquake stopped. Everything on the sea was somewhat unstable, and the yacht wasn't a particularly good place to live. Moreover, there were many people living there. Rick, however, decided to stay in his storage room for the time being. First, his injuries were quite serious, and there was a small toilet in the storage room. However, on the yacht, one would need to use the public restroom. His legs were sore, and he didn't want to run around. Su Lingfeng and the others left Rick in the storage room, and the three of them continued searching the naval port. It must be said that because of the tsunami and earthquake, their escape was too hasty. Besides taking the computers and other supplies, they left behind a lot of provisions. Su Lingfeng even found a warehouse full of obsolete weapons. Now, it didn't matter whether the weapons were obsolete or not. It was only a matter of whether they were usable or not. If they were usable, that was good enough, especially since obsolete weapons and ammunition were all stored together. Some of them probably had never been used. Xiao De and Guyu didn't have much, but they noticed that some warehouses that were clearly stocked with food had all been taken away. Chapter 147. Guyu helped Su Lingfeng store all the weapons into her spatial storage. Xiao De, inside the grain warehouse, called for Su Lingfeng. When the two came out, they brought back a pile of half-dead rats. It turned out the food in the warehouse was gone, but the rats that used to live there were still alive. Su Lingfeng and Xiao De went through a series of whack-a-mole games, while Guyu looked at the pile of rat corpses with a headache. She had eaten plenty of these things in her previous life and hated the idea of eating rat meat. Su Lingfeng said it was for trading with others. Guyu's eyes lit up. Even if she didn't eat it herself, she could trade with the survivors. Even if it was just like before, she could take it to the capital and the hotel owner for business. But freezing was obviously impractical. They could only dry it. Finding a secluded corner, the two of them took charge of skinning, gutting, and drying the rats. Guyu started riding her electric scooter around the empty military port. The office building still stood there, and Guyu searched each room one by one. The entire building was a mess. The files and computers were gone. But surprisingly, many people had plenty of food in their drawers and filing cabinets. For example, there were quite a few packaged military rations and compressed biscuits, as well as lots of meat strips and jerky. Guyu also found a considerable amount of milk powder, oatmeal, and chocolate. It seemed they were living a relatively comfortable life. At least much better than the survivors outside. The production dates of the military rations were also quite recent, indicating they had their own military ration processing plant. But where was it? Guyu desperately wanted to wipe them all out and send their entire production line into her spatial dimension. Once she returned to the Together Through Wind and Rain base, she could produce this military ration herself. This was just Guyu's wishful thinking, a joke. Those locations were definitely well hidden. There wasn't even any information on the packaging. Guyu didn't believe she could destroy that military ration production base with just 3 people. Upon learning of Guyu's find, Su Lingfeng was overjoyed and sent Xiao De to kill the rats. He took Guyu to continue searching the supplies in some officers' offices. He even found weapons and grenades, which made Su Lingfeng extremely happy. He suddenly said to Guyu, "It's really satisfying to collect things that don't cost me anything." Guyu rolled her eyes at him. "If I gave you a space, it'd probably be full by now. Can you collect anything?" Su Lingfeng laughed and said, "As if you don't collect anything? I saw you used to collect quite a lot of junk. Back at the Beijing base, you collected all the food we didn't eat. And you say you don't collect junk?" Guyu laughed embarrassedly. She did have that hobby too. She couldn't bear to throw anything away once she got her hands on it. They stayed in this naval port for 3 days, collecting things there every day. They returned to the yacht to rest at night, never mentioning what they had been doing. The aftershocks of the earthquake continued, later becoming so subtle that they were barely noticeable. The temperature, however, rose steadily, from the 30s to the 40s and 50s. This process only took a week. The survivors began to consider evacuation. The shore was a collapsed ruin, and the sea was unpredictable. They didn't know where to go. Su Lingfeng and his group took the opportunity to trade rat jerky for a considerable amount of supplies, and the survivors found a lot of junk. What they considered junk, Su Lingfeng knew, could be exchanged for points once they returned to the Beijing base. The rat jerky was now of little use, even though it had saved the survivors' lives. It wasn't a complete waste of their time. Those people still had some belongings, like gold rings. Guyu didn't particularly like diamonds, but Su Lingfeng still traded some for her. After another week of stability, everyone began to give up. Some who still had a car left, while others hitched rides with acquaintances. Rick's injuries were almost healed, and he wanted to leave with Su Lingfeng and Zhao De. However, Su Lingfeng knew that Guyu's secret was easily exposed. He naturally refused Rick's request. Zhao De went to the parking lot in the military port to find the SUV. Luckily, it still had some fuel. Su Lingfeng and his group gave the car to Rick, telling him to find a place to survive on his own. Su Lingfeng, Zhao De, and Guyu stayed at the military port for about a week. After confirming there was nothing left to collect at the port, the three of them embarked on their journey to the capital. The parking lot Zhao De found at the military port was filled with soldiers' personal vehicles, and the fuel inside was plentiful. Over the course of that week, they essentially extracted all the fuel. They didn't even leave the fuel at the gas stations in the military port untouched. Guyu also collected all the coal they hadn't taken with them. This amount was quite large. It would take Guyu and Su Lingfeng, along with the Su family, at least 2 years to burn it all. Some vehicles had excellent performance, but their military markings were very obvious, so Guyu put them all into her spatial storage. They left one off-road vehicle to use as a trailer for a semi-trailer caravan. They set off again. The highways were difficult to navigate, but fortunately, their country was relatively sparsely populated, so some roads were passable even without houses nearby. After traveling and stopping frequently, and once again having to detour due to severe road collapses, Su Lingfeng and his group arrived at another city named after a forest. Also severely damaged by the earthquake, the road was still relatively easy to travel. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, Guyu was tempted. Many of the towering trees had fallen. This was timber, perhaps a non-renewable resource. If they could put all of this into their spatial storage and take it back, they wouldn't need to search for timber for the entire winter, and could even use it to make furniture. Since they couldn't go back anyway, the three of them set up camp on the edge of the forest again. They began collecting the large trees that had fallen in the earthquake. Unexpectedly, there were quite a few animals deep in the forest. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De were overjoyed. They no longer cared about animal protection. Those captured alive were taken into Guyu's spatial dimension to breed and multiply. Those that died during capture were dried into jerky or frozen by Guyu in her spatial dimension. Guyu felt that certain food chains within her spatial dimension were beginning to cycle again. Larger animals, like tigers and grizzly bears, had new hunting targets, and the entire mountain seemed to come alive. The newly acquired sika deer, elk, and bison were all terrified by the sudden appearance of predators and scattered in all directions, forgetting how they had suddenly changed their environment. Chapter 148. Su Lingfeng agreed to stay temporarily and collect large trees at the edge of the forest. Guyu was in charge of collecting trees, while the two men hunted deeper into the forest. The temperature was getting increasingly hot, and surprisingly, there was groundwater deep in the forest. The three of them could only temporarily stay near the water source, as the temperature was still relatively comfortable. Their biological clocks had been completely disrupted these past few days. They slept during the day and worked at night, and for a month they hadn't considered leaving. Su Lingfeng was even considering replacing the tent with a cabin. Satellite signals were non-existent during the tsunami and earthquake, and their several attempts to make phone calls were unsuccessful. After the earthquake, they tried to contact people back home, but still without success. They wondered what was happening over there. Su Lingfeng felt uneasy, but the problem was that they were currently powerless to help, even if they knew what natural disaster had occurred back home. Just as they were planning how to build the cabin, the satellite phone finally connected. The caller was Chu Hai, who told Su Lingfeng that an earthquake and tsunami had also occurred back home. But instead of warming up, it got colder there, and torrential rain poured down. Some survivors who had originally planned to head south were severely affected. Having lived in the north for many years, they suddenly had to endure the violent, damp cold of the south. Not everyone could withstand it without catching a cold or getting sick. Taking advantage of the lull in the rain, rescue bases across the country began sending more people to the northwest. Chu Hai could sense the extreme impatience of the northwest base. However, the through thick and thin base remained on high alert, unwilling to accept any more survivors. Fortunately, Su Xuanyi had flown all the families, who had originally sought refuge with him over. The Northwest base was at least more stable than the Beijing rescue base. Su Xuanyi himself couldn't leave, so he sent Wang Yin and their 2 children to the Together Through Thick and Thin base. He had no choice. He wasn't sure how long the Beijing rescue base could hold out. After all, it was a place where earthquakes never occurred, yet this time it was right at the epicenter. Su Xuanyi was busy with rescue efforts everywhere, and couldn't really think about calling for his wife and children. Wang Yin, being a medical worker, was also physically exhausted from the constant work. Su Xuanyi could only take advantage of the opportunity to send the families of Su Lingfeng and his comrades to the Together Through Thick and Thin base to send his wife and children there as well. After all, his brother and elderly father were there, and they should be well taken care of. Wang Yin was also very reluctant to leave her husband, Su Xuanyi, but she knew the children were too young to protect themselves. If she and her husband were both busy, they might be put at risk. The morale of the people is now low. No one is willing to say they won't attack certain places. Given an opportunity, they are willing to harm others. Su Xuanyi is also worried about Su Lingfeng. He has made many calls, but none have gone through. Chu Hai feels uneasy, but so far, the Through Thick and Thin base is relatively safe. Therefore, Chu Hai once advised Su Xuanyi to come here as well, but Su Xuanyi knows he can't give up. Some things, after all, he has fought for half his life. Giving up now is tantamount to abandoning half a lifetime of faith and perseverance. Su Yuanchao also couldn't persuade his youngest son, and for a moment, he felt somewhat frustrated. Accommodation had already been reserved for these families. Chu Hai said some were very happy, their families reunited. For others, however, there was no news of whether their family members were alive or dead. The base was experiencing a mix of joy and sorrow, which was unavoidable. Chu Hai could only try to help them emotionally. Su Lingfeng told Chu Hai that he didn't know when he would return, and that Chu Hai would have to help take care of the Su family. Furthermore, with Zhang Sun and Xie Wen around, Su Lingfeng felt a little more at ease, since Xie Wen was nominally his parents' goddaughter. Zhang Sun was also considered a son-in-law, and his wife, Gu Yu, was Zhang Sun's parents' goddaughter. His Su family was, after all, related to the Zhang family by marriage, and the 2 families were interdependent. He wasn't particularly worried about that. Everyone had someone to rely on. The satellite phone service at the Beijing rescue base was only re-established a week after Chu Hai's call. The situation was not optimistic, and there were no special missions. The call to Su Lingfeng was simply to confirm their safety. After all, if that virus isn't safely brought back to the country, and someone manages to spread it prematurely, the consequences would be unimaginable. If the virus spreads, it would be adding insult to injury. The tsunami that struck all the coastal cities, plus this earthquake and torrential rain, has probably already claimed another third of the population. These are things Su Lingfeng and Gu Yu can't do anything about, even though the food in Gu Yu's space could currently feed the people of an entire base. For at least a year, they still have to stay in this country. Even if they go back, they won't be able to help in any way. Exposing the space is Su Lingfeng's bottom line, there's no doubt about that. After 3 months of traveling and gathering supplies, Su Lingfeng and his 2 companions finally arrived at the capital of Lifeng Kingdom. The situation here wasn't great either. Most of the tall buildings were gone. Ruins were everywhere, and even some small, unstable buildings were gone. The accommodations where Gu Yu and the others had stayed during their last visit were still intact, as no one was living there. Gu Yu and the others easily cleaned up the place and settled in. The 3 of them rested for another 3 or 4 days. Even though the food was decent along the way, Xiao De, Su Lingfeng, and Gu Yu had all lost a lot of weight. The scorching heat made walking impossible. They slept during the day and walked at night, disrupting their biological clocks and reducing their appetites. Now that they had reached a relatively safe place, the 3 of them needed to rest properly. They stayed home day and night for 3 or 4 days. Finally, they felt energetic and relaxed again. Su Lingfeng took Gu Yu out for a walk to observe their surroundings. Xiao De was responsible for guarding the house. It seemed no one was trying to take the place, but he was still worried. This place was considered the center of power, so it seemed to have a certain material foundation. They could even buy food here, though he didn't know what it was. It was dark, shaped like a pancake, smelled like meat, and was dried to a hard, solid state. It was said that 1 yuan's worth could feed a family of 3 or 4 for a day. It was, of course, dissolved in water and cooked into porridge. Supposedly, it was very filling. The population here had decreased by half. You could hardly see anyone during the day. The supermarket didn't open until after 8 p.m. Heavily armed soldiers guarded this precious food. Families lined up to buy, but each person could only buy 1 yuan's worth. Besides salt, the supermarket had no other seasonings available. You had to hold a child in your arms to prove you were still alive to buy a week's worth of formula. There was no point system here. You didn't use paper money anymore, only gold or other metals. So, just like the rescue base in Beijing, basically all the iron and aluminum alloy doors and windows in the ruins were dug out. Chapter 149. To study their methods, they pretended to exchange for a piece of flatbread as well. After studying it for a long time, they still couldn't figure out what it was made of. Su Lingfeng used a small piece to cook a pot of porridge and bravely drank a little. The flatbread tasted like meat, but it probably wasn't made of meat. It was probably the taste of seasoning. The rest was powdery and crumbly, requiring no chewing or swallowing, but it didn't feel very smooth. It was a bit hard to swallow, but incredibly filling. After drinking a small pot of porridge, Zhao De and Su Lingfeng felt full. It seemed a lot of technology and hard work had been added. It was best to eat this stuff sparingly. Both of them were a little constipated the next morning. Su Lingfeng and Gu Yu pretended to be people collecting supplies on the street, following the local survivors around. The government's famous office building was heavily guarded. Su Lingfeng and Gu Yu tried to sneak there several times, but couldn't get close. It seemed the government's power center still existed and hadn't collapsed. The supermarket that sells those dark, unappetizing flatbreads, there are 4 in the city, offers almost nothing else besides these flatbreads. Except for a small amount of salt and baby formula, essential for infant survival. Gu Yu approached the people holding babies and looked at the formula in their hands. It wasn't snow white or creamy yellow, it had an indescribable grayish hue. The mothers had no choice. They knew this stuff wasn't good for their babies, but it was already difficult enough for infants to survive. Without formula and breast milk, they would struggle to grow. Moreover, Su Lingfeng and his team observed that only 2 or 3 babies came to buy it each day. Other mothers, with their older children, lined up to buy the dark, unappetizing flatbreads. But there were clearly fewer children left. In other words, this city, like many places in China, was experiencing a decline in the number of children. Gu Yu was worried. Xiaowen didn't know if she could give birth safely. Even if she did, the child needed to grow up healthy. Fortunately, the base had cows. If there was no breast milk, cow's milk and goat's milk would suffice. Gu Yu had a large quantity of infant formula in her spatial storage, but there was no way to send it over now. In this city, the 3 of them resumed their scavenging lifestyle. They often lined up to buy the dark, unappetizing flatbreads, but no longer ate them. They kept them in their spatial storage. They thought this kind of life would continue like this. One night, when they woke up, they noticed something was wrong. It was dark outside, but there was a strange sound. Gu Yu felt like she was hearing the sound of countless tiny insects flapping their wings. Even with Su Lingfeng and Zhao Da's quick reflexes, it was too late to close the window. The black insects, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, suddenly swarmed into the room. The 3 of them hastily hid inside 2 large wardrobes. The buzzing outside continued incessantly. They felt that even rushing out with insecticide wouldn't solve the problem. There were simply too many insects, and the buzzing continued all night. It only stopped after sunrise. Gu Yu and Su Lingfeng were almost speechless when they opened the wardrobe doors to go outside. There was nowhere to step. The room was covered in piles of black, dead insects. Using a magnifying glass, they discovered that many of the black insects were flies and mosquitoes. They didn't recognize the others. It took a whole day to clean the entire house. It was so hot that it was impossible to sleep. The house was covered in the corpses of these insects, bedsheets, blankets, and even appliances. The city only provides electricity for 6 hours a day during the hottest part of the day, and even 3 people and 3 vacuum cleaners couldn't completely remove all the dead creatures. To prevent them from returning at night, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De had to seal all the doors and windows with weather stripping. The house was so hot and stuffy that it was impossible to live in. Fortunately, there was a basement, so the 3 of them had to lock themselves there to rest and sleep. That night, the insects returned, and even with the doors and windows tightly shut, they could hear them banging on the windows. Only after confirming there was nowhere for the insects to get in did Su Lingfeng take Gu Yu into the basement. But they overlooked the drainpipes. When they came out the next day, they found the bathroom, kitchen, and toilet bowls filled with them. It seems the insects have changed their strategy, and are now crawling in through these pipes. Su Lingfeng's head was throbbing. Now he had no choice but to abandon the upper part of the house. Otherwise, sealing off the entire sewer system with cement would be unbearable in this heat. He wouldn't be able to leave the house at night. Su Lingfeng went out to check once during the day, braving the high temperatures. The ground was covered in black insects, and no one had cleaned it up. After a few days, the ground was a black, sticky mess. The good news was that everyone finally discovered the insects were edible. So, they started using nets to catch them, then dried them, ground them into powder, and mixed them with flour and other similar substances. The pancakes they made had a meaty aroma, according to them. Some people even went so far as to open doors and windows to catch the insects, using mosquito nets and other nets to trap them. After soaking them in water, they would drain, dry, and grind them into powder for use. Guyu was speechless. Eating insects now would be worse than death. She simply didn't want to see those swarms of dark insects. Human strength was somewhat beyond Guyu's expectations. After a week, the insects were almost completely wiped out. Some daring people even went to open areas to catch insects. They would build a bonfire at night in an open space, waiting for the insects to fly by, where they would all land in nets. After washing, drying, and grinding, many people would exchange their surplus insect powder. According to locals, many rats emerged from the ground during the earthquake. They caught quite a few of them too. Now every household had dried rats. Guyu was going crazy. She felt disgusted everywhere she went. She stayed in the spatial dimension for over a week, confirming that the insects wouldn't reappear before emerging. Su Lingfeng and the others then moved back to their rooms. The insect corpses were all dried. Like the people outside, they cleaned them all up with their mouths and packed them into bags. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De took the insect corpses out to trade for metal. They also wanted to gather information. The insect corpses were popular, and they received a considerable amount of iron and steel in return. Guyu wanted to laugh. She hadn't expected this to be a business. The temperature was rising, making it practically impossible to go out during the day, and even going out at night wasn't pleasant. Guyu even changed the bed. She simply couldn't imagine that so many insect corpses had once lain on it. She had already changed the sheets and blankets. After all, the three of them felt uneasy about it. Chapter 150. The insects had already come once. What did it matter if they came again? After the dark, swarming insects were wiped out, news came from outside the city that a locust plague had broken out in the last remaining small forest. Swarms of locusts were attacking plants and animals, and the last remaining large trees on the mountains outside the city had been completely devoured. From a distance, not a single patch of green could be seen. Up close, only swarms of insects were visible. The city's loudspeakers urged everyone to go out and catch the locusts, warning that letting them pass through would be disastrous. In the last city they flew over, a significant number of people had been killed or injured by the locusts. There was no effective treatment for their bites, and they easily caused infection and fever. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De had no choice but to leave Guyu alone at home. The two of them went to the outskirts to catch locusts with everyone else. The locusts were smaller than before, quite small, but their numbers were enormous. The locusts had also learned to be clever. They didn't fly during the midday sun, but instead emerged in the evening and morning. To attract locusts, people had to light numerous bonfires on the ground. Then, once the locusts arrived and landed in the fires, they were quickly scrambled out. For a time, the outskirts of the city resembled a bonfire party. People busily pulled locusts from the ashes around the bonfires, the air filled with the aroma of roasted locusts. Su Lingfeng couldn't help but feel a little grateful that he didn't have trypophobia, otherwise, he would have gone insane sooner or later. The sheer number of locusts was truly unsettling and uncomfortable. The locusts came quickly and left quickly. A week later, almost all the locusts were wiped out. Humans were truly fighting tooth and nail for food. Like the other insects, the locusts were dried and ground into powder. Some were overcooked and were eaten as soon as they were dug out of the fire. Su Lingfeng described to Guyu how Zhao De almost vomited watching them crunch on the locusts. He managed to hold it in, though his cheeks hurt. The locust plague had raged for over half a month, and everyone thought it was over. Then someone noticed many small insects crawling out of the soft soil. Upon further investigation in the suburbs, almost all the soil contained these small insects. These insects hadn't grown into adult insects yet. They were all white, plump, and couldn't fly. This was undoubtedly food sent by heaven to humankind, and so the massive insect digging campaign began again. Resting during the day and going out to dig for insects at night became the daily routine for most people again. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De didn't want to leave either. But they couldn't stand out. Since everyone else relied on these insects for a living, they couldn't go without food, could they? Some survivors who had fought locusts with them even knocked on their door, asking them to join them. Guyu felt sorry for them. They couldn't even eat meat when they got back, gritting their teeth as they ate vegetables. After all, Those people outside were eating the insects raw, saying they had a meaty aroma. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De felt nauseous and couldn't vomit. Fortunately, they had a good harvest recently. Whether it was the dark insects they sold at the beginning, the locusts later, or the small, white, fleshy worms now, they had amassed quite a lot. They didn't eat the metal they traded for. A room Gu Yu had specially cleared out was now full of metal, some of which they had traded for, and some of which they had dug up. The problem now is, what can we do with all this metal? Go to the supermarket and exchange it for those dark, greasy pancakes? Su Lingfeng and the others were fooled once, and they don't want to eat that stuff again. The problem is, this pile of metal in the room doesn't smell good. Gu Yu had to take out an empty shipping container and put it into her spatial storage. Otherwise, Gu Yu suspected her house would attract flies. Actually, what she was even more curious about was where these insects came from. Whether it was dark flies, mosquitoes, locusts, or anything else, where did they live? This land is already riddled with holes, having experienced tsunamis, earthquakes, extreme heat, extreme cold, torrential rains, floods, and other natural disasters. These insects are miraculously still surviving, and in such large numbers, it's simply unbelievable. Gu Yu couldn't figure it out, but she let it go. After all, this should be considered food sent by heaven, otherwise, how would humans survive? Even the forests have been destroyed, let alone the greening projects in the cities. Gu Yu spent a few days going up the mountain with Su Lingfeng and Zhao De. Natural timber was still usable, so why not take it? Of course, some of the survivors had already figured this out, and the trees damaged by locusts began to scramble for resources. Fortunately, Gu Yu and her group arrived early and stored a considerable amount of timber in their spatial storage. Once the other survivors realized what was happening, Gu Yu stopped appearing. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De then joined the original scavenging group to collect and transport the timber back. After all, the high temperatures had already arrived, and perhaps the colder weather wasn't far off. The busy days passed quite quickly. In the blink of an eye, the high temperatures had lasted for 3 or 4 months, showing no signs of abating. The flatbreads in the city supermarkets now definitely contained some insect powder. They weren't ground finely enough. Occasionally, when they brought them back, Gu Yu could even see the tiny hairy legs of some insects. For example, the legs of locusts, and even the heads of small, unround worms. These flatbreads weren't particularly useful, so Gu Yu put them in a bag and stored them in her spatial dimension. It was impossible to expect Su Lingfeng and the others to forego vegetables, fruits, and fresh grains to eat those dark, constipating flatbreads. With Gu Yu's spatial dimension, their diet was relatively good, now, let alone vegetables. Even fresh grains were hard to find outside. Gu Yu was very sad because one evening she and Su Lingfeng went for a walk. While walking on the street, they saw someone snatching a child. The mother of the abducted child was wailing loudly. She was powerless to do anything, as the kidnappers were armed and were all tall, strong men. Gu Yu stood helplessly by, unable to conjure weapons out of thin air, and Su Lingfeng was no match for a group of burly men. If Zhao De were here, he could put up a fight, but Gu Yu, alone, was in danger. From the children's mother's cries, they learned that child and woman abductions were rampant in the city. Most of the children were gone. It was said that people in the slums had kidnapped them and cooked them. This was a human tragedy, and Gu Yu was powerless to help. Children were vulnerable, and women were even more vulnerable, so the burly men who kidnapped children and women were essentially using them for food. The social order was in chaos. Even calling the police would be useless. Besides, Su Lingfeng hadn't seen any police or patrolling soldiers for a long time. Chapter 151. Ever since the broadcast announcing the need to leave the city to eradicate locusts, Su Lingfeng had only seen the soldiers on duty at the supermarket entrance and the 2 soldiers standing guard outside the government office. Recently, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De took turns observing the situation near the government building. Strangely, even with heavily armed soldiers guarding it, no one seemed to ever enter or leave. Su Lingfeng had a guess. Perhaps there was no one inside at all? The guards outside were just for show, otherwise, how could they explain the lack of people coming and going? Su Lingfeng braved the high temperatures for a day and a night, but still didn't see anyone enter or leave. This was a question that needed to be investigated. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De observed for almost a week, confirming that no one entered or left the government building, day or night. The security was simply tight. No one dared to get too close to observe, so no one noticed. So Su Lingfeng and Zhao De began going out every night, pretending to take a walk. Finally, they determined that the government officials had already withdrawn, and the government building was completely empty. Su Lingfeng used rumors to incite public unrest, leading some to storm the government building with weapons. Su Lingfeng and Xiao De took advantage of the chaos to escape into the building, confirming that all the staff and computers were gone. Not only was no one working inside, but the place was also covered in dust. It seemed everyone had fled long ago, leaving only a few soldiers as a show of force. The situation outside was already chaotic enough. Now that people confirmed all the government officials had escaped, the supermarket also collapsed, with everyone rushing in and looting. Guyu followed behind everyone, scrambling for supplies. He also collected unwanted items into his spatial storage, including unsellable plastic products. He also collected shelves that the survivors couldn't move, following them into his storage space. Unlike those who only grabbed food, Guyu took everything. He could use it for trade later. The families at the through thick and thin base also needed daily necessities. Plastics and similar items were non-renewable, and the factories here had all shut down. No one was producing them anymore. Perfect for use back home. Where did the metal used for trade go? This puzzled Su Lingfeng and the others. Guyu reminded him that this capital city was a port city. Had they abandoned the government office building and moved to the port? Something was amiss. Su Lingfeng again urged everyone to rush towards the port. The soldiers had been scattered by the crowd, and Su Lingfeng couldn't figure out where they had gone. They rushed to the vicinity of the port and realized that all the soldiers were probably there. The port was surprisingly filled with small boats and patrolling soldiers. When they charged, the soldiers didn't resist. Instead, they boarded small boats and fled. Su Lingfeng led a group of men on the remaining boats to pursue the fleeing soldiers. Upon reaching the open sea, they discovered a cruise ship. In other words, they had all been deceived. The government was long gone. Everyone had boarded this cruise ship. The supermarket's food had been transported from the cruise ship, and the recycled metal had also ended up on board. With little advantage on the sea, they were almost entirely swept into the ocean by gunfire. Fortunately, Su Lingfeng and Xiao De reacted quickly, realizing something was wrong, and jumped into the sea to escape. Guyu didn't follow them into the sea. Instead, she began searching the harbor. The office building in the harbor was probably their temporary accommodation. At least Guyu had amassed quite a bit there. Food, weapons, and other supplies she hadn't had time to collect. By the time the others rushed in and began searching, Guyu had already finished searching. She ran straight out of the office building to the area where the containers had been stored. Guyu was surprised to find that the containers were gone. They must have all been moved. However, many of the original warehouses were still locked. Guyu took out pliers, not caring what they were, and pried them open to collect them. She didn't even look at what was inside. She just grabbed what was there. After she had run past 20 or 30 warehouses, panting, the rest of the group started running over. Guyu persevered and ran past another 10 or so warehouses. Unable to hold on any longer, he retreated and ran home. When Su Lingfeng and Xiao De returned, soaking wet, they saw Guyu lying exhausted on the sofa. Since it was nighttime, no one noticed what Guyu had done. They just found it strange that most of the open warehouses were empty. Only the locked warehouses contained items. Su Lingfeng and Xiao De changed their clothes and went out again. They needed to enter the government building to check for any missing documents. Guyu rested for a while, and then went into his spatial dimension to investigate, only to discover what he had collected. These warehouses were surprisingly well stocked. Everything was there except food, including a whole warehouse full of large medical equipment. There were also some weapons, though they weren't the latest models. But their lethality was considerable, which was sufficient. This provided Su Lingfeng and his through thick and thin base with an extra layer of protection. Su Lingfeng and Xiao De also carried back quite a bit of stuff, and made several more trips before sunrise. The items they brought back were varied, including clothes, blankets, and weapons. Su Lingfeng said he would take Guyu to the port again in the scorching sun. There was practically no one there now. Someone must have remembered the bank. Those people rushed into the bank, heading straight for the vault, hoping that the others hadn't taken any gold with them. Su Lingfeng had no hope for that. Clearly, the evacuation from the government office building was premeditated. The evacuation at the port was somewhat chaotic. Therefore, the possibility of gold in the bank vault was zero. In fact, there might not even be any hidden traps inside. On the contrary, there were still many warehouses in the corners of the port, and Su Lingfeng decided to continue collecting supplies with Guyu. Braving the sweltering heat to collect supplies from the warehouses yielded a considerable harvest. Around midday, at the hottest time of day, the three of them finally returned laden with their loot. Almost all the warehouse doors were open. Su Lingfeng and his companion rushed home and didn't leave for 3 whole days. Because their home was no longer safe, and the outside world had become even more chaotic. For the past few days, people had been constantly banging on the door, and Su Lingfeng and his companion took turns standing guard. The people they had killed or wounded outside lay on their doorsteps, but this hadn't deterred the other survivors. The tighter the protection, the more likely the house was to have food. Even without food, weapons were a temptation. After all, everyone wanted weapons, and judging from how easily Su Lingfeng and his companion handled them, their weapons must be quite good. Chapter 152. When someone knocked on the door again, Su Lingfeng impatiently grabbed his weapon and rushed out. He recognized the person. This was Hu Tu, a fellow insect-catching buddy who often went with him. This young man named Hu Tu had studied in Yin country, so he spoke fluent Mandarin. Hu Tu was his Chinese name, and he enjoyed speaking Mandarin with people. After meeting Su Lingfeng and Zhao De, he learned they were from Yin country. The three got along fairly well. Hu Tu had come to tell Su Lingfeng and Zhao De that he and a group of friends were leaving. They had acquired a boat, and were preparing to leave the capital by sea. It was no longer safe to live here. Hu Tu said that many girls and children had been kidnapped, and some elderly people had died as a result. The people outside had gone mad in their fight for weapons, and Su Lingfeng, already annoyed by the chaos, was thinking of leaving. This was like someone offering him a pillow when he was about to take a nap. Now that the government officials have withdrawn, there's nothing new for them to learn about in the city. So their departure is a good thing, saving them from being targeted. Hu Tu told Su Lingfeng that this time, they planned to go to Yin City, which was far more prosperous than the capital. He was going there to seek refuge with friends. When they had communication before, they mentioned that an organization had established a relief base there. Now, regardless of the circumstances, going to a larger city was a good thing. Moreover, it was relatively stable there. Hu Tu and his friends set off together. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De decided to go with the group. It would be safer that way, and it wouldn't easily expose their identities. Anyway, they couldn't go anywhere until the land was completely frozen over. Once the land was frozen, and the ice on the Bering Strait was confirmed to be solid enough, they could then return home. Where they went in the meantime wasn't particularly important. Since there was a rescue base in Yin City, they might as well go check it out and gather some information. Although Su Lingfeng was somewhat disappointed with the government of this country, he felt they were ineffective and only chose to flee at crucial moments. It wasn't his own country after all, and hearing some news was still good. Su Lingfeng's group's weaponry was evident to all, and Hu Tu had approached them to join as an extra layer of security. Although his group was all armed and mostly young, their strength was clearly inferior to Su Lingfeng's. Su Lingfeng set off with a group of young people in their 20s and 30s, who weren't particularly outstanding among them. The yacht belonged to one of the young men's families. The others carried a can of fuel as they unloaded their belongings onto the boat. It said that the fuel was all taken from cars at home or parked on the street. All of them together should have enough fuel for the yacht to make a round trip. Su Lingfeng, having heard about Hu Tu, followed suit and, along with Zhao De and Gu Yu, each brought a bucket of fuel. Then everyone boarded the yacht and counted heads to confirm everyone was present. The yacht set off with everyone on board. The others on the yacht had already agreed that everyone would eat their own food. Those who caught fish would eat their own fish. Those who didn't would either have to go hungry or eat their own stored food. Hu Tu brought a seawater purifier. Seawater could be poured in without needing any power, and the water coming out was clean and drinkable. Gu Yu also had one in her spatial dimension, but she particularly disliked it. She always felt the purified water had a slightly fishy smell, although others said it wasn't very noticeable. But for Gu Yu, who had a clean water source in her spatial dimension, she still didn't want to use it. As for food, Su Lingfeng and the others weren't worried. However, once on the ship, they had to be careful, not wanting others to notice that they were eating differently from others. After all, now that they were at sea, if something happened, they wouldn't be able to fight against many opponents. The three of them couldn't possibly fight against a dozen or so young people. When setting sail, Su Lingfeng specifically had the driver choose the area where the large cruise ship had been anchored. They discovered that the large cruise ship carrying the remaining soldiers from the capital was gone. It seemed those people had completely abandoned the survivors. Hu Tu and his friends were partners they had worked with for a long time. However, being mostly young, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De integrated quickly. Gu Yu was one of only 2 women among them. The other was Hu Tu's girlfriend, named Ellie. When Hu Tu and Ellie were together, Hu Tu was always the one protecting Ellie. The latter had a bit of a spoiled princess temperament and would throw tantrums at the slightest provocation. In just 2 days after the ship set sail, Gu Yu witnessed Ellie hitting Hu Tu on the head twice because she was dissatisfied with the food. Gu didn't intend to meddle, it was a matter of mutual consent, and their way of getting along was none of her business. To be honest, once they returned home, they might never see Hutu, Ellie, or the dozen or so young people on the ship again. Gu had no intention of returning to this chaotic country in her lifetime. It was simply too chaotic. They had thought China was chaotic enough. But China had organized many rescue bases, and there were certain rules and regulations. But this country had completely lost its order and rules. It was utter chaos. Those capable of controlling the situation simply withdrew. When they left the city, they were somewhat numb to the mess and bloodstains everywhere. Gu rarely left the cabin while the ship was sailing. The sun was blazing outside, and she had no entertainment or activities, so naturally she didn't want to go out. Su Lingfeng told him that Ellie, on the other hand, quite liked to wander around. When they played cards with the young people, Ellie was willing to join in. After getting to know them better, some of the younger people privately told Su Lingfeng to keep his distance from Ellie. Everyone here, except for that idiot Hutu, knew that Ellie was like a public bus anyone could get on. And she often cheated on her boyfriend Hutu, using her body to get food was her usual practice. After hearing this, Gu told Su Lingfeng and Zhao De that they really should stay away from Ellie. They were worried that Hutu might misunderstand and cause trouble. Actually, everyone on the ship knew that Hutu had invited Su Lingfeng and Zhao De because of their weapons and equipment. So, nobody really felt there was anything wrong with inviting Zhao De and Su Lingfeng aboard. After all, to make a living in that unknown place after disembarking, they needed weapons and equipment. Otherwise, the local survivors would definitely bully these outsiders to death. Gu had only met Ellie less than 3 times, and what surprised her was how petty Ellie was. Chapter 153. The incident began when Ellie brushed past Su Lingfeng one day and smelled his scent. So she tried to grab Su Lingfeng to smell him again, to confirm the source of the pleasant fragrance. How could she possibly grab Su Lingfeng? He shoved her away in a flash. Then Su Lingfeng righteously told Ellie, "Sorry. I have a wife. You better stay away from me, Miss Ellie." Ellie had probably never been treated like this before. Then one day, when she met Gu, she said, "Your man is very manly, I like him very much. Can you give him to me?" Gu was stunned by her bluntness. How could someone be like this? Are foreigners all so open-minded? Su Lingfeng introduced Gu as his wife as soon as he boarded the yacht. How could Ellie steal someone else's husband? Openly telling someone else's wife that she liked her husband. This was unbelievable to Gu. It shocked the conservative Gu. After learning about this, Su Lingfeng went directly to Hutu. He told him that he and his wife had a good relationship and that he wasn't interested in Ellie, hoping Hutu would keep Ellie in check and prevent her from gossiping in front of Gu. When Zhao De returned and learned of this, he found it somewhat amusing. He patted Su Lingfeng on the shoulder and said, "I didn't expect that even after you got married, you'd still be the most popular person among us." Su Lingfeng rolled his eyes at Zhao De, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Zhao De glanced at Gu, then gave Su Lingfeng a knowing look. Gu laughed. Weren't these two afraid of making her angry? As it turned out, Su Lingfeng's attempt to tell Hutu about this was futile. Just one day later, Ellie suddenly stopped him and said affectionately, "Don't worry about Hutu and Gu, they're both free. I really like you, you have a real manly quality about you. And I never said I wanted to break up his marriage." Afterwards, Su Lingfeng kept his distance from this crazy Ellie. And when she blocked his way, he told her he didn't have a manly scent, he was just carrying some beef-flavored compressed biscuits. He hoped Ellie wouldn't talk nonsense, he loved his wife very much. At that time, Zhao De was standing next to Su Lingfeng, which was quite a thrill for a single man. Su Lingfeng turned to look at Zhao De, who seemed to be enjoying the show. Su Lingfeng angrily dragged him away, even canceling their planned card game with other people. Back home, Su Lingfeng was still angry, but Gu, upon learning this, wasn't angry at all. Instead, she laughed until her stomach hurt. Zhao De returned, told the story as a joke, and then slipped away. He was afraid of Su Lingfeng's dark expression. Gu, after laughing, threw herself into Su Lingfeng's arms, and the two young people lingered for a moment. Su Lingfeng felt his anger finally subside. Zhao De went out to find some friends and ran into Hutu's. He told Hutu the story as a joke again. Zhao De always loved a good show. He didn't expect that the next day, Hutu, accompanied by Ellie, armed themselves and stormed into the cabin where Su Lingfeng and Gu were staying, demanding that Su Lingfeng come out and duel him. Su Lingfeng was bewildered. "What kind of duel do I have with you?" he asked. Hutu replied, "Ellie said she's fallen in love with you and wants to be with you." Then we have to duel. The winner gets to be with Ellie. Su Lingfeng slapped his forehead, finally understanding why almost all of Hutu's good friends knew Ellie was a philanderer. Yet, no one ever told Hutu why. This guy's head was a bit fuzzy, a brain-dead romantic. Su Lingfeng hadn't even considered dueling with Hutu's Zhao to simply lunge forward, slamming Hutu to the ground, pressing his knee against his neck, then holding a weapon to his head, asking what he still wanted to fight. Hutu's face. His face was completely white, but he still argued, I didn't want to duel with you. I wanted to duel with Su Lingfeng. What's it to you? Zhao said, his kung fu is better than mine. You want to duel with him? Fine. You beat me first. After all, he's my boss. If you can't even beat me, what right do you have to duel with my boss? Hutu was momentarily stunned. He thought for a moment and said, okay, then let's have a proper duel. I think I just wasn't paying attention earlier. You were launching a sneak attack. Ellie grabbed Hutu several times in frustration, but he broke free each time. Ellie wanted to tell him, I like Su Lingfeng. What's the point of your duel with Zhao De? Gu Yu, on the other hand, stood by watching the show, clinging to Su Lingfeng's arm. Unfortunately, the conditions on the ship didn't allow it, otherwise, she would have grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and watched Zhao De beat Hutu to a pulp. The outcome of this so-called duel was predictable. What kind of person was Hutu? Even though he was nearly 1.9 meters tall and quite heavy. But how could he possibly be a match for a special forces soldier? Zhao De didn't even bother using weapons, simply throwing him over his shoulder twice. Hutu, utterly overwhelmed, collapsed to the ground, unable to retaliate. Hutu, carried away by his friends, remained locked in his cabin for 3 days without emerging. Actually, Su Lingfeng hadn't intended to become particularly close friends with Hutu. It was just that having someone who spoke his language in a foreign land felt somewhat comforting. Since this person was clearly lacking in self-control, and not exactly lucid, their friendship ended there. Aside from the extreme heat at sea, they encountered a typhoon. Other than that, things were relatively alright, at least they had enough food. 3 days later, they finally arrived safely in City. Upon reaching the shore, Su Lingfeng said goodbye to everyone. Everyone understood why they were parting ways with them. Because, indeed, Hutu, the one at the back of the group with his head drooping, was their true friend. If Su Lingfeng and his group didn't leave, it would be awkward to stay with everyone. Hutu's thinking was a bit muddled, a fact known to all his friends. His behavior became somewhat strange because of Ellie. It seemed Hutu was deeply in love with Ellie, and didn't care what she was doing outside. He pretended not to know, even though he knew the truth. Therefore, none of his friends had seriously discussed Ellie's situation with him. This was also influenced by their free-spirited views. These things weren't really important to them. Even if Ellie fell in love with Su Lingfeng and cheated on him with Hutu, it wouldn't be a big deal in their eyes. Su Lingfeng felt he wasn't on the same wavelength as this group of foreigners, and couldn't get along with them, feeling extremely awkward. Since they were already there, it was better to split up. Chapter 154. Upon arriving in City, everyone learned from the survivors that there was a rescue base. The office building for receiving survivors was located in the most bustling area. There was a supermarket there where food could be purchased, though the selection was reportedly not very diverse. This was what Su Lingfeng had learned from the local survivors. Due to the high temperature, they arrived in the early hours of the morning. Su Lingfeng, along with Gu Yu and Zhao De, went to the most bustling area. The pedestrians in the sky hurried by, and many carried weapons. Gu Yu and the others felt that this city wasn't as safe as the survivors had described. The three of them walked and looked around until they finally found the rescue base's office building. After asking the staff, they learned that this base wasn't a government operation, but rather belonged to a former large corporation, NPS. In other words, the soldiers outside the office building and the armed security guards patrolling the streets were all former employees of the NPS corporation. This base was controlled by the corporation's chairman. He made all the decisions. Su Lingfeng had a persistent feeling of being monitored. They felt the place wasn't treating them well. But since they were already there, they definitely wanted to gather as much information as possible before leaving. Knowing your enemy is half the battle. Perhaps one day, they might even face off. Recently, this country has been planning to use aircraft carriers to enter other countries, and the original NPS group at this rescue base has become quite large. It has its own chain of supermarkets, cinemas, gas stations, industrial bases, farms, and a whole range of other businesses. It's said that their group has also gotten involved in the aerospace industry of the Gale Kingdom. There had always been a plan to lead the survivors out of Earth and established their own kingdom on another planet. The survivors outside the city held the name Walter in awe. The current rescue base's office building was formerly the government building. Walter had converted it into the base's office building. The NPS consortium already had many businesses, and most of its warehouses were located in N-City. Therefore, their response to the natural disaster was swift, and they quickly gathered a group of their employees afterward. Also, all the resources from the group's companies. The actual rescue base in N-City was actually located in a former industrial park outside the city. Now, it was completely surrounded by walls. The N-City that Su Lingfeng and his group were entering, while appearing prosperous, was actually the outer area of the rescue base. Even the government office building was located in the outer area, reportedly occupied by survivors temporarily hired by the rescue base or newly arrived. The supermarket here accepted barter, such as metal materials, which could be exchanged for goods. Gold could be used to buy clothing and other daily necessities. They didn't accept anything other than metal. The real relief base is located on the outskirts of N-City. It used to be an industrial base with NPCs, and a villa complex built by Walter for himself, his family, and corporate executives. Plus, there were farms and factories along the way. Walter invested considerable resources before the disaster to build it into a walled area. Now, the barbed wire on the wall is electrified, and there are large searchlights used only at night. Are the supermarkets operating normally in N-City still Walter's property? It's said that the farms have all been converted into greenhouses and hydroponics facilities. Walter is quite capable. He even maintains his own canned food production line. It turns out that the goods supplied to his supermarket all come from surrounding farms. Currently, it's fair to say that the supplies needed by the millions of survivors in N-City are basically transported from the aid base. This gives you an idea of Walter's current wealth. Before leaving the city to find the aid base, Guyu and her companions checked out the supermarket chain in N-City. They don't use a points system here. Even working at the farms, factories, hydroponic plantations, etc., within the aid base earns them gold coins. Coins they crafted themselves, with Walter's name stamped on them. A small gold coin, about the size of a penny, can buy a flatbread at the supermarket. The flatbread is somewhat similar to the ones in the capital, but not as dark. It has a dark grayish-black color. It's said to be the same as the flatbread in the capital. One coin can be used to make porridge that lasts all day. Working at the farms and other places within the base, or at the supermarket, earns them 20 small gold coins per month. One person's salary can generally support a family of 3. Because this area also experienced an earthquake, almost all the high-rise buildings are gone. There are many ruins everywhere, which scavengers can use to obtain metals that can be exchanged for food. Most people went to work on the base's farms, supermarkets, and other assembly line jobs. Currently, most of the assembly line jobs in the industrial park are related to food and water. Su Lingfeng was puzzled as to where they found their water source. How could they produce drinking water and beverages? The drinking water and beverage production line also includes a line that produces plastic bottles. Used water bottles are recyclable. 10 plastic bottles can be exchanged for 3 bottles of drinking water. City Inn is currently at its peak population, with over 1 million people. Initially, the population had dwindled to less than 100,000. The remaining 800,000 to 900,000 come from other areas. Walter probably felt the population was too large, a burden for him. Therefore, the city currently only accepts survivors capable of living independently, prohibiting the elderly, the weak, and the disabled from entering. As for the so-called aid base, it is even more restrictive, refusing to accept outsiders. The requirements for hiring staff at the aid base, such as supermarket workers and food production line workers, are quite strict. Besides meeting physical requirements, they do not accept foreigners as their employees. Su Lingfeng felt this was the reason he was being monitored, because foreigners could stay and rest for 3 days in the outer area of the aid base. Then, they had to leave on their own, otherwise they would be forcibly removed by patrolling security personnel. The aid base itself strictly prohibits foreigners from entering. Su Lingfeng's wish to infiltrate the rescue base himself was likely to be difficult. As for the foreigners' aspect, they couldn't change it anyway. Even if they disguised themselves by their skin color as before, they could be easily exposed. Firstly, because of the high temperature, everyone was dressed lightly and couldn't conceal their skin color. Secondly, the requirements for work on the food production line were certainly very strict, and they would definitely need to be disinfected and changed clothes again. Su Lingfeng didn't think his and Zhao Da's disguises could withstand changing clothes and disinfection. Su Lingfeng, Zhao Da, and Guyu had only stayed in the city for 3 days before preparing to leave. Chapter 155. This place is extremely xenophobic. Everyone is wary of foreigners. All information is obtained by trading flatbread bought in the capital. Furthermore, foreigners can't rent housing, many discriminate, believing foreigners only deserve to live in slums. Isolated and helpless, the survivors here are all predominantly white. There are hardly any black survivors among them, suggesting racial prejudice still exists. Since they can't enter the inner area or gather information from within, Su Lingfeng decided to leave with Guyu and the others. Continuing like this is pointless. Just as the three were about to leave, they were blocked by a group of burly men. Ellie rushed out, pointing at Su Lingfeng and demanding he be killed. Guyu, Zhao De, and Su Lingfeng, armed, were forced to fight back. They had no idea where this mad woman, Ellie, had found such a group of helpers. Not only were they well equipped, but they were also incredibly fast. In the chaos, Guyu's marksmanship wasn't great, but for some reason, she hit Ellie right between the eyebrows. It seemed the group of burly men only lost their composure there. Eliminating the burly men wasn't difficult, the problem was that more people seemed to be arriving. Su Lingfeng guessed they were armed patrolmen from the city. If they didn't run now, they would be surrounded. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De were only 2 people, and with Guyu dragging them down, they couldn't handle the entire base's armed personnel. Even if Guyu could enter her spatial dimension at any time, it would still be dangerous. Most of the people who arrived were actually there to see what was happening after hearing the gunfire. But Su Lingfeng and the others didn't know that. Having finally escaped the city, they went straight to the harbor. The yacht they had used to get there couldn't enter the city. Everyone abandoned the yacht, taking only the remaining fuel. Now, Su Lingfeng and his group could use it as an escape vehicle. When the wounded burly men's helpers caught up with them at the harbor, they had already escaped by boat. Ellie died without understanding how she had died. She had survived so many natural disasters under Hutu's protection. Unfortunately, she had abandoned Hutu for a better life. These past few days, Ellie believed she had integrated into the group of burly men. So she told them that Su Lingfeng and Zhao De had plenty of food, including a beautiful Asian woman. The burly men were completely unaware of Su Lingfeng's group's weaponry, and believed themselves invincible. They only regretted their actions when they attacked Su Lingfeng, but the culprit, Ellie, was already dead. As Su Lingfeng and his group sailed away from the harbor, an idiot suddenly emerged from the cabin. Seeing his bruises all over his body, Su Lingfeng was somewhat bewildered. How did you get like this? Why were you hiding in the cabin? Shouldn't the ship be abandoned? Hutu said, I was beaten up by Ellie and her men. After she entered the city, she encountered a group of burly men. She recognized one of them, and then Ellie ordered them to beat me up. If I hadn't escaped to the ship to hide, I would be dead. How did you get here? Guyu said with some emotion, thanks to your girlfriend Ellie, she sent people to hunt us down. Not to beat us up, but to kidnap Su Lingfeng to be her bandit queen, no, her bandit queen husband. Hutu said painfully, I didn't expect her to still be so persistent even in this state. And what happened? You just ran away. Guyu was about to say that he had shot Ellie in the forehead, but Su Lingfeng waved his hand and interjected, what else could we do? Their weapons and equipment were just as good as ours, and they outnumbered us. What else could we do but run? Hutu suddenly sat down on the ground, smiling bitterly, and asked, Su Lingfeng, if we had this much fuel, could we sail back? Back to Yen country, the country of my dreams, the place I cherish from my most youthful years. If it weren't for my mother forcing me to come back, I wouldn't have abandoned the most beautiful Eastern girl there to meet Ellie. I never imagined she was so cruel and vicious. All the flaws my friends told me about her, I thought they were just jealous that I had a beautiful girlfriend. Hutu, barely able to stand, suddenly began coughing up large amounts of blood. He had clearly been beaten, suffering internal injuries. Guyu injected him with a hemostatic agent and then checked him, confirming that his spleen had ruptured. His vital signs were already quite weak, and saving him was beyond Guyu's capabilities. After all, no matter how much she studied, she could only treat superficial injuries. Guyu was powerless to help with such a serious problem. Fortunately, the ship reached a small town. Su Lingfeng went ashore, drove around for a bit, and returned with Hutu, who was delirious and suffering from severe internal bleeding on his back, placing him in front of the town's only hospital. The hospital was reportedly still open, and the town still had many residents. This was the only thing Su Lingfeng could do for Hutu, even though their friendship had long since ended. A dying man's words are often kind. This man wasn't particularly bad, he just encountered a ruthless woman. Su Lingfeng couldn't stay in this small town for Hutu's sake. He simply left a small box of compressed biscuits beside Hutu. These things are currently as precious as gold. He hoped the surviving doctors in the hospital would consider the biscuits and treat Hutu. If all else failed, he could at least give Hutu a proper burial. Hutu's life or death was no longer Su Lingfeng's concern. The question now was where to go. Calling a yacht back home wasn't impossible. Although Guyu had enough fuel to get them back, the weather at sea was unpredictable. In just 1 week at sea, they had encountered 2 typhoons, 2 torrential rains, and 1 hailstorm. Basically, there were only 1 or 2 days of calm seas. However, the sea remained extremely hot. Normally, the 2 men could only take turns staying in the sweltering cockpit, while Guyu had retreated into her spatial dimension. But due to the maritime disaster, they had no choice but to stop the yacht and wait for the storm to pass before continuing their journey. This was something beyond human control. Su Lingfeng could only follow the nautical map Guyu had retrieved from her spatial dimension and land in a city near the Bering Strait. They had passed this city before, but hadn't entered it then. It was on a different route to the Arctic Circle. The distance to the Bering Strait wasn't far, so Su Lingfeng decided to stay and observe the situation. If necessary, they would continue driving until they reached the city closest to the Bering Strait, where they would stop completely and wait for the colder weather to arrive. Chapter 156. This city wasn't large, and it was known for being mostly farms. Su Lingfeng and his group didn't go directly into the city, but instead found a farm near the port on the outskirts to stay in. The farm wasn't very big, but the houses were well constructed. Like their initial temporary accommodations, it was built in a forested area. This forest clearly had a groundwater source, so the house was relatively cool. At least it was a place you could live in with the air conditioning on. To prevent insect infestations, Guyu and Su Lingfeng both opted to stay in the basement. At this time, with plenty of sunshine, the basement was actually cooler. Moreover, the basement had no windows, so there was nowhere for them to crawl in. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about the insects returning. The reason they were worried about insects was because the leaves in the forest outside the house were almost completely eaten away by insects. Only because of the groundwater source, the trunks of the large trees were still alive. Some tender buds of leaves were beginning to sprout on the branches. This place met all the requirements for their temporary residence. Guyu, Su Lingfeng, and Zhao De had finally found their ideal place to stay and decided to settle down temporarily. Su Lingfeng decided to rest for a few days before going into town with Zhao De to check out the outside world. The basement was quite interesting. It actually had 2 exits. One was a small, inconspicuous wooden door next to the yard. At first glance, it could be mistaken for a wooden decoration. Going through this door led directly to a staircase leading to the basement. There was another, even more hidden, exit, which Su Lingfeng discovered by accident. A wooden plank in the basement ceiling could be lowered. From inside the basement, this plank could be pushed open and lowered. Upon it was a bedroom with an en-suite bathroom. The basement seemed more like an escape route. This meant that even if anyone attacked the house from the main entrance, the owners could escape through the basement. If someone escaped to the basement, they could run out from the bedroom and leave through the main entrance. This piqued Su Lingfeng's curiosity. Why would the owners of this house have such a peculiar idea? Had they encountered danger before? However, this was advantageous for them. Su Lingfeng and Guyu could stay in the bedroom upstairs, and in case of any trouble, they could immediately enter the basement. They spent the entire day installing solar panels on the roof. They connected a solar-powered generator. Now they had electricity. As for water, the house already had an underground well. With electricity, they would have water. The process of pumping groundwater to a tank on the roof and then getting it through the tap was simple. Except for the initial yellowish, rusty water coming out of the tap. After that, it was quite convenient. These past few days had been inconvenient, but this time Guyu directly drove out a wild boar and 2 wild sheep from her spatial dimension. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De swiftly slaughtered the boar and sheep and ate the meat, and Guyu used all her skills to finally enjoy several large meals for the 3 of them. After resting for 2 days, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De couldn't sit still anymore. The 2 began exploring the forest, carrying back a pile of bamboo, but strangely, the bamboo was all withered and yellowed. When Su Lingfeng and the others split open the bamboo, Guyu was speechless. It turned out the bamboo was infested with worms, containing very fat bamboo worms. For dinner, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De ate fried bamboo worms. Guyu was already full just looking at them, and went straight into her spatial dimension to eat. That morning, when Su Lingfeng tried to kiss her while they were sleeping, she pushed him away, finding him disgusting. After being pushed away, Su Lingfeng rolled over and pinned Gu Yu down, determined to kiss her lips with a perverse sense of humor. Zhao De stayed in the basement, where it was cool. But Su Lingfeng and Gu Yu didn't stay there, they stayed in the room above the basement. Because the room was next to the forest, it was relatively shady. Plus, there was a window that opened directly onto the forest, and strangely enough, one could climb out of the window and run into the forest. This was the third escape route in the house, and Su Lingfeng became even more curious. What had happened to the farmer? It seemed like he was a spy, having prepared 3 escape routes for himself. This also greatly facilitated Su Lingfeng and his companions. If anything happened, they could simply climb out and escape. For the next 3 days, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De set several bamboo traps at night, and also made some minor repairs to the roof. If it weren't for the sudden downpour, they might have had to work for several more days. The downpour came suddenly, but the temperature didn't drop. The rain had just poured down when the sun came out again, making it unbearably hot. The next day, another downpour followed by another burst of sunshine. As the rain hit the ground, it felt like heat was rising upwards. The weather felt even hotter, like a sauna. Then suddenly it started hailing, hailstones the size of ping-pong balls, pelting the roof with a loud clanging sound. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De were speechless. Was this some kind of test of the newly repaired roof? Fortunately, the solar panels on the roof held up, though they were now somewhat pitted and uneven. The following week was the same: torrential rain, high temperatures, hail, and strong winds. Gu wanted to ask the heavens, "What are you trying to do? Is it so hard to choose?" Now, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De really had nothing to do. They could only stay obediently indoors, since they might have to come back as soon as they went out. Zhao De put a table in the basement. The 3 of them would either play cards or, as the 2 of them, play chess. Gu Yu brought out checkers, military chess, Go, Chinese chess, international chess, and even mahjong and playing cards. When they really didn't know what to do, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De even went outside to collect the hailstones. 2 men were having a throwing contest at the window. Gu Yu really didn't want to join in their childish game, so she went into her spatial dimension. The spatial dimension had a pleasant climate, like spring all year round. Gu Yu could now fish by the lake or catch some crayfish to make spicy crayfish. There was definitely no one living around the house. They could eat whatever they wanted. Gu Yu had eaten snail noodles and spicy crayfish for 2 days in a row. Today, Gu Yu wanted to bake a durian millefeuille cake and serve it to those 2 gluttons. Gu Yu enjoyed this peaceful life. It was paradise even for someone with social anxiety. However, people can't live in isolation for long. Especially for restless people like Su Lingfeng and Zhao De. Because they weren't in their own country or territory, they still had to be vigilant. When the weather stabilized a bit, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De couldn't wait to go to that city. Chapter 157. They returned beaming with joy. The city was deserted due to the earthquake and other natural disasters. Everywhere was ruins, though some nearby residents had driven there to search for treasure. However, their numbers could be counted on one hand, just a handful. After all, cars were a luxury these days, and they came from another city 40 kilometers away. It was said that a privately established relief base there was much smaller than the one run by the extravagant owner of the NPS group, Walter. And they didn't have walls, it was just a relatively open villa area. Su Lingfeng inquired with them, and learned that there was no racial discrimination there, nor were there any restrictions on foreigners residing there. Many of the residents were even people of color and foreigners from in-city. Furthermore, because they had experience in farming, they had established a planting base there. They didn't use traditional planting techniques, but instead grew everything in detached villas, using hydroponics and dwarfing techniques to cultivate their crops. Other aspects were largely fine. Some of the produce could even be transported to in-city to trade for gold. After hearing the news, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De confirmed the location. They planned to take a trip there in a few days. It was said that there were compatriots from their own country who had been expelled from the area. Were they of Chinese descent or people of other races? They weren't sure about the scavengers they encountered. To them, they all seemed pretty much the same. Therefore, Su Lingfeng decided to go and check it out, to get a feel for the other rescue bases. This would also help him improve his own base in the future. He didn't plan to take Gu Yu along, fearing it might be unsafe, and besides, there wouldn't be much point in bringing Gu Yu. With a plan in mind, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De quickly set off, leaving Gu Yu alone in the house. The main consideration was that Gu Yu's marksmanship had never been very good, and it was better not to bring her along as a burden. Besides, there was no point in bringing her along, as supplies outside were dwindling. After they left, Gu stayed in her spatial dimension and didn't come out. 4 or 5 days passed, and Su Lingfeng and Xiao De still hadn't returned, so Gu started to get worried. Just as she was thinking of going to look for them, she heard the sound of a car engine outside. Gu became alert but didn't go out. All three of them knew about the spatial dimension, so they hadn't left anything else in the rooms except for the bed in the basement and the bed in the bedroom. Gu basically didn't take anything else out. The loss of the solar panels and generator was a loss, not a big deal. Besides, there were so many traps outside, as long as Gu didn't show herself, there shouldn't be any major problems. The car engine soon stopped in front of the house, and Gu confirmed that it was Su Lingfeng and Xiao De who had returned, because it was impossible for an ordinary person to easily bypass the traps they had set. When Gu came out, Xiao De was supporting Su Lingfeng, calling out to her loudly. Gu was stunned when she saw Su Lingfeng, because he appeared to have been shot in the right chest. He was clutching his chest, bleeding profusely, which startled Gu. Fortunately, she reacted instinctively, and quickly took off Su Lingfeng's clothes to stop the bleeding. Luckily, the bullet wasn't particularly deep, and Su Lingfeng wasn't seriously injured. Otherwise, given Gu's rudimentary medical skills, saving him would have been quite difficult. Su Lingfeng had a small, bloody hole in his chest. Xiao De, washing his hands, said someone had helped remove the bullet. The problem was that the hemostatic agents they had weren't enough to completely stop the bleeding, which was why they had rushed back. Xiao De noticed there were no pursuers behind them for the time being. Su Lingfeng's bleeding had been stopped by Gu, who had even disinfected and stitched the wound again. The person Xiao De had hired was incredibly unreliable. He couldn't even stitch the wound properly, and the scalpel hadn't even been sterilized before removing the bullet. Forget about anesthesia, this isn't helping Su Lingfeng, it's killing him. Xiao De, watching Gu grumble as she stitched up Su Lingfeng's wounds, said somewhat embarrassedly, "I wasn't with the captain at the time. After entering the city, things started going quite smoothly for us. I even found a job that allowed me to go inside their rescue base. You know, it's all foreigners here, there are hardly any white people. Skin colors are incredibly diverse, almost every color except for whites. The job the captain assigned me wasn't exactly a great one. You know how hot it is now, and occasionally survivors die. This job involved carrying the bodies of the survivors and putting them into a Preta pit. The pit was huge, with a large, container-like metal box inside, no top. All the survivors were stripped naked, their clothes and shoes removed, and thrown in completely naked. Once the box was full, it was burned. That's how they disposed of the survivors' bodies. Before I went, we agreed the job was only for 2 days, and the pay was 2 flatbreads. The captain and I had agreed that he would go check out the area where the Asian population lived. I thought the risk shouldn't be too high, so we parted ways. After learning about the situation there, I went to find the captain after finishing my 2 days of work. On the way, I heard a burst of gunfire. Sensing something was wrong, I ran in that direction and saw the captain being chased by a group of people. At that moment, he already had a bleeding wound in his chest. Without thinking much, I rescued the captain. I had no idea what had happened. It was only when I saw the bloody hole in the captain's chest that I realized a bullet had clearly gone in. But the bullet was gone. It was obvious someone had used a knife to cut open his chest and remove the bullet. I drove him away for a while, but then I found he was unconscious. So we only know the whole story after he wakes up. Gu apologized to Xiao De, very embarrassed. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like this. Was what I said just now too harsh?" Xiao De said, "I know you're worried and confused, but I'm actually a little panicked too. This is the only time I've been separated from the captain on a mission. I never expected this kind of accident to happen. Now, what can we do but wait for the captain to wake up before we know what happened to him?" "We can only wait now," Gu said. "Okay. Let's wait until he wakes up and then we talk. You worked hard too. I put your clothes in your room, go take a shower and get some sleep. There's some cold noodles I prepared this morning in the refrigerator in the kitchen, you can try them." Xiao De nodded, glanced at Su Lingfeng lying on the bed, then went to take a shower and eat something. He was indeed exhausted, and fell asleep as soon as he got back to his room. Gu watched as Su Lingfeng wiped the bloodstains off his body. She washed his hands and face, then sat by his bedside, quietly watching him. Chapter 158. It was rare for Gu to see Su Lingfeng so quiet. In her presence, he was always strong, seemingly capable of handling anything. This always filled Gu with a sense of security. Su Lingfeng was her greatest support, unafraid of external disasters. That night, unsurprisingly, Su Lingfeng developed a high fever. Xiao De woke up from a nap and was eating. He heard Gu Yu calling him to help hold Su Lingfeng down. He was convulsing unnaturally, caused by the fever. Zhao De held Su Lingfeng down, while Gu Yu fetched a basin of water and took out a bunch of ice cubes from her spatial storage, explaining that she would use physical methods to reduce Su Lingfeng's fever. With the help of the fever-reducing injection, Su Lingfeng finally calmed down in the latter half of the night, and the convulsions caused by the high fever subsided. Su Lingfeng slept for another day, and on the evening of the second day, he finally woke up. Gu Yu was worried, fearing Su Lingfeng might suffer some aftereffects. Fortunately, after waking up, Su Lingfeng's temperature was basically normal. He was even able to cooperate with Gu Yu in changing his dressings. Even though he was very weak, Su Lingfeng still managed to keep his eyes open and asked from the bed, "I'm at home now, right?" Zhao De said first, "Yes, I brought you back." Su Lingfeng said, "Are you sure there are no pursuers?" Zhao De said, "I went out for a walk especially late at night and didn't find anyone suspicious around us. You know this place is very remote. It's rare to see cars or people. So if there really were pursuers, I should have noticed them long ago." Su Lingfeng nodded and said, "Then I'm relieved." Zhao De asked curiously, "What kind of captain did you encounter? Why were you shot? And who removed the bullet from your chest?" Su Lingfeng sighed and said, "I went into that Asian community and found no one who was truly one of our own. Later, I found out that almost all of our people had been taken away by a group of masked men in black. The symbols they provided, I guess, are the same people we encountered on the aircraft carrier last time. In other words, most of the Asians here have been captured and used for experiments. Then I thought we could leave once you came back. After all, that rescue base is chaotic, even though it's modeled after Walter's base. But the person in charge of that base isn't actually very capable. It's divided into many small gangs, basically based on race. There were also gangs organized by region, so there were probably a dozen or 20 small gangs. In the predominantly Asian areas, most people were Native Americans. There was also a small Chinese gang, mostly from several generations ago, with significant mixed heritage. I don't know how the conflict started, but I was clearly mistaken for a member of that Chinese gang. Then, while running away, someone shoved me, though I dodged and didn't fall. I was shot, and my instinct was to drive away immediately. Unexpectedly, some of them also mistook me for one of their own and rescued me. The place was deserted, and a woman claiming to be a female doctor came. She forcibly cut open my chest with a scalpel, removed the bullet, and applied hemostatic medication, but it had no effect. The blood flowing from the wound washed it away. The female doctor was almost crying as she tried to stitch me up. Her hands were trembling as she held the sutures. I doubted she could even do it. Just then, the gang of Native Americans they'd been fighting with attacked, abandoning me and fleeing. I could only run in the opposite direction they fled. A group of people chased me, and then I saw you. Once I got into the car, I probably felt safe. My body just couldn't take it anymore, and I fainted. This was completely an innocent disaster, okay? I don't know how I ended up like this, getting shot out of nowhere. And then some idiot with mediocre medical skills removed the bullet from my wound. He didn't use any anesthesia, no anti-inflammatory drugs, and he didn't even have any hemostatic agents. If I had escaped any later, he probably would have used me as a guinea pig to stitch up his wounds. Zhao De and Gu Yu were speechless upon hearing his words. What could they say? They could only conclude that Su Lingfeng was unlucky. This incident also silenced Su Lingfeng and Zhao De completely. The outside world was still a bit scary. For the time being, they could only stay in this place and not go anywhere else. A week passed, and the weather seemed to be slowly cooling down. This discovery made all three of them a little happy. Once the temperature started to drop, and the cold weather arrived, it would be a world of ice and snow. The Arctic would definitely be frozen again. Could they then return home? However, another week passed, and the temperature began to stabilize at around 30 degrees Celsius. But everyone was surprised to find that the sun was no longer setting. It hung in the sky all day, with no difference between afternoon, evening, and noon. This left Su Lingfeng and Zhao De somewhat bewildered. The temperature was a comfortable 30 degrees Celsius, quite pleasant. However, their biological clocks were thrown off balance. Because the sun shone all day, they couldn't feel the darkness. They usually slept during the day and worked at night. Now, they didn't know if it was day or night, and their biological clocks were completely disrupted. Fortunately, Gu Yu had a digital watch in her space, so they could only use it to guide their rest and work. After another week of stability, they finally changed their schedule. They worked during the day and slept at night. But even at night, the sun was high in the sky, indistinguishable from daytime. Su Lingfeng felt this world was somewhat surreal. Was this the so-called polar day? But was it a natural weather phenomenon? Su Lingfeng specifically made a satellite phone call back. Chu Hai and the others were also confused. They were experiencing polar night there. It seemed Earth was stuck, frozen in the middle, one hemisphere experiencing polar day, the other polar night. There was no sun there. It was pitch black all day. Fortunately, the wind turbines were unaffected, and since air conditioning and fans weren't needed, everyone relied on the radio to tell time, waking up, sleeping, and working. Those with watches could keep track of the time themselves, especially digital watches. For some unknown reason, the satellite phone service suddenly went down, and it couldn't be reached for several days. Guyu wanted to ask Xia Wen if she had a boy or a girl, but satellite phones are difficult to use now, making it impossible to get any timely news. Guyu could only calculate the time. Xia Wen had already given birth, but unfortunately, the satellite phone signal was intermittent. Guyu said there was no other way but to wait patiently. Hopefully, this polar day would pass quickly, and the icy, snowy landscape they were looking forward to would arrive soon, so the three of them could return home safely. Chapter 159. Life began to return to normal, and Su Lingfeng focused on healing his wounds. Zhao De spent the day perfecting the traps. He also installed several explosive devices in the basement and surrounding area. Both he and Su Lingfeng felt a sense of unease. These peaceful days carried a feeling of impending storm. The sound of numerous car engines was heard at night. A large number of cars seemed to be driving along the roadside. Guyu felt as if she had returned to the time before the natural disaster. How long had it been since she had heard so many car engines? Zhao De and Su Lingfeng quietly crouched on the rooftop, observing through binoculars. Indeed, a large number of cars were passing by the roadside. It seemed all the cars had come out, followed by groups of people. What was happening? Why did it feel like everyone in the city was fleeing to the suburbs? Behind all the people, there were vehicles with weapons mounted on their roofs. Using a loudspeaker mounted on the vehicle, they shouted, "Stop! All vehicles and people ahead. We have no intention of harming you. If you don't stop, don't worry, we shoot. Mr. Walter is just inviting you as guests. He won't hurt you." Guyu had also woken up and packed everything up in the house. Su Lingfeng and the others watched as those people crammed those who couldn't run any further into trucks, driving away one truckload after another. They continued to chase after those who were fleeing in cars, seemingly trying to capture them all. This situation continued for about 10 days, with people constantly passing by the road in front of their house. They were basically all being brought back by a group of people in uniform, transported in trucks. All their escaped vehicles followed behind, returning in perfect unison. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De had only one word in their minds: concentration camp. Based on what they knew, the man named Walter was a racist. His sudden arrest of these people must have some purpose. The fact that he had previously refused to support them was bizarre. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De guessed that Walter might be trying to emulate historical figures with the intention of exterminating other races. Otherwise, how could they explain why he was arresting so many people? Right now, it wasn't appropriate for Su Lingfeng and Zhao De to show themselves. Guyu was the one who should go out and gather information. After all, the girl's skin was delicate, and with makeup, her skin was almost Caucasian, somewhat like a tan Caucasian. With contact lenses and a wig, there were no obvious flaws for now. Besides, she was only going to gather information and didn't intend to look for work. There shouldn't be any major problems. Su Lingfeng and his team removed all the solar panels from the roof, and Guyu packed up the solar panels. They checked everything in the house, and put away all the explosives, but left the traps. With trepidation, they returned to In City. This time, however, they were inconspicuous, following behind the convoy transporting survivors. Blending in with the convoy, they weren't anything special. Only after entering the city gates did they realize that there were many more survivors in the city. This time, they had all sorts of skin colors. Walter didn't intend to let them into his core area. These people were placed in a heavily guarded city, strictly forbidden from escaping. They were then completely abandoned. All vehicles were parked at the city gates, forming obstacle after obstacle. Escape for the survivors became somewhat difficult. Once inside the city, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De seized 3 prisoners. Under their severe interrogation, they learned that Walter had suddenly ordered the collection of all survivors to board his so-called Noah's Ark. They were to leave this place and go elsewhere to find the most suitable habitat for the survivors. It was said that he had prepared 12 cruise ships, each carrying over 20,000 people. However, these cruise ships required pilots and service personnel, and in the lower decks, people were needed to continuously add fuel. In other words, these survivors, whose skin color Walter had always disliked, were captured to serve on Walter's cruise ships. That's why Walter claimed he had no intention of harming them, and even provided them with the food they needed to survive. Once they reached a suitable habitat, they could find a place to gather. The city's loudspeakers were now broadcasting this message on an endless loop. These words successfully silenced the captured survivors in the city. Su Lingfeng didn't know what Walter was up to, but he felt this might be an opportunity. If they could also board those cruise ships, perhaps they could go somewhere else, which was better than staying in this place where the sun never sets. After the 3 prisoners were dealt with, they put on the prisoners' clothes and blended into Walter's central area. They had previously tried to infiltrate the outskirts aid base, but couldn't. Walter dressed his men in unusual clothing, resembling windbreakers that completely covered their heads and faces. Each person had a work badge for entry. There were no special fingerprint or iris scanners. Once lost, the badges would likely be permanently lost. Walter acted swiftly. Su Lingfeng and his 2 companions had only been there for a week before everyone was ordered onto the cruise ship. Walter had apparently found this cruise ship somewhere. It was tall and large, exactly like the one they had used to transport the virus to Yin country. The difference was that Su Lingfeng and Zhao De repeatedly confirmed they didn't see any lab technicians in white lab coats, nor any of the large metal crates used to transport infected individuals. The 3 prisoners Su Lingfeng and his team captured were just low-level thugs, with no specific tasks. Because they were white, they were only armed with a single weapon. Others herded the other races into the hold, where they were responsible for guarding them, preventing escape and diligently watching over them. Su Lingfeng, Zhao De, and Gu Yu were assigned to guard the warehouse, which was said to be full of supplies. Every cruise ship had such a warehouse, serving as a supply depot for everyone on board these days. This job actually suited the 3 imposters quite well, as it didn't require them to move around or interact with people. Their daily work consisted solely of guarding these supplies. The warehouse was managed by other staff, and aside from preventing unauthorized entry, they didn't need to worry about anything else. A team of 3 took turns guarding the warehouse with them, rotating every other day. Communication with them was very simple. They almost never spoke unless something happened. Chapter 160. The people in the lower decks seemed resigned to their fate. At least they had food and drink. The only requirement was labor. In fact, those Walter had captured were mostly healthy men. There were no elderly women or children. Those living in the upper decks also had no children or elderly people. There were quite a few women though. Walter naturally eliminated all the elderly and children. Although they wore uniforms, it was still relatively easy to spot the women, except for Gu Yu, who deliberately concealed her female identity. Because they were guarding the warehouse, they quickly discovered that the food for those in the upper and lower decks was different. The food for those in the upper decks was basically compressed biscuits, bread, canned food, and clean bottled drinking water. The lower decks were equipped with seawater filters according to their room. Their food for the whole day consisted of flatbread. This time, they made the flatbread very small. One person ate half a flatbread per meal, and 1 flatbread for 2 meals a day. A flatbread smaller than the palm of a hand was enough for an adult. Of course, it was more about filling the stomach. Looking at the freshly prepared bread, drinking water, canned goods, and compressed biscuits in his hands, Su Lingfeng was certain that this man named Walter had been planning this for quite some time. After all, producing these things required enormous amounts of energy and time. Of course, even among white people, there were different classes. Su Lingfeng and his group were currently in a lower class, and the bread and compressed biscuits they received were from a relatively long time ago. The bread was usually quite dry, and the flour used was clearly not of particularly high quality. If you force yourself to eat it, it has a faint musty smell. The compressed biscuits are the same. The canned food they're given is mostly sweet corn and the like. The canned food given to others contains chicken, duck, beef, and so on. However, Su Lingfeng and his group don't rely on these things to stave off hunger, so they haven't seriously examined it. This distribution method seems to be ingrained in their very being. No one objects to it. Su Lingfeng gradually notices the cold indifference of the people here. No one initiates conversations or interactions with their companions. They seem like a group of robots, devoid of any human expression. The lower-level labor seems very arduous, requiring them to take turns refueling the fuel tanks every day. They need to work continuously to keep the cruise ship moving. Some of the slightly better-looking individuals are chosen to clean and tidy the upper rooms. Everyone has a designated area. Whispering and stealing are forbidden during work hours, otherwise, they'd be thrown into the sea as punishment. But later, Su Lingfeng discovers that no one is actually thrown into the sea. Instead, many were thrown into the fuel tanks and burned as fuel. Because the work was so intense, those who fell ill and died were thrown into the fuel tanks and burned. The survivors below seemed numb to it all. No one bothered to hide it. Even in such terrible conditions, the lower classes didn't resist. After all, their weapons, food, and everything else had been confiscated from them when they were brought into the city. Resist? What could they do on this vast ocean? Walter wasn't afraid of anyone rebelling against him. He even publicly brainwashed everyone on the radio, repeatedly saying they were going to find a better home, and that once they arrived, everyone would return to their former happy lives. Su Lingfeng initially thought all the ships were heading in one direction. However, he later discovered by chance that their fleet consisted of only 3 cruise ships. The other 9 cruise ships had likely split into several directions and gone on different routes. On this high seas, Su Lingfeng had no way to control their direction. He, Zhao De, and Gu Yu could only stay in the warehouse, carrying weapons and making a few rounds each day, which was considered completing their mission. The rest of the time, the 3 of them split up to observe the outside environment. Fortunately, they had their own cabins and didn't need to contact outsiders. What did they eat in the cabins? No one would find out. As long as they didn't eat anything with a strong smell, it was fine. The sea temperature remained below 20 degrees Celsius, and the sun always hung brightly in the sky, unwavering. They'd been sailing for about a month, and Su Lingfeng still didn't know where they were about to dock. Anyway, it was better than staying there. But as the cruise ship drew closer to Walter's destination, Su Lingfeng noticed a change in the sun. It began to turn gray and gloomy. Finally, one day, the 3 of them couldn't see the sun at all. Judging from this, Walter's destination must be either Yin Country or the other half of Blue Star. This discovery made Su Lingfeng and the others even happier. It seemed they were one step closer to returning home. Whether or not they landed in Yin Country, it was good news for Su Lingfeng and his 2 companions. They were finally going to dock as darkness fell. They hadn't seen the sun for 5 or 6 days, and the people on board seemed restless. After all, no one could say whether this situation was good or bad for them. Finally, the ship came to a complete stop on the sea, and Walter announced over the loudspeaker that everyone should gather on deck. Even the workers in the lower decks temporarily stopped the cruise ship's operations and lined up on the lowest deck. When Su Lingfeng and his group went up to the deck, they found that it was also divided into classes. The lower decks were filled with black-skinned survivors, not white people. On the upper decks were people wearing uniform clothing, and on the uppermost decks were people wearing uniform life jackets, but they were mostly white. Indeed, the people on this cruise ship were divided into different classes. The entire cruise ship was brightly lit. Walter, beaming with pride, announced over the intercom, "I didn't say I wasn't giving you a chance. You have the right to live. I'm not a dictator. Now I count to 10. All people of color, please jump into the sea. We're about to dock, but the lifeboats can't hold everyone. You're about to reach the shore of happiness, so all people of color, please find your own way to swim to the other side. We're not responsible for getting you to shore. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. After I count to 10, I have them open fire. I have no idea how many will be left. Now I give you 5 seconds to decide whether to jump or not. Then I count to 10 again. Those who jump, I naturally leave them alone. Those who don't jump, then I have everyone open fire. Start the timer now." Chapter 161. The moment the count was shouted, people started jumping into the water. Although they couldn't see who was leading it, Su Lingfeng and his group were certain it was someone from the lower deck. Walter's devilish voice blared over the loudspeaker again. 19, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Su Lingfeng and his group heard gunshots the instant Walter finished speaking. Then, they saw people fall in the lower deck, while others rushed to jump in. Walter kept his word. He didn't spray weapons into the water. Those who jumped in, whether they could swim or not, would at least survive temporarily. They thought that was the end of it, until all the survivors at the bottom were gone from the deck. Then Walter, in his devilish voice, said again, "Now, my compatriots, my comrades, find your own life jackets on your decks. Then jump into the sea to escape. If you successfully reach the other side, you will become employees of my new Walter base. If you unfortunately perish at sea, then don't thank me. I brought you closer to your dearest God, and you will find peace in heaven." Su Lingfeng and the others were certain that the life jackets on the decks wouldn't be enough for everyone on the middeck. But he acted quickly, and he and Zhao De each grabbed 2 life jackets. While everyone was scrambling for life jackets in the chaos, the 3 of them returned to the warehouse. The two men were responsible for opening all the warehouse doors. Guyu was responsible for collecting everything. None of the three chose to jump into the sea. Instead, they found a secluded corner and hid. Guyu went straight into the spatial dimension and checked the warehouse. There was quite a lot of stuff inside. Besides food and weapons, there were two other warehouses filled with disassembled assembly line parts. Guyu now desperately wanted to loot the remaining warehouses on the two cruise ships. Walter was incredibly wealthy. After some time, the cruise ships gradually quieted down. Su Lingfeng took Xiao De out to check the situation. When they returned, they summoned Guyu from the spatial dimension, and the three of them went to the location of the lifeboats. The area was full of survivors, all wearing life jackets. Someone was using a megaphone to direct them to line up orderly to board the lifeboats. This time, everyone needed to have their iris scanned, otherwise, they couldn't board a lifeboat. It turned out that Walter had selected only the highest-ranking survivors to successfully board the lifeboats and reach their so-called other side of life. Just as Su Lingfeng was thinking about how to sneak up, he heard someone blow a loud whistle. Someone ran to report to the white man at the back that the warehouses had been emptied. The leader, finally alarmed, grabbed his communicator and reported to Walter. Su Lingfeng had assumed Walter was on this cruise ship, but it seems he was wrong. The leader finished his report and boarded a lifeboat. The others then boarded lifeboats and went ashore. Su Lingfeng and his companion went into the water to track the lifeboat carrying the leader. Fortunately, it wasn't far. He boarded the last cruise ship. Su Lingfeng and his companion infiltrated another cruise ship. After a while, Guyu saw a faint red light flicker in the lower deck. Guyu also stealthily infiltrated the cruise ship. People were boarding lifeboats in the lower deck. Like on the other lifeboat, they also needed to have their iris scanned. The corner where Su Lingfeng and his companion were located was quite secluded. Guyu met up with them, and Su Lingfeng pointed directly to the survivors in the corner. They were moving things, using a forklift to pile them up. 4 strong men were working in a group, carrying items onto a yacht. The three of them went into the water again, and silently climbed onto the yacht. Guyu didn't look closely at what was inside. She entered the neatly loaded yacht to start unloading. Perhaps to avoid being seen by the survivors, the lights on the yacht were dim. Unlike the brightly lit area over there, although there were many people unloading, there were no guards on the yacht. Guyu was also bold. She unloaded one layer at a time, until only the outermost layer that had just been moved in was left. Finally, the three of them heard someone ask, "Is there anything else?" The reply was, "All done." Guyu quickly finished unloading the last layer, and, along with Su Lingfeng and his companion, silently went into the water. Everyone on the cruise ship had disembarked, and the lifeboats had twinkling lights on the sea. Judging from the number of people on the cruise ship, there seemed to be quite a few. Su Lingfeng and his two companions, each wearing a life jacket, silently entered the water again. Following the lifeboats, they quietly swam towards the shore, quickly blending into the ranks of the survivors who had swum ashore. From a distance, they couldn't see clearly, but up close, they realized the shore was full of survivors. Groups of 3 or 5 sat under some coconut trees. They were the first group of people of color to survive. There was also a second group of white people. None of them had lighters, and the temperature on the shore was less than 20 degrees Celsius. Everyone was shivering from the cold. Finally, the first lifeboats reached the shore, but none of the survivors went into the water. But whether for illumination or out of kindness, some people started fires, and those who had swum ashore began to light more bonfires. Su Lingfeng, along with Guyu and Xiao De, remained hidden on the shore, watching the sea. Once a relatively large yacht docked, he decisively led Xiao De and Guyu back into the water and swam aboard. After confirming it was a supply yacht, the three quickly dealt with a few guards on board and sailed away. By the time the others noticed, it was too late. They soon lost track of the yacht. Actually, Su Lingfeng and the other two were now in the sea. Guyu had stored the yacht back in her spatial storage. In the pitch black, without nautical charts or navigation devices, Su Lingfeng had no intention of truly leaving the group. The three of them silently swam back to shore and blended back into the survivors. Without the sun, no one knew what to do. Everyone simply sat motionless around the fire, until a large searchlight was hung from a bamboo pole on a large rock. Walter's voice rang out again. He said to everyone, "We arrived in paradise. Here, there's only the sea. But the facilities are complete. Years ago, I bought 3 deserted islands. After this natural disaster, they all been connected into one large island. There are wind turbines and numerous semi-underground houses. The entire island can accommodate around 100,000 survivors. Aside from typhoons, there are no natural disasters that can frighten us anymore. We're not afraid of tsunamis, nor are we bothered by gale force winds. I built it to military base standards, and I finally brought my employees and my loyal supporters to a brand new paradise. Chapter 162. This sentence caused everyone who disembarked from the ship to cheer. Then, some people began pulling out smoldering firewood from the bonfire to use as torches, and followed the leader into the island. Su Lingfeng and his group followed the crowd into the island, and sure enough, they saw a small light at the very front. The light gradually grew larger, but they still couldn't see any houses. It wasn't until someone cheered that Su Lingfeng saw a colossal structure at the very front. After someone ran inside and turned on the switch, Su Lingfeng realized it was a strangely shaped house. The house was enormous, but it was arranged in a spiral pattern, layer upon layer. The 4 spiral-shaped houses seemed connected, yet also disconnected. Judging from its shape, it was at least 10 stories high. It resembled an inverted spiral conch shell. The number of stories was much greater than that of a conch shell, and the top floor was flat, seemingly only the size of a small villa. Upon entering, Su Lingfeng discovered that the ground floor wasn't the first floor. There should be about 10 more floors below, but the ceiling height is generally low, probably less than 3 meters, only about 2 meters. Upon entering, there's a reception desk where everyone can show their work badge to register. People of color without work badges are taken underground. Su Lingfeng had seen the topographical map displayed in front of the reception desk. This spiral-shaped building has a total of 36 floors. The lowest floor is marked in red, the map shows nothing there. Above are the planting and industrial areas. The planting area has 3 floors. Each factory in the industrial park has 1 floor, but there are only 3 factories. Above that was the residential area for people of color, with only 1 floor occupied, 16 people per room. Above that were the residences for staff with work badges. The 10 or so floors above ground were entirely inhabited by people registered with their iris scans. Only these individuals could receive room keys. The 2 upper floors of this strange building were marked in red, but showed nothing. The building's exterior was entirely made of transparent glass, but it was clearly not simple glass. The map outside the reception desk was very basic, only showing how many rooms were on each floor, their area, and a very simple classification. Su Lingfeng and his group didn't rush forward. Their assigned rooms were on the 2nd basement level, close to ground level. The receptionist's voice sounded exceptionally sweet over the loudspeaker, instructing everyone to rest after finding their rooms. An announcement would come later to arrange the work for the next day. Su Lingfeng and his group were also quite tired, so they went straight into their rooms. The rooms were supposed to be 4-person rooms, but Su Lingfeng and his group waited a long time for the 4th person to arrive. It's possible that not all rooms are occupied by survivors. After all, with 4 such buildings, there should be rooms left over. Guyu went straight into the space, while Su Lingfeng and Zhao De took turns resting for a few hours. When the broadcast came over the loudspeaker again, it was that sweet-voiced receptionist. The receptionist officially announced that they had entered the so-called paradise. She welcomed those who had arrived in paradise on behalf of everyone at the NPS group. Su Lingfeng didn't know where he was now, but judging from the current situation, he shouldn't be too far from his country. They should all be in the same state, at least. This judgment was based on the darkness. Chu Hai had mentioned in a satellite phone call that they were now under a pitch-black sky, without a glimpse of sunlight. The receptionist, with her pleasant voice, said there was a canteen on every floor. Everyone would soon be given base points cards, and all free food would only be available for today. Starting tomorrow, everyone would have to earn their food through labor. Walter's factory officially began hiring today, and everyone had a job. Only people of color could go to the botanical garden. White people could go to the industrial park. No one liked listening to the receptionist's beautiful voice anymore, because she was incessantly reciting the rules, which were too long and numerous for everyone to listen to. Upon arriving at the canteen, everyone received a booklet, which seemed to contain the rules the receptionist had been reading. Su Feng glanced through it. The booklet formally divided people into different classes. He explicitly stipulated that people of color at the lowest level were not allowed to enter the upper-level dining hall. They even had separate entrances and exits. In other words, even someone of my rank, Su Lingfeng's level, couldn't go to the top level. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, those with unique skills could showcase them. As long as your technology was something the base currently lacked, you could get a room on the upper level. The lowest level rooms housed 16 people per room. The higher you went, the fewer people were in each room. If your technology was truly rare, you could have a single room upstairs, or even secure a suite for your family. Su Lingfeng flipped to the very end of the booklet and even found some interesting clauses. For example, the base encouraged childbirth, and all children could enjoy the same amenities as those in the upper-level nanny rooms and nurseries. Any pregnant woman could apply to move into a separate nursery. This continued until the child was handed over to a nanny for unified care after birth. Walter specifically emphasized in this regulation that he welcomed parents who bravely gave birth, and that anyone who gave birth would receive a reward. The reward was a year's living allowance. In other words, you could do nothing for a year but focus on having a baby. And both parents could enjoy this benefit. Behind the reception desk were two large areas. One area was specifically for exchanging items. The booklet specified the exchange rates, which were the values of items you found. For example, if you found a coconut outside, you would receive 10 points here. The other area was like a supermarket, where you could use the exchange points to purchase daily necessities. However, this did not include food. The booklet stipulated that all food would be temporarily managed in the canteen. Survivors living in dormitories are not allowed to cook for themselves, mainly because none of the dormitories have dedicated kitchens. 1 point can be redeemed for 1 meal in the canteen. This means if you find a coconut, you can exchange it for 10 meal sets. You can also scavenge for other trash at the garbage dump on the island's edge. This is all debris brought by the tsunami and typhoon, piled up like mountains. The builders haven't had time to clean it up. The handbook encourages everyone to scavenge for daily necessities from the garbage dump and then exchange them for points. This is considered the simplest work besides industrial and agricultural labor. Su Lingfeng and Zhao Degu naturally choose this kind of work, since they also need to use it to observe the island. Chapter 163. Scavengers who register at the front desk receive a headlamp, and a rechargeable battery costs only 1 point per day. The headlamp is provided free of charge, but the battery requires points to redeem. Su Lingfeng and his two companions listened to the rules in the cafeteria along with everyone else. Then everyone received a bowl of dark, greasy mush. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De forced themselves to finish it. Gu Yu, taking advantage of a moment when no one was looking, poured it directly into a bowl in her spatial storage and threw it inside. She couldn't stomach this stuff. She pretended to take a bite, but then felt something stuck in her throat. Then she felt an itchy sensation in her throat, as if something was constantly irritating her, making her want to cough. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De forced themselves to finish the bowl of mush, and their stomachs were indeed full. But this mush was really hard to swallow. It was hard and coarse, and a bit like it was stuck in their throats. The mush didn't have any particular taste, just a slightly salty one. He wondered what was in this bowl. It was dark and murky, and each person could only have one. Su Lingfeng was curious. People of his social class ate this? What did the lowest class eat? Su Lingfeng and his group didn't have time to investigate. Some people hurriedly finished their bowls of porridge and ran to the counter to register for headlamps. Some were lining up to work in the industrial park, choosing a good job in advance. But no one from Su Lingfeng's canteen was lining up for the botanical garden. Guyu wanted to go, but given the current situation, she couldn't stand up too much. Since no one wanted to go to the botanical garden, it meant the work there was very hard. Moreover, the manual explicitly stated that it was the lowest class work. Given this, Guyu had no intention of taking the risk. Actually, she preferred to collect seeds from the plantation that she didn't have in her own space. She always felt that Walter's ability to grow food in such harsh conditions must mean he had some special methods or improved seeds. However, this wasn't currently on Guyu's agenda, as she had collected quite a few seeds from the warehouses on the yacht and cruise ship. Guyu didn't have time to manage them now, otherwise, she would have planted all the seeds to see if there was anything special about them. With Su Lingfeng and Zhao Da's skills, the three of them easily obtained headlamps. The person distributing the headlamps reminded them that the batteries needed to be changed daily. However, the headlamps weren't numbered, and the front desk wasn't responsible for lost ones. They were only responsible for changing the batteries, regardless of whether the headlamp was worn by the original recipient. In other words, besides obtaining headlamps from the front desk, they could also steal other people's lamps. Su Lingfeng knew the rules here were chaotic, but he hadn't expected they were still only emphasizing the survival of the fittest. It was like forcing some of them to jump into the sea and swim to shore. Those who did swim were inevitably the strongest and best swimmers. Those who were weak and unable to swim had already perished at sea. Walter kept emphasizing the survival of the fittest among his subordinates. He even seemed to encourage everyone to steal the fruits of others' labor. This was evident in the factory's recruitment criteria. Everyone had a work badge. However, The work badges are anonymous and cannot be reported lost. Anyone who obtains a work badge can work in the underground supply chain. The daily wage is 5 points, totaling around 150 points per month. But the key point is that the work badges are anonymous and cannot be reported lost. This means that if you steal someone else's work badge, you can also work there. Afterwards, you receive 5 points, which are directly deposited into your points card each day. These points cards are also anonymous and cannot be reported lost. This means that stealing points cards to gain something for nothing is also allowed. Su Lingfeng and the others were almost amused by the rules of this base. Fortunately, before coming ashore, almost everyone was without weapons. This means that apart from the top-tier survivors, who possessed their own belongings, everyone else was practically penniless. So, if you want to obtain food, shelter, clothing, etc., you either have to rely entirely on work or simply steal. Stealing the fruits of others' labor seems to be the fastest way to enjoy life. Su Lingfeng calculated that by collecting points equivalent to the daily work points of 3 to 4 people, or the points earned by scavengers, he could easily live on them for a month. After all, 1 point could buy a meal of porridge. The supermarket sold clothes, socks, and even supplies for self-defense, warmth, and lighting. Everything except food could be purchased there. However, one area of the supermarket was temporarily closed to the public. It was labeled the fast food section. Guyu had checked the labels. They included self-heating hot pot, self-heating military rations, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and bread. In other words, food wasn't unavailable, just temporarily unavailable. It seems they only provide supplies to the survivors below once the industrial zone produces enough to meet the needs of the survivors in the upper echelons. Guyu also firmly believes that the items she received from the warehouse are just a drop in the ocean. She hasn't found anything from the cruise ship Walter and his group were on yet, even though a considerable amount of supplies might have been transported there earlier. Because despite collecting so much, no one seems to be tracking down these items. No one has even searched for them, indicating that these lost items are insignificant to this base. Su Lingfeng had always thought that sending everyone to scavenge would involve wandering around. However, he was somewhat bewildered when he saw the garbage heaps on the beach. These were mountains of garbage, piled almost as high as the nearby reefs, emitting an incredibly foul stench. Some people quickly pulled out a large net from them, even though the net looked tattered. But according to the garbage sorting manual they were given, even a worn-out net, based on its flat area, could earn 10 points. Even the smallest net earns 1 point, as long as it's about 1 square meter in size. Soon, someone rushed into the garbage dump, pulling out a coconut that had already sprouted a bud. This could also be exchanged for 2 points. Seeing others' hauls, everyone began rushing towards the garbage dump. Guyu and Su Lingfeng exchanged a glance, then added 2 more masks under their visors before rushing into the garbage dump. Guyu was reluctant to go in. It was incredibly smelly and filthy, and looked black. However, everyone around her was frantically pushing their way in, and if she didn't go in, she would stand out too much. Guyu gritted her teeth and followed Su Lingfeng into the garbage dump. She was lucky. She actually managed to drag out a metal box. Judging by its size, the metal box was about 1 square meter. Su Lingfeng noticed that several people's headlamps were shining on Guyu's find. Chapter 164. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De ignored the probing gazes of others. Trying to snatch anything from them would require a certain level of skill. Besides, they were certain the low-level survivors in the base didn't carry weapons. In order to grab life jackets and lighten their load, they had basically discarded their weapons. Even those who couldn't bear to throw them away, after such a long swim, most people would throw their weapons into the sea to reduce their burden. So Su Lingfeng and Zhao De calmly helped Guyu drag the metal box to another open area. The 3 of them painstakingly pried open the metal box, confirming it was empty. Then Su Lingfeng had Zhao De guard the box while he and Guyu went back into the garbage dump. They threw everything they found into the metal box. Guyu found it strange. The empty metal box was remarkably well sealed, with no oxidation inside. She wondered what it was for. The headlamp's light wasn't very good, and they couldn't find any markings on the box. However, this doesn't diminish the fact that it's an excellent resource for earning points. The base's exchange manual states that ironware is worth 2 points per kilogram. This iron box weighs at least 10 kilograms. Plus, they collected quite a bit of useful junk this time, so they should be able to exchange it for a considerable number of points. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De initially found a few useful items. For example, a huge water jug, a rusty, unusable iron pot, and several large nets. One of the nets even contained 2 sprouted coconuts. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De were just going through the motions, barely managing to find this much. They immediately carried the metal box back to base with Guyu. Walter's dog-eat-dog principle had taken root in everyone's minds. As expected, they encountered robbers lying in ambush along the way. The robbers were 4 burly men, but lacking weapons, they couldn't last 3 moves against Zhao De and Su Lingfeng. The 4 men were immediately struck in vital areas and fell to the ground. Because Su Lingfeng and his companion were still identified as white, they hadn't even used their special moves. The obvious signs of training weren't good for them, so Su Lingfeng and Zhao De each pulled out a dagger. The 4 men, already wounded in vital areas, were terrified and almost curled up into a ball. As the 3 men carried the metal box along, seeing the sharp daggers at their waists, everyone began to back away. Nobody's going to steal supplies from someone with weapons. They're not stupid. Sure enough, metal boxes and pots were valuable, and with coconuts and nets, Zhao De, Su Lingfeng, and Guyu each earned 15 points. Based on eating only 1 meal of porridge a day, they wouldn't need to work for half a month. Zhao De had initially suggested keeping the points on one person's card, but Guyu and Su Lingfeng, just in case, decided to keep them separate. All the other cards issued by the base were stored in their spatial storage. Zhao De only carried 1 points card. Su Lingfeng's purpose was to prevent anyone from getting separated. At least they could still find food in this vast base. Having obtained their points, the 3 went straight to their rooms to sleep. After closing the door, Guyu went directly into her spatial storage. Zhao De and Su Lingfeng went to the public restroom, which was equipped with showers. However, the water supplied was seawater. The clean drinking water in the base required payment. 1 point could buy a large bottle, enough to last several days. Bathing was temporarily free, thanks to Su Lingfeng and Zhao De arriving early. In the following days, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De witnessed large groups of people undressing and bathing. They found it inconvenient to bathe and undress in front of so many people, so they had to arrive early or late at night each time. The most convenient option was Guyu, who had a personal space where she could simply go in and bathe. She didn't have to go through all that trouble, worrying about being seen while bathing. The trouble was that after bathing, the 2 of them had to cover themselves completely. Not even their fingers could be visible. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if people noticed their different skin colors. Eating the canteen porridge was out of the question. The 3 of them ate something quick in the space, and were now trying to figure out how to wander around. Security was quite tight. The upper levels didn't allow people from other ranks to enter areas they weren't supposed to. The 2 levels above ground required iris scanning or special work cards. The special work cards had unique identification methods, requiring identity verification. It wasn't as simple as Su Lingfeng and Zhao De stealing a couple of cards. The base manual strictly regulated the rights of those in the upper levels. Low-rank survivors, who accidentally or intentionally trespassed, were immediately sent to the planting area for forced labor. No points were awarded, only 1 meal a day was provided. The length of time spent working in the underground planting area was determined by the severity of the offense. This also indicated that the labor intensity in the plant cultivation area must be very high, otherwise, it wouldn't be used as a tool to punish offenders. Furthermore, Su Lingfeng and his group wouldn't intentionally make mistakes, since their identities would likely be exposed once they took off their clothes. Each time they went out, they specifically wore a bodysuit under their base-issued work clothes to cover their skin, carefully applying white powder to any exposed areas like their necks, faces, and hands to prevent anyone from noticing their unusual identities. The people of color here all had to work in the planting areas, making it even more inconvenient to gather information privately. Su Lingfeng gritted his teeth and scavenged for garbage for several more days, earning each person about 50 points. Su Lingfeng grew impatient rummaging through this disgusting garbage dump. He started taking Guyu and Zhao De for a stroll along the beach. They quickly discovered that they didn't need to rummage through garbage to obtain supplies. The beach was littered with washed-up trash, and often with seafood left behind by the receding tide. Many skilled divers were already diving around, searching for fish, shellfish, and other seafood. These items are quite valuable. You can exchange them for a considerable number of points at the front desk. However, they lack proper diving equipment and cannot venture into the deep sea. The front desk does offer diving equipment rentals, but they are very expensive. In other words, if you dive into the sea all day and gain no income, you have to pay for the equipment yourself. A single tank of oxygen costs 30 points, which is beyond the reach of most people, especially since you can't be sure you gain anything from the sea. Most people wouldn't risk renting diving equipment, and Su Lingfeng and his group certainly wouldn't be the first to do so, Even though Gu Yu's space has plenty of diving equipment, they don't plan to use it. Chapter 165. They were quite lucky. Several times they returned to the exchange point with buckets full of seafood. Actually, they probably had more. The smaller pieces were secretly tossed into the sea within Gu Yu's spatial storage to increase the marine life. They also repeatedly found several fresh coconuts at once. When each of the three of them had around 100 points on their points cards, Su Lingfeng suggested one day that they simply swim a little further to see if the cruise ships that had been moored were still there. The sea was pitch black, and they weren't worried about being seen, so they swam a little further out. The three of them boarded a manual lifeboat and rowed towards the direction where the cruise ships might be moored. The cruise ships were indeed still in the same spot. Obviously, they couldn't go into the shallow waters, and there was no way they could go ashore. They spotted the cruise ships in the distance, and then put away the lifeboat. Then, they tiptoed to the cruise ship and climbed aboard through the opening where the lifeboats had been deployed. The entire cruise ship was quiet. No one was on guard. Indeed, guarding such a thing didn't seem to make much sense. Most people couldn't sail it. Su Lingfeng and his group had sailed yachts before, but sailing a cruise ship would be a different story. The three of them searched the cruise ship, but didn't find anything of value. The problem was that the cruise ship was huge. Even riding their solar-powered scooters, it took them several hours to explore every part of the ship. After confirming that no one was around, the three decided to stay there temporarily. After all, the deluxe suite on the upper deck had comfortable beds and relatively soft blankets. Although Gu Yu had switched to a spatial dimension, at least she wasn't under surveillance here. Besides, the small room on shore was rather cramped. Now each of them could have a large suite. Su Lingfeng and Gu Yu could finally relax and be affectionate. They could count on one hand the number of times they'd been intimate in the past few months. Su Lingfeng felt a bit like a monk. After touring this cruise ship, Su Lingfeng took them to the adjacent cruise ship. They spent another day touring it as well. There wasn't much of value here, except for some old clothes and unusable household items. There was practically nothing to move. The kitchen was almost empty. Even the pots and pans had been taken away. The last and largest cruise ship was what Su Lingfeng and Gu Yu had been guessing was where Walter lived. The announcements from the other two cruise ships all came from this ship. Sure enough, entering the third cruise ship revealed that the facilities on the upper deck were indeed much better. Moreover, there were even more things left behind. All the blankets on the other cruise ships were gone. Only the top-tier suites still had 2 blankets. Almost all the suites here still had their blankets. In the most luxurious presidential suite, there were even quite a few cigarettes, cigars, and wines left behind. Most importantly, there were still quite a few files left in the safe of the presidential suite. Obviously, these documents weren't particularly important to Walter. However, Su Lingfeng still gleaned some important information from the documents. For example, Walter had started building this island 4 years ago. The reason is that the Gale Kingdom is frequently hit by tsunamis, typhoons, and extreme weather. Walter wanted to find a safe haven, though he probably bought this island even earlier. Moreover, he initially bought several islands, but they merged into one a few years later due to tsunamis and other factors. Walter commissioned the design and construction of the island, which took 4 years to complete. The documents also show the island's basic layout, even specifying that the unmarked red area on the bottom floor of that strange building was intended for a research lab. However, the nature of the research project is not specified. Walter bought more than 10 such locations around the world. In the end, only 4 locations had completed buildings that were still intact. The buildings in the remaining locations were destroyed by extreme weather before completion. Su Lingfeng didn't touch the documents, he simply had Gu Yu take them to his spatial dimension and make copies. To avoid detection, all 3 of them wore gloves to prevent leaving fingerprints or other marks. Walter probably thought construction was complete, so he didn't take any of the building plans off the ship. Gu Yu made copies of all the plans. The building designs could be used as a reference later. They were windproof, rainproof, coldproof, heatproof, and could withstand strong earthquakes. Based on the plans, Su Lingfeng and his team confirmed that the top floor of the middle building was Walter's residence. According to the nautical chart in the safe, it wasn't far from Yin country. It was too dark for satellite navigation, so Su Lingfeng and his group had to rely on compasses for directions. This operation was somewhat risky, so Su Lingfeng decided to wait and see. The cruise ship they were on actually had a helicopter platform. Surprisingly, there were 3 helicopters in the adjacent warehouse. Su Lingfeng and Xiao De went up to confirm that they could take off immediately. The helicopters were fully fueled, indicating that Walter had prepared an escape route. Considering the helicopters might come in handy later, Su Lingfeng didn't have Guyu store them in his spatial storage. They also put all the files they found in Walter's room back exactly as they were. The three of them chose to stay on the cruise ship they had first boarded. Every few days, the three of them would bring seafood to the base for a while, and after confirming that no one cared about their whereabouts, they returned to the cruise ship to live again. Although the polar day weather was abnormal, it was quite suitable for human habitation. Without the threat of typhoons and tsunamis, many people pitched tents using salvaged trash. They lived not far from the garbage dump, where 10 points could be exchanged for a lighter. Many started using sticks and branches gathered from the garbage dump to build fires and grill seafood. While the mushy porridge was filling, it wasn't exactly delicious. Walter didn't mandate that everyone return to the base. He allowed others to live near the garbage dump outside the base, saving time and energy. Some even lived on the beach, sometimes going beachcombing in the middle of the night. They set alarms to wake up and go beachcombing. This seemed more liberating and saved more time. Chapter 166. Su Lingfeng found Walter's behavior strange. He was a very controlling person, and would never allow anyone to escape his control. He cooked for himself, set up his own tent, and lived outside the base. Su Lingfeng's suspicions were quickly confirmed. Indeed, Walter was not a kind person. That night, a tsunami suddenly struck, followed by a typhoon. Su Lingfeng and his group were tossed about at sea. When they woke up, they didn't dare leave the room, even though they could see the turbulent, dark sea through the window. The next morning, the alarm rang. Su Lingfeng and Xiao De looked at the dark sea and saw many things floating on it. They turned on their powerful flashlights and discovered that many of them were human corpses. There were also some pieces of trash and wood. This clearly indicated that some people hadn't escaped after the tsunami. This was probably the price paid by the survivors, who lived near the garbage dump or the beach. Clearly, with the advanced scientific research of the NPS group led by Walter, they should have been able to predict tsunamis or typhoons. But their superiors neither raised the alarm nor stopped everyone from living by the sea. This Walter truly favored survival of the fittest. He didn't care about the lives of the survivors at all. He only cared about his subordinates, or rather, the stronger his supporters, the better. Su Lingfeng and Xiao De couldn't understand it. Guyu hadn't even looked at the sea. They didn't need Su Lingfeng and the others' sympathy. When they returned to the base, they found all the tents gone. The garbage mountain was piled up again, and people were desperately using tattered nets to dredge up trash from the sea. Of course, there were also some bodies, but they didn't bring them back for burial. Instead, they stuffed all the clothes, points cards, and other valuables from the bodies into their own pockets, and then threw them back into the sea. Su Lingfeng, Xiao De, and Guyu could only ignore this and walk past. They stayed in the base for a whole day before finally venturing out. Sure enough, everyone had returned to the base. Neither the garbage dump nor the beach remained with any survivors. Su Lingfeng, Xiao De, and Guyu returned to the cruise ship, where they had food, drink, and entertainment. They didn't need to return to the base, as supplies were limited and the points required were high. The three of them were crammed into a small room, feeling stuffy and uncomfortable. The only downside was that the satellite phone was malfunctioning. They couldn't contact China, and there was no signal no matter who they tried to call. Xiao De and Su Lingfeng weren't very good at repairing or maintaining electronic products. Zhang Sun was the expert in that area. So even though there were radios on the cruise ship and helicopter, Su Lingfeng and Xiao De didn't know how to use them. Guyu was even less of a problem. As a liberal arts student, her only use for computers was for work, like creating documents. Asking her to do repairs was a bit of a stretch. However, life on the cruise ship was quite pleasant. The three of them could play cards and watch videos when they had free time. The solar-powered batteries that Guyu had in her spatial storage were now usable. With the three of them on the ship, they had no shortage of electricity, water, or time. The accommodations were quite comfortable. They could sleep in whatever room they wanted. Life was simple, and the food was decent. Su Lingfeng and Xiao De even felt they had gained a few pounds. Except for the pitch-black nights. When they couldn't see the sun, moon, or stars, life was alright. Su Lingfeng felt his married life with Guyu was gradually improving. They felt very sweet together. The cruise ship was too big, so they weren't worried about Xiao De, the third wheel, ruining their enjoyment. This was a rare vacation for the couple since they went abroad. A month later, Walter announced that free accommodation would no longer be provided, and the seawater for showering, washing hair, and doing laundry would have to be paid for separately. Su Lingfeng had long suspected that Walter, this businessman, wouldn't do charity work. He couldn't possibly support so many people for free. This base wouldn't allow unprofitable business. Walter and his NPS group would definitely find a way to make the lower-ranking survivors and people of color generate value for them. The previously free water, electricity, and rent were now charged. Food supplies have returned to the supermarket, indicating that the production lines in the base's industrial park are now able to meet the entire base's needs. Since fees are now being charged, many low-income individuals can no longer afford 4-person rooms. The base has also begun opening 16-person rooms to lower-ranking white survivors. Some people, to save points, often grill seafood outside to fill their stomachs. This saves both time and points while satisfying their hunger. Kyu feels that eating too much porridge still makes her want to vomit. Su Lingfeng and his 2 companions simply canceled their room reservation. A 4-room room cost 30 points a month. Even though they could afford it, they didn't plan to rent it. After all, they only stayed for less than a week. Showering, washing hair, and doing laundry on the cruise ship were convenient. Kyu could easily handle it with a washing machine in her spatial dimension. They could also use the dryer, since there was no sun outside. After enduring this sunless period for over half a year, Su Lingfeng and his companion repeatedly tried to enter the advanced survivor settlement on land without success. There was no way. The iris scanning and identity verification were too strict. During this time, the 3 of them were even forced to move once, until finally, one of the survivors, unable to endure it any longer, swam onto the cruise ship. After confirming that the place was unguarded, they moved in. Guyu's spatial dimension had fresh water and a seawater purifier. They also had batteries to provide electricity. Later survivors had nothing. When Su Lingfeng and his companions discovered someone had moved in, they immediately went to another cruise ship. Once one survivor settled in, it attracted a large number of other survivors. Su Lingfeng and his 2 companions eventually decided to go straight into the city. Those people wouldn't last long. Sure enough, the base discovered their scheme and expelled everyone. They were all sent to the underground plantation area as punishment. Su Lingfeng and his companions moved in time, narrowly escaping this ordeal. Finally, they found a way to enter the high-level survivors' quarters. Walter noticed that everyone seemed somewhat complacent. The garbage collectors, used to their carefree lives, weren't willing to work seriously. Those who did work only worked for a short period and then rested. They used up all their points before applying for work again, unlike what Walter had hoped for. The survivors throughout the base were actively working to improve their lives. Or, as he had assumed, many were resorting to robbery, what he perceived as a process of natural selection. Chapter 167. Su Lingfeng and his group also noticed that the entire base was like a place where the living dead lived. They were living in a live-for-today mentality. Even the robbers were like that. They would rest after stealing a certain amount, without trying to steal more. Guyu knew the reason. There was practically nothing in this base. Not only were there no entertainment activities, but the loudspeakers were always reading the manual. Even with a lot of points, it was useless. The buildings were only so big. Supplies were limited. Buying instant noodles, compressed biscuits, bread, canned food, etc., required queuing. They were basically gone in seconds. Having points was pointless. Queuing for ages and getting nothing was the norm. Not to mention alcohol, meat, cigarettes, and such things. There was no hospital, no medical equipment, and not many common medicines. Basically, an injury or a cold or fever could kill a healthy man. At least the lower-level survivors were basically just going through the motions. Even without ambition, life is incredibly passive. After all, with Walter's method of elimination, those who survived have almost no family, wives, parents, and children are all those who were eliminated. Women are even rarer. Any woman who can survive among a group of men is no ordinary person. If it weren't for the spatial ability, Guyu felt she might not have survived this long. This life is just about surviving, devoid of any joy. Besides, the sky is pitch black, you can't see any light outside the base. Many survivors have committed suicide, especially the people of color living at the very bottom. The work at the plantation was said to be arduous and tedious. Those who could endure this monotonous life lived with a certain degree of repression. Zhao De once joked after munching on roast chicken and drinking a few beers, the people in this base are practically living like zombies. No good food, no emotions, no entertainment. Besides work, eating that dark, greasy stuff, I don't know what else to do. It makes me uncomfortable just looking at them. If it weren't for Guyu's spatial ability, I would have flown away in a helicopter long ago. I still think it's better back home. At least my comrades are all together. Satellite phones don't work, and there's no tablet for entertainment. I don't know what to do anymore. It's so boring. Su Lingfeng, with his arm around Guyu, laughed at him. I told you to settle down. Being together is always more interesting. Zhao De turned away, ignoring Su Lingfeng and his wife. They were inhuman, always showing off their love in front of a single guy like him. It's so inconsiderate, especially the boss. He's always hitting the nail on the head for a single guy like me. Walter and his men finally realized this. He suddenly started playing videos at the front desk, showing the upper floors of the building. There was a food court, an arcade, bars, a casino, and other entertainment options. Most importantly, survivors on the lower floors could use points to gain access there. The videos were well made, making everyone yearn for the idyllic life there. Finally, there were suites with running water, electricity, gas, toilets, and kitchens, and beautiful women to greet you. The videos were addictive, igniting everyone's enthusiasm. Guyu and the others noticed an increase in robberies these days. Walter announced that there was a hospital there, with doctors, nurses, and state-of-the-art medical equipment. Everyone who entered would be guaranteed a livelihood. People were constantly exchanging their points for day trip tickets, while others started working hard, preparing to settle there permanently. Guyu didn't go in, but Su Lingfeng and Zhao De did. Afterwards, Su Lingfeng felt he could exchange enough points to stay there for a while. Of course, they weren't going to be foolish enough to scavenge for trash or collect seafood to exchange for points. In 1 hour, the two of them, armed with weapons, robbed the largest robbery organization. They used the stolen goods to exchange for enough points to stay there for 3 months. The three of them swaggered into the upper building. Of course, they only rented a suite for a month, using the rest of their points to enjoy a few good meals. Actually, there wasn't anything particularly good. The chicken, beef, lamb, and fish were all coated with a lot of flour or something similar. It relied entirely on seasonings for flavor, with very little oil. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De felt it was only slightly better than porridge, far inferior to the food in their space. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De spent most of their time waiting for curfew to arrive and all the lights to go out. The two of them wandered around with a map they photocopied on the cruise ship. Several times they nearly entered Walter's floor, but his floor was heavily guarded and had separate access control. The first time Guyu spent time with them wasn't for a meal, but at the public auction house. Su Lingfeng and his companion had received invitations, and were somewhat stunned by the items being auctioned. Besides a few special medicines and unusual delicacies, there were quite a few shops. Most importantly, the auction house was empty. Women and children, not many in number. It's also a highest bidder wins. The invitation included detailed information and real photos. Su Lingfeng thought they should go and see for themselves. Of course, what interested them most at the auction was the shops. They won a shop at the auction, with the NPS group providing the goods. The initial stock was free, payment was made after the sale. Free returns and exchanges were also offered. Su Lingfeng planned to buy the shop. Selling goods would also make it easier to settle here long-term. He noticed that each shop had an upstairs suite, enough for 3 people. Moreover, the shops were located on relatively high floors, making it easier to sneak out. They mainly needed to buy the items for the shops, the gold coins that the NPS group had previously issued and circulated in their base. Last time, Guyu had collected about 10 boxes of these coins from the warehouse. These coins didn't have any serial numbers or anything. It was impossible to identify them as stolen. There was another reason. Keeping these gold coins wouldn't be very meaningful. Guyu and the others had studied them. The NPS group had also fooled others. The gold coins contained other metals, they weren't pure gold. The gold content was low, just a fraction of what it was. Su Lingfeng and his group knew that back at the base, 1 gram of gold was indeed exchanged for 1 gold coin. You can imagine how much gold Walter made from this. Not everyone could enter the auction house. Points were checked, and the amount of gold coins had to be verified before an invitation could be granted. Each invitation only allowed 3 people to enter, and Su Lingfeng and his 2 companions managed to pass through several layers of checks before successfully entering the auction house. Because the amount of gold coins Su Lingfeng showed them was small, they were only given a small, inconspicuous corner. This suited them perfectly, at least they weren't attracting much attention, making it easier for them to observe the other bidders. Chapter 168. Before the auction started, Su Lingfeng overheard discussions. I wonder if Arises will come. He came last time. Wasn't he unhappy? He said the women at the auction weren't very pretty. No, he said they weren't charming enough. He probably won't come tonight. I heard someone gave him a beautiful woman the day before yesterday. Yes, they gave her one, but she was gone that very night. Where did you hear that? My friend is close to him. He said that woman flirted with his father, Mr. Walter, right in front of him. Arises got angry. He gave her away to his friends to play with, and she was gone that very night. That's true. If Arises weren't Mr. Walter's son, nobody would fawn over him. Stop talking, he's here. He's in box 1. He's here. What attracted him tonight? I looked at the auction catalog, there's nothing good. Really? I think that woman in box number 12 is really beautiful. Isn't it number 10? I think it's number 16, her figure is absolutely stunning. Su Lingfeng looked down at Zhao De and said, how about we get to know that Arise? Zhao De nodded and said, young master. Interesting. Getting to know him would be beneficial. At that moment, all the lights dimmed, and just as everyone gasped, a spotlight shone on the stage. A woman's voice rang out, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Tonight's auction is hosted by me, Ruili. Welcome everyone. Everyone will be able to find something they like at the auction. Guyu looked at the host on stage with some discomfort. Was that a bikini? More like sexy lingerie, perhaps? Her figure was undeniably stunning. Everything in the right places, not an ounce of excess fat. The only flaw was her face. It looked a bit older than her actual figure. Her body was undeniably alluring, but her face didn't quite match it. Ruili clapped her hands, and 2 beautiful women came up, also wearing bikinis. The difference was that they each wore a number tag. They were now presenting the first batch of shops to be auctioned. The rent was 10 gold coins per month, with the same deposit. Free goods were provided. Payment was made after the goods were sold. Customers could choose to sell food or provide supplies. Su Lingfeng rented the shop for 3 months, with the option to renew first or terminate the lease a month early. After paying, there was a free month of security and cleaning services. From the 2nd month onwards, it would cost 1 gold coin per month. The items to be auctioned later weren't antiques or jewelry, nothing particularly valuable. Small-scale production machines are currently in high demand, such as the first fried chicken machine. Owning it at the auction means you could open a fried chicken shop, with free supplies provided. Su Lingfeng and his group participated in the bidding, but decided to give up after realizing the prices were a bit high. The second item was a used cigarette rolling machine, not the fully automatic kind. It was very small, being a very basic piece of equipment. You had to manually put in paper and tobacco, and the machine would roll the 2 materials tightly. Of course, there was no filter, but for smokers, this kind of cigarette was better than nothing. Guyu was concerned about the size of the NPS group's plantation, and whether they had enough space to grow tobacco. Lost in thought, Guyu didn't even notice that Su Lingfeng had bought the milk tea and coffee machines that were auctioned next. The 3 of them had already planned to open a fried chicken and burger shop. They would offer coffee and milk tea. They needed the equipment for frying the chicken, but Guyu could easily manage with just a pot and an oven. Besides, she had frying equipment in her spatial dimension, so she could prepare it there and then just put on a show. Why a fried chicken shop? First, of course, because it's popular. It's one of the most beloved foods of the people of Lifeng Kingdom. Second, more people means more intelligence. Third, it's one of the few shops they could choose. After the natural disaster, what could they sell to make a living? Besides food, only medicine remained. It wasn't that they didn't have the latter, but they dared not sell it. For each item auctioned, 2 beautiful women came up. They were all different shapes and sizes, catering to all kinds of tastes. Aside from their skin color, these beauties were all unique. Guyu had no idea this base had so many beautiful women. In the lower-level survivors' quarters, Guyu hadn't seen any women for a long time. The few women who were there were either engaged in unspeakable activities, dressed scantily, and behaving frivolously. Or they were either unattractive, young but like walking corpses. They would silently raise weapons to resist the men's approach. Guyu hadn't seen a woman alive, and well in a long time. However, Su Lingfeng and the others had said that many women living there never went out. They stayed indoors to avoid harassment, relying entirely on the men for care. Unlike most people in China, who could be more tolerant of women, most of the low-level survivors here had endured immense hardship to survive. Of course, many had survived by selling themselves to gain the men's protection. For example, there was Ellie, whom they had encountered before. Although she mainly survived because of her boyfriend who chose protection, she secretly used her body to exchange for resources to live comfortably. This is a tragedy for humanity, but if things continue like this, without women, can men really reproduce? Guyu wondered if scientists were dedicated to researching this. At least for now, men here were still treating women as commodities, as accessories being auctioned off. As the auction neared its end, with the beauties lined up for selection, Su Lingfeng told Guyu to leave first. He felt there was no need for Guyu to continue watching, unless he had a target he needed to approach. Su Lingfeng would have preferred to leave immediately with Zhao De as well. Zhao De looked at Su Lingfeng helplessly, while the latter looked back at him firmly. Zhao De deflated like a punctured balloon, sitting obediently in place. He just didn't want to watch the stage. The host was introducing the beautiful women, turning them around like merchandise, listing their measurements, height, weight, hair color, and health conditions. They were also being questioned about their past, whether they had given birth, been married, or had any body odor. In short, they were practically stripped naked for people to touch, and there was even a rule about a 7-day no questions asked return policy. Zhao De felt like he wasn't at an auction, but rather at his hometown's mule and horse market, selecting mules, horses, cattle, and sheep. Selecting large livestock required this kind of display. When the host pulled the women to show off their teeth, Zhao De genuinely felt like he was helping his father choose mules and horses. But these were all living, breathing people on stage, and Zhao De felt uncomfortable, nauseous, and wanted to vomit. But he also knew that Su Lingfeng, and she had another goal. They couldn't leave like Guyu. They had to find a way to get close to Mr. Walter's son, Eris. Only he could lead them into Walter's residence. Chapter 169. Making friends with Eris was easier than imagined. Everyone who won an item at the auction had a party at the end. Eris was clearly using this method to make friends, since those who could afford to open shops or snatch beautiful women at auctions usually had some spare money or influence. Su Lingfeng and his friend quickly became Eris's friends. When Guyu successfully opened her fried chicken and burgers shop, Su Lingfeng and his friend officially received invitations. Eris would be hosting a birthday party at his villa. Su Lingfeng had heard rumors that he was celebrating his birthday twice this month. Zhao De even asked Guyu when he returned, do foreigners also have lunar birthdays? Twice a year. Su Lingfeng, looking at this fool, couldn't help but give him a sharp rebuke. This was clearly one of Eris's money-making schemes. Only Zhao De took it seriously. The reason Eris was so greedy was mainly because he wasn't Mr. Walter's biological son. His mother was Mr. Walter's fourth wife, and she also had a son with Walter. Eris's treatment was vastly different from that of Walter's biological children. The others were born with shares in the NPS Corporation, and the men could almost all independently run a subsidiary company after reaching adulthood. Walter's eldest son used to own more than 10 subsidiaries, and was now Walter's right-hand man. Eris only had the title, nothing else. He used to manage a technology subsidiary, albeit somewhat. Now that subsidiary had gone bankrupt, he was completely idle. Fortunately, his mother had given birth to 2 other children for Walter, so he hadn't been abandoned before the catastrophe. Now he sat even more securely in his position as Mrs. Walter. The others were either too busy with work or too young to be adults. Currently, Eris is the easiest person to approach, the only potential breakthrough. Walter's highest floor is inaccessible to most. Eris's banquets are the only way to get in. Some people in the base follow Eris around for free meals and drinks, while others have requests to make. After all, Mr. Walter is the highest leader of the base. Getting close to him is like obtaining the key to wealth. Don't underestimate Eris just because he's a stepson. Through him, you might be able to get close to Walter. Su Lingfeng and his companion's goal is simple. They just want to confirm that Walter's group hasn't participated in virus research. The base has virus samples, and Walter has no intention of endangering his country. Guyu thinks Su Lingfeng and his companion are just driven by a sense of responsibility. They still see themselves as members protecting their people and country. They're always afraid someone might harm the nation and its people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have resolutely returned to Lifeng Kingdom from their homeland, and even after eliminating the virus, they still don't trust any place or person who might be researching it. Guyu felt she had found the key to wealth. Her fried chicken shop was an instant hit from the moment it opened. To her surprise, while dine-in customers were few, takeout orders were incredibly popular. Su Lingfeng and his companion had openly gained access to numerous locations through their delivery services. They had entered the underground industrial park's offices several times. Each time, they carried miniature cameras, filming the industrial park's production lines. This was mainly because Guyu had added many items from her spatial dimension to the raw materials they delivered. For example, the flour provided by the base was all grayish-brown, so Guyu added a small amount of wheat flour. The bread baked from this was much more fragrant and softer than bread baked solely with the base's flour. Secondly, the chicken provided by the base wasn't marinated, but Guyu added a lot of seasonings that the base didn't provide when marinating it. This made the chicken tender and juicy, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Similarly, she added the right amount of milk and coffee beans from her space to the coffee and milk tea, making the finished products taste much better than those from other shops. In just 1 week, She caused the business of the fried chicken shop that had opened before them on the same street to plummet, even though they had managed to buy a used fried chicken machine at an auction for a high price. In just over half a month, Su Lingfeng and his companion had achieved their goal of exploring the entire base. Now, only Walter's residence on the top floor and the research and experimental area at the bottom remained. Fortunately, their friendship with Arises finally made progress. Su Lingfeng and his companion finally received invitations to the banquet on the top floor. The shops also followed the curfew, which had just ended that day. Su Lingfeng, still entangled with Gu Yu, heard a noise downstairs. Su Lingfeng and Xiao De went downstairs almost simultaneously to investigate, and found someone wearing a headlamp attempting to steal. The two of them quickly apprehended the first group of thieves, knocked them unconscious, tied them up, and threw them into the shop storeroom. They hadn't even gone to sleep yet, and now they heard strange noises. Su Lingfeng and Xiao De were almost exasperated. How much money had they made? Why were they being targeted so much? When the curfew ended in the morning, before the shops even opened, a number of free security guards provided by the base had already entered. It's not time to collect the money yet. Last night, 3 groups of troublemakers came, 2 groups of thieves, and 1 group was sent by the owner of another fried chicken shop to steal their recipe. They cut corners and didn't run their business properly, thinking Su Lingfeng's business was successful because they had a secret recipe. Unable to compete in business, they simply decided to steal the recipe, which was easier. Unfortunately, they ran into Su Lingfeng and his group. Su Lingfeng initially thought that handing them over to the shop's security guards would result in punishment, but they only received a small fine, and that was the end of it. Su Lingfeng was furious, and the consequences were severe. 3 days later, he didn't receive any good news from the people he had sent out to steal the recipe again. His fried chicken shop had been completely emptied. Nothing was left, not even the shop itself or the upstairs suite where he slept. The shop owner and his family were back to square one. They accused Su Lingfeng and his group, but Su Lingfeng pulled out several people bound hand and foot from the storage room. They brazenly claimed their shop had been burgled. Who would go out and empty someone else's shop if there was a burglar in their home? Do they have 3 heads and 6 arms, or the ability to be in 2 places at once? The security guards hadn't found a single clue, and besides, the shop was bankrupt, broke, and couldn't stay open. The guards knew further investigation was futile, and wouldn't waste their time. The shop's rent was only paid until the end of the month, and they still owed money for the previous day's goods. Now that they had no deposit, they slunk away after the lease expired. Su Lingfeng, fearing they wouldn't give up, followed them with Xiao De to confirm they had gone to the lower-level survivor settlement before returning. This made Gu Yu's business even better. There were no competitors for the time being. Su Lingfeng hadn't been idle these past few days. He quickly sold all the fried chicken equipment at an auction. Chapter 170. Su Lingfeng and his companion have now thoroughly investigated the base. The person behind this auction is Frank, Walter's son from his second marriage. This man has a penchant for beautiful women. Almost all the women auctioned are items from his and his father's past collections. Unlike Eris, Frank is Walter's legitimate son. Therefore, he operates more openly within the base, currently overseeing a cigarette production line. This is why his auction house has a tobacco supply. With the help of his siblings, Frank can guarantee a supply of raw materials for the shops he acquires at his auctions. These actions are all conducted privately, yielding high profits with minimal risk. Frank's actions not only enrich him, but also benefit his siblings. Su Lingfeng met Frank through Eris, but this man is not easy to approach. Besides his love of beautiful women, he has no other hobbies. Su Lingfeng and his companion cannot afford to pander to this particular interest. Forget about not knowing other beautiful women, they had no interest in being pimps. Eris clearly enjoyed sucking up to his stepbrother. Not only did he frequently auction off women Frank had grown tired of at his auctions, but he also instructed some of his cronies to find women for Frank elsewhere. Su Lingfeng and his group approached Frank by asking him to help them auction off some items. Frank didn't care where the items came from. He was only happy to make money again. He was naturally very enthusiastic about anyone who could help him make money, and through this secret transaction, Su Lingfeng and his companion had effectively infiltrated the social circle of these 2 treacherous brothers. Thanks to Frank, Gu Yu's fried chicken shop business improved even more. Su Lingfeng and his companion were able to visit more places. For example, they not only delivered food to the plantation they couldn't access before, but also successfully filmed the entire process. Gu Yu watched the video and noticed something strange. It looked no different from other ordinary plantations. All the soil was clearly transported from elsewhere, and the plantation was quite large. There was also a hydroponics plantation, where most of the vegetables and fruits were grown hydroponically. But now there was no sun. Guyu carefully studied it, and determined that the lighting in the plantation was the key to their ability to grow crops 50 to 60 meters underground. This was the real core technology. This lighting clearly allowed the plants to grow normally, replacing the sun for photosynthesis. If they could master this technology, their through thick and thin base could also solve the problem of growing crops without sunlight, just like this island base. And since it's underground, it's immune to natural disasters and man-made calamities. It seems even if Walter's place is a den of dragons and tigers, we have to venture in. If we can find the data, Guyu feels she can finally relax and do nothing after returning. Soon, it was time for Erai's birthday party. Xiaoda and Su Lingfeng each received an invitation. Guyu, however, was invited to deliver freshly made fried chicken hamburgers and make coffee and milk tea on site. She worked with a bartender and a bar DJ. Guyu naturally parted ways with Su Lingfeng, taking the fried chicken burgers she had made in her spatial dimension the night before and heading straight to the kitchen. She followed the kitchen manager's instructions to make coffee and milk tea. Arise and the others were having a banquet in the front. Su Lingfeng and Guyu gave him a stereo system they had bought at an auction. These two brothers were clearly in cahoots. At Erez's birthday party, aside from a few people who brought beautiful women, everyone else brought items sold at the auction. The money from the auction went into Frank's hands, and Erezer would use the gifts he received to open a new bar. The items auctioned at the recent event, aside from vacated shops and beautiful women, were all suitable birthday gifts for Ereza. These included second-hand stereo systems, DJ sets, complete bar sets, etc. There were even complete sets of large sofas and televisions up for auction. Su Lingfeng recognized these items. They were from the cruise ship. Su Lingfeng and his two companions had been on the cruise ship for so long that they had already noticed these items were missing. It seems Frank has collected them all. I wonder how much money he made. However, Su Lingfeng didn't care much, mainly because the gold coins used to buy these things were all taken away by Guyu. Ultimately it was Walter's money. Spending more is just another way of passing the buck, and besides, Su Lingfeng had already planned to find a way to infiltrate this floor. This top floor was much larger than it appeared from the outside. For spiral structures divided this floor into 4 areas, which could be connected or separated. Walter's children all lived here, each with their own independent suite. Walter's residence was in the very center. He himself did not attend his stepson's so-called birthday party. His wife, Erai's mother, did come out with her youngest son to show her support. Besides thanking everyone for coming, she also gave Erai's a warm hug. Erai's mother only stayed for about 10 minutes before leaving. Her youngest son was waiting for Guyu to make him milk tea. He also ordered a lot of fried chicken and hamburgers, as well as a vegetable and fruit salad. They were just there to make a brief appearance, and Erai's mother looked helplessly at the food her son had ordered. She was dressed in an evening gown and high heels. Don't even think about expecting someone as elegant as her to take a few plates of food home. So the lady casually pointed at Guyu and instructed her to take the food and follow her. Guyu naturally obeyed, carrying the plates and following the mother and son. Passing by Su Lingfeng, the two exchanged a knowing glance. After walking down the corridor, Erai's mother and brother took Guyu home. Guyu, being very perceptive, put down her things and immediately took her leave politely. Actually, she was just checking for security cameras. After confirming there weren't any, she slipped into her spatial dimension. She already knew Walter wasn't home. Just now, his youngest son had asked his mother regretfully if his father would come back to share food with him. Mrs. Walter explained that Walter had gone to the hospital. Frank's eldest sister's child was sick. Walter had to stay with his only remaining granddaughter tonight. For some reason, both Frank and Ariel had mentioned that even with careful care, none of Walter's children had survived. Now, the only healthy children under 10 years old, besides Walter's youngest son, were his eldest daughter's child. Now that little girl was also in the hospital, which was why Walter was worried and went there. As for Ariel, he didn't get along with his eldest sister, and even Frank had a bad relationship with his own sister. They only went to see the sick child briefly, and didn't stop doing anything else. Even the birthday party wasn't cancelled. Chapter 171. Guyu only came out after hearing no movement outside. As she entered, she noticed a room next to Frank and his mother's bedroom. This must be the study. Currently, only 3 people live here, Walter and the mother and son. Walter's youngest daughter had just come of age and currently lived with her half-brother, Ariel. Ariel was rarely home, so only the sister lived there. This study in the suite could only be Walter's study. Su Lingfeng had also quietly slipped in by this time, and the two met tacitly at the study door. Guyu went into the study first, and Su Lingfeng, after looking around, followed. Su Lingfeng quickly found the safe in the study, even though he hid it on the bottom shelf of the desk. There was another layer of faux wooden cabinet outside, but this design was too simple for Su Lingfeng and his companion. Su Lingfeng quickly opened the safe, but there weren't many compartments inside, and after a quick search, he found nothing particularly important. Inside were mostly gold coins, along with some gold and jewelry. But clearly, this couldn't be Walter's entire fortune. It was probably just pocket money he kept outside. Su Lingfeng had Guyu photocopy the files in the safe. Both of them then focused on the desktop computer on the desk and the laptop next to it. They plugged in USB drives to crack the passwords on both computers and began downloading files. While Guyu watched the downloads, Su Lingfeng started moving around. Soon, a book lying upside down caught his attention. Su Lingfeng gently picked up the book, instantly splitting the bookshelf in two. Guyu continued watching the computer outside, while Su Lingfeng went directly into the secret room. Guyu had just finished downloading the files on the computer when Su Lingfeng pulled her into the secret room. Guyu was stunned upon entering. The bookshelves outside were over 3 meters tall, and the piles of gold inside were also over 3 meters high. The secret room was filled with gold blocks, neatly arranged, as if they were embedded in the walls. Su Lingfeng easily found another desk among the gold piles, and the two of them downloaded all the files from another computer on that desk. Even though the gold blocks were very attractive, they didn't dare to touch them. The confidential documents were their real objective. They couldn't escape even if they took the gold. In less than an hour, the two of them quietly left the study and returned directly to the banquet venue. The banquet was nearing its end, and most people were quite drunk, dancing wildly. Frank and Eris took the opportunity to talk about their plan to open a bar. They even invited everyone to come and support them. Everyone knew perfectly well that the bar was already fully renovated and just waiting to open for business. Everyone offered their congratulations and agreed to hold a banquet on that day. Everyone gathered to celebrate the bar's official opening. Guyu's work was essentially finished, and she left the banquet hall first. Su Lingfeng pretended to be drunk and was carried away from the banquet by Zhao De. They had no choice but to leave. All the women the group had brought were wearing bikinis and dancing in the middle of the banquet hall. They were hugging, kissing, and touching each other, their actions becoming increasingly daring. The sight made the single Zhao De blush, and even Su Lingfeng couldn't resist. The two didn't even say goodbye to the brothers, Eric and Frank, as they were now somewhat delirious, dancing with beautiful women. Back upstairs at the shop, Guyu began sorting the downloaded files. She had downloaded all the files from the 3 computers at high speed and stored them in her virtual computer. Now they were checking the categories to see if they found the data they needed. The results were somewhat disappointing. The most important data, the data from the botanical garden and the industrial park, was nowhere to be found. It seemed these files were in Walter's office, but gaining access to the NPS group was extremely difficult. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De weren't confident they could get in, since they hadn't ordered any takeout there yet. Frank's office was in the industrial park, and Eric didn't really have an office. So, these two couldn't use it for the time being. Guyu decided to print some advertising cards and distribute them there. Many shops here distributed flyers like this. Given Guyu's current business, she didn't need to resort to this tactic at all. For some reason, NPS group employees had never ordered takeout from here. Currently, the only way to get into the group's offices is through this. However, Su Lingfeng is now certain that no virus research is being conducted at the base. The final underground level is dedicated to researching the relocation plan to outer space planets. According to the address in the documents, there is another island 50 kilometers away from the main island. That island is specifically for implementing outer space exploration plans. In other words, this is likely just a temporary residence for Walter. Once he finds a suitable planet, they might relocate entirely. The building's peculiarity is also revealed. The files state that these 4 buildings are actually a spaceship, which can be folded into a giant airship when necessary. The last floor is where the power launch area is located. Anyway, it has nothing to do with the virus. Walter's folder does contain a virus plan. However, Walter explains why it wasn't implemented. The virus plan had too many variables, and the symptoms of all those infected were too obvious. Walter is a businessman. He believes money can solve all problems, and doesn't want to use a so-called virus. Therefore, the document ends with 2 words, pending. Su Lingfeng reviewed all the relevant files, and confirmed that Walter had never actually come into contact with the virus. Therefore, He wasn't involved in the virus plan. It was just that scientists who hoped to use the virus to obtain resources and land from other countries gave him a related plan. Walter wasn't interested, so he didn't invest. Since it's confirmed that Walter's group has no connection to the virus plan. At least on this point, Su Lingfeng was quite relieved. Now they needed to find an opportunity to enter Walter's office at the NPS group and find the documents about the plantation plan. Then, bringing them back to China would truly put them at ease. Following the model exactly, how could they not succeed? Su Lingfeng planned to first test it on his own through thick and thin base. If successful, then promote it further. Of course, they needed to obtain a portion of the profits. Things too easily obtained are rarely cherished. Su Lingfeng understood that if he didn't set conditions, he would almost certainly lose the right to do so next time. Chapter 172. The base was practically a city, with shops gradually being established. Guyu successfully found a printing shop that distributed advertising cards. They not only printed the cards, but also hired people to distribute them, saving Guyu, Su Lingfeng, or Zhao the trouble of distributing the ads themselves. Guyu only asked them to distribute more in the office area to boost their takeout business. This request was normal for an advertising printing shop, and no one questioned it. The shop owner even repeatedly assured them that all office employees at NPS Group would receive their fried chicken advertisement. Su Lingfeng said Zhao to follow them once, confirming that they had indeed distributed the ads, and then didn't think much of it. They just waited a few more days to see the effect. After all, these things couldn't be forced. Su Lingfeng was still unwilling to give up, so he took advantage of a trip to Frank's industrial park to copy the files from Frank's computer to a USB drive. Back home, he indeed saw the schematics and design drawings of the entire production line, but some core technologies were still missing. Some things remained a secret for Su Lingfeng. Undeterred, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De found a way to re-enter the plantation. Unfortunately, they suffered a major setback in the office. Although they successfully copied the files onto the computer, they were nearly caught. Luckily, they managed to hide in the storage room, escaping unscathed. When they returned, their hearts were pounding. It wasn't a lack of mental fortitude, the situation was rather unusual. If they were caught here, they might never get out again. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De were still worried about their families, and definitely wanted to return to their home country. After this incident, security was extremely tight in both the industrial park and the botanical garden. Delivery drivers were only allowed to leave orders outside. Customers were to come and pick them up themselves. Delivery drivers were no longer permitted to move around freely. Clearly, Su Lingfeng and Zhao Da's hasty escape had left clues that led to their discovery. Fortunately, the files were already in hand. Although they didn't contain the core secrets about the plantation's lighting, the other processes and technologies were now in Su Lingfeng's possession. It seemed those core secrets were only with Walter, but it was unclear why he hadn't stored them on his home computer. During this time, Arise announced that his bar was about to open. Because Frank's niece, Walter's only surviving granddaughter to date, had been successfully discharged from the hospital. No one would stop them from celebrating. If the child hadn't survived, Arise admitted that the bar would have had to open secretly. Su Lingfeng first checked the bar's address and found it was only one street away from the NPS group. Su Lingfeng and his team decided to take the risk again. After all, the industrial park and botanical garden had started taking precautions against food delivery. The NPS group had completely stopped moving, effectively blocking the food delivery route. Now, the only option was to force their way in. Su Lingfeng hoped there weren't any security cameras or very complex passwords inside the company. Thanks to Frank, he had obtained a work card that allowed him entry into the NPS group. Before taking action, Su Lingfeng carefully reviewed the blueprints for the spaceship that appeared to be a large, fixed building. He was certain that NPS Group had installed surveillance cameras in the original design, but unfortunately, for some unknown reason, all the monitoring equipment malfunctioned. According to a file on Frank's computer, the person who initially designed the monitoring center's program likely didn't survive. The password he designed was too complex. None of the programmers in Walter's organization could fix it. This gave Su Lingfeng an opportunity. Without the surveillance cameras, the three of them had much more room to maneuver. The three of them reconfirmed their route, determined to find all the core secrets this time. The opening night of Eris's bar was bustling. Eris told his customers that as long as they didn't leave the bar, there was no curfew. Like Frank's auction venue, his bar never lost power all night. So everyone could party as much as they wanted, without worrying about the time. The bar was huge. Guyu's fried chicken shop was only a dozen square meters, and the upstairs suites were only one floor larger than the downstairs shops. The bar was almost 100 times the size of a fried chicken shop, with 4 floors. The ground floor lobby served ordinary people. The second and third floors are for VIPs only, with private rooms. The 4th floor is Frank and Ariza's private space. Reservations are only accepted from their friends. It's essentially their private club. This time, Guyu didn't receive any bookings from the bar, so she went directly to the NPS Group's office building. This spaceship was designed with one side reserved for residential use. The other 3 areas are almost entirely residential, with shops in the middle that could house supermarkets, restaurants, etc. There are no residential buildings here, only commercial buildings. You can have shops, offices, bars, and cafes, but no restaurants. It's said that renting shops here means you can't open a restaurant. Of course, the company hotels have employee cafeterias. The model is somewhat similar to that famous financial district, full of hotels and office buildings. Guyu came here during the day and noticed that people were either rushing around or leisurely shopping. The streets are lined with shops, but perhaps because production capacity hasn't reached a certain level, not much is actually being sold. Most shops are still closed. Guyu concluded that Walter wanted to restore a city, but they didn't have the capability. Banks, hotels, and commercial centers are all here, but they're basically just for show. They're practically meaningless. The NPS Group isn't omnipotent. Some things, even if produced, no one will buy. For example, cosmetics, expensive luxury brands, etc. However, Guyu did see a shop here selling aircraft life pods. However, this is currently just a concept, only available for pre-sale. This life-saving pod can keep a person sealed inside for up to a month. It provides nutrients through intravenous fluids, and even waste is collected directly from the body via a separate tube. During this time, even if there are landslides or earthquakes outside, the life of the person inside the life-saving pod will not be endangered. The life-saving pod simply drifts with the current. Even an earthquake will eventually stop it. Only when it is safe can the person inside open the life-saving pod door. If the situation becomes unfavorable, the life-saving pod's power system can be activated. Even if buried deep underground, it can provide an escape route. It can be considered humanity's last resort. Unfortunately, this life-saving pod is currently still in the research and development stage, and is not yet available. Chapter 173. When Guyu saw these, she was speechless. Was this a new kind of scam? Giving consumers a perfect concept, but in reality, there was no product at all? The pre-sale format meant you put up money, they produced it, but there was no guarantee when it would be produced. It was just about getting you invested in a concept. Guyu felt this was just another way for the NPS Group to make money, but she didn't take it too seriously. Her original purpose was just to scout things out. Today, Guyu deliberately stuffed a fake pregnant belly into her skirt. Then, near the NPS Group, she pretended to be in a hurry. She barged into their office building and told the security guard she needed to use the restroom. Obviously, there were no restrooms on the first floor. The security guard knew this too. There were no large shopping malls or supermarkets nearby. The area was all commercial streets and office buildings. Except for their own building, all the others were empty. The security guard had no choice but to let Guyu go upstairs. Guyu wasn't there to use the restroom, of course. Her purpose was to observe how comprehensive the security system was. It turned out that while there were security guards, the system wasn't particularly robust or stringent. At least, no one questioned her purpose when Guyu, heavily pregnant, entered the office. The receptionists were probably off slacking off somewhere. It wasn't until Guyu had wandered near the manager's office that she was stopped. Guyu claimed she was lost and couldn't find the restroom. A man in a suit called over a woman, who led her to the restroom, and then Guyu was escorted out of the office building. When the hotel opened, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De delivered a gift early on. It was a case of red wine they had bought at an auction. According to the production date, it should have expired long ago. But now it was still quite valuable, and Frank was clearly trying to make a quick buck. This one case of red wine cost Su Lingfeng and Zhao De over 1,000 gold coins. Although Guyu had many more of that stuff in her spatial storage, it was still a painful expense. After all, the auction house, including the coffee machine and milk tea equipment, didn't even have that much at the time. Halfway through the party, Su Lingfeng got a little drunk again. Zhao De had to help him leave the bar. Upon arriving at the NPS Group, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De quickly entered the office building. Guyu had already sneaked in. Her method was to play statues, entering her spatial storage when the security guard turned around. When the guard wasn't looking, she slipped in. And so, bit by bit, she finally entered the office building. Su Lingfeng and Zhao Da's approach was much simpler. They simply drugged the security guard. They put him to sleep in the security room to confirm once again that there were no surveillance cameras. Only then did the two enter the office. Walter's office, as always, was on the top floor, with its own elevator. Obviously, this elevator required a password, and neither Su Lingfeng nor Zhao Da had one, so they could only use the employee elevator. Fortunately, Su Lingfeng had managed to obtain an employee ID, allowing them to use the employee elevator to reach the floor below the top floor. Otherwise, they would have had to climb the stairs. This building was about 100 stories high. If they had to climb all the way up, the three of them would have been exhausted tonight. Guyu was utterly baffled as to why Walter would reserve such a tall office building for himself. Basically, only about the 10th floor was occupied, the rest was deserted. Finding Walter's office wasn't difficult, and luckily, he hadn't set any password inside. Thinking about it, it made sense. No one would just randomly climb up there. Even if they did, they'd probably just be looking at the view. The problem was, it was pitch black outside. Forget about looking at the view, you couldn't see anything at all. So Walter probably assumed no one would come to his office. Therefore, he hadn't set a password outside. His computer password was exactly the same as his home password. Su Lingfeng didn't have time to carefully examine the files, and immediately chose to download all the data at high speed. This time, they didn't use a USB drive, but directly connected to a computer. Guyu took out a large file from her spatial storage. There was no fear of not finishing the download. Then Su Lingfeng and Zhao Da, wearing headlamps, began a thorough search of the office. Behind Walter's office was a luxurious lounge where Su Lingfeng found a safe as tall as the ceiling. The safe contained a vast number of files. Guyu took some into her personal space to photocopy, while Su Lingfeng and Zhao Da, wearing headlamps, took the remaining files to the secretary's office to photocopy. The photocopying went relatively quickly, and the computer had already downloaded all the files. Just as Guyu finished collecting everything and putting it into her space, she suddenly felt the office lights come on. Su Lingfeng and Zhao Da were still holding the files they hadn't had time to put in the safe. Guyu, already inside the spatial dimension, dared not leave. Su Lingfeng and Zhao Da saw Walter in person for the first time. He was sitting in a wheelchair. Frank was pushing him from behind. Walter was a tall old man, though his golden hair had turned increasingly white. His imposing presence was undeniable. Sitting in his wheelchair, Walter clapped his hands at Su Lingfeng and Zhao Da, who were surrounded by his bodyguards. Your plan was meticulous. Not only did you raid my house, but you now come to my office. Don't tell me you two haven't been to my house. Neither my house nor my office has surveillance cameras. But do you think I wouldn't be wary of anyone? After entering my secret room, you have a special fragrance on you, detectable only by my equipment. Now, what else is there to say? What I find strange is that you didn't steal any jewelry or gold, but you secretly downloaded my documents. My computer is special. Even with the best computer technology, you can only delete temporary records. Entering the password will repair. The logs alerted me to an intrusion. While these documents are the core secrets of this base, simply stealing them won't suffice. It would require a group's efforts of 10 or 20 years, perhaps even a nation's largest financial and technological investment. Even if you steal these files, you simply can't replicate such a massive spaceship. And even if I gave you the core technology, without aerospace support, do you think it's possible to replicate my base? I poured my entire life's energy into building this spaceship, nearly 20 years from design to completion. That doesn't even include the preliminary preparations and the negotiations with the government. How much effort and dedication I poured into securing national support. You never know. Chapter 174. Neither Su Lingfeng nor Zhao Da spoke. They knew it was too late to say anything now. Walter curiously glanced at them again, then ordered his bodyguards, "Come on. Take off these two gentlemen's masks and clothes. I want to see what the people who stole my things look like. Are you as brave as Superman or an American soldier? Or as powerful as Iron Man or the Hulk? Anyone who dares to cause trouble in my base can get away unscathed." Walter saw the Asian faces beneath Su Lingfeng and Zhao Da's masks. Suddenly, a sense of disorientation washed over me. You're from Yin country, and you came to steal the files just to go back and replicate my base? Oh my god. I never expected this. You're practically omnipotent. The world is already destroyed like this, and yet, I still managed to encounter your spies. They've been infiltrating my son's inner circle for so long. And I didn't even notice. It's terrifying. So how will you get back? It's pitch black outside. You can't see the sea or the sky. Even if I gave you a ship or a plane, you couldn't get back. I already checked. The magnetic field on this island is chaotic, and navigation and satellite phones are completely unusable. So tell me now, how will you get back to your country? Or rather, do you have any way to transfer these files back to your country? If you tell me this, I'd let you go, and even cooperate with you sincerely. Some of my current plans do require allies. I can also tell you a shocking secret. I guarantee it's very important to your country. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De remained silent, simply watching Walter. After a while, Walter received no reply from either of them. He was somewhat displeased. It seems you two gentlemen need to calm down. Please take them to our plantation and tell your men to treat them well. I am very patient, and I hope you two gentlemen enjoy working on my plantation. We meet again when you're ready to tell me. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De were taken away by Walter's men without a word. Frank said ingratiatingly to his father, I always felt there was something wrong with those two. The price they paid was far too high. These days, nobody spends that much money without expecting anything in return. Their goal must have been to get close to us. I still don't understand why they wanted to get close. I had someone follow them from a distance, and found out they actually infiltrated your office. They probably have another subordinate. I already sent people to arrest her at the fried chicken shop they rent. These two Yin spies are terrifying. The world has already collapsed, and they still show up in our base? Luckily, we arrived in time. They probably didn't take these files. They just wanted to make copies. Walter said casually. Hopefully they didn't succeed in copying. Tomorrow, have everyone check the number of copies to see if anything is missing. Make sure they didn't copy our files. Don't show any mercy to these two. Let the people at the plantation toughen them up. After Frank agreed, he asked Walter, Daddy, do you really need to cooperate with Yin? Walter laughed and said, my cooperation with people from my own country has become impossible. Those politicians and businessmen who invested in us are all gone. I can't possibly rely on this base to easily complete our business. Yan's aerospace technology has always been at the forefront of the world. Cooperating with them isn't out of the question. It's just that once the cooperation is complete, that box of virus sources I kept in my safe will come in handy. Frank laughed and said, You're amazing. My father, you're truly incredible. Walter waved his hand smugly. Now we all go back. Remember to have them come and check tomorrow. I just don't understand. What's the point of having them copy all these documents? They need to go back home to be effective, right? Now that I caught them, how can they go back? They can't go back and haven't copied all the data. So what's the point of them going back? Once they realize this, they naturally cooperate with me. Frank flattered his father again, and the group quickly left. Guyu waited until there were no more footsteps outside, and all the lights were dimmed before sneaking out of the space. When photocopying, they didn't use any of the office paper. Guyu took it all from her spatial storage. So now she has all the data. And even if she hadn't gotten the data then, now that everyone's gone, Guyu can easily copy it all. But right now, the most important thing is to get out of there quickly. Guyu hurriedly went down the stairs. He dared not use the elevator again, and the work card was in Su Lingfeng's possession, having already been confiscated by Walter's men. Unable to use the elevator, Guyu had no choice but to grit her teeth and go downstairs. She finally managed to emerge from the group's office building, her legs feeling weak. As the saying goes, going uphill is easy, but going downhill is hard. It seems going upstairs is easy, but going downstairs is hard too. To avoid being noticed as she came down from the upper floors, Guyu deliberately looked down from the corridor on the last floor. Making sure no one was watching her, she quietly used the same method to slip past the security guards. Walter and his men were upstairs, and didn't see anyone else. Frank had also sent men to the fried chicken shop to arrest someone. So the building's security was still quite lax. Guyu quickly left the base, and boarded a cruise ship in the distance. The guards on the cruise ship lived in cabins upstairs. Guyu hid in the lower warehouse, and then directly entered her spatial dimension. She needed to calmly consider her next step. The first step was definitely to rescue Su Lingfeng and Zhao De. The labor on the plantation was extremely strenuous, more than the two of them could handle. Besides, without space, obtaining food would also be a problem. But rescuing Su Lingfeng and Zhao De would mean they had to leave the base quickly. Now the problem was, according to Walter, the magnetic field on this island was currently chaotic. Navigation and satellite phones were unusable. Were they just going to fly around aimlessly in planes and ships? Guyu seriously doubted whether they could truly not distinguish between the sky and the sea. Could they possibly stumble upon the island by sheer luck and return to the country? The probability was pitifully low. This situation was difficult. Guyu felt caught in a dilemma. Chapter 175. Guyu lay on the bed in her spatial dimension, a headache throbbing, thinking she rest before trying to figure out a solution. She was exhausted from the intense stress of the day. The next day, when her alarm rang, she finally got up and left the spatial dimension. Then she suddenly felt the ship gently rocking. Looking out the small window of the warehouse, she saw the sea surging with waves. Wait! Guyu seemed to suddenly understand something? Yes! Look! Guyu actually saw the surging sea outside. She excitedly ran to the deck and found a dazzling sun hanging in the sky. This world was too surreal. The sun was shining again at this hour. The guards on the deck were cheering, and Guyu didn't dare linger. Last night, she was worrying about how to sail or fly back home. Now the sun was shining. It was enough to make her ecstatic. Guyu felt that Su Lingfeng and Xiao De did have some luck. The days passed in a daze, and before they knew it, a year had passed in the polar night. Looking at the sun, Guyu wondered what kind of weather it would be this time. If possible, Guyu imagined extreme cold, where the sea would freeze solid, and she could use a compass and skis to ski back home. As it turned out, the extreme cold Guyu had foolishly imagined didn't materialize. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose on the sea, and dark clouds gathered. The sun only peeked out briefly before disappearing completely. A tsunami struck, a typhoon arose, and hail began to fall. It took a full week of this turmoil to finally subside. Even though Guyu was frantic with worry, it was all in vain. After all, she couldn't possibly run back to the base in this tsunami, typhoon, and hailstorm weather. Guyu hadn't been idle for the past week. First, she planted all the seeds she had obtained from the cruise ship's storage area. These seeds had a high germination rate and grew remarkably fast. Guyu checked the core data of their base's planting area. She confirmed that these seeds had all been soaked in a special growth potion, making them cold-resistant and heat-resistant. Their growth rate was more than twice as fast as ordinary crops. In other words, if rice currently required 3 to 4 months to grow, these seeds would only need about a month and a half at most. Guyu hadn't expected the NPS group's technology to be so advanced. Even the seeds were so high-tech. The second thing Guyu did during this time was to carefully review the files. This time, they had obtained all the base's core secrets. They even gotten their hands on the technology for the photosynthetic light tubes from that plantation. They also obtained some of the core secrets of the industrial park during this theft. Guyu felt that once the seeds matured, she could try to concoct that potion herself. She also tested the effects of soaking ordinary seeds before planting them. Guyu was now just waiting for things to calm down before figuring out how to rescue Su Lingfeng and Xiao De. Su Lingfeng and Xiao De didn't know whether to call themselves lucky or unlucky. Unlucky because they'd been captured by Walter's men and imprisoned in the plantation. Luckily, before they even started working, they only been locked up for one night, and suddenly the sun peeked out. Everyone surged towards the base's surface cheering. Then suddenly, a fierce wind arose, and dark clouds gathered. A tsunami began to erupt in the sea, and earthquakes struck the island. Everyone hurriedly returned to their work areas. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Xiao De and Su Lingfeng knocked out their bodyguards and blended back into the crowd. This place was different from the previous one. The plantation was predominantly populated by people of color. Su Lingfeng and Xiao De didn't even need to change their skin color. They only needed to keep their existing colored contact lenses and shave their dyed blonde hair. Now they looked more like mixed-race individuals, inconspicuous in the plantation. The number of people of color at the very bottom was indeed small. But Walter didn't value them, so they had never been registered. No one knew exactly how many people of color were in the plantation. Therefore, to find the disguised Su Lingfeng and Xiao De among them, everyone would have to be gathered together and checked individually. An even bigger problem was the intense labor in the plantation areas of the base, coupled with extremely limited food supplies. This led to a sharp decline in the population of people of color. People frequently died in their rooms, only to be replaced by others, making even screening extremely difficult. Despite the difficulties, they persisted in screening. The problem was, with the population drastically reduced, there were naturally many empty rooms. Su Lingfeng and Xiao De, like playing hide-and-seek, hid in an empty room. When they sensed something was wrong, they moved to another room. Adding to the woes, the weather outside was extremely bad, and the entire base had activated its defense mode. If Su Lingfeng and Xiao De were outside, they would see that the once transparent windows were now completely encased in armor. From a distance, the spaceship resembled 4 conch shells, its surface as hard and smooth as a conch shell, impervious to wind and rain. Even hail, pounding against it, couldn't penetrate this armor. The earthquake's impact on the base wasn't severe. At most, it felt like being on a boat, a bit bumpy. Those who returned to the base before the storm hit would be perfectly safe. Guyu was in a state of turmoil during this storm. She kept thinking about when the storm would pass, so she could rescue the two people trapped in the plantation. She was unaware that Su Lingfeng and Zhao De had already infiltrated the plantation. Not only had they not worked a single day, but they were also plotting how to escape the plantation and reunite with Guyu outside the base. The three had made a pact that if they were ever separated, they would meet on the cruise ship they had initially boarded. When the storm subsided, the sun finally peeked out again. This time, the weather was extremely unpredictable. The weather forecasting agency hadn't noticed the change in weather and, naturally, hadn't issued a timely warning. Inside the base, things were alright, but outside was a mess. The base was once again surrounded by trash, and Walter could no longer relentlessly search for Su Lingfeng and Zhao De. He had to open the lower two levels, herding all the people of color, and some of the lower-ranking survivors onto the beach. He wanted them to work hard to clear the trash surrounding the base. Although machines equipped with robotic arms could do some of this work, they couldn't completely replace human labor. At least, machines rely on data to identify trash, while humans rely on their eyes. Chapter 176. The machine separates all the garbage into metallic and non-metallic components. The final result still requires manual separation of the metallic materials. Non-metallic garbage also needs to be separated into useful and useless categories. There's also marine debris, such as the carcasses of marine animals. This part, if not yet decomposed, can be used as food. The machine can't quite assess this yet, and if the food rots, the base will suffer huge losses. This is the most important thing for the base right now. Otherwise, if the sun comes out and it's extremely hot, the garbage dump might start to stink. If bacteria proliferate, the chances of the entire base contracting diseases will increase significantly. This base is protected from the cold, wind, rain, and extreme heat, but it can't protect against ubiquitous viruses. Therefore, the most urgent task now is to clear the garbage surrounding the base. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De were also driven out and joined the group in cleaning up the garbage. Of course, Walter had anticipated this. The area was heavily guarded, and anyone attempting to escape was killed on sight. Everyone was gathered at a few points, where bulldozers shoveled the garbage together, and manual labor and machinery worked together to sort it. Usable items were recycled, and useless items were destroyed. Each person was awarded base points based on the amount of usable garbage they recycled. The work was easier than in the plantation, and the pay was significantly higher. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De weren't stupid. They naturally wouldn't blatantly try to escape. They obediently joined the others in sorting the garbage. But then a problem arose. According to the base's schedule, they should have eaten lunch and continued working until dinner, after which they should have rested. The sun remained brightly lit in the sky, showing no sign of setting. A flurry of murmurs erupted from the crowd. The sun wasn't setting again, meaning the weather had officially entered a period of continuous daylight. There was no longer any distinction between day and night. This left Su Lingfeng and Zhao De with no way to escape. After all, it was broad daylight all day, and the sun hadn't even moved an inch. Has Earth stopped rotating? Or is there something wrong with the sun? It's unclear now. Walter and the others didn't have time to worry about Su Lingfeng and Zhao De's situation. They needed to start discussing new countermeasures and determine if this continuous daylight was harmful to human health. With the sun shining brightly, the weather naturally started to get warmer, though not suddenly. However, the ultraviolet radiation was high during the day, and those who had worn long sleeves now had to switch to short sleeves. The temperature hovered around 30 or 40 degrees Celsius. Working outside in such weather was unimaginably difficult. The base had to adjust everyone's work schedule. Work was only allowed in the mornings and afternoons, and everyone had to rest at night according to their biological clocks. The curfew remained in effect, and the massive spaceship's hull once again transformed into solar panels. From a distance, it glowed brightly. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De seized the opportunity to lead a discussion among the crowd. Could they take a bath in the sea after get off work? After all, bathing at the base required spending points to buy water. This natural swimming pool was available for free, and could also relieve the summer heat. So, someone boldly made this request to the guards. The guards, naturally unable to make the decision, reported it to their superiors. So, the next day, after work, everyone was allowed to shower. However, Walter dispatched all the small lifeboats, each with a guard on board. They were all equipped with binoculars to keep watch for any attempts to escape. After all, Even with human limits, diving is limited, they could easily spot anyone leaving. What Su Lingfeng and Zhao De hadn't expected was that Walter also kept quite a few large dogs. They swam faster than humans, and had an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De successfully entered the water, but it seemed that escaping had become even more difficult. For a moment, they were at a loss. Gu Yu, anxiously waiting on the cruise ship, finally found calm waters. She immediately swam back to the waters near the base. This time, she didn't wear a wig or colored contact lenses. Instead, she covered her face, hands, arms, exposed eyes, and calves with a layer of dark plant dye. Now, Gu Yu looked more like a mixed-race person of black and Asian descent. Once everyone was working outside, Gu Yu realized she couldn't blend in at all. She had no choice but to return to the cruise ship. Every day, Gu Yu would try to swim to the shore to observe, hoping to find a way to blend into the crowd cleaning up the trash. Later, when everyone went swimming in the sea, Gu Yu finally found a way. She took out an oxygen tank and diving suit from her spatial storage, dived directly to the seabed where the swimmers were, and then went back into her spatial storage to remove all her equipment. When she resurfaced, this time Gu Yu completely blended into the crowd. Now, the priority is to find Su Lingfeng, and Zhao De. Gu Yu has also learned about the plantation area from the crowd, but work has been suspended. The amount of garbage is simply too enormous. Furthermore, due to the earthquake, many of the streetlights that were painstakingly installed on the beach have collapsed. These all need repair and replacement. Gu Yu isn't sure if Su Lingfeng and Zhao De are among these people, or if they're being held in solitary confinement somewhere. For now, she can only work alongside the garbage collectors. Because of their disguises, the three of them can't accurately identify each other in such a large crowd. Gu Yu's only option now is to find an opportunity to sneak up into an upper building. She's considered this. If all else fails, she'd point a weapon at Walter's head. That way, he'd surely hand over Su Lingfeng and Zhao De to her. Then, the three of them will take Walter to the beach, then dive underwater to the largest cruise ship and escape by helicopter. Who cares where he goes? It would be a waste to leave now. Gu Yu really wanted to put the gold in Walter's secret room into her spatial storage. And the virus source in his safe. Gu Yu really wanted to destroy the thing. Leaving it would only lead to disaster. This Walter has big ambitions. He's now rejected the virus plan. But as long as he has the virus source, he can use it to harm other survivors at any time. If it's their own country that's being targeted, the trouble will be immense. The three of them worked separately for half a month, and the garbage started to decrease. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, another typhoon hit the sea. However, this time the base's weather forecasting agency finally predicted it. They broadcast in advance, ordering everyone to return to the base immediately. The guards began organizing everyone to head back. Gu Yu was about to turn back when she was dragged away. Before she could even see the faces of the two people dragging her, she was quickly pulled to the beach. Chapter 177. Gu Yu felt the people dragging her away looked familiar. Looking back, she confirmed that the people who had brought her to the beach were Su Lingfeng and Zhao De. Without further ado, Gu Yu quickly retrieved her diving equipment from her spatial storage, and the three of them submerged and swiftly returned to the cruise ship. Sure enough, a typhoon began to rage as soon as they boarded the ship. Gu Yu hugged Su Lingfeng tightly, giving him a joyful reunion hug. Unexpectedly, Zhao De, spoiling the mood, said, "Gu Yu, why did you paint yourself so dark? If the boss hadn't said you were Gu Yu, I wouldn't have recognized you at all. Does the boss have superhuman eyesight? How can you recognize someone so ugly and dark-skinned at a glance?" Su Lingfeng, holding Gu Yu, grinned at Zhao De. "You idiot, she still looks like my wife. You understand when you get a girlfriend. I can recognize my wife at a glance, no matter what she's dressed up as." Gu Yu hadn't paid much attention at first, but hearing this, she suddenly remembered that she still had a dark complexion. Before Su Lingfeng could even finish hugging his wife, Gu Yu suddenly disappeared from his arms. When she came out, Gu Yu had already washed off her dark skin. The plant dye was of pretty good quality. It was even waterproof, requiring special materials to wash off completely. The three of them, reunited after a long separation, naturally started with a big meal. Gu Yu was alright. She had just been feeling anxious and hadn't been able to eat much these past few days. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De couldn't even describe what they had been eating lately. The base didn't treat these people with different skin colors as human beings at all. The flatbread they ate was less than half the quality of the food given to the lower-ranking survivors above them. It was all a mixture of ground-up wheat bran, corn husks, and the like. The food was hard, black, and choking. No matter how long it was cooked, it remained incredibly hard. Su Lingfeng and his companion couldn't eat it at all. The marine debris they had painstakingly collected, including animal carcasses and sea snails, was still quite fresh. But all of this had been taken away, leaving nothing for the laborers. Although they had been given points, these points could only be used to buy food from the canteen below. It was just a porridge made from boiled flatbreads, extremely unpalatable. Zhao De and Su Lingfeng had been following Gu Yu, and had almost never experienced such hardship. Even when doing missions in the jungle, they were at least not starving or unable to eat. After finishing their meal, Gu Yu and Su Lingfeng discussed the situation. Gu Yu recounted what Walter and Frank had said after they were captured, and Su Lingfeng and Zhao De fell into deep thought. If they were to infiltrate Walter's house again, the result would likely be the destruction of the virus, significantly reducing the chances of the three of them escaping. However, if they didn't eliminate the virus sources, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De shared Gu Yu's concern. If Walter were to use these resources against his own country, it would be a disaster. The problem was that if they returned home, they could bring all the advanced data back with them. With sufficient funding and technical support, they could replicate this highly advantageous base for the survivors. But if they went back now, the virus sources would be a ticking time bomb, ready to explode one day. The consequences would be unimaginable. Gu Yu shared the same idea as Su Lingfeng and Zhao De, which immediately put the three of them in a dilemma. After much deliberation, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De decided to have Gu Yu take all the data back to China. However, after Gu Yu asked a question, they fell into deep thought again. Gu Yu couldn't sail, nor could she pilot a plane. She couldn't possibly swim back, could she? Even if she could swim back, the problem was that Gu Yu couldn't tell directions. This wasn't a distance between cities, it was a crossing of the ocean. It was impossible for Gu Yu to cross the ocean alone and return to her country. Zhao De suddenly suggested that Su Lingfeng take Gu Yu back. Su Lingfeng could sail, and the other two could fly planes. The only solution was for one of them to find a way to destroy the virus, while the other took Gu Yu back to China. Zhao De wasn't entirely sure he could complete the mission alone, but he couldn't possibly break up a couple, could he? Gu Yu then raised another question. How could Zhao De infiltrate Walter's house? Frank and Eris had helped before, but now they knew Su Lingfeng and Zhao De's identities. This presented a problem. Even getting close to Walter was a challenge, let alone destroying the virus. Outside, the typhoon raged, and inside, the three of them were experiencing turbulent emotions. The problem was staring them in the face. Even with the combined strength of the three of them, they weren't guaranteed to successfully infiltrate Walter's house. Let alone infiltrate his secret room, destroy the virus source, and then escape safely. Zhao De couldn't accomplish this alone, and even the three of them might not be able to. Su Lingfeng, holding Gu Yu, was at a loss for what to do. The three of them slowly drifted off to sleep. Lost in thought, they were all too exhausted. This wasn't the right time to think. When they woke up, the typhoon had stopped. Gu Yu checked the time, it was already the next morning. Su Lingfeng spent another day thinking, confirming that under the current circumstances, they truly had no way to infiltrate Walter's house. After all, that place was heavily guarded, with separate security measures. Without their family members to guide them, there was simply no way to get in. Now, they didn't even have identification to go into high-rise buildings. Their old identification was definitely useless. After much deliberation, Su Lingfeng decided to temporarily abandon the plan to destroy the so-called virus source. After all, this was still something that hadn't happened yet. They could only hope that Walter wouldn't use the virus. The data in Gu Yu's space was more important, especially since they had collected virus samples. If all else failed, they would return and dedicate the nation's resources to researching ways to combat the virus. This would actually be more advantageous for them, since transmitting this technology back to the country was the most important thing. According to Gu Yu, if she could concoct that potion, it would shorten the plant cultivation time. These crops would also be resistant to cold, frost, high heat, and drought. Such plant cultivation technology would be incredibly valuable. Su Lingfeng analyzed the situation carefully. Even if the three of them risked their lives, they might not be able to get into that high-rise building. Even if they survived in the lower-rise building, it wouldn't be of much use. Su Lingfeng, Zhao De, and Gu Yu were certain they were completely powerless to help. The only thing they could do now was return to their own country. They would try to find a solution if necessary. Compared to sending the data back to the replication base and researching new plant cultivation methods, the virus source wasn't so urgent for now. Chapter 178. Having made their decision, the three climbed from the yacht onto the largest cruise ship, located the helicopter, and Gu Yu retrieved all the other helicopters. Leaving only one helicopter, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De checked the fuel and the helicopter's condition, confirming there were no problems, and prepared to set sail. Just as they were about to start the helicopter, Frank, accompanied by a group of armed soldiers, surrounded it. He ordered Su Lingfeng and Zhao De, "Get out of the helicopter immediately, or I prepared mortars on the deck. I believe you know the power of those things. You better surrender with your men. Otherwise, you know the consequences. I can guarantee I won't harm you. Anyway, you can't escape now." Su Lingfeng and Zhao De had no choice but to disembark. Frank gestured, and all the men pointed their weapons at the two men. Frank ordered two of his men to go down and thoroughly search the helicopter. Once he was certain there was no third person, he finally spoke, asking Su Lingfeng, "I clearly remember there were three of you. There's one more I still haven't found. It was my father who suddenly realized that if you wanted to escape, a helicopter would be the best escape weapon. I didn't expect to actually catch you red-handed. But what about the other helicopters? Did your accomplice take them? Did you have more than one accomplice who took all the other helicopters?" Su Lingfeng knew, of course, that there was no need to tell Frank that the helicopters had actually been stored in Gu Yu's spatial storage. Now, he and Zhao De could only remain silent. Frank, still unwilling to give up, left Su Lingfeng and Zhao De on the deck. He ordered a few men to guard them with weapons while he led the rest of his men to search the entire cruise ship. By the time Frank had confirmed that no one else was on the ship, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De had been exposed to the sun on the deck for several minutes. While they were waiting, Gu Yu had already jumped out of the helicopter and into the sea. She slipped directly to the shore, where several SUVs Frank had used to transport Su Lingfeng and Zhao De were parked. While the guards were chatting and boasting in one of the cars, Gu Yu slipped into the trunk of another vehicle. After searching the entire cruise ship and confirming that no one else was there, Frank reluctantly allowed his men to escort Su Lingfeng and Zhao De onto a speedboat docked beside the ship and back to shore. They boarded the waiting SUVs and went directly into the base. Frank then escorted Su Lingfeng and Zhao De into the elevator. While they were putting the weapons into a box, Gu Yu hid herself inside. The moment she entered the box, she entered her spatial dimension. Walter never issued weapons to his men unless absolutely necessary. He usually collected all the weapons after use, even counting the bullets. His concern for weapons stemmed from his knowledge that in this day and age, anyone with a weapon was unlikely to be under his control. Even his son Frank and Arise were no exception. Every member of Walter's family possessed only a sharp dagger for self-defense. As Frank escorted Su Lingfeng and Zhao De into the elevator, he chatted with them casually. "You guys are really something. You managed to escape from such a heavily guarded place. If my father hadn't guessed you might go to take the helicopter, I probably wouldn't have been able to catch you. It's just that your companions abandoned you both. I was still a step too late." Su Lingfeng and Zhao De, of course, remained silent. Sometimes silence speaks louder than words. This made Frank think that he had many men and had taken the remaining helicopters. Perhaps this gave them more leverage in dealing with them. Su Lingfeng and his group were taken directly to Walter's house. Walter's leg was injured, and he wouldn't leave the house unless absolutely necessary. The weapon case where Gu Yu was hiding was naturally moved to the warehouse. Before they even started clearing it out, Gu Yu had already found an opportunity to escape from the weapon case. Then he directly entered the spatial dimension. The armory was full of weapons. It felt like the entire floor had been. The connection was established. After they finished inventorying the weapons and ammunition and left, Gu Yu unceremoniously stored all the weapons into her spatial dimension. Even if she was captured by Walter and his men, her chances of escape were slim. Gu Yu herself couldn't pilot planes or ships, and she had no way to return to China alone. Since that was the case, Gu Yu decided to go all in. She collected all of Walter's weapons, ensuring that unless she took them out, they would never see the light of day again. If she could return to China safely in her lifetime, she would naturally hand them all over to the country. If she didn't survive the journey back, the spatial dimension had already stated that if the owner of the space died, the space would naturally return to its original state. Everything would be converted into energy to support the space until it found a new owner. Therefore, Gu Yu wasn't worried that everything in the space would be exposed after her death. Although her thoughts were pessimistic, Gu Yu knew this was the only way she could think for now. The weapons warehouse was one floor away from Walter's residence. Without access codes or iris scans, Gu Yu couldn't access the upper floor. In other words, no matter how many weapons Gu Yu possessed, she couldn't break into Walter's house to rescue Su Lingfeng and Zhao De. She also couldn't be sure where Su Lingfeng and Zhao De were being held. Sitting alone in the space, looking at the ever-increasing number of weapons, Guyu felt a mixture of amusement and frustration. She hadn't expected that if she wanted to build an army now, the weapons in her space would probably be enough. But even with so many weapons, rescuing people would be an impossible task. Meanwhile, Walter asked Xiaoda and Su Lingfeng with great interest, I know you're thinking that some of you have already escaped back home in helicopters. Frank was too late, he only caught the two of you. But I really want to know why you went to our country. How did you get here? Don't you think it's problematic that you still hold on to the belief of sacrificing everything for a country when the world is already so ruined? So you didn't complete your mission, did you? Why did you retreat? Su Lingfeng smiled and said, anyway, we consider this mission a failure. So all my men have already returned home. We failed to obtain the data. Our identities have been exposed. It's impossible to get close to that data anymore. And since we've been captured, we have nothing to say. There's a saying in our country that's very true. Kill us or torture us, it's up to you. 18 years from now, we still be heroes. Chapter 179. Walter laughed and shook his head, saying, No. 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 Don't lie to me. You may have fooled Frank, but you can't fool me. To put it bluntly, I'm God here. Those helicopters, if they take off, will be detected by the base. We have monitoring equipment pointing at the sky at all times. I haven't received any reports from my subordinates that the planes have flown out of our base's airspace. So those planes are just hidden. But what I don't understand is, this base is so small, where could you have hidden the planes? And without making a sound. There was no sound of the planes starting up, and the guards on the ship didn't hear any movement. Don't tell me you pushed the planes into the sea. I already had someone dive down to the bottom to check, and they're sure there's no trace of the planes? Now, my friends, your lives are in my hands. Tell me the truth honestly. Where did the planes go? Su Lingfeng and Xiao De exchanged a glance and chose to remain silent. Frank probably hadn't expected his father to be so dishonest, letting him be deceived by Su Lingfeng and his group without exposing him. He forced himself to calm down and said to Walter, Father, I think I should take them down there to suffer a bit. Walter rested his head in his hands, propping himself up on the armrest of his wheelchair with his elbows. Hearing Frank's suggestion, he shook his head and said, No. They are specially trained men. No amount of labor can break their will. You don't understand them. These people can lie low for years without being detected. Ordinary labor and imprisonment are useless against them. Let me think. Walter was still thinking when someone rushed in, panicked, reporting, Mr. Walter, something terrible has happened. Walter looked up at the man, his trusted confidant in charge of the armory. What's the panic? Calm down. Tell me slowly what happened. The man was on the verge of collapse, unable to remain calm. Our weapons are all gone. All the weapons are gone. Even the crates are gone. Only a woman was left. An Asian woman. Walter jumped to his feet, then slumped back down. His legs wouldn't allow him to stand for long, but his anger was palpable. Frank grabbed the man by the collar and pulled him close. Although the man was about the same height as Frank, his limbs were weak, and he was unprepared, making him as limp as a dead dog in Frank's hands. Frank roared, How could this be? The iris scanning equipment there is exactly the same as this floor. Only a few of us can bring people in, no one else can get close. How could they all be gone? Why? Who is that woman? Where is she? I kill her. Walter, somewhat wearily, asked Su Lingfeng, Was she one of your people? She came to rescue you? I underestimated you. Nobody expected you to have this capability. Very well. Invite that beauty in, I want to hear your terms. Su Lingfeng was extremely anxious, but maintained a calm smile. Mr. Walter, we just want to leave safely. If the mission fails, we can't take your data, but we still need to return to our country. So the terms are simple. Once we return home, the plane will tell you where the weapons are. Walter felt a sharp pain in his chest, and now he was starting to get agitated. Guyu was quickly brought in. Before Walter could speak, Frank lunged at him. What method did you use? How dare you? Guyu calmly pressed his weapon against Walter's forehead the instant he lunged. I already done it. As for how I did it, you have no right to know. Mr. Walter, we just want to retreat safely. If you don't want to lose these weapons forever, you better let us leave obediently. Otherwise, the entire base will riot tomorrow. If everyone knows the weapons have been stolen, can you still be so high and mighty, their savior? Mr. Frank, I'm not very brave. What if this thing in my hand accidentally goes off? Don't blame me. Walter roared in exasperation, shooing his impulsive son away from Guyu. After gesturing for his son and men to quiet down, Walter said to Guyu, I know your country has some extraordinary people. I think my weapon is still there. But you know some kind of magical illusion to make it invisible to us, right? Guyu was surprised by Walter's vivid imagination. She asked, somewhat doubtfully, how can you be so sure? Walter replied with a touch of reminiscence, I lost my mother when I was very young, and my father always told me stories. He visited your country when he was young. He and 3 companions found an underground castle. It looked empty, just terrifyingly large. The 4 of them didn't find anything. Later, one of his companions accidentally touched a protrusion on the wall, and suddenly many iron arrows appeared. 2 of them were struck by arrows on the spot. Later, they discovered that the previously empty space ahead was filled with antiques and gold. But when the remaining companions rushed forward, he was gone again. My father's companion frantically searched everywhere, only to have the seemingly peaceful ground suddenly collapse. He had vanished. My father ran back in a panic, but found the path he had come from was gone. Later, he bowed and pleaded, nearly collapsing, and then, looking back, he saw the path he had come from. Someone later told him that this was a unique kind of magic in their country, an illusion called an array. You know this method, right? Only you can break this magic? Guyu was secretly laughing, but outwardly maintained a serious expression. I don't want to explain to you. We need to get out of here safely. Walter, however, calmed down. He said to Guyu, no? You can't leave. Since the weapons were just hidden by your magic, detaining you now won't cost me anything. As for the people outside, they're not a problem. They wouldn't dare resist. I don't have weapons, and neither do they. Besides, I never put all my eggs in one basket. Hearing Walter's words, Zhao De became anxious, but Su Lingfeng held him back. Still motionless and expressionless, Guyu smiled and said, Mr. Walter, I don't know any illusions. Have you ever heard of magic? The most mysterious magic in our country. The kind that's rarely shown to others? I taken your weapons. It doesn't matter if you still have them or not. How about I show you my magic? I guarantee in less than half a minute, everyone in the base will have a weapon. How do you think I easily entered your armory? How did the helicopter disappear? Chapter 180. Walter fell completely silent after hearing Guyu's words. He thought for a moment and said, how can you prove it? Guyu pointed to a huge vase beside him, muttered some incantations, and then waved her hand, making the vase vanish without a trace. Frank ran to where the vase had been, stomping his feet frantically and groping around, but couldn't find it. As soon as he left, Guyu waved her hand again, and the vase appeared in another corner, leaving Frank stunned. He hadn't expected Guyu to actually possess magic. Now even Walter believed that Guyu could truly use magic to make weapons appear in the hands of everyone in the base. At that point, even if he controlled the vast majority of manpower and weapons, he might not be able to withstand the lower classes and people of color. The unrest at the base was something Walter absolutely could not tolerate. He had to soften his tone and say to Guyu, what do you want? I can release the 3 of you and let you return to your own countries. We promise to have nothing to do with each other afterward. Guyu shook her head and said, not only do I want you to let us leave, but I also need you to hand over the virus source you have. Walter was shocked. How do you know I have the virus source? Isn't your mission to obtain the base's basic data and core secrets? Guyu smiled and said, how I know you have the virus source isn't important. I only know that there's a safe in your secret room, and the virus source is inside. I just want to get it and destroy it. This won't harm you in any way. Of course, I won't say I'm forcing you to do this. But since I'm already here, then I'm sorry, this matter should be decided by me. Walter's face flushed and paled in turns. He was extremely agitated. He hadn't expected anyone to use magic to break into his base. He was also shocked by Guyu's actions. Guyu allowed him a while to think before Walter finally said, fine. I can give you the virus source. You can destroy it as you please. I have no objections. To be honest, that thing isn't very useful to me. I don't want to use it. I just obtained it by chance and don't want to destroy it. It's the only thing my scientist friend left me. It's the culmination of his life's research. Guyu remained non-committal, and Walter seized the opportunity to make a request. Could you please come with me alone into the secret room to retrieve the virus source? I'm a wheelchair-bound person. I pose no threat to you. But please also give the weapons to my son. If anything happens to me inside, then my son and I will immediately kill your 2 friends. Isn't that a more reasonable arrangement? Beautiful, magical lady? Guyu wasn't worried about any tricks he might pull in the secret room and readily agreed. She first untied Su Lingfeng and Zhao De, then handed them weapons. Next, she gave Frank a weapon, then said to Walter, now they're evenly matched. I'm not afraid your son will kill my companion, And you don't need to be afraid my companion will kill your son. Because there are only 2 of them, while your son's side has more. My companion can't kill them both at the same time, and none of their weapons have silencers. Now we can go get the virus source. Walter confidently led Guyu into the secret chamber, into the space filled with gold. Just as Guyu reached a certain point, Walter suddenly pressed a switch on his wheelchair. An iron cage descended from the ceiling, instantly trapping Guyu inside. Confirming Guyu was inside, Walter said smugly, "Beautiful lady. I'm not afraid you hurt me, nor am I afraid of how powerful your magic is. Now you're my prisoner." Guyu remained calm, even smiling, and said, "Mr. Walter, are you sure I'm your prisoner?" Walter said dismissively, "This is a special steel material. It's impervious to weapon impacts and attacks from any swords, spears, or halberds. Once inside, there's no escape. My dear friend, you must remain inside for a while. Until you reveal the whereabouts of those weapons, I might consider releasing you. You're mine. You could also consider serving me, and I give you excellent conditions. Separate accommodations and a luxurious lifestyle. In this base, you can do whatever you want. Or you could teach my son this magical skill. We can let you enjoy life with us. A girl doesn't need to fight like men. I can let you live freely." Guyu laughed and said, "Mr. Walter, do you think you can control me like this? Mr. Walter? Since you treat me this way, then I won't be polite." With that, Guyu disappeared on the spot, leaving Walter stunned. After a long while, he activated the switch on his wheelchair and lifted the iron cage back up. Then he took out a weapon from the mechanism in his wheelchair. He entered the place where Guyu had disappeared, searching everywhere for her. Actually, Guyu had only entered her spatial dimension. She saw Walter fall for the trap and entered directly from there. Guyu simply took out a baseball bat, and Walter fainted in his wheelchair without even making a sound. Guyu smiled contemptuously. "A cunning old fool, you think you can fool me? I can stay in there forever, and you'd be dead before you even see me or catch me. You think you can make me serve you? I could be living a comfortable life long ago. I don't need your charity." Guyu didn't glance at the unconscious Walter again, instead focusing on finding the safe where he had stored the virus source. Guyu herself didn't have the ability to find the mechanism. So she thought for a moment, then waved all the gold in the room into her spatial dimension. Now the room was completely empty, revealing the gold safe hidden behind the pile of gold. This time it was completely exposed. No wonder Guyu couldn't see the safe's location. It was all painted gold. Placed among piles of gold, it looked like a gold brick. How could Guyu possibly find it? It was so secret, probably only Walter himself knew its location. Inside the gold safe was indeed a specially made box. Guyu carefully opened it, wearing a mask and gloves, and found several glass test tubes. It seemed this was the source of the virus. Guyu didn't rush to destroy it. He put the gold safe, box and all, into his spatial storage. Then Guyu said to the unconscious Walter, "Excuse me, Mr. Walter. I need to borrow you and your wheelchair for a moment." Chapter 181. Frank had been staring intently at the secret room. He saw his father's wheelchair slide to the doorway, and his father beckoned to him. Frank hesitated for a moment, then handed his weapon to another subordinate, and entered the secret room. Su Lingfeng suddenly noticed that Walter's hand seemed to make another gesture. As soon as Frank entered the secret room, Su Lingfeng rushed towards Frank's subordinate. Inside the room was only the armory guard and 2 men in black, who had brought Guyu in. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De had been partners for many years, and their teamwork was excellent. With just a glance from Su Lingfeng, he immediately acted alongside him. In less than a minute, the 2 of them had taken down the 3 men outside. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De dragged the 3 men into the secret room, where they saw Frank and Walter lying on the ground. Guyu was sitting in a wheelchair, wearing Walter's coat. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De found the entire secret room empty. They knew, of course, that Guyu had used her spatial ability again, packing everything away. Su Lingfeng was now more concerned about whether they had obtained the virus source. He saw Guyu nod at him, indicating that the virus source was now in their hands. The 3 men quickly tied Walter, Frank, and his 3 subordinates together with ropes. Each person was secured to a chair, their mouths gagged with cloth strips. Guyu fed each of them 3 sleeping pills. Then the 3 of them exited the secret room and completely sealed the door. Guyu, Su Lingfeng, and Zhao De changed their clothes and quickly went out to sea. This time, they didn't choose to take a helicopter. Instead, they boarded Frank's speedboat and quickly left the coast, completely abandoning the base. Upon reaching the middle of the sea, Guyu released a yacht suitable for long-distance travel, and the 3 climbed aboard. Guyu then stored the speedboat away in her spatial storage, and Su Lingfeng and Zhao De took turns piloting the yacht, escaping quickly. Walter's wife only realized something was wrong 3 days later. She hadn't seen Walter for 3 days. So she sent people to search for Frank, wanting to know what tricks the father and son were playing. Frank was also missing. Arise frantically helped his mother search for all information about his stepfather and stepbrother. The answer they received was that they had appeared together 3 days prior. Frank had returned from sea, and Walter seemed to have gone to his office before returning to their penthouse home. The mother and son notified Walter's other children, and together they searched for 2 more days without success. Finally, Arise remembered Walter's secret room. Unfortunately, neither of them knew how to open it. Finally, Walter's eldest daughter figured out how to open the secret chamber. By this time, all 5 of them had been starving for 5 days without a drop of water. Unable to move an inch, they had no way to call for help. All 5 were already dead. There was no need to call a doctor. The base was now in complete chaos. Walter had hidden another batch of weapons in the Aerospace Research Center at the bottom. However, his sudden death also sparked a struggle for inheritance among his children. Arise, despite his seemingly playboy lifestyle, only knew how to eat, drink, and be merry, and flatter Frank. But he was no ordinary man. He quickly defeated all of Walter's children and became the de facto leader of the base. In the end, Walter was left with only an adult son and daughter, who wouldn't completely submit to Ares. Thus, the base split into 2 factions, neither willing to submit to the other. A long period of fighting ensued, which prevented Ares and Walter's other children from investigating the true cause of Walter and Frank's deaths. They didn't even bother to investigate who had kidnapped them and imprisoned them in the secret room. As the fighting between the 2 factions continued, those who had gone out to sea with Frank to capture the people were all wiped out. When Ares, at his mother's pleading, finally decided to seek the truth, he only knew that Frank had gone out to sea to capture 2 people and returned to the top floor. And that was it. Who were the people captured? Even that peripheral figure didn't know. He was just the one guarding Frank's SUV parked on the shore. He only saw Su Lingfeng and Zhao De being bound hand and foot and pushed into the car, with black hoods placed over their heads. So who exactly did Frank arrest? It's impossible to trace. Things are as they are. Arise naturally chose to give up. The deaths of his stepbrother and stepfather were actually beneficial to him. Otherwise, he probably would have had no hope of gaining control of the base in his lifetime. Walter was a very traditional person. He would only trust his own flesh and blood. He only raised Arise out of consideration for his mother. Of course, he couldn't treat him like his own son. Therefore, Arise's investigation was merely to appease his mother. After all, she was Walter's rightful widow, with Walter's young son by her side. Arise needed his mother's support to gain power. Su Lingfeng, Zhao De, and Guyu had no time to care about Walter and Frank's fate. Who held power at the base was also irrelevant to them. They had locked Walter and the others in the secret room to fend for themselves. With Walter dead, they had no more worries. Even if Walter survived, he wouldn't come to Yin country seeking revenge. In the vast sea of people and the expansive land, Asians all looked almost identical to foreigners. Walter wouldn't risk coming to them himself, and Frank might not dare to either. Even if they sent his men, couldn't Su Lingfeng deal with it then? After all, it would be on his territory then. Su Lingfeng and his group were now in a predicament. They seemed to have lost their way at sea. The sun hung brightly in the sky, neither setting nor rising. Therefore, it was impossible to accurately determine east or west. It was daytime all day, so no stars appeared, let alone the North Star. The magnetic field remained chaotic. Satellite phones and navigation devices all had no signal. Even the compass was spinning erratically. Guyu did find a nautical chart among a pile of data, but since they couldn't even confirm their direction, the chart was useless. Although they weren't afraid of the changing weather or lack of food, constantly drifting on the sea wasn't a good thing. Finding their way back home had become the biggest problem. The 3 of them could only drift with the current, deciding to rely on luck. Guyu and Su Lingfeng, having nothing else to do, frequently dived into the ocean to search for marine life, enriching the marine life in Guyu's space, and also enriching their own meals. Chapter 182. That day, they encountered a group of the friendliest creatures in the ocean. Dolphins. Guyu fed them many small fish and joked while petting their leader dolphin, "If only you could guide us." The dolphin seemed to understand, and began leading all its companions to the bow to point the way. Su Lingfeng said to Zhao De, "Whatever, it's what it is. We won't die even if we don't go back home. Let's follow these dolphins. They might be able to find an island." Guyu didn't care. With Su Lingfeng by her side, she wasn't particularly fixated on returning home. After all, The three of them had already escaped death with incredible difficulty. This voyage had been completely unprepared. They had simply set sail and sped off at breakneck speed. Plus, they had no way of knowing their direction. Just when they felt they were far enough away from the base, they still couldn't find their bearings. All their survival plans were now just empty talk. After all, the ocean stretched to the horizon, devoid of sunrise and sunset, navigational aids, compasses, and satellite phone signals. Even the moon and stars were nowhere to be seen. This situation could only be described as utterly hopeless. So the dolphins frolicked and played ahead, with Zhao De and Su Lingfeng following behind in their boat. Guyu would occasionally go into the sea to interact with the dolphins, feeding them small fish. She also collected marine life to enrich the marine species in her habitat. She even encountered 2 enormous humpback whales and their brood of young. There were also several sharks, and they collected quite a few sperm whales and other marine life along the way. Guyu couldn't get too close to the large whales and sharks, so she could only collect the smaller ones and store them in her spatial storage. After traveling for several days, Su Lingfeng suddenly saw an island ahead. In the distance, she saw a red flag, though very dilapidated, still fluttering in the wind. Guyu, Su Lingfeng, and Zhao De were all a little excited. They hadn't expected to accidentally return to an island in their own country. Although they were currently far away and could only see it through binoculars, the buildings beneath the red flag all had features of their country. It seemed they had finally returned to an island in their homeland, which made things much easier. These dolphins were surprisingly intelligent. They had actually brought them back to their country. Guyu didn't hesitate to store them all in the ocean within her spatial storage. The outer ocean was gradually becoming polluted, and these dolphins weren't having an easy time. At least judging from their physiques, they weren't particularly plump. It seems obtaining food has become less easy. Putting them into the ocean within the space was actually best for them. Because the ocean in the space is not only boundless and rich in species, just like the real ocean, but it's also unpolluted. The water quality is even quite good. Just look at how plump the polar bears that were the first to be brought in. You can tell how comfortable they've been living. The fish that Guyu collected were in large schools, and now the species in the space ocean are quite abundant. While not all species are there, at least most of the common ones are. Upon landing, the three of them discovered the island was deserted. Guyu and Su Lingfeng searched for a long time without finding a single person. Furthermore, the houses on the island were completely overgrown with weeds, indicating they were abandoned. Based on the items they found, including some tattered books, newspapers, and magazines, it was clear this was indeed their country's territory. This island must have been inhabited before the natural disaster, with people forced to relocate afterward. Besides the overgrown weeds, there were also plenty of grains and vegetables. There were even tomatoes, cucumbers, and potatoes. There were also many tropical fruit trees, such as coconut and mango trees, suggesting the island had underground freshwater. Su Lingfeng decided to stay on the island for a while. The three of them had been under immense pressure lately. They were all somewhat exhausted and needed rest before figuring out how to return to the city. Once they found a city with survivors, they could try to return to the northwest. Or perhaps return to the capital to find their third uncle, Su Shuni. Su Lingfeng hadn't yet figured out how to use the data in Guyu's spatial dimension to exchange for resources. He didn't want to give it away for no reason, even though his upbringing instilled in him the virtues of selflessness. After the natural disaster, Su Lingfeng understood that without sufficient strength, they couldn't survive. If it were just the Su family and Su Lingfeng himself, he wouldn't care. They could live well using Guyu's spatial abilities, but the problem was that a group of people at the through thick and thin base were waiting for him, or rather, they all needed to obtain resources for survival themselves. Therefore, he couldn't hand over all the data. Su Lingfeng even instructed Guyu and Zhao De to keep the information about the base a secret. Whether it's aerospace data or the virus source, he didn't intend to hand it all over for free. He wanted to pretend they had never been to that base, but simply drifted back to China by accident on a yacht. Zhao De knew, of course, that the base's affairs involved significant matters. If everything were revealed, then the core data of Walter's plantation and industrial park, as well as aerospace data, the virus source, and the weapons and gold that Guyu had stored in his space would all have to be disclosed. He was afraid that a single wrong word could expose everything in this interconnected affair. Any one of these things would be coveted. Moreover, there were so many valuable items. Therefore, Su Lingfeng and his team decided to exchange the plantation's core data for certain resources. But the source of this data must be from in-city data they inadvertently obtained from a computer they had forgotten during their retreat in their office at the military port. He wouldn't go into details about the rest, because the plantation's core secrets were their most crucial survival resource. Otherwise, Su Lingfeng didn't want to hand it over. This stuff was far too precious, whether in his own hands or in anyone else's. Su Lingfeng felt that if he revealed even a little bit of the information in the data about the seed-soaking solution, everyone would probably want to use their data for experiments. So how to utilize this data? Gu Yu and Zhao De were both having a headache. Neither of them were the type to strategize effectively, and asking for their opinions was a bit of a mental drain. In the end, Su Lingfeng made the decision. For now, they should try to return to the northwest and hand over the virus data and collected samples to the relevant departments in Beijing. In that sense, their risky mission was already complete. Chapter 183. As for the core data on the plantation, the core data on the industrial park, and the aerospace data, Su Lingfeng wanted to go back and discuss it with Political Commissar Chu Hai. After all, he was the expert in this field. What could be exchanged for what kind of value? He wasn't quite sure. Su Lingfeng felt he had used up all his intelligence on this trip. He was truly exhausted. If he could return to the northwest smoothly, he hoped to first hold Gu Yu and sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, clearing his mind completely. Then, he would discuss countermeasures with Chu Hai. He was too tired to even speak. If he could, he didn't want to go back. Living on this island with Gu Yu was quite nice. However, there was still Zhao De, the third wheel, here, making him eager to return home. He was also very worried that his family hadn't gone to the northwest, and were stuck in Beijing. He felt they weren't doing well, and felt very uneasy. Fortunately, he was indeed exhausted, so he agreed to Su Lingfeng's suggestion to rest for a few days before looking for a direction to go to a coastal city. If we don't rest soon, even the strongest person will be exhausted. Gu Yu enthusiastically brought out the barbecue equipment, and she, Su Lingfeng, and Zhao De enjoyed a hearty meal. Most importantly, they could finally eat their fill of the meat, fish, vegetables, and fruits they hadn't dared to eat at the base. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De even asked Gu Yu to bring them a bottle of baijiu, Chinese liquor, and they each drank half a bottle. After drinking 2 cases of beer, they finally collapsed into their tent, completely satisfied, and fell asleep. They found a building away from the sea, pitched their tent, and settled in. Since it wouldn't rain, there was no sunrise or sunset, and no temperature fluctuations. None of the 3 checked the time. They slept soundly in their tent. Gu Yu now only used a digital watch. Mechanical watches just spun wildly, their readings erratic. Gu Yu knew then that the magnetic field was off in this weather. The polar day and polar night alternated, but the magnetic field remained abnormal. After resting for 3 days and 3 nights, the 3 regrouped on the morning of the 4th day and prepared to return to the coast. This time, things went smoothly. The island wasn't too far from the nearest city. After sailing for a while, they could see the remnants of some tall buildings ahead. The ship reached the shore, finally setting foot on their own country's soil. Su Lingfeng, Zhao De, and Gu Yu all sighed simultaneously. These past few days had been incredibly difficult. Much more difficult than their first time being trapped in the life phone kingdom. At least back then, they only needed to find a way back. This time, their experience was far more complex. The uncertainty of the road ahead and the lack of hope were the most painful aspects. Reaching the island base during the polar night, they momentarily doubted whether they would ever have a chance to return to their country. Once ashore, they found a survivor aid base. They explained that they had survived on the island for many days, and had no choice but to come ashore for help. Here they learned that this was Guangshi, currently the largest survivor aid base in the south. The distance to the northwest still felt vast. Gu Yu and Zhao De had had enough of drifting at sea, and this time they planned to use a vehicle to return to Beijing. Su Lingfeng, however, had a different opinion. He felt that traveling by sea would be faster and less dangerous. Zhao De and Gu Yu were quickly persuaded by Su Lingfeng and agreed to continue by sea. Now that they were already there, Gu Yu took out a roster of their comrades that hadn't been used in a long time. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De began inquiring about the addresses and names on the roster to see if any of their comrades' surviving family members were there. The results were gratifying. They successfully found more than 20 immediate family members of their comrades. Upon learning that there was a survivor rescue base in a smaller city not far from Guangzhou, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De drove there in a truck. A week later, they returned with half a truckload of survivors. All of them were the immediate family members of their comrades listed in the roster. These were the only immediate family members of their comrades they could rescue in the world. Searching for more was beyond their capabilities. Frankly speaking, the number of survivors was dwindling, and the chances of finding them were even slimmer. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De were now thankful they hadn't chosen to head north. Robbers were common on this highway, and the risks Su Lingfeng and Zhao De faced were far too great. Having decided to travel by sea, Guyu had already hidden a yacht in the seaside bushes. The coastline was somewhat unpredictable. Few dared to forage for food in the sea anymore. Once everyone had arrived, they boarded the yacht. There was some food on board, not much. Guyu had even brought out a lot of flatbread they traded for at the Lifeng Kingdom base, so they could cook some porridge. Most of them hadn't had a proper meal in a long time, so no one complained about the food. Besides, once they reached the sea, there was plenty of seafood to eat. Some of the people there were fishermen, and their navigation skills were far superior to Su Lingfeng and Zhao Da's. They quickly arrived at Tianjin, the closest city to Beijing, a few days later. After landing, Guyu, using the excuse that she no longer needed the yacht, and Su Lingfeng successfully found a dilapidated truck and an SUV parked at the harbor. Zhao De led everyone to recount their numbers before boarding the vehicles. While everyone was in the truck, with the tarpaulin lowered so they couldn't see outside, Guyu stored the yacht away in her spatial storage. She and Su Lingfeng drove the SUV, while Zhao De and the other two survivors who could drive took turns driving the truck. The truck followed behind the SUV. The conditions at the rescue base in the truck were extremely harsh. Guyu felt that this group of people hadn't showered or changed their clothes in who knows how long. They were all smelly. Guyu had already begun to find it difficult to accept this on the boat. But she knew she couldn't just conjure up new clothes for them out of thin air. If they didn't change clothes after bathing, the smell would still be unpleasant. So she had been enduring it, and now she was finally free. The distance from Jinshi to Jingcheng wasn't far, and the road wasn't too badly damaged. Upon arriving at the Jinjingqing base, Su Lingfeng didn't reveal his identity but directly sent the gatekeeper to find his uncle, Su Xuanyi. Su Xuanyi cried when he saw Su Lingfeng, and Su Lingfeng was surprised. Su Xuanyi's hair was almost completely white. This man, who had looked only in his 30s, now looked older than his father, Su Xuanqin. Seeing Su Xuanyi, Su Lingfeng felt a pang of sadness. They had a difficult life outside, and Su Xuanyi's life seemed to be even harder. Chapter 184. Su Xuanyi had always believed that Su Lingfeng and his wife had perished in a foreign land due to a failed mission. After the polar night, everything had spiraled out of control. As the third in command of the base, he had been busily searching for solutions. The results were less than satisfactory, which explained Su Xuanyi's prematurely gray hair and haggard appearance. He was extremely grateful that he had sent his wife and children to the northwest early on, at least sparing them from suffering here with him. Su Lingfeng's return brought tears to Su Xuanyi's eyes. He had always had a good relationship with his nephew, and Su Lingfeng's safe return was the greatest comfort to him. At least in this natural disaster, apart from his reckless second brother's family, everyone else in the Su family had survived safely. Su Xuanyi only learned about the situation there when he sent his wife and children back to the northwest. After that, he knew nothing. Because satellite phone signal was lost, re-establishing communication relied entirely on power lines and cables. However, it was pitch black everywhere day and night. Establishing power lines and cables to maintain communication was a considerable undertaking. Currently, only the communication at the Beijing base is relatively independent and intact. Other bases communicate with each other using old-fashioned telegraph machines. It feels like communication quality has regressed to pre-liberation levels. The reason communication cannot be re-established is that almost all the original signal towers are completely destroyed. High-rise buildings collapsed, and earthquakes and landslides in mountainous areas destroyed 8 or 9 out of 10 signal towers. During the earthquake, virtually all power lines and cables were severed. In short, communication is no longer possible. The military region can barely maintain contact via telegraph, but it's sporadic. The distance isn't long. The main issue is relaying power lines and cables. Su Lingfeng has now resolved the virus problem and handed over his mission to the highest-ranking officer at the base. From now on, he will no longer be under orders or accept any missions. As originally agreed, he and his comrades are no longer bound by any constraints. They will live according to their own will. After so many years, Su Lingfeng finally decided to lay down his responsibilities and obligations. Faced with natural disasters, they are powerless. Because of the previous polar day, the various bases have run out of food supplies. Food cultivation relies entirely on artificial lighting developed by scientists to simulate sunlight for photosynthesis. The results are not particularly ideal, barely maintaining a balance. Su Lingfeng lied, claiming to have discovered a research project in the kingdom of Lifeng. He handed over a bottle of liquid used to soak seeds, along with some related data. In return, they received an airplane, 2 retired pilots, and their families. After all, Su Lingfeng had risked his life to fly back to the northwest simply to avoid any problems en route. It was no secret that bandits roamed the area, and numerous small bases had sprung up along the way. Overcoming these obstacles to bring his comrades and their families back to the northwest was no less difficult than risking flying a plane without navigation. However, the 2 retired pilots were experienced and felt the risks were minimal. Su Xuanyi also handed over his duties. He would go with Su Lingfeng to the northwest through thick and thin base. He finally understood. The end of this natural disaster was unknown, and no matter how much power he held, it was useless now. With power comes responsibility, and he was finding it hard to bear. The day before departure, a doctor from the same workplace as Su Xuanyi's wife approached Su Lingfeng and his team. They hoped Su Lingfeng could take a group of over 100 young women in their late teens and early 20s with him. They were all nursing students, facing the natural disaster before graduation. Of the 1,000 or 2,000 students, only these few remained, but now everyone at the base couldn't afford medical care, making their situation extremely dangerous. If it weren't for the protection of the hospital leadership, they would probably have been abused or even become easy prey. Recently, their leader had accidentally lost his life, and without protection, these young women in their late teens and early 20s were unlikely to have a good outcome. The plane could seat around 300 people, but they only had 50 or 60 people to begin with. Furthermore, since these women were relatively safe, Su Xuanyi also took several of his confidants and their families, as well as the families of several former friends of the Su family. The flight to the Fengyu Tongzhou base went smoothly. Although there was no navigation, the weather was perfect. No wind, no clouds, and naturally no turbulence or storms. The 2 pilots were exceptionally skilled, having flown the same route multiple times. They were immediately surrounded upon landing at the Sharing Wheel and Wo base. When Su Lingfeng appeared first at the aircraft exit, he was greeted by cheers and enthusiastic embraces from his comrades. Especially when some comrades saw their family members, whom they thought they would never see again, standing alive before them, they not only wept with their loved ones, but also knelt down in collective gratitude to their regimental commander, Su Lingfeng. The Su family knew that Su Lingfeng and his men had returned, and Su Yuanchao brought his entire family to welcome them. Wang Yin burst into tears upon seeing Su Xuanyi. She thought her fate with Su Xuanyi was sealed, that they would never see each other again. During the polar night, in utter darkness, if it weren't for the children's support, Su Yuanchao would have suspected his daughter-in-law's mental state would have deteriorated. For the first 3 days after landing, Su Lingfeng, Gu Yu, and Xiao Da didn't leave their room. Zhao Da's parents and family visited the Su family 3 times, but Zhao Da didn't get up. The food at Su Lingfeng's house was reheated countless times, but the 3 of them lay motionless in bed like vegetables. Finally, on the morning of the 4th day, they were awakened by hunger, but they didn't eat much, each only drinking a bowl of porridge. They only started eating normally at noon, and only then did they come back to life. The Su family was naturally overjoyed, and Zhao Da, after seeing Zhang Sun and Xie Wen's child, went home to reunite with his parents and brothers. Zhang Sun and Xie Wen had a son, who was well cared for and rarely fell ill. The baby was developing healthily. While Su Lingfeng and the others were away, Xie Wen, the doctors and nurses at the base, and women like Su Lingfeng's mother were organized. They established a maternity health center and a childcare center. They brought pregnant women and babies together for care to prevent accidents. Now the base has about 10 pregnant women and 3 newborns. Xie Wen carefully examined the 3 women and even joked that Gu Yu could have a baby. Anyway, she wouldn't need to take care of them. There were plenty of people to help. Gu Yu ignored her, but was quite fond of her arms and legs, which were as pink and white as lotus roots, and her big eyes searching everywhere for her mother's son. Whether she had a baby or not wasn't important, she still needed to discuss it with Su Lingfeng. Gu Yu genuinely lacked confidence. She felt that life was already so difficult, she didn't have the confidence to suffer with another child. Chapter 185. Xie Wen's words were actually somewhat sarcastic. Because her health had been poor since becoming pregnant, she hadn't gone out much and was completely unaware of the situation outside. Zhang Sun and the others, to avoid worrying their families, hadn't let everyone know certain things. The through thick and thin base wasn't in a good position. The foundation they had was a large amount of grain left behind by Gu Yu and Su Lingfeng before they left, and they had their own grain base during the establishment of the base in the northwest. However, with the arrival of the polar night, the crops on the ground lost photosynthesis. Not only did they fail to grow, but even germination became extremely difficult. Fortunately, hydroponics and indoor cultivation played a crucial role. The greenhouses were now completely dark, relying entirely on simulated natural light. Because the simulated photosynthesis wasn't very effective, the vegetables, fruits, and grains in the greenhouses weren't growing very well. Because people weren't getting enough to eat, Chuhai had to scale back the scale of animal husbandry. After all, they simply didn't have enough food to supply all the animals. Therefore, animals are now rarely seen. Originally, all the chickens, rabbits, sheep, and cows were used to lay eggs and produce milk to feed pregnant women and children. Su Lingfeng specifically asked Chuhai to do a count, and if all the food in the base were added together, they could only last about a month. The internal troubles were already very serious, and there were also many external enemies. At that time, the Northwest base relocated all the outside population to a former vegetable-growing base. The population there had reached about 100,000 before the polar night. Originally, the food grown in greenhouses and on the base's land was enough for them to be self-sufficient. The Northwest base simply allowed the survivors to organize their own armed forces to control the base, while they sent a few leaders to oversee the overall situation. This allowed the Northwest base to better focus on aerospace research. After all, that had always been their goal. However, after the polar night occurred, the research there had to stop. All human and material resources were invested in developing a method to replace photosynthesis. This would prevent the cultivated plants from being completely wiped out and allow them to continue growing. Their problem was that the original agricultural botanists' research was focused on natural disasters. For example, during extreme cold or heat, they researched plants resistant to high temperatures and frost. Like the vegetable developed by Guyu, which was particularly cold-resistant. Later, they researched dwarf species to combat wind, sand, and hail. For example, dwarf tomatoes, corn, and peanuts. But almost every time, they developed a solution before a natural disaster occurred. Using sunlight to replace photosynthesis wasn't a particularly complex technology. Soilless cultivation techniques are already quite mature. The problem lies in having enough electricity to support these technologies. Temperature control also relies on electric lights. After the polar night, without solar power, the base's electricity depends entirely on wind turbines. Later, the Northwest base delivered a generator that could generate electricity by burning coal and wood. This required going up the mountain to find firewood, and the problem was that almost all operations outside had to be suspended during the polar night. Without solar power, relying solely on wind power created maintenance issues for the generators. Despite overcoming numerous difficulties, some things remained beyond their capabilities. They could only conserve electricity in other areas to fully support the power supply to the planting park. The people at the through thick and thin base were doing well, especially since they decided not to accept outsiders anymore. The base was mostly populated by longtime comrades and their families. Therefore, there weren't any major conflicts. After noticing the unusual weather, Chuhai essentially cut off contact with the other two bases. When they came asking for anything, he always claimed his base was also facing difficulties. Chuhai even preemptively complained that the Northwest base actually had far more food reserves than the through thick and thin base. So, after being refused, they never came again. However, the other vegetable base wasn't so easy to deal with. After harassing them multiple times, seeing that Chuhai was unmoved by reason, they began to consider using force. The through thick and thin base had too few people, but fortunately, their armed forces were exceptionally strong. Su Lingfeng and Chuhai never stopped training the soldiers and their families. With the help of the alert Alaskan Malamutes, they could barely manage to deal with any night attacks from their side. After all, it wasn't really a night attack, it was pitch black during the polar night. Because of the superior armed forces of the Together Through Wind and Rain base, the attacks on the vegetable base generally resulted in heavy casualties. However, the Northwest base, with its large numbers, began to compromise, offering to send manpower in return for partial armed support from the Together Through Wind and Rain base. Chuhai, already extremely wary, would never agree to allow people from other bases into his territory. Regardless of their motives, Chuhai would not allow anyone to enter his territory in any way. Under the polar night, the three bases formed a certain confrontational pattern. The vegetable base even resorted to underhanded tactics, driving all the elderly and children to the front. The rest of the troops, armed, hid behind them. They attempted to evoke sympathy from the people at the through thick and thin base by using the elderly, children, and women. This strategy resulted in the loss of several comrades. Chuhai had to hold a heartfelt meeting, telling his comrades, "If you soften your heart, you're doomed. And we can't fully take care of your families either. After all, times have changed, they survived because of your contributions. You need to consider the others. What about your families? This earnest persuasion finally spurred the other comrades to harden their stance, showing no mercy to their side. Seeing this tactic ineffective, the vegetable base simply drove all the elderly, children, and women out of their base. They abandoned them on the outskirts of the through thick and thin base, leaving them to their fate. Those people were forced to set up tents and other structures on the outskirts of the through thick and thin base, and begin a long-term encampment. The vegetable base also used this tactic against the northwest base, dividing the elderly, children, and women into two groups, one for one side and one for the other. The northwest base could only choose to ignore them. These people were mostly elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, and Chu Hai could only instruct his comrades not to contact them. But they truly had no way to deal with him. Su Lingfeng felt a pang of sadness seeing Chu Hai's hair turn gray in a short time. He told Chu Hai that they only needed to hold on for another month and a half, because they had brought back seed-soaking technology that could shorten the crop growing time to between 1 and 2 weeks. The luggage compartment at the back of their plane was filled with grains and seeds obtained in exchange for the technology from the Beijing base. Chapter 186. This grain should be enough to get through this period. Actually, it was temporarily taken from the Guyu space. The capital base preferred to give other things rather than grain and seeds. After all, these grains and seeds are now more precious than gold, more valuable than antique jewelry. Su Lingfeng hoped that the base would start large-scale planting of these soap seeds tomorrow. Chu Hai told him with some difficulty that the problem was that the water supply at the northwest base was not enough. In some places, the groundwater supply had run out when the polar night ended and the polar day came. So, even though the seeds had photosynthesis in the ground, there was no water for irrigation. In short, planting grain is difficult at present. The situation of the three bases is now clear, with the northwest base being the largest. It has been stationed in this desert for many years, so many of its facilities are already quite advanced. Transforming the land and establishing an oasis in this sandstorm. Growing grain was not something that could be done overnight. The financial and material resources invested by the entire country at the time were considerable. Therefore, the situation at the northwest base is the most stable, as they already have a considerable number of experts and scientists there. So it's normal that they developed plants that can be grown without photosynthesis. The conditions at the vegetable base are the worst. Their personnel are a mixed bag, mostly idle personnel transferred from Beijing and other bases. Their technical skills are not high to begin with, and they have always been managed by people from the northwest base. If they hadn't killed and seized power from the leaders sent by the northwest base might have helped them out of consideration for the vegetable base's obedience. But who were these people? They suddenly launched a coup, killing all the leaders sent from the northwest base. Then, they declared themselves rulers of the vegetable base. Soon after, the polar night arrived, and their base descended into chaos. However, they had the largest numbers, and due to severe food shortages, they were extremely volatile. The stormy night base had the advantage of fewer people, but a strong and united armed force. Their food reserves were relatively sufficient, but they also had weaknesses. The vegetable base couldn't deal with the northwest base, so they could only target the stormy night base. They were somewhat envious and felt that the stormy night base was an easy target. Therefore, the vegetable base's main focus of attack was always on the stormy night base. Chu Hai wasn't exactly a combat-oriented talent, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone into political work. Commanding the Black Warriors in battle currently relied entirely on the battalion commanders. There were still times when opinions differed at crucial moments. So Su Lingfeng's return finally brought him a sigh of relief. A group cannot be without a leader. The Fengyu Tongzhou base absolutely cannot afford to lose Su Lingfeng as its leader. If it weren't for the situation in Lifeng Kingdom, only Su Lingfeng could truly lead the team. Otherwise, Chu Hai would have preferred to lead the team himself rather than let Su Lingfeng venture out on his own. Chu Hai is capable of defending the city, but asking him to attack is somewhat difficult. Su Lingfeng, however, isn't worried about the situation inside the Fengyu Tongzhou base. He has now brought back a powerful helper. His third uncle, Su Xuanyi. He has even more experience managing large bases, which can help Chu Hai share the burden. Su Xuanyi hadn't intended to shirk responsibility, and would naturally help his nephew share the burden. The Fengyu Tongzhou base lacked technical personnel, especially agricultural technicians. Guyu had to personally handle the preparation of the medicine, managing only a few half-baked scientists. These were all family members, the best of the worst. At least they knew how to use the research equipment. Ordinary data analysis wasn't a problem. Fortunately, Guyu had plenty of raw materials for the medicine in her spatial storage. She was responsible for the final mixing, while the other procedures were handled by several others. Su Lingfeng, carrying 2 bottles of the prepared medicine and some printed data, drove directly to the northwest base. On his return, he brought back 2 truckloads of sheep, cattle, rabbits, and chickens. Of course, not all of these animals came from the northwest base. Most came from Guyu's spatial storage. With the seed problem solved, the number of animals being raised increased. Su Lingfeng instructed Guyu to begin researching the photosynthetic light tube, aiming to establish a planting base as soon as possible. Unaffected by any external conditions, whether it's polar day, polar night, extreme cold, or extreme heat, food can be successfully grown. He then had Shu Hai and his comrades redevelop most of the abandoned greenhouses at the base. The soaked seeds were immediately used for seedling cultivation and planting. Groundwater was prioritized for the planting area. The livestock farm also resumed providing eggs, goat milk, and cow milk. Rabbits had the strongest reproductive capacity. Soon, providing some rabbit meat could be considered. Su Lingfeng was an aggressive leader. He didn't like staying at home, nor did he like passively taking a beating. His first action was to lead all the Alaskan Malamutes and some of his comrades, fully armed and even wearing bulletproof vests. Wearing gas masks and tear gas, they drove all the elderly, children, and women lingering outside the base back to the vegetable farm. They successfully breached the vegetable farm's gate and let everyone inside. This attack terrified the people at the vegetable farm. They were busy repairing the gate and building defensive systems. They had no time to attack the together through thick and thin base. They already knew about Su Lingfeng's deal with the Northwest Base. Now that the Northwest Base had acquired the technology Su Lingfeng had traded, they dared not turn against him or intervene to protect the vegetable farm. This was because Su Lingfeng had shown them some files on aerospace technology stolen from Walter. The scientists at the Northwest Base now wished they could pin Su Lingfeng down and seize all the files for themselves. Su Lingfeng wasn't so easily bullied. He told them to develop the planting technology first, and then they could talk about that later. He also needed to assess their recent performance. He needed to figure out what he could get in return for these files. Guyu suggested taking the file on the ambitious-sounding life pod and giving it to the people at the Northwest Base for research. The condition was that if they succeeded, he would need half of their results. Su Lingfeng thought this plan was feasible. After all, he lacked the necessary talent, and even if he had the technology, he couldn't implement it. If they could actually build the life pod, at least some lives could be saved. This was a temporary condition for an alliance with the Northwest Base, for the safety of the Fengyu base. With these resources in hand, he wasn't afraid of the Northwest Base opposing him. Chapter 187. Guyu was locked in a struggle with the plants she was cultivating. Su Lingfeng began to clash with the old foxes at the Northwest Base, trying to use his connections to gain more advantages. Internal affairs were all handled by Su Lingfeng's uncles, Su Xuanyi and Chu Hai. The medical school girls he brought back were all placed in hospitals and maternity and neonatal wards. While Xia Wen was giving birth, everything was handled by Su Lingfeng's third aunt, Wan Yin. These medical school girls were all considered Wan Yan's students, so getting along with them wasn't difficult. Su Lingfeng secretly organized a meeting with all the unmarried young men, telling them to use their own abilities. Those who could find wives would find wives, and those who couldn't shouldn't blame him. The opportunity was right in front of them. Everyone should pursue it equally. This was also why he agreed to bring back these female students. Most of them were around 20 years old, adults old enough to marry. Including the unmarried young women and divorced women among Su Lingfeng's family members from out of town, there were quite a few single men in the base who could end their single lives. However, it was a case of too many applicants for too few positions. It was a matter of who would prevail. But Su Lingfeng emphasized that such matters could not be handled by force. Anyone who violated the rules would be executed on the spot. This point was made very clearly beforehand. He would not protect anyone, even those who played a crucial role in the base. These people didn't think Su Lingfeng's words were alarmist. The world had changed drastically, some things, though ingrained in their very being. Under the current circumstances, no one can guarantee that people's hearts will remain unchanged. Zhang Sun and Xia Wen both urged Zhao De to take action quickly, as his parents and brothers were starting to pressure him into marriage. Su Xuanyi went home and told Su Yuanzhao that he felt Su Lingfeng had matured, and was now considering things much more comprehensively. Moreover, he wasn't as headstrong about others' opinions as he had been in his youth. Su Lingfeng had always been quite composed, and now he had lost all the impulsiveness of youth. His attitude when discussing issues with others was also gentler and less irritable than before. His comrades-in-arms felt this even more keenly, especially Chu Hai and the battalion commanders. After Su Lingfeng returned, he officially incorporated all the trained male family members into the militia. He also assigned them patrol duties. This way, they could work as employees in the plantations or farms, or as members of the base's patrol team. The base needed to ensure everyone had something to do, to prevent some people from having idle thoughts and becoming lazy. Gu Yu's techniques were already quite advanced, and she further enhanced them by adding some water from her spatial dimension to all her potions. The crops grown this way yielded remarkable results. After about half a month, the base's food supply began to improve. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, and dwarf corn started to ripen. In about a month and a half, the wheat and rice were ready for harvest. Because sweet potato vines could also be used as vegetables. Even though Gu Yu hadn't planted any vegetables or fruits at all initially, life at the base began to improve significantly. Once the sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes were fully ripe, the vines and stalks sustained the animals they had brought back. The chicks grew up and became adult hens, laying eggs. This provided some nutrition for the children and pregnant women. The food problem was finally alleviated. Su Lingfeng only learned by chance that his grandfather had organized an event where all the elderly people at the base would commit mass suicide when food supplies were running out. Those over 60 years old offered their bodies as food for the children. Even the bones could be used to make soup to nourish the pregnant women. This would at least sustain everyone for about a month. Although this plan didn't materialize with Su Lingfeng's return. But when Chu Hai inadvertently mentioned it, Su Lingfeng still cried bitterly in his grandfather's arms when he got home. He couldn't imagine what would have happened if he hadn't returned. Would his parents, grandfather, and the other middle-aged and elderly people be gone? This was something Su Lingfeng couldn't accept. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him, allowing him to return in time to avert the food crisis. In truth, even if the base had yielded no harvest, grain rain, a solar term, could have filled the coffers and warehouses to overflowing. Gu Yu should be able to at least feed the people at this base. However, if she were to expose her spatial dimension, it would be challenging the desires of everyone at the through thick and thin base. Such a treasure is not something ordinary people wouldn't want. Exposing her spatial dimension would definitely be something she would only do as a last resort. In any case, Su Lingfeng isn't stupid, of course. He wouldn't challenge the limits of human desire. Once his own crops were grown, Su Lingfeng sent a few family members with relatively good agricultural skills to the vegetable base with the soaked seeds. Although they weren't particularly friendly, Su Lingfeng felt he couldn't let them be driven to desperation. When people are driven to desperation, they stop caring about life and death. So many people, to put it bluntly, have all flocked to the through thick and thin base. Su Lingfeng even wondered if the base's ammunition reserves were sufficient. The Northwest base had probably considered these issues as well, having already sent out the scraps from their crops. Therefore, while the vegetable base was facing difficulties, it wasn't yet at the point of desperation. They had many greenhouses over there. No need to build additional ones, just maintain them properly. With seeds, they finally began to invest heavily in planting, which would at least solve their food crisis after all the crops were harvested. Su Lingfeng's approach to problems was becoming increasingly comprehensive. He wouldn't completely push the vegetable and fruit base into a corner. Of course, providing seeds to the vegetable base wasn't without conditions. The through thick and thin base wanted 10% of all the food they grew. This condition wasn't too harsh, and the vegetable base agreed almost without hesitation. After teaching all the people there all the planting techniques, Su Lingfeng withdrew his own men. If the seed-soaking solution is needed again, it must be exchanged for 5 caddies of grain for 1 caddy of seeds. Having tasted success after the first grain harvest, the vegetable base naturally couldn't refuse this offer. After all, the seed-soaking solution was in Su Lingfeng's hands, and these people weren't unfamiliar with the formula. Even the Northwest base hadn't figured out the specific ingredients, who had water from their spatial storage. Even though the Northwest base tried to concoct some of the solution themselves, the effect wasn't as good as what the Fengyu Tongzhou base provided. The vegetable base lacked even the basic raw materials. They had no way of researching the solution. Therefore, in the end, they could only obediently exchange it with the Fengyu Tongzhou base at a 5-to-1 ratio. Chapter 188. The Northwest base only exchanged a portion of the potion, then mixed it with their own to barely sustain their seed needs. They quickly discovered that all the first-generation seeds had been soaked in the potion, and the results were astonishing. However, if the harvested seeds were planted again, They had absolutely no effect from the original potion soaking. In other words, all the potion soaked seeds could only be planted once, and were not hereditary. This forced the vegetable base to yield to the exchange conditions of the through thick and thin base, and the three bases superficially reached a harmonious agreement. When the base had a bumper harvest, the first mass wedding was held, with Su Lingfeng and Chu Hai officiating for over 30 couples. 2 more mass weddings were held during the second and third bumper harvests. The nurses working for Wan Yin and Xie Wen were all married. The unmarried young women and divorced or widowed women brought back from elsewhere also found new partners. During the 4th harvest, Xie Wen and his team began receiving a large number of pregnant women. Most of these women were former nurses with some self-care experience, so they didn't pose much of a problem for Xie Wen and his companions. With more pregnant women, there would naturally be more babies. Xie Wen jokingly suggested that Gu Yu consider having children. Su Lingfeng had discussed it with Gu Yu, and whether or not to have children was her decision. Gu Yu simply felt that the world was already like this, and having children wasn't particularly important. What mattered was that the two of them could live happily together. After several days of serious consideration, Gu Yu hugged Su Lingfeng before bed and said, "I don't know what to do either. How about we just let nature take its course? From today onwards, we stop using contraception. But we won't deliberately try to have a child. If fate allows me to get pregnant, I try my best to bring him into this world. I try my best to give him a stable life. If I don't get pregnant, that's fine. Maybe that's because God doesn't want our child to suffer in this world." The next day, they even called the whole family together to announce their decision. Su Xuanxin and his wife had no objections to their son and his wife's decision, and Su Yuanchao also felt it was a matter between the two of them. Actually, Su Yuanchao didn't need to know this. The world was already like this. If the children were born and the Fengyu base remained unchanged, it would still be a paradise. But this natural disaster came too quickly. Who knew what kind of world awaited them next? Even though Su Yuanchao was an elderly man who loved children, he felt it was unnecessary for his child to suffer like this. Therefore, the Su family didn't urge them to have children like the Zhang Sun family did. Whether or not they have children isn't important to them. As long as the whole family is living happily together, that's enough. Gu Yu felt incredibly fortunate, having met the man she loved, and the two of them had weathered the storms of the apocalypse together, unwavering in their support. She had a group of understanding family members, who didn't interfere with the young couple's opinions, and agreed to any of their decisions. With the Su family's companionship, Gu Yu had received a rare warmth of family that she had never experienced in either her past or present lives. Because of this, Gu Yu felt even more determined to be with Su Lingfeng. After Zhao De returned with Su Lingfeng and Gu Yu, he was immediately pressured to get married. His parents, eldest brother and sister-in-law, and second brother. In addition, his only surviving niece was doing well at the base. Zhao De had gone on a mission with Su Lingfeng, so his allowance had always been distributed to his parents. Zhao Da's father had considerable knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, so Xie Wen directly arranged for him to work in the hospital's TCM department. Before the polar night, he had even led soldiers up the mountain to collect medicinal herbs. After the polar night, he stopped going up the mountain because it was too dangerous. Zhao Da's mother stayed home to care for the children, while everyone else found work at the base. The family didn't rely on Zhao Da's allowance alone. Instead, it was stored as points on a points card. No one in the family had ever touched Zhao Da's allowance. Now that Zhao Da had returned safely, his parents had begun pressuring him to get married. Despite Su Lingfeng bringing back so many young girls, Zhao Da remained unmoved. His eldest brother and sister-in-law were a loving couple, and his second brother had remarried a widow. Zhao Da's parents had moved his second brother out to live separately, so the whole family wouldn't live together and could avoid conflicts. After staying home for a few days, Zhao Da couldn't stay idle and proactively approached Su Lingfeng, requesting a mission. Su Lingfeng didn't stand on ceremony and sent him and his 4th Battalion to dig irrigation ditches. It turned out that when the through thick and thin base was first being built, Su Lingfeng had led men to divert snowmelt from the mountains to use as water for irrigating plants. However, the snowmelt from the mountains was gone, and Su Lingfeng had his men scout the area. The only option was to divert underground water from nearby mountains. Zhao Da was meticulous, and Su Lingfeng always trusted him. Perhaps Zhao Da's time for love had come. One day, while chopping wood, another subordinate accidentally broke off a branch that hit him on the head. Although Zhao Da was quite agile and managed to protect his head with his hand, the branch still caused his arm to bleed and hurt terribly. His men had no choice but to take him to the hospital, where X-rays confirmed that his elbow joint was dislocated. Xiaowen was on duty, and the nurse who bandaged his wound was the very pretty girl they had brought back. This girl had a sweet name, Yang Mei. Yang Mei seemed to have fallen for Zhao De at first sight, and started chasing after him. At first, she would remind him to be careful not to get his wound wet, but later, Yang Mei would insist on doing his dressing changes. Zhao De was somewhat annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't very well beat up the girl. So everyone in the base saw a girl constantly appearing behind Battalion Commander Zhao De. Whenever the girl was on leave, she almost always followed Zhao De up the mountain. Chu Hai told Su Lingfeng about this as a joke. Su Lingfeng also told Guyu as a joke. However, Guyu thought Zhao De finally had a chance to find a girlfriend. The next day, Guyu was cornered by Zhao De. He asked Guyu to tell the girl named Yang Mei that he wasn't interested in her. He told Yang Mei to stop following him, because his comrades were starting to laugh at him. Guyu, however, asked Zhao De 3 questions. First, do you really find this girl annoying, or do you feel embarrassed in front of your comrades, and that's why you don't want to talk to her? Second, do you think she's pretty? Third, if he really stops bothering you, would you feel comfortable seeing someone else bothering you? Chapter 189. Zhao De thought about it seriously. It seemed that he did find Yang Mei annoying when his comrades started joking around. But if Yang Mei didn't follow him to work on those days, he felt like he had lost something. Yang Mei was very pretty, the sweet type. She had a round face, big eyes, and 2 dimples when she smiled. Zhao De suddenly realized, when did he notice so many details? He even knew Yang Mei had dimples when she smiled? What if Yang Mei smiled at someone else? Zhao De suddenly felt uncomfortable. What did this mean? The old bachelor was suddenly confused. Guyu, seeing his thoughtful expression, suddenly found it amusing. She patted Zhao Da's shoulder and said, "Go talk to Zhang Sun. You can talk to your regimental commander too. I'm not suitable to talk to you about this." Actually, Zhao De didn't need to talk to Zhang Sun and Su Lingfeng. He already knew what was wrong. But these 2 busybodies still came to find Zhao De with bottles of alcohol. Amidst their teasing, Zhao De confirmed one thing. He wasn't indifferent to Yang Mei. In fact, after spending so many days together, he'd gotten somewhat used to the girl chattering away behind him. If he really pushed Yang Mei away, he'd still feel a little lost. Now that he knew his own feelings, Zhao De officially started dating Yang Mei, managing to make it to the 4th group wedding. Just before this, the groundwater from the mountain had finally been brought down, essentially solving the water problem. After attending Zhao Da's group wedding, Su Lingfeng had a little wine. Holding Guyu, he sighed, thinking Zhao De would never understand romance. Unexpectedly, he'd been won over by a young girl. Su Lingfeng's words amused Guyu. When they met in America, wasn't Su Lingfeng even more of a clueless straight man than Zhao De? It was only because they were childhood sweethearts that Su Lingfeng was the first of the 3 to start a relationship. Now that Su Lingfeng was married, he thought Zhao De was even more of a clueless straight man. He even thought he'd never find a wife. Actually, Zhao De was the easiest to fall in love with. After all, he was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to reject a girl harshly. Guyu had also spent time with Yang Mei. This girl actually had a pretty good personality. Having survived a natural disaster, she still maintained a pure heart. This girl was quite rare. Yang Mei and Xiaowen were closer, and Xiaowen once asked her curiously, "Why do you like Zhao De, this straight-laced guy? He's quite lucky, getting to chase after him like that." Unexpectedly, Yang Mei's answer made both Xiaowen and Guyu laugh. She said, "I'm not attracted to him as a person, I'm attracted to his face. If the entire base had to find a single man to settle down with, I'd rather choose a good-looking face. Besides Commander Su, I think Zhao De is the most handsome. I'm a little afraid of Commander Su, he's too serious. Zhao Da's father is so honest, you can tell at a glance he's the best marriage partner." Guyu and Xiaowen hadn't expected this answer. It turned out Zhao De didn't win because of his position. The criteria for being chosen was actually his decent-looking face and tall stature. No one dared say this to Zhao De. After all, the couple seemed very much in love. The polar day had lasted for over half a year, without a single drop of rain. Guyu occasionally worried about the water shortage. After all, for the past 6 months, the sun had been shining brightly, with temperatures hovering around 30 to 40 degrees Celsius. The northwest is arid year-round, and groundwater resources were already scarce. Now it seemed like things were getting worse. Fortunately, Su Lingfeng had timely brought down groundwater from the mountains, having even dug several deep wells. The drinking water supply at the Fengyu base could still be maintained. Perhaps heaven couldn't bear Guyu's nagging, because one night it suddenly started pouring rain. Amidst lightning and thunder, The rain poured down, while everyone was still sound asleep. Most people thought it was a welcome rain. Until the next morning, before anyone even went outside, they saw that the rain was black. The ground was riddled with small, pitted puddles. The ground, soaked by the rain, was dark and resembled rows of black streams. Some dared to venture out in rain boots and raincoats, only to find their raincoats corroded with small holes after just a couple of steps. An uproar erupted in the base as everyone shouted through the glass windows. Guyu was woken from her dream by Su Lingfeng. She collected the rainwater and analyzed it in her spatial storage, only to discover that the rain was acid rain. And it was highly corrosive, like a low-concentration sulfuric acid. No one could leave the base without protection. Su Lingfeng, wearing a steel helmet and a suit of steel armor, finally stepped outside. He repeatedly warned everyone over the loudspeaker not to go outside unless they had protective measures. The acid rain belt contained strong acids and corrosive substances. If it came into contact with skin, it would likely cause rashes and blisters. It was impossible for everyone to stay home. After all, there was still food in the fields. They had to go out and check. Reluctantly, Guyu and his family stayed home, hammering and tinkering. Finally, they managed to make a cloak-like garment from thin steel plates. They only made a few pieces, and the whole family spent a whole day working on them. Su Lingfeng wore a suit of armor and took out all the steel plates and sheet metal they could find at home. He let the others start making their own at home. Lacking thin steel plates, they used iron sheets to make umbrella-shaped garments, which barely provided enough protection. Su Lingfeng wanted to go out because he was worried about the base's perimeter wall. He noticed that while the red brick houses were still in good condition, some of the makeshift mud brick houses had already begun to corrode and collapse. Fortunately, the temporary mud brick houses were used for storing tools and scrap. No one lived there, and there were no casualties. However, the entire base's perimeter wall was built of loess. And it was quite old. It was unlikely to withstand the erosion of the rain. After all, ordinary rainwater doesn't have such strong corrosive properties. Sure enough, when they arrived outside, they saw that some of the already crumbling walls were beginning to collapse. They couldn't find enough bricks to build the wall, and besides, they needed that many people to build it. The situation was even worse. The plastic roofs of the vegetable and grain greenhouses had also been significantly eroded. They could only temporarily erect sheet metal on top of the greenhouses, but there wasn't enough sheet metal to go around. They had sheet metal containers in the grain rain space, but they couldn't take them out. Fortunately, most of the plants in the base had just completed their fourth harvest. Currently, they were only planting small seedlings, and with no other options, they had to abandon them for the time being. Chapter 190. Su Lingfeng suddenly felt grateful for his foresight. He and Guyu had always prioritized developing indoor planting methods that didn't require photosynthesis-based light bulbs. They had completed the entire process not long ago and had already entered the experimental stage. They had specifically converted the original aviation building into an indoor planting area. After emptying and rearranging all the rooms, they had improved it so that the entire planting area used new light bulbs to regulate temperature and humidity and facilitate photosynthesis. Zhang Sun and his team worked day and night, and now everything could be controlled by computer. They had specifically replicated all the planting techniques they learned from the Walter base here. They had also made improvements, and now they had filled the gap in food supply. This way, there was no need to plant these plants in the ground to obtain food. The impact of the natural disaster had been minimized. Su Lingfeng's foresight had preserved the food reserves of the together through thick and thin base. Otherwise, even with the previous bumper harvests, there would have been a lack of follow-up. It's impossible to sustain ourselves with the first 4 bumper harvests, right? Besides, the acid rain has been falling for a week straight, without stopping halfway. All the groundwater sources are starting to become contaminated. Fortunately, there are many water purification devices in the valley rain space, originally designed to purify seawater. After trying them, she found that they were also effective in purifying the acid rain. As long as the water enters the purifier, and then the filtered water is boiled, it becomes completely non-corrosive. Of course, Valley Rain didn't just carelessly pull out all the seawater purifiers at once. Zhang Sun, Xiaowen Zhaoda, and Su Lingfeng together disassembled the water purifier filters. Su Lingfeng gathered people under Zhang Sun's command to convert these components into large-scale water purification equipment. Otherwise, what would happen to the plantation? The Northwest base hadn't been significantly affected in terms of drinking water. According to their telegrams, their lives had initially been somewhat impacted. Grain production had likely decreased considerably. However, their foresight lay in their early research into hydroponics and methods that eliminated the need for outdoor planting. Therefore, the Northwest base was currently in a relatively good situation. The vegetable base was in a worse state. They lacked research personnel. Furthermore, they hadn't conducted any scientific research, relying entirely on greenhouse cultivation. Therefore, most of their grain production still depended on land cultivation. This time, their greenhouses were severely corroded, and combined with acid rain eroding groundwater and soil, all the planted seedlings had been burned to death. The water source was also facing significant problems. Fearing problems at the vegetable base, Su Lingfeng had already moved all the artillery to the outside of the together through thick and thin base's perimeter, forming a circle. All the artillery pieces were fitted with corrugated iron roofs, meaning the together through thick and thin base was now essentially an iron ring. Ordinary armed forces couldn't breach it. This weaponry was even more advanced than the Northwest base, so the vegetable base naturally wouldn't bother them for the time being. The acid rain lasted for over a week. When it stopped, Su Lingfeng held a meeting with everyone. Relying solely on the artillery under the corrugated iron roofs to defend the base was clearly impossible. The cannons don't fire automatically. Everyone needs to be on duty 24/7. The manpower consumption is also very high. Fortunately, Su Lingfeng learned from studying the map that there's an iron mine more than 2,000 kilometers away from the Fengyutongzhou base. It's completely abandoned, but there's still a considerable amount of iron ore. He and Zhang Sun scouted this out with a drone. Su Lingfeng's idea is to transport the iron ore back from there, and then fortify all the outer walls with steel. They pour molten iron directly into the walls, making them impervious to acid rain and sandstorms. And artillery shells won't be able to penetrate them either. Su Lingfeng's proposal was unanimously approved. Now the problem is, if the men are going out to transport the iron ore, some people will need to stay home to defend the base. Essentially all the men will have to be mobilized, meaning the base's food and crops will have to be entirely handled by the women. Although there's computer control, manpower still needs to be used. Su Lingfeng divided his men into 3 teams. He led one team of regular soldiers up the mountain to find iron ore, using all the trucks to transport it back. The second team, led by Su Shuani and composed of militia reservists, went up the mountain to cut timber, as they would be needed to smelt the iron ore. This would definitely require a large amount of wood and charcoal. Chu Hai's remaining team of regular soldiers stayed behind at home, tasked with protecting the base and building stoves. Fearing another acid rain, they had to build all the stoves in places with temporary shelter. The acid rain only gave Su Lingfeng a week to prepare before it started raining again. This acid rain didn't bring a week-long downpour like the last one. This time it was a light drizzle, a continuous patter. The raindrops were fine as silk, but once they hit someone, their skin immediately became red, swollen, and blistered. This kind of rain was almost impossible to avoid. What was particularly distressing was that this light rain was carried by the wind. Even a little bit, especially on thin-skinned areas like the face and neck, made the situation even worse. If not treated promptly, the skin would become red, swollen, ulcerated, and inflamed. Xiaowen, along with Zhao Dao's father and several other doctors, researched many prescriptions. They barely managed to develop an ointment that could temporarily relieve the pain. Gu secretly gave Xiaowen a large bottle of spatial water, so adding a little to the ointment would enhance its effect each time. It would be much more effective than their simple ointment at relieving the burning sensation. Xiaowen was trustworthy, which was why Gu gave him the spatial water. She remained cautious with the others, not revealing any flaws. When Su Lingfeng returned, he brought good news. They had found both iron and coal mines. Therefore, some of the iron ore they transported back was also coal. The supplies Su Lingfeng had spent a week transporting before the acid rain returned were all calcined that very day. Guyu found a video on glassmaking in her spatial storage. The Northwest was full of sand, so raw materials were plentiful. Guyu had tested it. Glass was very resistant to acid rain corrosion, seemingly even better than sheet metal. She considered making a protective shield from glass, so she wouldn't have to carry around in sheet metal. It was heavy and cumbersome, glass was light, and she could find a way to make it thinner. Someone suggested turning the glass into silk, weaving it into fabric, and making raincoats. Guyu thought it was a good idea and began working with her team to develop this new type of protective clothing. Chapter 191. While the through thick and thin base was busy building its iron fence, the vegetable base had its eye on it. When the acid rain had just stopped, they led a large group out of their own base to probe the through thick and thin base. However, the outer ring of artillery scared them back to their hideout. 2 days later, they seemed restless again. They even used loudspeakers from afar, hoping the through thick and thin base would provide them with food support. Guyu had actually calculated that although they received the seeds later than the through thick and thin base, their land area was much larger. That meant they had at least 2 or 3 bumper harvests. Based on this calculation, the vegetable base's food reserve should be enough to sustain them for a while. Their eagerness to probe the through thick and thin base was simply because their fence, like the through thick and thin base's fence, had problems. Therefore, the people at the vegetable base felt that the through thick and thin base could now basically advance unimpeded. That's why they came up with this idea, to steal the food from the together through thick and thin base. However, the together through thick and thin base had always protected itself very well. Even if the walls were gone, we could still surround it with artillery. The together through thick and thin base was so impenetrable that the vegetable base still couldn't break through. But they soon noticed that there were a lot more people coming and going from the together through thick and thin base recently. The vehicles were making a lot of noise and dust as they entered and exited. So they began to suspect what the together through thick and thin base was up to and wanted to further probe their actions. For Su Lingfeng, nothing was more important than repairing the base's perimeter wall. The vegetable base sent people to observe daily. He wasn't unaware, but he chose to ignore it. They wore sheet metal every day. The slightest movement made a rustling sound. It would be a miracle if these scouts weren't discovered. The iron ore, once melted, didn't need refining. It could simply be poured onto the existing steel structure like concrete. By the time the acid rain returned, the wall was already largely complete. The vegetable base finally realized what was happening, but it was too late. By the time they tried to replicate the process to obtain iron or to repair their own base's wall, forget iron ore, they hadn't even dug up any stones. Abandoned iron mines should have some, but they have to risk their lives to dig them out. In reality, relying solely on Su Lingfeng and his men to transport the ore wouldn't be enough to completely seize the resources. The last time, Guyu accompanied them for a whole day, searching both iron and coal mines. They even risked venturing deep into the 2 mines, so all the iron ore and coal, whether dug out and piled up outside or inside the mine shafts, was gone. Su Lingfeng not only forged the base's walls and gates with steel, but also took the opportunity to significantly expand his territory. While the other 2 bases weren't paying attention, he included the access roads to the mountains within the territory of the together through thick and thin base. To access the mountains, the together through thick and thin base had to open its gates, otherwise, one had to climb over steep cliffs. Su Lingfeng completely sealed off the 2 or 3 large mountains behind. The walls were built 5 meters high, mimicking the architectural style of city walls. He also designed numerous beacon towers, with roofs on top and cannons underneath. It could defend against ground intrusion, and also withstand aerial attacks from above. This base was practically impenetrable. The northwest base, always arrogant, thought its defenses were foolproof. While its protection was excellent, acid rain eventually eroded its walls. Having failed to gain an advantage at the shared destiny base, the vegetable base turned and tried to infiltrate the northwest base. Of course, the vegetable base couldn't defeat the northwest base, but the northwest base received no compensation. The vegetable base's operation was a success. If it weren't for the vast difference in weaponry, the northwest base would almost have become the vegetable base's territory. Su Lingfeng seized the opportunity to profit, selling some of his iron ore to the northwest base. The northwest base had no choice but to exchange it for gold at a high price. Using the iron ore Su Lingfeng had sold, they built their own high walls, mirroring his strategy. However, Su Lingfeng couldn't provide enough iron ore, so the northwest base had to utilize its greatest advantage. All the scrap iron that could be collected at the base was smelted into molten iron to reinforce the perimeter wall. The vegetable base also caused considerable trouble during the wall repairs at the northwest base. They even took the opportunity to send their own people into the northwest base to rob it. While the vegetable base caused some chaos, the northwest base's foundation remained intact. They were well equipped, and soon, following Su Lingfeng's example, they surrounded the perimeter wall with cannons and arranged for armed forces to patrol day and night in shifts. This barely maintained the security of their base, and prevented the vegetable base from causing them further trouble. Guyu relied on 2 half-baked scientists and the video data from the original database. There was also a vast amount of data found in the database on Walter's computer. Finally, they successfully fused iron ore and glass together. This time, they used a manufacturing process that combined glass fibers, iron, and polyester. Acid rain-resistant protective suits were truly created in their hands. Su Lingfeng increased manpower to work with Guyu to mass-produce these protective suits. The goal was to ensure that everyone in the base had at least one suit before continuing production of replacements. He planned to make more of these suits to withstand the harsher weather to come. All the suits included hoods and masks. Once the drawstrings were tightened, the entire person was completely covered. Wearing a cotton-padded jacket or down jacket underneath provided ample warmth. The material was lightweight and breathable, so it wasn't stuffy in this weather. Adding gloves and boots made of this material, and working in acid rain, there was nothing to worry about. The smell of the ground corroded by acid rain was extremely unpleasant. They had been wearing masks while working these past few days. However, no matter how many layers of masks were worn, the smell of acid rain was still unavoidable. The mask attached to this protective suit was excellent, somewhat like wearing a gas mask. It contained a filter and an air purifier filter, allowing the acid rain smell to pass through and turning it into fresh air. Gu Yu's design was better than any other protective suit on the market, and it also offered some protection against viruses. Gu Yu had been staying up late for many nights in a row and was feeling unwell. Su Lingfeng, somewhat worried, went to Xia Wen and asked her to come to his house for Gu Yu to get checked out. Xia Wen's examination revealed that Gu Yu was somewhat fatigued, but otherwise fine. This result reassured Su Lingfeng, who left to let Xia Wen and Gu Yu chat. At this time, Xia Wen also mentioned some things that had been troubling her recently. Chapter 192. The acid rain corroded the ground, emitting a sour smell, and the air was no longer fresh. Humans could no longer breathe freely, and the acid rain had also affected water sources. Xia Wen suddenly regretted suggesting that the people in the base have children earlier. Now the impact was such that even the air was unbreathable. How could the children grow up safely? Gu Yu felt somewhat helpless. This was life. After discovering the corrosive effect of acid rain on the ground and water sources, Su Lingfeng had issued a new notice. Everyone was to re-implement family planning and prohibit further pregnancies. Otherwise, the base couldn't guarantee the safety of newborns. After all, pregnant women inevitably inhale some harmful gases, which could affect the unborn child, causing deformities or other adverse effects. This would also increase the burden on the base and the parents. As for the children already born and the pregnant women, all they could do was take extra care. Even if the new parents, including Xia Wen, worried, it was useless, they could only learn through trial and error. After all, they couldn't bear to abort the pregnancy, and those who had already given birth could only be cared for even more meticulously. After confirming she wasn't pregnant, Gu Yu diligently used protection when she was with Su Lingfeng. These are extraordinary times. Having a child has to be postponed. Natural disasters are extremely detrimental to newborns. During the polar night, people only experience darkness and food shortages. But during the polar day, acid rain falls, causing far more damage to the ground and water sources. Survival is already difficult for adults. The lives of minors are even more precarious. Like Xiao Da's family, even his father, an experienced traditional Chinese medicine doctor, couldn't save his children. Of his two older brothers' 4 children, only the eldest brother's eldest daughter survived. This illustrates the impact of natural disasters on children. Normally, the high sun during the midnight sun is very beneficial for solar power generation. When Su Lingfeng returned, he covered every available space with solar panels, including those from the Valley Range space, even the airport terminal and airstrip. Since no planes were flying in, the airport was just sitting empty. Solar power generation should have been enough to maintain the basic electricity needs of the entire base. However, after the acid rain arrived, Su Lingfeng promptly withdrew all the solar panels to prevent the acid rain from corroding them. In fact, the acid rain did cause some corrosion to the solar panels on the first day, but fortunately, the timely intervention mitigated the damage. The acid rain continued intermittently for over a month, becoming increasingly intense. Many roofs in the base were corroded and leaking. Gu Yu and the 2 half-baked experts then fused molten iron, glass, and cement together. Everyone repaired the roof and walls. As a stroke of luck, the entire base's walls and roof were coated with a protective layer of cement, and then painted with a newly developed paint. Now, the through thick and thin base is visually distinct from other bases. Its appearance is completely new. Even the walls have been uniformly painted with the new paint. Gu Yu's plantation, modeled after Walter's base, and using artificial lighting to regulate photosynthesis, achieved its first harvest. Gu Yu took the opportunity to mix in some food produced by the space. Chu Hai and Su Shuani calculated that this bumper harvest would barely sustain the people at the base for 2 to 3 months. This result brought cheers from everyone. No one wanted to go through the cycle of hunger and hardship again. Food is always the foundation of a base's survival. From this moment on, the Fengyu Tanzhou base no longer had to rely on the weather. Outside news was largely blocked, and the acid rain was unfriendly to power lines, so Su Lingfeng hadn't received any telegrams for a long time. Less than a week after the acid rain stopped, the people at the Northwest base eagerly sent a telegram, asking Su Lingfeng to come to their base to discuss something. Su Lingfeng was somewhat impatient, mainly because their business wasn't finished even after the acid rain stopped. Guyu proposed converting the entire airport into the rooftop of the planting park. Aircraft could still be parked, but only helicopters. The natural disaster had already devastated the entire planet. Guyu didn't believe she ever had the chance to fly to a distant place again, and even if she could, it wasn't worth the risk. The through thick and thin base now had everything. To prevent everyone from having no entertainment at night, Zhang Sun even set up his own TV broadcasting equipment. Of course, it was all the movies, TV series, and variety shows Guyu had downloaded before. At least it provided some entertainment. The telegram from the Northwest base annoyed Su Lingfeng, but he had no choice but to go. Otherwise, who knew what they were up to? Sure enough, after going, Su Lingfeng returned cursing. The Northwest base informed them that they had received a telegram requesting assistance from outside. The Northwest base hoped that the through thick and thin base and the vegetable base could join forces to rescue survivors from other bases. Su Lingfeng immediately stated that his through thick and thin base was powerless to help. After all, the through thick and thin base was already at capacity. Food production couldn't keep up with current consumption. Increasing the base's population was impossible. So even if survivors were rescued, where to house them would be a problem. The through thick and thin base could cooperate with the Northwest base's operations, but on the condition that they couldn't accept the rescued survivors themselves. The Northwest base, of course, had its own agenda, naturally wanting to offload the burden to the through thick and thin base and the vegetable base. However, the people at the vegetable base were even more desperate than Su Lingfeng, claiming poverty. They were currently surviving entirely on the crops they had grown and harvested before the acid rain. Because of the sudden arrival of the acid rain, all the seedlings in their fields were burned. So now they don't even have seeds, and they're hoping the Northwest base and the through thick and thin base will provide them with free seeds so they can continue planting. How could they possibly still be accepting outside survivors? The meeting ended badly, and the vegetable base again requested support from the Northwest base. The Northwest base, of course, wouldn't provide any support to these ungrateful bastards, but it also ruled out the possibility of these two bases cooperating with them to rescue other survivors. Chu Hai and Su Shunyi went to the meeting with Su Lingfeng. On the way back, the three of them looked unhappy. Upon returning, Su Lingfeng convened a meeting of all the base's mid-level leaders, reiterating the through thick and thin principle. The base would no longer accept any outside survivors. Even relatives who weren't their comrades' immediate family members were unacceptable. Chapter 193. After all, at this stage of the year, food production couldn't keep up, and accepting more survivors would likely make management even more difficult. The people inside the base reacted in unison. No one wanted to share their survival supplies with unrelated individuals. The number of comrades who hadn't found their families was already quite limited, and some had even been confirmed to have no immediate family members. Those who hadn't found their immediate family members had already given up hope. So, while the survivors outside weren't unsympathetic, it didn't mean they would contribute their survival resources. After all, they weren't as selfless as people imagined. In the early stages of the natural disaster, when the situation wasn't too dire, people might have shown some compassion. But the natural disasters of the past few years had eroded everyone's compassion. Their own survival was a problem. They couldn't offer much sympathy or help for others' survival. The Northwest base naturally wouldn't accept other survivors. After all, they had painstakingly sent all their burdens to the vegetable base. How could they possibly accept any more survivors? They wanted to shift the blame to the through thick and thin base and the vegetable base, but the people at those two bases were practically unresponsive. About a month after the acid rain stopped, Su Lingfeng and his team had just converted the airstrip into a massive planting area. Then, they discovered planes circling above their base. Finding no landing spot, they flew northwest towards the base. Su Lingfeng and Chu Hai discussed it, and guessed it was survivors sent from another survivor base. Instantly, all the cannons that had been positioned outside were aimed at the sky. It wasn't that Su Lingfeng was heartless. There was no room for pity or sympathy now. Fortunately, their actions were swift. They had already hollowed out the airstrip and built a 3-story underground and 3-story above-ground stable steel structure planting area. Otherwise, if the planes found a suitable landing spot, they could simply stop, and he couldn't possibly bombard them with artillery, could he? Only a day later, the Northwest base sent Su Lingfeng another telegram, requesting him to come to their base headquarters again. This time, Su Lingfeng didn't go at all. Chu Hai and Su Shuni went with their men. The result upon their return was exactly as the three of them had guessed. This meeting was another trap. Many planes arrived and landed directly at the Northwest Base's airfield. They forcefully removed all the survivors from the planes and flew away. In such a short time, they weren't afraid of overloading. A dozen planes arrived at once, transporting 3,000 to 4,000 people. While they were holding their meeting, planes continued to forcibly land and bring in survivors. The Northwest Base tried to stop them and reason with them, but to no avail. The pilots repeatedly emphasized that it was an order from their superiors, and they were merely carrying it out. The problem was that they couldn't contact their so-called superiors at all. The Northwest Base was already in a bind, and Su Shuni and Chu Hai reiterated that they truly couldn't accept any more survivors. They even pleaded with the Northwest Base leaders to exchange gold for food. The Northwest Base barely had enough food to feed itself. How could they possibly give it to them? People from the Vegetable Base also went over, immediately launching into complaints and demanding an explanation from the Northwest Base. Should we send some survivors over to the Northwest Base to feed them? This infuriated the Northwest Base leadership, who slammed their fist on the table, and the meeting ended in discord once again. After Su Shuni and Chu Hai returned, Su Lingfeng ordered all the artillery to be pushed back 10 kilometers beyond the perimeter wall. This prevented anyone from approaching the gates of the Fengyutongzhou Base. Suddenly, the Fengyutongzhou Base was on high alert, everyone on guard against a sudden influx of survivors. Fortunately, Gu Yu's design had turned their airstrip into a planting area, thwarting the outsiders' plot to land planes and drop off survivors. Su Lingfeng's foresight was always precise. As expected, the Northwest Base was unwilling to accept these survivors. They directly had their armed forces drive them out of their base, even sending some by truck to the Vegetable Base and the entrance to the Fengyutongzhou Base. Fortunately, Su Lingfeng had pushed the artillery forward 10 kilometers, so these survivors never even reached the gates of the Fengyutongzhou Base. The trucks from the Northwest Base never reached their destination. They were all evacuated after being frightened by the artillery fire. The Vegetable Base's walls had been almost completely corroded by acid rain. Therefore, they became prime targets. The sheer number of survivors made everyone hesitant to even raise their guns. In the end, the Vegetable Base bore the brunt of the consequences. The survivors not only successfully entered the Vegetable Base, but also occupied parts of its territory. The Northwest Base, of course, provided them with weapons, so these people settled in openly. The Vegetable Base was suddenly divided into two factions, the original survivors and the newer survivors. Just as the acid rain subsided, the Northwest Base agreed to provide the Vegetable Base with seeds free of charge, forcing both sides to temporarily cease their efforts. Everyone tried to replant crops on the acid-damaged ground, but the results were inevitably disappointing. It wasn't that crops couldn't be grown, but the yield was poor. The seeds that Walter Base had previously soaked in chemicals weren't resistant to corrosion, and couldn't continue to grow well in the acid-damaged soil. In the end, the crops did grow, but the yield was less than half of what it used to be. The people at the Vegetable Base also tried to contact the Fengyutongzhou Base, but their artillery was too powerful, making it impossible for them to get close. Moreover, the Fengyutongzhou Base was completely surrounded by artillery. Even when the Vegetable Base's leader shouted through a megaphone, Su Lingfeng didn't respond at all. After all, the gate was 10 kilometers away. If the gatekeepers didn't report, Su Lingfeng wouldn't go out. Even if his subordinates came to report, Su Lingfeng would pretend not to hear. He couldn't help anyone right now. The first priority for survival is, of course, securing one's own resources. He's not a saint. He can't use the life-saving food supplies from his own base to help other survivors. To starve oneself and then help others, isn't that like Buddha? He's not a god. You can only preserve the resources for yourself and your comrades. He's truly powerless to help the other survivors. Even though Gu Yu's spatial energy continuously produces food, enough to sustain the people at the Fengyutongzhou Base, Su Lingfeng couldn't expose Gu Yu's space to rescue some unrelated survivors. Compared to him, no one's safety is more important than Gu Yu's. Chapter 194. Su Lingfeng's unwavering resolve was plain for all to see. The two bases completely quieted down and dared not morally blackmail Su Lingfeng anymore. This matter seemed to have nothing to do with Su Lingfeng's through thick and thin base anymore. 2 months after the acid rain stopped, Su Lingfeng and Gu Yu were inspecting the airport-style planting base, which was now taking shape. Today was the day this massive planting base would begin its harvest. Gu Yu and Su Lingfeng were extremely busy. If they could prove that this planting area could successfully grow grain, it meant that the through thick and thin base would have surplus food. At least in the event of severe weather, this place would still be a guarantee of survival resources for everyone. Su Lingfeng was constantly calculating whether he could import some equipment for deep processing, such as a production line for fast food, producing instant noodles, sausages, and military rations. There was also equipment for producing self-heating hot pot rice and other similar products, which would offer considerable room for food preservation. This would maximize the use of food, extend its shelf life, and prevent unexpected spoilage. After all, these things could survive without water or electricity. Su Lingfeng was planning to visit some large cities to find the original production lines. Gu Yu and her men finished harvesting the grain and prepared to calculate the total quantity. Chu Hai and Su Xuanyi were registering and cataloging the grain. After all, the grain stored in this 6-storied building was no small amount. The men guarding the cannons outside returned with news, requesting that Su Lingfeng be allowed to go out and investigate. The survivors from outside were no ordinary people. When Su Lingfeng arrived, he saw familiar figures. Most of them were former comrades in arms, many of whom were Su Lingfeng's former subordinates or like-minded friends. Seeing them travel-worn and ragged, Chu Hai and Zhao De both shed tears. Su Xuanyi also spotted his subordinates and comrades during this time, and he too struggled to control his emotions. These people, including their families, numbered nearly 5,000. If they were taken in, Su Lingfeng's base would be practically overflowing. But refusing them left Su Lingfeng and his team deeply frustrated. In the end, Su Lingfeng could only order his men to move all the tents from the base to the outside for temporary accommodation. All the base's mid-level officers held another meeting. Su Lingfeng also had the survivors select 2 or 3 representatives to explain what had happened. The matter was actually quite simple. A sudden acid rainstorm had damaged all the cultivated land. Reduced food production, the base's walls, and the land were all affected to some extent. As a result, many survivor bases experienced leadership problems, and those from outside were basically eliminated. Or rather, their leaders lacked real power, thus rendering them essentially no different from ordinary people. Weapons were confiscated, and all their former privileges were revoked. If it weren't for their strong physiques and willpower, they would probably be gone by now. This time, the survivors transported to the northwest and other bases with better conditions were mostly the elderly, the infirm, the disabled, or those with limited mobility. The northwest base was ineffective. After expelling the people, they gave the pilots a terrible suggestion. They said the through thick and thin base could accept people, but the next batch should ideally be those Su Lingfeng couldn't refuse. The Beijing base had plenty of people Su Lingfeng couldn't refuse. These were the former soldiers they considered useless, the ones who had been phased out. They were either sick or had been phased out due to a lack of leadership. These people did work at the Beijing base to support themselves and their families. But if they were handed over to Su Lingfeng, wouldn't that free up more jobs for other survivors? So, regardless of their agreement, they were forcibly put on the plane. The people at the other base didn't even allow them to bring much. Their current luggage only contained some saved food and a few changes of clothes. They didn't even have a blanket. After listening to the representatives of these survivors, Su Lingfeng and his team fell silent. The through thick and thin base was about to face its greatest crisis. There was a sense of unease in not accepting all of them. After all, their numbers were simply too large, exceeding the total number of people at the through thick and thin base, especially since the vast majority of them were injured or in poor health. Medical treatment was a major issue. Even after the survivor representatives returned to their ranks, Su Lingfeng and all the middle-level cadres held meetings for 3 days without reaching a conclusion. Finally, Su Yuanchao stormed into the meeting room and berated them. Even if they couldn't accept these people now, they couldn't let these survivors feel disheartened, even for the sake of their former camaraderie. They were already a burden in Beijing. Now that they come to the through thick and thin base, they can't be treated as a burden anymore. Su Yuanchao said that although there would be difficulties for the time being, they were all trained personnel and should be easy to manage. As long as everyone had something to do and could be self-sufficient, there shouldn't be any major problems. Su Lingfeng and his team gritted their teeth and decided to accept all the survivors sent there. So, on the 5th day, they began registering and categorizing them, only accepting those who were their comrades in arms and immediate family members. Those who were just trying to take advantage of the situation were simply turned away. After all, accepting this group of people, as Su Yuanchao said, would be very easy to manage. But the other survivors who were just trying to take advantage of the situation were a different story. Su Lingfeng didn't want to create any trouble for himself. After registering everyone, they were checked repeatedly to ensure they didn't carry the virus. None of them were carriers of infectious diseases. Xiao Wenkai and his family even disinfected and sterilized them, and everyone took turns showering and changing clothes. With the protective suits available, the other military uniforms were no longer of much use. They were all donated to the survivors as daily clothing. Although there was some stock of protective suits, it wasn't enough to go around. Guyu and her team were working day and night to produce enough so that everyone would have a suit. The fabric produced earlier was used to make the protective layer for the cannons, as acid rain would also affect them. Guyu was busy with the construction of the plantation area for the airport. Since everyone already had 2 protective suits, Guyu felt it was okay to temporarily stop producing fabric. Chapter 195. Because she'd been incredibly busy these past few days, Guyu hadn't had time to go home even once. Until Zhang Sun and Xiaowen, both with grim faces, came to find her, telling her to go home and get rid of certain shameless people. Although somewhat confused, Guyu still made time to go home. When she got home, she found 3 more people, 2 women and a boy. The 2 women were the granddaughters of Su Yuanchao's old buddy, and supposedly knew Su Lingyun and the other since childhood. Even after Su Lingfeng returned from his disappearance, he still recognized them. One woman was named Sun Miao, and the other Sun Jiao. The other boy was their younger brother, only 18 or 19 years old, named Sun Jian. Sun Miao and Sun Jiao were both performing arts soldiers in the army. When their grandparents and parents were alive, they were considered pampered sisters in the military compound. They both joined the army at the same time, becoming performing arts soldiers. It's easy to imagine how popular they were. Su Lingfeng's younger brother, Su Lingyun, had once pursued Sun Miao, but Sun Miao fell for Su Lingfeng at first sight, leaving Su Lingyun heartbroken. He used to be quite popular, but since Su Lingfeng's return, he's become a backup option for other girls. After all, everyone prefers the outstanding and handsome Su Lingfeng. Su Lingyun always seemed slightly inferior. Both Sun Miao and Sun Jiao had found powerful backers after the disaster, people of high status and influence. Neither woman was exactly respectable, they basically lived off men. The reason they came was naturally because they were discovered by the original wife and forced to board a plane. Penniless, they arrived at the entrance of the through thick and thin base and immediately saw Su Shuani. The 3 girls collapsed at Su Shuani's feet, crying for help from Uncle Su. Thanks to his relationship with his grandfather and Su Yuanchao, Su Shuani couldn't very well turn them away. Sun Miao and Sun Jiao, seizing the opportunity, went to the Su family home. No matter how ruthless Su Yuanchao was, he couldn't possibly turn away 3 younger relatives who had come to rely on him. He had a very good relationship with Sun's grandfather, and he had been feeling uneasy ever since learning of his old friend's death in the natural disaster. Seeing his descendants, he naturally extended his affection to them. He immediately agreed to let the 3 stay at his home. Sun Jian was a somewhat melancholic teenager, traumatized by the disaster. From a well-off family, he had lost his grandparents and parents one after another after the natural disaster, and later, he barely managed to make ends meet thanks to his 2 older sisters' promiscuous behavior. Now Sun Jian had barely spoken from the beginning, his head bowed as if he didn't exist. Su Yuanchao was initially somewhat pleased with the arrival of the 3. However, the very next day, the 2 sisters had both climbed into Su Lingfeng's bed. Su Lingfeng was as busy as Guyu, never home. It was Wan Yin, who had to work the early shift, who noticed that the 2 sisters had actually spent the night in Su Lingfeng's room, thus exposing their scheme. Wan Yin already disliked the 2 of them. The 2 women clung to Su Shuani and Su Xuanqin's arms, repeatedly calling him Uncle Su. Su Shuani and Su Xuanqin, both brothers, were henpecked, so they weren't exactly friendly to the sisters either, always keeping their distance whenever they approached. Su Lingfeng hadn't even shown his face, yet these 2 sisters still had their eyes on him. In the middle of the night, she sneaked into his and Guyu's room, intending to ambush Su Lingfeng, who might be going home to sleep. However, inviting them in was easy, but getting rid of them was difficult. She had no way to kick the 3 of them out. She also had to keep it a secret from Su Yuanchao, lest she upset the old man. Zhang Sun and Xiaowen, having heard the news from the Zhang family, quickly came to inform Guyu. They wanted Guyu to chase the 2 shameless sisters away, lest Su Lingfeng fall for their tricks, and then things would become very complicated. After all, Su Lingfeng might go home to rest at any time. Going back to his room in the middle of the night with 2 women in bed, what kind of situation was that? Guyu returned home somewhat helplessly, and with a touch of force, kicked the 2 sisters and Sun Jian out of her house. Since there were already rooms available for registration, she pulled some strings and arranged a 2-bedroom apartment for them. This also saved face for Su Yuanchao. Sun Miao and Sun Jian naturally didn't want to leave the Su family's residence, but Gu Yu immediately pointed a weapon at the three of them. Su Yuanchou had been arranged to go outside beforehand. The old man regularly took Nix for a walk. Gu Yu forcefully stated, "I'm not a member of the Su family, and I have no feelings for you. I'm just a married woman, and I have to protect my family. If you want to sleep with my husband, you have to get past me first. In this base, let alone killing 2 people, do you believe that if I shout outside that I'm going to kill you all, someone will naturally come to my aid?" Sun Miao and Sun Jiao had inquired about the Su family quite a bit these past few days, and naturally knew Gu Yu's status in the base. They knew that Gu Yu's role in the base was extremely significant, and she was not someone they could afford to offend, especially since they hadn't even met Su Lingfeng yet. Even if Su Feng and they really had something going on, they still have to get past Gu Yu. Unlike those who depend on men, Gu Yu had the confidence to back it up. Besides being Su Lingfeng's wife, she was an indispensable talent at the base. After all, she was responsible for the design of all the planting areas, and she held all the data firmly in her hands. Not to mention the design and data for the protective suits, even the cement and paint they used to repair the old buildings were all her work. It could be said that Gu Yu's status at the base wasn't as high as Su Xuan's. Without Gu Yu, Su Lingfeng couldn't accomplish certain things. When Gu Yu was mentioned at the base, she was always referred to as Expert Gu or Engineer Gu. No one called her Mrs. Su or the commander's wife. This was Gu Yu's confidence. Just like Xie Wen was never just Engineer Zhang Sun's wife, but also the hospital director and Dr. Xie. Zhang Sun's status in other people's eyes was not as high as that of Director Xie and Dr. Xie. This is one of the reasons why women have confidence. They have their own jobs and income. They can live freely without relying entirely on men for survival. Let alone the deep affection between Gu Yu and Su Lingfeng. Even if Su Lingfeng dared to betray their marriage, Gu Yu had the confidence to embarrass him. Therefore, Sun Miao and Sun Jiao's plans were utterly absurd. Su Lingfeng hadn't even returned home yet when disaster struck. By the time he received the news, he rushed back to coax Gu Yu, but his wife had already gone to the plantation base. Su Lingfeng could only scold his uncle and father again, telling them that no matter how good their relationship or how deep their friendship, they couldn't bring anyone home so easily anymore. Grandpa is old, and he cherishes the old ways of human relationships. The natural disaster has changed those relationships. He's no longer the simple person he once was. Chapter 196. Su Lingfeng made a special trip to the plantation to gently reassure Gu Yu that he truly knew nothing about the situation. He also didn't know his grandfather would make such a rash decision to leave 2 strange women at their home. Su Lingfeng even swore that he didn't remember the 2 women at all. He had changed all the sheets and pillows in the room, telling Gu Yu not to mind. Actually, Gu Yu wasn't angry at all. The initial reason for this was Su Yuanchao's soft heart, and it had nothing to do with Su Lingfeng. She wasn't someone who easily took her anger out on her husband, and besides, her relationship with Su Lingfeng had always been good. Because Gu Yu wasn't the kind of person to make a fuss unnecessarily, but she quite enjoyed Su Lingfeng's current obsequious manner. After all, they were both quite busy with work, and it wasn't really possible to often have time for sweet nothings and romantic conversations. Just as the couple was enjoying their moment together, Zhang Sun and Zhao De suddenly came and banged on the door of Gu Yu's laboratory. The 2 men called out to Su Lingfeng, "Boss, come out here. Look who's here." Su Lingfeng, who rarely had time to be intimate with Gu Yu, angrily opened the door and scolded his 2 subordinates, "Can you 2 be quiet? Why are you knocking so hard?" Suddenly, a woman rushed out from behind Zhang Sun and Zhao De, grabbing Su Lingfeng's neck. She clung to him and began to cry. Su Lingfeng, somewhat bewildered, looked at Gu Yu, who was watching from behind. He pushed the woman away, and after recognizing her face, he didn't reprimand her. He simply said with a hint of helplessness, "Why are you here?" The woman lunged at Su Lingfeng again, but he quickly stopped her. "Stop! Stop! Your sister-in-law is watching. What kind of behavior is this? You're a grown woman now." The woman stopped, embarrassed, and looked at Gu Yu softly, saying, "I'm sorry, sister-in-law. Su and I haven't seen each other in so long, I got a little excited. Don't mind it, we always been like this, he treats me like a brother. We were just joking around." Zhang Sun and Zhao De also said nonchalantly, "Gu Yu, don't mind her, she's just a tomboy. She used to be in our team. Later, her family took her back, and I didn't expect her to be among these people this time. You wouldn't believe it, this girl used her brother's name to join the army. Her brother even went for her physical exam. But when it came time to enlist, she took his place herself. She enlisted in the army in place of her younger brother. So her father found out and brought her home. That's when we found out she was a girl. Honestly, Hu Qian, if it weren't for your father's status, you would have been punished back then. Hu Qian shook her head and said, I was young then, and didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. I just felt my dad was a bit sexist, refusing to let me join the army. So I dragged my twin brother out for my physical exam, then he went to university while I joined. But my dad found out soon enough and dragged me away. To be honest, I trained with you guys for so long, didn't you realize I was a girl? Let me tell you a joke, I shared a dorm with them for several months. They didn't even realize I was a girl. Zhang Sun said casually, who would have known you were a girl? You shameless girl, sneaking into the boss's bed. Who knew you? Zhang Sun's words caused everyone to freeze in embarrassment. Guyu pretended not to hear and generously extended her hand to the girl named Hu Qian, saying, Welcome to the Through Thick and Thin base. You can talk to me about anything. After all, these men aren't very observant. Hu Qian quickly shook hands with Guyu and said shyly, I didn't expect them to send us to the northwest, and I certainly didn't expect this base in the northwest to be founded by the boss. When I was registering, I saw Zhao De looking a little confused. It's been several years. The last time I visited him at the military camp, Brother Feng had just been promoted to regimental commander, right? Su Lingfeng coughed, yes. Alright. You're here. You stay here for now. Who else is at home? If you need us to explain, please tell them. I'm quite busy, and might not be able to look after you. Hu Qian shook her head. There aren't any problems for now. There's no one else left at home. It's just my younger brother Hu Shen and me. Everyone else is gone. And Dad, we don't know where he is. We were in Beijing, and he was in the northwest. But we went to the northwest base yesterday and couldn't find him. That means my dad is missing? You know he had a secret mission. He disappeared with a team. Now we don't know where he is, whether he's alive or dead. It's just my brother and me left, relying on each other. Su Lingfeng glanced at Zhao De, who immediately understood and continued, I arrange a one-bedroom apartment for them both. Anything they need will be delivered promptly. Su Lingfeng waved his hand and said, if it's not enough, just ask your sister-in-law. Don't bring your own things. After all, you both have families and careers now. Don't stand on ceremony with your sister-in-law if you need anything. Zhao De and Zhang Sun nodded. Hu Qian, being quite perceptive, bid farewell to Su Lingfeng and Guyu warmly and left with the two of them. Everyone left. Su Lingfeng closed the door, turned around, and hugged Guyu, saying, Don't listen to their nonsense. We really didn't know Hu Qian was a girl. Her given name was Hu Shen, and her file showed she was a man. Unexpectedly, her father came later and found out she looked a lot like her twin brother. After her brother passed the physical exam, Hu Qian sent him to university and joined the army herself. Logically, Hu Qian should have gone to university, and Hu Shen should have joined the army. Her father was our former superior, and he was even disciplined because of her. They just didn't know that. They thought it was a simple matter. As for her sleeping in my bed, it was because it was so cold in winter. She was only 17 or 18 then, and didn't know anything. I was her squad leader. She came and snuggled up to sleep in my blanket. I was on patrol at the time and hadn't even gotten into bed yet. She took it upon herself to bring her own blanket and pile it together with mine, thinking it would be warmer that way. Because she always slept like that with her younger brother, she had no idea she couldn't sleep like that with other men. I hadn't even gotten into bed yet when I found her inside, so I kicked her out and gave her a scolding. That only happened once, and never again. Don't get me wrong, there really wasn't anything between us. We were just comrades. Chapter 197. Guyu smiled and hugged Su Lingfeng back. Stop. I didn't say you and her had any relationship, okay? Everyone has their youthful days. She was probably too young then, didn't understand anything. You weren't that old back then either, I don't mind. Guyu didn't take Hu Qian's arrival seriously. She was genuinely very busy. There were many things at the base that required her involvement. Su Lingfeng was even busier. All the houses at the base had been allocated, but they needed to be completely renovated. All the newcomers needed to undergo medical examinations, and those who passed needed to be assigned jobs. Su Lingfeng reorganized those with combat capabilities and began training them. The grain in the warehouse was piling up, and the assembly line project needed to be put on the agenda. These 5,000 people entered the Through Thick and Thin base, so both the base and the old, abandoned buildings were renovated. The advantage was that with more people, there was more power. Not only were the old buildings renovated and people moved in, some sheds that were too difficult to repair were directly converted into warehouses and factories. After a month of busy work, everyone was settled. Those who could work were assigned jobs, and those who couldn't were also settled. Su Lingfeng, along with Zhang Sun and Zhao De, went out searching for over a month and finally located a batch of abandoned production lines in a food processing park in a major city. They brought them back in trucks, and among the newly arrived survivors were many electrical engineers. The production lines were quickly repaired and ready for production. After about another month, all the workers were recruited, and after a brief training period, they were ready to start work. The vegetable base watched helplessly as the people at the through thick and thin base bustled about. They even sent their elderly, weak, and disabled to the through thick and thin base's gate to cry. They hoped to get seeds soaked in pesticide for free. The seeds provided by the Northwest base weren't as good as those from the through thick and thin base. This was a fact all three bases were aware of. However, the vegetable base wasn't about to get something for nothing, and Su Lingfeng wasn't exactly compassionate. He finally promised to give the vegetable base some seeds, but on the condition that for every pound of seeds harvested, they would have to repay with 5 pounds of grain. The vegetable base thought it over carefully and agreed. Another thing Gu Yu had been busy with for the past month was finding ways to improve the soil, the land eroded by acid rain. She was still searching through the data in the Walter-level computer. There were methods for remediating acid rain-eroded land. However, the data collected in the Walter-level computer was only for preventative measures. He hadn't conducted large-scale experiments. Everything was still in the scientific experimental stage. Gu Yu added more water from her spatial dimension to the seed-soaking solution and improved the formula for repairing acid rain-eroded soil, also adding water from her spatial dimension. She was preparing to conduct experiments at her own base when the vegetable base arrived, causing such a commotion. Gu Yu had a sudden inspiration. Weren't these ready-made experimental subjects? Why not have someone do experiments for her for free? The vegetable base received the acid rain-repairing soil-repairing solution provided by Su Lingfeng, and free seeds pre-soaked in the solution. She was still thinking that Su Lingfeng, that stingy guy, was actually offering a buy-one-get-one-free deal. So 2 months later, when they returned with 5 kilograms of the harvested seeds to repay the advance payment and submitted a report on their planting progress to Su Lingfeng, they were completely unaware that they had become guinea pigs. With the successful experience of the vegetable base, and with Gu Yu further improving the pesticide, the land at the Fengyu Tongzhou base, previously eroded by acid rain, was once again planted with grain. In fact, Gu Yu wasn't idle during this period. She also conducted a small-scale experiment. And her experiment was very successful, with a good harvest. All of this proved that Gu Yu's experiment on improving acid rain-eroded land was a great success. Su Lingfeng swaggered off to the Northwest base with the pesticide, returning with 2 helicopters and 2 canning production lines. From then on, the Fengyu Tongzhou base began a self-sufficient life. In addition to grains and vegetables, the supermarket also offered a considerable number of fast food options. For example, they produced instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, self-heating rice, regular milk biscuits, and compressed biscuits. Later, they added self-produced canned meat and fruit, etc. Since these comrades already knew each other to some extent, the newcomers integrated into the through thick and thin base quickly. Experience is the best teacher. Su Yuanchao quickly discerned the true nature of this group. After all, they had received professional training, so they obeyed orders quickly. They didn't need much training, simply providing a good life and a comfortable environment, along with persistent ideological education, was sufficient. These people became increasingly grateful to Su Lingfeng and the through thick and thin base, and a certain degree of cohesion developed. The through thick and thin base might not be an impenetrable fortress, but the people there were now a fairly cohesive group. Everyone was working harder to make the group better. After a period of respite, the acid rain suddenly returned. Fortunately, the through thick and thin base's defenses were now quite comprehensive. The land had been completely prepared, the foundations raised, and drainage ditches dug. Specially constructed greenhouses had been erected, completely impervious to acid rain. Even though this acid rain was accompanied by a sudden sandstorm, the Northwest base had sent Su Lingfeng a telegram warning before the sandstorm. However, they hadn't predicted the acid rain that would follow the sandstorm. And it was such a torrential downpour. When the sandstorm struck, the weather changed drastically, and the sky became unusually dark. Everywhere was covered in yellow sand, making outdoor activities impossible. Su Lingfeng ordered everyone to evacuate back into the base. All the cannons were transported back to the base after he received the sandstorm warning. At Su Lingfeng's command, everyone retreated into the base. Only then did they realize that what they had been repairing recently wasn't just a simple wall, but a fortress. Su Lingfeng pressed a switch in the control room, and special, sail-like structures began to extend from all the walls. Instantly, they enveloped the entire together through wind and rain base, turning the sky above it into a series of canopies, as if the entire base had been covered with a new hat. From the outside, the together through wind and rain base now looked like a large, airtight tent. At the beginning of its construction, it seemed that no one had realized the true purpose of the walls. The installation and design were all completed by Gu Yu, Zhang Sun, and their team of technicians. Now, not only sandstorms, but even acid rain could only patter against the roof, unable to budge this mobile roof in the slightest. Chapter 198. As the yellow sand swept past, a torrential downpour began. The acid rain was black, flowing onto the ground and forming small streams along the surrounding ditches. Finally, it formed roaring rivers within the drainage ditches. Su Lingfeng had already organized people to divert the ends of the drainage ditches towards the desert. All the acid rain flowed into the desert. It was quickly absorbed by the arid desert and disappeared. This way, it wouldn't affect the land or groundwater. The hard work of everyone at the Through Thick and Thin base over the past few months finally paid off. The Through Thick and Thin base was overjoyed, like it was New Year's. Their hard work had minimized the impact of the natural disaster. Construction at the Northwest base had never stopped. After all, their strength had always been formidable. When problems were discovered, they would naturally try to solve them, but they didn't have the grand scale of the Through Thick and Thin base. Instead, they chose to send everyone into the renovated underground structures. They chose to dig the structures 3 or 4 stories underground. This way, even if problems arise outside, they can live underground. Even an earthquake wouldn't shake their sturdy underground structures. After all, they'd taken precautions against natural disasters over the years. People can't make the same mistake again in the face of a natural disaster. The vegetable base was the least prepared. Even the Northwest base had predicted a sandstorm for them. But their technology was still weak, and internal divisions were severe. They simply didn't have the manpower and resources to invest in any internal construction. When the sandstorm hit, instead of thinking about defense, everyone was thinking about how to seize better living spaces from others. When the acid rain arrived unexpectedly without warning, panic ensued. The best houses in the vegetable farm became the object of everyone's scramble. Those who couldn't be driven out were forced to live and die in those houses. Because of the torrential rain and the pervasive acid rain, almost everyone stayed indoors. Living together inevitably led to conflict, with food becoming the primary source of contention. Looting and fighting became commonplace in the vegetable farm. Deaths occurred, but no law enforcement intervened. After all, they were only human and had no way to resolve conflicts amidst the acid rain. The acid rain lasted for over a month, ultimately resulting in 4,000 to 5,000 casualties at the vegetable farm. While this was a drop in the ocean compared to their population of over 100,000, the prolonged period created extreme chaos within the vegetable farm. The original 2 groups within the vegetable farm split into several smaller groups. This completely fragmented the vegetable farm into factions. Each faction carved out its own territory, and even began building its own separate walls. This was actually a good thing for the Through Thick and Thin base. If the vegetable base had remained so united, they would have had to rely on sheer numbers to besiege it. To be honest, the Through Thick and Thin base was a little hesitant. After all, it's fair to say that using cannons and bullets against unarmed survivors was something everyone in the Through Thick and Thin base felt reluctant to do. No more planes came after the acid rain stopped, and Su Lingfeng had no idea what was happening outside. They were completely unaware of any news from the outside world. The day the acid rain stopped, the sun suddenly disappeared from the sky, and by nightfall the moon reappeared in human view. They initially thought the polar day had ended and been replaced by polar night, but unexpectedly, everything seemed normal the next day. The sun rose and set as usual, and the moon climbed into the sky after sunset as usual. Even in the smog-filled sky, occasionally 1 or 2 stars could be seen. The vegetable base erupted in cheers, believing that the natural disaster had passed and normal weather had begun. The survivors at the Through Thick and Thin base also believed that everything was returning to normal. With the reappearance of the sun, moon, and stars, Su Lingfeng and his team discovered that the magnetic field had finally returned to normal. They even received a satellite phone call from Beijing and received long-awaited broadcasts. Zhang Sun's internal television station no longer had to broadcast repetitive movies, TV dramas, and variety shows all day long. During the day, he turned on the radio and was finally able to receive some information from the outside world. After discovering that the radio was working again, some large bases began using it to broadcast their latest developments. Zhang Sun quickly set up a radio station, intending to broadcast his situation to the outside world. Su Lingfeng stopped him, believing that broadcasting his true situation would create the impression that his base had excellent conditions. This might incite greed in some individuals, such as the nearby vegetable base and the northwest vegetable base. The northwest base was the first to have its own radio station and began broadcasting its situation elsewhere. Su Lingfeng, however, no longer permitted Zhang Sun's radio station to broadcast outside, instead using loudspeakers within his base to play some lighthearted music. Let's receive more information from other survivor bases, so everyone can understand the situation outside. After a month of being trapped by the acid rain, the base's walls have finally been restored to their original state. All the barriers have been removed. Solar power is generating electricity normally, and wind power is also progressing smoothly. Everyone knows about the situation outside. Food shortages have become a global issue. The corrosion caused by acid rain has affected the land to some extent. Therefore, the problem of reduced land yields is a problem that urgently needs to be solved worldwide. Yes, they finally heard news from other countries, including the Gale country, France, and Bering country through the radio. They also learned that although other places are experiencing polar night, the acid rain is almost global. The acid rain during the polar night makes casualties in other countries more severe because the color of the acid rain cannot be seen. Its corrosiveness is only discovered after the body is soaked. Medical supplies are already scarce, so the skin burns caused by acid rain result in a high mortality rate. Su Lingfeng knows the importance of the acid rain modifier, so he is unwilling to exchange it for resources. He understood the principle of possessing a treasure is a crime, but unfortunately, he had a terrible teammate. The people at the Northwest base were practically begging the world to announce that they had invented an acid rain improver. Actually, they had obtained their acid rain improver in exchange with Su Lingfeng, and then shamelessly tested and formulated it themselves. Su Lingfeng had also brought it back for Guyu to analyze. The proportions weren't optimal, some ingredients were missing, and most importantly, they hadn't added space water, so the effect wasn't optimal. It was far less effective than Guyu's acid rain improver, but it was usable. The effect wasn't too bad, but it would last longer. Su Lingfeng didn't stop the Northwest base from making a fortune. They also borrowed pilots from the Fengyutongzhou base to deliver acid rain improvers to other bases several times. When the planes returned, they were carrying over a dozen food production lines. The Northwest base gave 4 to the Fengyutongzhou base, in exchange for a considerable amount of Guyu's improved seed-soaking agent. Chapter 199. Su Lingfeng and Guyu shared the same idea. In this day and age, making a fortune quietly is the key. Living without being too ostentatious is the key to longevity. Therefore, the Northwest base appropriated Guyu's seed-soaking method and used it to exchange for resources. Su Lingfeng was aware of this, but never uttered a word. He never revealed that Guyu had a more comprehensive grasp of all the technology. Whether Su Lingfeng lent it to pilots at the Northwest base or exchanged it for production lines, the Northwest base took the lion's share, he took a smaller share, and the reputation remained with the Northwest base. The Northwest base also benefited from the profits. Su Lingfeng's main strategy was to make a fortune quietly. 3 months passed peacefully, and everyone believed the natural disaster was almost over. Because of Guyu's acid rain conditioner and seed-soaking technology, the land at the base had 2 bumper harvests. The Northwest base's fast food production line was also developing well, and small groups at the vegetable base began trading these products with the Northwest base. The vegetable base also had a bumper harvest, and now they are generally not short of food. They traded their surplus grain with the Northwest base for instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, and other similar foods. The Northwest base's farms are quite large. However, none of their produced sausages, canned meat, or other similar foods left their base. Therefore, the vegetable base only assumed that the Northwest base only had instant noodles, vegetarian self-heating hot pot, and compressed biscuits. They never considered that the Northwest base could also trade for cakes, sausages, canned meat, and so on. It's worth mentioning that the through thick and thin base has canned fruit and fish, which the Northwest base doesn't have. Su Lingfeng and Chu Hai were very satisfied. So far, the food supplies in the through thick and thin base's warehouse were plentiful. Su Lingfeng felt that even if they lost water and electricity, they could sustain themselves for a while. After all, he had recently acquired a bottled drinking water production line, producing a large batch of purified water, which he stored in the warehouse. The natural disaster seemed to have truly passed, and everyone felt that the future was bright. After all, 3 months had passed without any disaster. Most people lowered their guard, busy with their work, thinking about earning more points to improve their lives. The young couples in the base began to think about having children, and some even started suggesting to Su Lingfeng and his team that the previous ban on childbirth be lifted. The base should allow couples of childbearing age to have children. Su Lingfeng decided to hold a mid-level meeting with Chu Hai and his team to discuss this matter. If the natural disaster passes, the base can focus on breeding, since they're no longer struggling to afford food. Su Lingfeng even considered replacing the current canned milk production line with a milk powder production line to meet the children's needs and promote their growth and development. The night before the mid-level meeting, the temperature suddenly plummeted from 20 to 30 degrees Celsius to -11 or -12 degrees Celsius. The first to notice the abnormal temperature were the Alaskan Malamute and Nicholas. Su Lingfeng was awakened by Nicholas's incessant barking and realized how frighteningly low the outside temperature was. He rushed to the broadcasting station and called everyone to wake up and check on their families, especially the elderly and young children. Soon, the base was filled with cries of despair. The final count revealed the deaths of 5 elderly people and 3 newborns. 2 middle-aged people with pre-existing health conditions. The 3 children, born not long ago, were not placed in the hospital's nursery by their parents, who believed that with elderly relatives and caregivers at home, they took them home to raise themselves. Now, they deeply regret their decision, but it's too late. After all, the hospital nursery's temperature was perfectly controlled by computers. But at home, without air conditioning, it's easy to imagine how the children couldn't adapt. Some caught colds, others froze to death. Just one night later, the next morning everyone woke up to find the earth shrouded in white. Even though the sun rose as usual, the temperature continued to drop. In just 3 days, the temperature plummeted from 20 to 30 degrees Celsius to -30 to 40 degrees Celsius. It snowed relentlessly day and night, without a moment's respite. It was a massive, blizzard-like snowfall, falling non-stop for 72 hours straight. When people went outside, the snow was over a meter deep. A normal adult man would find the snow almost up to his armpits. You can imagine how heavy the snowfall was. Snowplows stored in warehouses worked day and night, but still couldn't clear the massive blizzard. After 3 days, the heavy snow finally stopped. But then it started raining, which only made matters worse. The snow, which hadn't been cleared, froze into thick ice. Everyone had to be extremely careful going outside, otherwise a fall would leave them sprawled on their backs. The hospital was also incredibly busy, with many people suffering from sprains, leg injuries, and arm bruises. Minor injuries ranged from scrapes to severe fractures. The meeting Su Lingfeng had planned to hold regarding the abolition of the birth ban was no longer necessary. Now, every household was busy fixing their chimneys and repairing their heated brick beds in preparation for winter. Because the blizzard came so quickly, there wasn't enough time to raise all the protective coverings on the walls. Su Lingfeng only remembered waking everyone from their sleep. He didn't have time to raise the roofs on the walls. Su Lingfeng was anxious to protect the base, and by the time he remembered, it was too late. After all, it had snowed and rained, and if the sun didn't come out soon, the thick ice would become even more difficult to deal with. A telegram arrived from the Northwest base requesting support from the through thick and thin base, but not for themselves. It requested support from Su Lingfeng and his team for the vegetable base. Su Lingfeng explained that his own base was struggling to cope, suffering heavy casualties. The Northwest base had only received a plea for help from the vegetable base, and was trying to shift the blame onto Su Lingfeng. But Su Lingfeng wasn't about to fall for it. It was a thankless task. He was only focused on getting things running smoothly at his own base. How could he possibly concern himself with other bases? Every household's heated brick bed needed repairing, as it hadn't been used in so long. Some chimneys had been cleared while the roofs were being repaired. Others hadn't been touched at all, so everyone was busy with their own tasks. Su Lingfeng couldn't possibly ignore his own base's problems, and then meddle with the vegetable base. He was afraid of inviting trouble. The people at the vegetable base were all quick to take advantage of any opportunity. Gu Yu's original protective suit already had a cold weather function, and wearing a down jacket underneath would make it even warmer. These protective suits are windproof and waterproof, and they're also resistant to oil stains when worn as work clothes. Later survivors each received 2 suits. There are still quite a few protective suits left in the warehouse. Chapter 200. Aside from those who accidentally fell, no one else at the through thick and thin base has suffered frostbite or died from it for the time being. Chu Hai was still worried, so he asked Su Lingfeng, Su Xuanyi, and himself to split into 3 teams, each leading several battalion commanders and deputy battalion commanders, to begin patrolling. They were to visit every household and register them. They needed to confirm that everyone was safe and that each family could meet their heating needs. Actually, the base originally had centralized heating, given the several months of harsh winter in northwest China. However, after a series of natural disasters including earthquakes, polar nights, polar days, and acid rain, many of the centralized heating pipes were damaged. Now, to restore centralized heating, the pipes would have to be repaired. This issue hadn't been noticed before, so there simply wasn't time to repair the pipes. Fortunately, every household had built heated brick beds, to combat the cold. As long as there was enough able-bodied people in the household, staying warm shouldn't be a problem. The number of people falling and injuring themselves after going out is gradually decreasing. The hospital patients now are mostly suffering from fevers caused by colds, rheumatism, bronchitis, pneumonia, and so on. Outside, the wind is howling, but it's quite warm inside. Chu Hai is mainly worried that some people who aren't from the north might not be used to heated brick beds. Some families may have never even seen one before, and they might encounter difficulties using it. His purpose in leading patrols with Su Lingfeng and Su Xuanyi is to prevent these people from encountering difficulties and feeling embarrassed to ask for help. Although the motto of the base is that everyone is like one big family, as the head of this big family, there are always areas he can't attend to. Su Lingfeng has found that the families he's encountered along the way have all been quite kind. Upon arriving at the single dormitory, problems began to surface. Everyone was a rough, unrefined man, and none of them had family members to care for them. Many were too lazy to light a heated traditional heated bed, relying instead on tin stoves or similar appliances for warmth. In Chu Hai's area, 2 families nearly suffered carbon monoxide poisoning due to poor ventilation. Su Xuanyi discovered 2 families consisting only of young couples, both from the south, who were unfamiliar with using heated kangs. The tin stoves weren't always properly sealed, making the rooms as cold as iceboxes. Even with the couples sitting around the stove, the rooms were still quite cold. These people clearly needed help, but were too shy to ask for it. While listening to Chu Hai and Su Xuanyi's reports on their situation over the walkie-talkie, Su Lingfeng knocked on the door of a 1-bedroom apartment. Hu Qian ran out shivering, saw Su Lingfeng, and hugged him, bursting into tears. Caught off guard by her embrace, Su Lingfeng immediately ended the call and pushed her away. It turned out that there were only 2 siblings in the family, Hu Qian and Hu Shen. Unfortunately, both of them were used to being waited on hand and foot, and could stay in hotels and goose houses at will. They had absolutely no idea how to live independently. When the snow fell heavily, the canteen closed. After all, no one could brave the snow to eat there. Most people cooked for themselves, and a few relied on fast food. Neither of them could cook, so they opted for instant noodles. With their food problem solved, as for repairing the heated kong, a traditional Chinese bedstove, or which direction the chimney should face, they were completely clueless. They hadn't even gone to the supermarket to buy a small tin stove. These 2 people in their early 20s were actually huddled together, relying on their own body heat for warmth. Su Lingfeng sighed, looking at Hu Qian, who was bundled up in layers of clothing and shivering. Zhao De, seeing Hu Shen lying on the bed, sensed something was wrong. He touched Hu Shen's head. It was burning hot, and he had a fever. The 2 siblings were carried by Su Lingfeng's men and taken to the hospital. Hu Shen's fever reached 39.5 degrees Celsius, and Hu Qian wasn't better either. Her temperature at the hospital was also 39 degrees Celsius. Su Lingfeng suspected that if he had arrived another night, both of them would have frozen to death at home. How badly could they not take care of themselves to survive like this? It was like a living person dying from holding in their pee. When Xiaowen came to Guyu's house, Guyu learned that the twin siblings were in the hospital. Xiaowen was unhappy because Hu Qian was too clingy. At the hospital, she saw Hu Qian clinging to Zhao Da's hand, refusing to drink the millet porridge Yang Mei had made. She said the millet porridge wasn't fine enough, and was getting stuck in her throat. Zhao Da then scolded Yang Mei, infuriating her. She kindly cooked porridge, and yet she'd been complained about. When Chu Hai visited her, she clung to him, pouting, "Uncle Chu, I'm so cold. My hands are covered in chilblains." Chu Hai comforted her, "Don't pick at them, or they get infected. They get better when it gets colder." When Su Lingfeng visited, she hugged his waist. After Su Lingfeng dodged her, she wasn't embarrassed at all, continuing to pout, "I'm almost delirious from the fever, Brother Su. Please touch my forehead again. Because your hands are cold." Brother Su is so cold-hearted, he never smiles. He doesn't seem like he's here to see a patient like me, but rather to lecture me. Xiaowen, seeing Zhang Sun following Su Lingfeng with a carefree, silly grin, angrily slapped Zhang Sun. Unexpectedly, Jong Sun, that idiot, actually asked, honey, why are you taking pictures of me? Hu Qian then pouted at Jong Sun, because Sister Xie is jealous of me. It's all because you're all so nice to me. She then comforted Xiewen, saying, Sister Xie, don't worry, because they won't have any designs on me. After all, we grew up like brothers. You're a newcomer, you don't really understand our brotherhood. Xiewen felt uncomfortable watching them grin foolishly. She always felt that this girl named Hu Qian was not simple. She wasn't as innocent as she appeared, but she couldn't quite put her finger on why. Guyu thought, because you don't like reading domineering CO novels, this kind of girl is called a brother bitch, using the guise of brotherhood to get close to boys. But she doesn't want the man's girlfriend or wife to be jealous, since they all grown up like brothers. This kind of relationship is advantageous both offensively and defensively. It works either way. Men aren't wary, and some even think their wives or girlfriends are too petty. They can't tolerate him having male friends. Guyu actually didn't really want to get close to Hu Qian either. After joining the base, she did odd jobs in the planting area. However, she was never quite well behaved, constantly knocking on Guyu's lab door. She claimed she wanted to befriend Guyu, but the things in Guyu's lab were extremely important. The other ordinary people in the planting area knew this, and wouldn't approach her lab. They were afraid of being mistaken for trying to steal secrets. Only this girl named Hu Qian seemed to have no such intentions. Guyu tried to reason with her several times, but she acted as if she didn't understand. She had even told Guyu, don't reject me. You could be my friend. After all, I have a good relationship with Brother Su. Guyu, you can join us too. Don't be so stingy, men can have female friends who are like brothers. Chapter 201. Sometimes Guyu really wanted to argue with her. When she, Su Lingfeng, Zhang Sun, Zhao De, and Xiewen were fighting side by side, this silly girl was nowhere to be found. Yet she always acted like she was closest to the three of them. Guyu didn't want to argue with Hu Qian about who was closer to her husband, and she had never mentioned it to Su Lingfeng. She simply instructed the security department at the planting base to keep an eye on this Hu Qian and prevent him from getting close to her laboratory. She didn't know what the security department said, but Hu Qian never came to Guyu's side again, seemingly giving up on her plan to befriend her. Now that she knew Hu Qian was sick, Guyu couldn't pretend she knew nothing. Just a couple of days ago, Chu Hai's wife, Lu Fenfang, had also fallen. Her knee was badly injured, and she couldn't walk for the time being. Guyu originally planned to visit him, and also check on Hu Qian. Guyu told Su Lingfeng about her plan, but Su Lingfeng told her to go by herself, as he was still on patrol and didn't have time to go to the hospital. When Guyu arrived at the ward door, Chu Hai's wife, Lu Fenfang, was on the bed complaining to her husband. I said I could be discharged. You still called our daughter to take care of me? How old is she? Can she take good care of me? Chu Hai chuckled and asked his wife. She's over 10 years old. Do you think she can't take care of you? How old is a child considered grown up? All right. I asked the deputy battalion commander's wife next door to make soup for you and take care of things at home. The child is just here to help you with things like going to the toilet. It's not that tiring. Can I take over tonight? Just then, Chu Hai's daughter, Chu Jingjing, saw Guyu arrive and quickly interrupted her parents' public display of affection, calling out, Sister Gu, you're here? Chu Hai, seeing Guyu, warmly welcomed her in and scolded Chu Jingjing. She's your aunt, but you call your uncle Su uncle, and you keep telling her to call you sister. They're husband and wife. Aren't you being disrespectful to the generational difference? Chu Jingjing pouted, look. Sister Gu is so young. Uncle Su is young too, but you forced me to call him uncle. I can't change it all at once. Guyu nonchalantly patted her head and said, all right, it's fine if you call them whatever you want. We discussed generational differences. Don't mind them, you can call them uncle or sister as appropriate. Whatever makes you happy. Lu Fenfang happily chatted with Guyu, holding her hand. Guyu was usually too busy, so they didn't see each other often. Guyu handed the thermos to Chu Hai, saying, there's some chicken soup my mom made in here, for your sister-in-law to nourish her body. Lu Fenfang quickly refused, this is such an expensive thing, how could your mother-in-law just casually make soup for me? Take it back, and give it to the old lady to nourish her body. Guyu smiled and said, these aren't from the farm, they're from our own chickens. Brother Chu knows my grandfather also likes to raise these things, and we have quite a few at home. It's only because of you that others can't get to eat them. Chu Hai took the thermos from Guyu, opened it, poured the chicken soup into a small bowl, and handed it to his wife. Don't worry, they raise quite a few of these. Most people can't even get to eat them, only you can enjoy this treatment. It's only because of my good relationship with Su Lingfeng, otherwise the old man wouldn't be willing to part with his chickens. Lu Fanfang took the chicken soup with one hand and pinched her husband's arm with the other, laughing and scolding him for being insensible. Guyu smiled and said goodbye to the couple, saying she would come back later to get the thermos. She wanted to go check on Hu Qian and Hu Shen first. Lu Fanfang paused for a moment and said to Guyu, "Be careful, this girl is a bit scheming." Guyu paused for a moment, and Chu Hai laughed and said, "Just ignore her. Girls her age want to find a backer, so she's showing us a good relationship. It's just for self-protection, after all, it's not easy for her to raise twin brothers alone. Don't worry too much about her showing a good relationship with us in front of outsiders." "You? When did you become so petty? She's just a little girl, what big waves can she stir up?" Lu Fanfang glanced at Chu Hai, then at Guyu, hesitant to speak. Guyu nodded to her, indicating that she could rest assured and that she knew what she was doing. It seems Chu Hai was also misled by Hu Qian. But what kind of young woman is she, almost 30? Guyu arrived at Hu Qian's ward, and it was quite lively. Zhang Sun was sitting beside the bed peeling an apple, and Hu Qian was telling him jokes. Seeing Guyu enter, Zhang Sun was clearly taken aback. Guyu smiled and pointed at the apple in his hand, saying, "This is for your precious one, right? And you, using my things to give as a favor?" Hu Qian smiled and said, "These apples were bought by brother Zhang Sun at the base. How could they be his precious ones? Or are they just a favor for me? Sister Gu, have you misunderstood something?" Guyu looked at Zhang Sun with a half smile, making him very embarrassed. He said to Guyu, "You brought quite a few apples, so I only brought 2 for the patient. You found out. Don't be angry. Didn't she say she had no appetite? You brought a lot, so it's okay if the child eats a couple less." Hu Qian looked at Zhang Sun with some surprise and hurriedly explained to Guyu. She didn't know that apples and pears were considered very precious fruits. They were only grown at Guyu's experimental planting base and were not sold to the public. Only Guyu could get fresh apples. Almost no one else could see them. Even canned apples weren't available in supermarkets. Zhang Sun was only able to eat these fruits because of his good relationship with Guyu. He just got them relatively easily, so he gave them to Hu Qian. Hu Qian didn't expect that the apples Zhang Sun gave her were actually from Guyu. She looked at Guyu with some surprise and quickly apologized, "I'm sorry, I didn't know the apples were from Sister Guyu." Guyu smiled and said, "It's okay, I was just joking with him. Zhang Sun is my brother. I was just joking with him. I didn't mean anything by it. Don't take it too seriously. It's normal for siblings to joke around." Hu Qian looked at Zhang Sun again, completely confused by Guyu's words. Zhang Sun scratched his head. "Didn't I tell you? My parents adopted her as their goddaughter, which means she's my sister. My grandparents all like her, I wouldn't dare offend her. If they found out I messed with her, I'd be punished by kneeling and getting a beating when I got home." Hu Qian suddenly didn't want to talk anymore. She had always emphasized her good relationship with Zhang Sun and Su Lingfeng in front of Guyu. But she had never imagined that Guyu was not only Su Lingfeng's wife, but also Zhang Sun's sister. How could her months of camaraderie with Zhang Sun compare to the depth of his relationship with his sister? Chapter 202. Xiaowen arrived at the ward and said to Guyu, "Why didn't you go to my office? The other nurses said you were here. I thought you wait to see sister-in-law Chu?" Guyu said, "I don't want to go to your office. I'm going to the nursery later. The apples that were delivered yesterday were sent by someone. I haven't even seen my baby yet." Xiaowen said expressionlessly, "The apples you brought, your brother hasn't even peeled them for his own baby yet. You're just using them to offer as a favor." Zhang Sun was thoroughly embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, "Should I peel some apples for the kids later?" Xiaowen said, "No need. I already peeled 2 and let the kids share them. You're so busy, I can't count on you." Zhang Sun's face turned even redder. Hu Qian, standing to the side, couldn't get a word in edgewise and felt very awkward. She perked up when she saw the person appear at the door. "Brother Su, did you come to see me?" Su Lingfeng looked up at her. "No, I came to pick up my wife. And to see my nephew." Hu Qian was taken aback. "Who's your nephew?" Xiaowen smiled and said, "My son. I recognized his parents as my godparents, so he's my godbrother. Guyu is my sister-in-law. My child is their nephew." No, from Guyu's perspective, he's their nephew. Hu Qian was speechless again. She had always emphasized that her relationship with Su Lingfeng was better than Xiaowen's. And Xiaowen joined later? She hadn't expected that the two of them were also siblings. Wasn't their relationship much deeper than hers? When Yang Mei came in to help Hu Qian change her dressing, she paused for a moment. Seeing Gu Yu grab her hand, she said, "How good is your skin? I used your moisturizer, but it didn't work very well. You have to make me a special face mask, otherwise my face is so dry from working in all this wind and rain." Gu Yu laughed and said, "Your Xiaoda just told me about this yesterday, and you're already urging me again today. You too, are you doing this on purpose?" Yang Mei was taken aback, and said somewhat embarrassedly, "When did my Xiaoda mention the face mask to you?" Gu Yu laughed and said, "He specifically came to my office after get off work to tell me. Aren't you two working together?" Yang Mei touched her face even more awkwardly, and said to Gu Yu, "How was I supposed to know he would specifically tell you these things?" Gu Yu laughed and said, "Knowing you two have a good relationship, you don't need to come to me to show off your love, as if no one else does." Looking at the interaction between the group and their close relationship, Hu Qian suddenly felt a little lost. She kept emphasizing her good relationship with Zhang Sun, Zhao De, and Su Lingfeng. But she never considered that these friends, whom she only saw occasionally after several years, were now all married and established in their careers. Could the good relationship she thought she had really surpassed their marital relationships? Regardless of marital relationships, Gu Yu's relationships with Zhang Sun and Zhao De, and even with their spouses, were exceptionally good in private. Therefore, Gu Yu remained indifferent, watching her boast about her good relationships with this person and that person. Hu Qian had inwardly complained about Su Lingfeng's cold-heartedness, but it seemed his wife was just as unyielding. It turned out Gu Yu wasn't unyielding, she was simply watching coldly, as she made a fool of herself in front of her. A surge of embarrassment and resentment welled up inside Hu Qian. Gu Yu, unaware of Hu Qian's thoughts, casually dragged Xia Wen and Yang Mei to the nursery to see the baby. Su Lingfeng and Zhang Sun naturally followed, without even greeting Hu Qian. Hu Qian was stunned. Why did it seem like no one was there to see her? It was more like they were gathering at her bedside. Gu Yu hadn't even said a word to her before being dragged away? Was this how they visited a patient? Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Chu Hai's daughter, Chu Jingjing, entered. She asked Hu Qian, "And who? Have you seen Sister Gu?" Hu Qian felt a lump in her throat. How could she be the aunt, and Gu Yu the sister? But she couldn't say this in front of this 10-year-old child, so she could only force herself to say, "Sister Gu went to the nursery." "Why are you looking for her?" Chu Jingjing, completely oblivious to the problem with her address, continued to rub salt into Hu Qian's wound. "Sister Gu made chicken soup for my mom. My mom finished it, and said she wanted me to give her the thermos, so she wouldn't have to go again. But she was quick, she went to see the baby. Never mind, I go back to my mom's ward and wait for her, so I don't miss her again." After Chu Jingjing left, Hu Qian felt like she was about to burst into tears. It turned out that Gu Yu had only come to visit her casually, and to meet everyone in her hospital room. She hadn't shown any sincerity in coming. She even brought chicken soup for Chu Hai's wife, while Zhang Sun had brought her 2 apples, for which she'd been scolded. Seeing Zhang Sun put down the apple he only peeled less than a third of, Hu Qian felt her heart ache even more. Hu Shen casually greeted his sister, "You peeled all the apples? I haven't had apples in ages. And here at the base, they're so expensive. Even with money, you can't buy them. I asked around, and canned fruit is ridiculously expensive, let alone fresh fruit. You can't buy any anywhere." Hu Qian picked up a knife and started peeling the apple, feeling a tightness in her chest. After visiting the child and getting the thermos, Gu Yu greeted everyone, saying they come to his house for lamb hot pot that evening. Then he and Su Lingfeng went home. She completely forgot she was supposed to say a few words of comfort to Hu Qian, and ended up not saying a word to him in the ward. Did that count as visiting him? Gu Yu didn't know, and decided to let it go. At least she showed her face. It was unusual that it didn't rain or snow. Su Yuanchao gritted his teeth and killed the sheep he had injured while running in the snow a few days ago. He invited familiar faces over for dinner. The Zhang family had already arrived, and soon Zhao De and his family, who had just finished work, also came to the Su family's house. Everyone started enjoying mutton soup, mutton dumplings, and mutton hot pot, savoring this rare delicacy. Hu Qian never saw Zhang Sun, Zhao De, or Su Lingfeng again after that. Even though she was almost discharged from the hospital, none of the 3 had shown up. Hu Qian couldn't even plead with Xia Wen and Yang Mei, so she could only tell them she wanted to see Su Lingfeng. Xia Wen laughed and said, "Don't you know who he is? How busy he is. Why do you always act like a child? If you have any difficulties, tell me, and Yang Mei, and I might be able to help you." Chapter 203. Hu Qian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't say anything. She simply took Hushin home from the hospital. Back home, they saw the newly built Kong, heated brick bed, in the living room. After a moment of surprise, a boy from next door knocked on the door. Without a word, he helped them start a fire in the Kong. He also told them how to maintain the fire, so it wouldn't go out, making the Kong usable. From him, Hu Qian learned that Su Lingfeng had arranged for someone to repair the Kong and unclog the chimney. Now, Su Lingfeng was sending people to deliver firewood. The boy from next door was also arranged by Su Lingfeng. Hearing this, Hu Qian felt a warmth in her heart and felt reassured. So, Su Lingfeng was actually quite kind to her. Unexpectedly, the boy immediately poured cold water on her. Hu Qian, don't be so insensible. Commander Hu is helping you because he's worried about problems at the base. He's scolded everyone in our single dormitory. Now everyone has to use the heated Kong, traditional Chinese bed stove, so don't let Commander Hu and the others down. Hu Qian then understood that Su Lingfeng wasn't just being kind to her. Everyone who didn't know how to use the heated Kong had received this help. She felt uncomfortable, but she had to obediently learn how to use and maintain the heated Kong from her neighbor. She couldn't bear to experience being sick again. This time, she was lucky to have encountered them on patrol. Otherwise, she and her brother might have frozen to death. Chu Hai's thoughtfulness was once again praised by the survivors at the base. After all, not all leaders were this attentive. Unlike the harmonious atmosphere of sharing Wheel and Woe, unrest erupted again at the vegetable base. The previously designated areas were altered once more due to the cold. Houses with heated brick beds were redistributed, and the people, chilled to the bone, were eager to grab what they could. The people at the vegetable base sent another telegram to the Northwest base requesting support, but the Northwest base claimed to be overwhelmed and said they would notify the Sharing Wheel and Woe base. However, the people at the vegetable base knew that the Sharing Wheel and Woe base was even more unyielding than the Northwest base. Thinking of Su Lingfeng coming to help them was wishful thinking. Su Lingfeng indeed didn't take the Northwest's telegram seriously, even though the heavy snow and light rain had stopped. But the temperature showed no signs of rising. Zhao Da's father and Su Yuanchao both believed that a larger blizzard was brewing and repeatedly emphasized that Su Lingfeng should be fully prepared. Su Lingfeng sent the 1st and 3rd Battalion commanders out with their men to gather firewood. He also had Su Shunyi count all the coal in the base. Fortunately, the coal brought back from the mine last time was plentiful. Guyu secretly released a considerable amount more, which Su Lingfeng instructed Chu Hai to distribute to the survivors promptly. While preparing for an even larger snowstorm, he also shared his suspicions with the Northwest base and the vegetable base. Whether they believed him or not was none of his concern. The Northwest base, of course, believed him, and they hurriedly began preparations. The people at the vegetable base were busy scrambling for space, each repairing their own walls. Heated brick beds were also installed in every household, but unfortunately, their craftsmanship was poor, and they lacked materials. All the heated brick beds were made of yellow mud mixed with sand, lacking any binding properties, and they frequently collapsed when heated. The vegetable base appealed to the Northwest base for help, but all they received were a few tons of cement. Before it could be distributed, the survivors looted it all. Even a drop in the ocean is better than nothing, right? The Through Thick and Thin base also received a request for help, but they had no cement to give. They simply dug up several truckloads of clay from the back mountain and placed them at the vegetable base's entrance. Without caring how the vegetable base distributed it, they rushed home. Using the cement and clay, the vegetable base built heated brick beds that could comfortably house 27 or 28 people. It was very cold outside, and with so many people together, it was warm. Mainly because they had no coal, they relied entirely on wood for heating. The trees on the mountain behind them had been almost completely cut down. The crops they grew were all eaten, not used as firewood. Before the snowstorm arrived, the Northwest base sent several tons of grain. They were all dark, flatbread-like things. What were they made of? Nobody said, and nobody asked. Anyway, they wouldn't kill anyone, and they fill you up. The Through Thick and Thin base had made quite a few of these. They were all powdered from various grains, plus the stalks of many grains. For example, corn was ground directly without threshing the kernels, rice was ground the same way, and sorghum and other grains were ground directly with the stalks on. The main function was to feed animals. You could just soak them in hot water and feed them. It was a quick and convenient food developed for animals. Mainly, all kinds of animals could eat them. Even chickens, ducks, and geese could eat them directly, and they could even be thrown into the water to feed the fish. The vegetable base only used these when there was a shortage of grain, and the Northwest base also used them to feed animals. However, It wasn't particularly important, since these things were very filling. Eating these was enough to fill you up, much better than going hungry. When the snowstorm returned, everyone was asleep, as usual. The next morning, the snow continued to fall heavily, like goose feathers. Except for those who absolutely needed to go out, everyone else took turns staying home to hibernate. Work at the grain planting area and the livestock farm began to be done in shifts. Except for shoveling snow, all work outside the base was suspended. This time, Su Lingfeng cleared the snow from the base in time and raised the barriers on the walls again. The snow completely covered the roof, preventing any from falling. The roof was designed with heating pipes, so the snow melted as soon as it fell. The base could maintain a temperature about 20 degrees Celsius lower than outside. But plans don't always go as expected. This time, the heavy snow lasted for half a month, and the temperature dropped to around minus 50 degrees Celsius. Even the desert had turned into snowdrifts. Looking directly at them would cause snow blindness. The ground at the base was free of snow, ensuring that people could go out without freezing. The plants in the planting area and the livestock farm were unaffected. Since snow shoveling wasn't an issue this time, everyone's focus shifted to repairing the pipes. The traditional heated brick beds could only keep one room warm, while centralized heating would not only warm every room, but also save energy. The vegetable base sent another distress telegram, but this time even the northwest base ignored it. With the heavy snow outside, trucks couldn't get out, making it impossible to leave the base. Rescuing the vegetable base would require a helicopter, but the northwest base didn't have everything, and helicopter fuel was indeed unrefillable. Su Lingfeng was even more dismissive. With centralized heating in the base, he didn't even want to leave his house. Why would he let his men risk their lives to rescue other survivors? Chapter 204. Su Lingfeng didn't want to go out in the biting cold, and there was nothing else to do. Su Lingfeng and Gu Yu were enjoying a rare day off, spending time together at home. Although there was basically no need to shovel snow at the base this time, the preliminary preparations were quite thorough. Gu Yu and Su Lingfeng were finally able to stay in the room alone, and didn't go anywhere. Gu Yu took out a lot of snacks from her spatial storage, and the two of them lay on the Kong, heated brick bed, leisurely eating them. It was rare to have such leisurely time. If Su Xuanyi had come up and knocked on the door, the two of them would probably have taken another nap. The reason Su Xuanyi came up to disturb their leisure time was because Hu Qian was sick, and her younger brother, Hu Xin, had come to the Su family in a panic seeking help. Su Lingfeng was a little annoyed. She was sick, so why did he have to go to the hospital and come to him? It turned out that Hu Xin had no idea how to take care of Hu Qian, who only had a minor cold. Besides giving his sister hot water, he had no idea what else to do. Besides, Hu Qian was usually the one maintaining the Kong at home. He couldn't even start a fire, let alone cook on the stove connected to the kitchen. The hot water was kept warm by Hu Qian on the stove. Hu Xin had been giving Hu Qian hot water for 2 days, turning her minor cold into pneumonia. Hu Xin looked quite tall, but he was surprisingly weak. His sister was sick, and he couldn't even lift her, let alone know whether to take her to the hospital. It was only after the neighbor heard his cries for help that they took the feverish Hu Qian to the hospital. The doctor diagnosed that Hu Qian's pneumonia was quite serious. Xie Wen took the report and told Hu Xin to pay the medical bills. But when he finally managed to get the points to pay using both of their base cards, he couldn't get them to do so. Xie Wen looked at Hu Xin, who was pleading for help, with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. She realized that the two sisters spent every single point they earned. Both point cards were mostly in double digits. Hu Xin stayed home, unwilling to go out and do anything. The points Hu Qian had earned from work a while ago were almost entirely used up this winter. After all, they needed to buy enough coal and food. The two siblings were unusually lazy, refusing to cook and eating only instant noodles and biscuits. Before the natural disaster, these things were indeed cheap, which was a way to save money. But now, after the disaster, these things were incredibly expensive. A pack of instant noodles cost the equivalent of 5 kilograms of grain. Hu Qian had to work and do housework, and wasn't very good at cooking. Hu Xin, staying home and playing, preferred to lie in bed in a daze rather than learn to cook or do housework. He just waited for his sister to serve him, otherwise, he'd rather lie there hungry. This time, when Hu Qian caught a cold, Hu Xin completely panicked. Xie Wen asked him to take care of Hu Qian at the hospital, so he went directly to the Su family for help. Firstly, he wanted Su Lingfeng to lend him money for medical expenses. Secondly, he had the audacious idea of asking Su Lingfeng if he could find someone to take care of his sister. Hu Xin explained that he and his sister were, after all, of different genders, and he simply couldn't do things like wiping her body or helping her to the toilet. As for why he didn't ask Xia Wen and Yang Mei, who worked at the hospital, it was mainly because his sister had told him that she had a good relationship with Su Lingfeng, Zhang Sun, and Zhao De. Their partners were somewhat jealous of her, and treated her poorly. Therefore, Hushan didn't hesitate to ask Su Lingfeng for help, firstly because he held the highest position, and secondly because his family was large. It's said he even brought his original driver and cook. He naturally assumed Su Lingfeng could find someone to take care of his sister. When Su Xuanyi opened the door, he only heard Hushan shouting for help, having no idea why Hushan had come. After hearing Hushan's reason for pleading for help, Su Xuanyi regretted bringing him to his nephew. He thought it was something life or death. It turned out it was like a child's joke. Hu Qian just had pneumonia, and after a couple of days of poor fluids, she'd probably be back to her old self. Besides, there were doctors and nurses to take care of her. Hu Xin, a young man nearing 30, actually wanted Su Lingfeng to take care of his sister. What kind of logic is that? Su Lingfeng told Hu Xin somewhat coldly, "I make arrangements with the finance department at the plantation. The points Hu Qian receives for her next paycheck will be directly transferred to the hospital's account, which will fully cover the medical expenses. Yang Mei works at the hospital, overseeing nursing assistants. That means she has a team of nursing assistants who can care for critically ill patients. Go directly to Yang Mei and ask her to arrange a nursing assistant for Hu Qian. As for points, you can leave them for now and deduct them when Hu Qian gets her next paycheck." Hu Xin stared at Su Lingfeng, dumbfounded, and began to criticize him without thinking. "My sister has known you for so long, and she's sick, and you didn't even offer to go see her? And you made this arrangement? You have so many people in your family, you could have just found any woman to take care of my sister, right? You even said my dad was your former superior. Can't you even help with this little thing?" Su Lingfeng was annoyed. He had finally managed to get a vacation, and it had been ruined for no reason. His tone was naturally not very friendly. "First of all, you're an adult. Taking care of your sister is your responsibility. You just sit at home doing nothing. You make your sister go to work in the snow and rain, and then come home to take care of you, her brother who's always lying in bed. You're such a grown man, and you can't do anything, just loafing around all day. I really don't know how you can so comfortably enjoy her working herself to the bone taking care of you just because your sister is a few minutes older than you. Second, what does it matter to me that you two can't cook, can't do laundry, can't do housework? Does that mean that just because your dad is my former superior, I have to take care of you too for the rest of my life? Besides, I already taken good care of you. Do you know that last time I repaired the Kong, heated brick bed, repaired the roof, and maintained your house, I didn't ask you for the money? I was only responsible for arranging the repairs, but you should have paid for them. I had them deducted from my points card. Haven't I taken good enough care of you? Third, Hu Qian has pneumonia. It's not a very serious illness. Even if she had a very serious illness, I would visit her when I have time. What's the point of me going to see her now? You said he's been unconscious the whole time. I'm not a doctor. What's the point of going now? Fourth, of course I deduct the points I'm supposed to. That hospital isn't there to serve you. They can't just say it's free. Even if they do charge a fee, it's normal for you to pay it yourselves. I also need to pay points to survive in the base. Just because it's me, or because I'm close to you doesn't mean you get special privileges. I survive in the base using my own points. Everything costs points. I haven't even mentioned the points for your house repairs last time. I can't possibly use my privileges to waive your medical and nursing care fees. Chapter 205. Su Lingfeng paused, took a sip of tea, and continued, fifth point, and the most important one. Don't act like you're very close to me. To be honest, my relationship with Hu Qian is SOSO. And my relationship with your father is also quite good, but that doesn't mean I have to support both of you in this apocalyptic world. You just said that I have a large family of my own. How could I have the time and energy to take care of two people who aren't family? Speaking of good relationships, I have to admit that most people in this base have a pretty good relationship with me. After all, some were my former subordinates, and some were indeed my former superiors. Some are my comrades in arms of the same rank, and some are my juniors, graduates from the same military university. So, who do I have to pay points to just because I'm close to them? If I take care of everyone like that, I won't even earn enough to cover my expenses. It feels like no one's points are earned by force. Hu Xin listened to Su Lingfeng's long-winded explanation, somewhat dumbfounded. He wasn't actually close to Su Lingfeng, but his sister had told him that Su Lingfeng was taciturn, cold-hearted, and somewhat like a wooden doll. He had assumed Su Lingfeng treated his sister differently, but Su Lingfeng's words completely overturned his assumptions. Su Lingfeng simply saw the somewhat dazed Hu Xian out the door. The following day, when Xia Wen went to change Hu Qian's drip, before even entering the ward, he overheard the siblings talking. Hu Xian was complaining about Su Lingfeng, our father, and he has such a good relationship, yet he hasn't taken care of us much. Giving us a one-bedroom apartment is one thing, but we have to pay for our hospital bills ourselves. We paid for the medical expenses last time too. And now he's charging us for repairing the Kong, heated brick bed, roof. Doesn't the monthly rent include property management and maintenance fees? Hu Qian said to Hu Xian with some helplessness, "You're just ruining my relationship with him. We finally have someone protecting us, and you want to act like we were back in the Beijing base, being bullied everywhere? Remember that time you were beaten black and blue? If I hadn't saved you with a kitchen knife, you might not even be alive. Stop complaining now, just give us the points we're owed. You better go out and do some work, even just odd jobs like me. At least our combined points will be enough for both of us to live on. Once I'm better, I need to start learning to cook. Otherwise, we'd be living on instant noodles through these long winter nights. We really can't afford to." Hu Xian said impatiently, "Go out and do what? I'm useless. I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone for the physical exam while you went to join the army. Later, Dad even wanted to switch us. I insisted on staying with him, and that's why I refused. Fine then. From now on, learn to cook. Stop bragging about your good relationship with Su Lingfeng and the others. I doubt they care whether you live or die. It's been days, and not a single person has come to see you. I still want to eat that apple from last time. If not, millet porridge will do." Xia Wen told Su Lingfeng all this when he got home from get-off work. Su Lingfeng snorted coldly. He had planned to visit Hu Qian the next day, but he didn't go. Because Zhao De and Zhang Sun were with him at the time, and after hearing what he said, they both fell silent. They had planned to visit Hu Qian, but neither of them went. After being discharged from the hospital, Hu Qian went to Su Lingfeng's office, but was stopped by his men. They said Su Lingfeng was out on patrol and not in the office. Then Hu Qian went to find Zhang Sun and Zhao De, but neither of them would see her again. Even though Hu Qian's life was getting harder, this time she could no longer use her good relationship with Su Lingfeng and the others as an excuse. She got her odd jobs at the plantation through Su Lingfeng, and now she couldn't even find a job for Hu Xian. The snow fell and stopped and started again, the temperature dropping from around minus 50 degrees Celsius to minus 70 degrees Celsius, practically freezing in midair. Plus, it rained after the snow stopped. This was unprecedented weather. Even in extreme cold, it snowed non-stop. There was no such thing as snow stopping and then raining, or rain stopping and then snowing. This caused the ice layer on the ground outside the together through thick and thin base to thicken, with the snow merely a decorative layer on top. The ice beneath was incredibly thick. The through thick and thin base could only protect its own territory from the elements. No matter how thick the snow and ice outside, it was irrelevant to them. Su Lingfeng received several distress telegrams forwarded by the northwest base from the vegetable base. However, Su Lingfeng consistently ignored them. The vegetable base was now even more scattered, and internal strife was intensifying. Su Lingfeng wasn't worried about them uniting against him. In the eyes of these survivors, simply finding a place to shelter from the cold was already a blessing. They only fought for territory internally, never considering stepping outside their base. Even if all of them were combined, they could completely surround the wind and rain base. The broadcasts kept bringing bad news, all discussing the global natural disaster. The snow was relentless, and although the magnetic field had returned to normal, the sun and moon were still up. But the sun seemed to have lost its warmth. It wouldn't melt the snow, and even after basking in the sun for half a day, it wouldn't warm you up. Everyone suspected that there was a fake sun in the sky, more like a cold, lifeless mirror. Because of the previous natural disaster, everyone's preparations were quite thorough. Bases in various locations had made preparations, so far, at least, they could manage. Although there wasn't enough food, there was no chance of starvation. Although everyone was huddling together for warmth, not everyone would freeze to death. But the broadcasts were reporting daily how many people were missing from their bases. Not freezing, not starving, not getting sick. This weather was truly bizarre, and many bases hadn't implemented family planning. Many newborns were dying. Some babies born during the natural disaster are now 1 or 2 years old, and even these children can't withstand the impact of the cold wave. The daily death toll is rising steadily, and the situation is the same at all bases. Xia Wen is working hard to maintain the environment of the hospital's nursery. no longer allowing anyone to take their child home to raise it themselves for any reason. Therefore, newborns are constantly being born, and the number of people in the base's nursery is only increasing. As the director, Siewon is under considerable pressure. The snow has fallen for another 3 months, and the people at the vegetable base are completely unable to cope. They have once again sought help from the Northwest base. Having no other options, the Northwest base has once again sent a type of dark, unappetizing flatbread by helicopter. Although it's not particularly palatable, at least it can fill their stomachs. Chapter 206. The Northwest base sent a telegram to the through thick and thin base, but Su Lingfeng still chose to remain inactive. He telegraphed back to the Northwest base, complaining that they too were lacking food and clothing, and their helicopters were out of fuel. Trucks simply couldn't overcome these numerous obstacles to reach the vegetable base. After all, the outside world was beyond description, a land of ice and snow. It was more like a world of icebergs and snow-capped peaks. Even the desert had turned into a frozen wonderland. Not to mention the slippery ice and snow on the roads, which had raised the ground by at least a meter. That meant the roads outside were covered with at least a meter of solid ice. With another meter of snow on top, even trucks would be completely unable to cross. Since he couldn't reach the vegetable base, Su Lingfeng didn't have the energy to deal with them. Even those ground-up cakes were plentiful at his base. After all, the planting areas developed at the base were currently producing grain. Su Lingfeng could feed the vegetable base for 2 months with the compressed biscuits produced in the warehouse, but he had no intention of revealing his trump card. Guyu was currently monitoring the situation outside via broadcast. She knew that, apart from the through thick and thin base and the Northwest base, the situation was relatively stable. Many smaller bases had completely run out of food and announced their disbandment. A large wave of survivors began moving towards larger relief bases. However, even the larger bases were sometimes powerless, and could only leave other survivors to live in tents on the outskirts. They could only try to squeeze out a portion of their meager food supplies as relief for these survivors. Su Lingfeng was thankful the base he'd chosen was remote enough. If he really wanted to seek help from the Northwest base or the together through thick and thin base, aside from flying, it would be at least 4,000 or 5,000 kilometers by car to get there. Given the current situation, let alone being unable to drive, even if one could drive, it probably wouldn't last that long. Gas stations have gradually ceased operations after the disaster. Even if survivors in cars had enough fuel to get here, seeking help from such a remote location would be a massive undertaking. Moreover, as a former military base, its location was originally classified. Very few people actually knew about it. It wasn't even marked on maps. Furthermore, the Northwest base was relatively high profile, while the together through thick and thin base was converted from an abandoned base. Su Lingfeng had consistently prevented Zhang Sun from providing data to the outside world, claiming that he had established a base here. Therefore, only the leaders of a few large bases truly knew about the together through thick and thin base. It was impossible for them to organize a large number of people to come to the together through thick and thin base for help. The journey is long, and they can't afford the responsibility should anything go wrong. Getting here would require a significant investment of manpower and resources, something no base can currently afford. Besides, Su Lingfeng only maintained contact with the Northwest base from the beginning. Other bases, even if they knew the address of the together through thick and thin base, wouldn't come seeking help. Su Lingfeng completely lost contact with him. It was only because the Northwest base wasn't far from him. Otherwise, given his current state, Su Lingfeng wouldn't even want to have any contact with it. The Northwest base of the province kept using moral blackmail, forcing her to go with them to explain the vegetable base. Now, the preciousness of grain was beyond imagination. Other bases began researching how to create highly satiating injections using technology and mix chemical materials, instead of real grain. Like the fasting pills in cultivation worlds, one injection could guarantee a month without hunger. Guyu found the formula for this thing in Walter's computer data. It was synthesized from various chemical additives, and didn't require any grain. It mainly provided the body with necessary energy support. Once this biological agent was successfully developed, one injection could provide a person with a month's worth of energy. Moreover, this chemical reagent required no further investment. However, Walter's base had only experimented on animals at the time, not on real humans. Perhaps conditions didn't allow it, or it wasn't needed for the time being. Walter's computer data showed that the experiments were temporarily suspended. After finding this information, Guyu buried herself in experiments in the laboratory. She thought it would be great if this thing could be created. It would be very helpful for missions. For example, one could go up the mountain to chop firewood and not return for a month, without needing to start a fire or carry any food. Just one injection, followed by another before the next month. One person could carry a year's worth of medicine at once, meaning they wouldn't need to eat anything except water. Walter's NPS group was very successful in animal experiments. However, the consequence was that all the animals were merely kept alive. The animal's body fat will be slowly consumed, it will survive, but become increasingly thin. The animal will feel weak and listless. It will often be completely still, unresponsive to any attempts to rouse it. This state is similar to a bear hibernating, not eating or drinking, sleeping all day, burning its fat reserves until spring. Walter's computer also contains data on another biological agent. The biological agent is much gentler than the chemical agent. However, it has also only undergone animal testing, and has not yet been tested on humans. The reason for pausing testing on this agent is that its principle still relies on extracting large amounts of vitamins and other nutrients from existing food. After being injected into the human body, it can only keep one feeling full for a week. But because it contains fat and other nutrients, it will not cause rapid weight loss. It is very suitable for people who genuinely want to lose weight. This biological agent was initially developed by Walter's group before the natural disaster to suppress obesity. When the weight loss package is sold, it can solve the problem of obesity in their country at that time. However, after the natural disaster, Walter had them revise their research plan, aiming to develop a biological agent that could provide a sustained feeling of fullness. This biological agent is somewhat like a meal replacement for weight loss, requiring regular energy replenishment. The advantage of this biological agent over chemical agents is that the body will gradually lose weight without feeling weak or lethargic. It also allows people to maintain their daily work and exercise without causing any particularly negative effects. The disadvantage of the biological agent compared to chemical agents is that it must be injected once a week and used in conjunction with something called an energy bar. One energy bar a day is sufficient. Consuming more will cause bloating, stomach pain, and a feeling similar to overeating. Chapter 207. Energy bars are compressed nutrients. Unlike compressed biscuits, they extract nutrients from food and compress them into something similar to a chocolate bar. These energy bars can provide the body with more nutrients. Therefore, consuming them has no adverse effects on the health of the person taking them. Walter disliked that this product still required the use of grain and suspended the experiment. He only kept the data for future use. Guyu studied the chemical preparations and, after discovering their weaknesses, produced very few. Instead, she turned to researching biological preparations. She then discovered that these biological preparations could also extract nutrients from other plants and animals, not just from harvested grains. They could also be extracted from grain byproducts, and even from trees and flowers. This reduces grain consumption and allows extraction using inexpensive and high-yield plants. The advantage is that after extracting the nutrients, it doesn't affect feeding the poultry. If it weren't for the abundance of grain at the feuilleton's base, making them into black cakes would also increase satiety. It offers little nutritional value, but it can fill your stomach. So Guyu and her lab staff began their research on this biological agent and energy bars during the tedious and prolonged periods of extreme cold. After achieving some results, Su Lingfeng, along with a select group of physically strong subordinates, used the biological agent and consumed the energy bars. After more than 3 months of experiments, it was confirmed that it was harmless to the human body. Furthermore, it is convenient to carry, and does not necessarily require a diet consisting entirely of grains. Sweet potato leaves, vines, strawberry vines, corn stalks, rice straw, and even potato leaves that are inedible can all be used. The advantage of biological agents over black cakes is that they are smaller and easier to consume, requiring no soaking or cooking. Energy bars can be eaten directly, and with the addition of different fruit flavors, they can offer various taste variations. After confirming that these energy bars were harmless to the human body, Su Lingfeng began large-scale use of these biological agents and energy bars at the base. This was to allow Guyu to obtain more comprehensive data, and to conduct monthly health checks on everyone who had taken the energy bars, and use the biological agents to further confirm that they were harmless to the human body. Su Lingfeng also specially built a factory for Guyu to begin mass production of these biological agents and energy bars. After repeatedly confirming that the components of these biological agents and energy bars could not be detected by simple laboratory tests, Su Lingfeng began his commercialization operations. He first sent a small quantity of biological agents and energy bars to the Northwest Base by helicopter. They were asked to exchange them for gold or weapons. After tasting success at the Northwest Base, they began supplying it with large quantities of this substance. Despite the Northwest base's large size, its food production was declining day by day. In the freezing cold, their food supplies were also running low. The biological agents and energy bars that Su Lingfeng provided at this time were like sending charcoal in snowy weather. He first sent them samples for trial use, and later they came to pick up the goods themselves in helicopters. Not only that, the amount of gold and weapons they gave was exactly what Su Lingfeng had said, without the slightest bit of bargaining. The Northwest base had initially planned well. They would purchase the biological agents and energy bars, then research and develop their own formula. This would eliminate the need to buy from the together through thick and thin base, allowing them to produce and purchase their own supplies. Therefore, the Northwest base readily provided the goods, without intending to haggle with Su Lingfeng. Unfortunately, their plan completely failed this time. They failed to develop a formula for the biological agents. The energy bars they produced did not have the same energy output as those produced by Guyu. In their experiments, the energy bars they produced could not keep anyone from going hungry for a day. And the consumption of grain was also much higher. The Northwest base temporarily became the largest buyer of these biological agents and energy bars from the together through thick and thin base. However, the biological agents and energy bars undoubtedly provided a huge boost to the Northwest base. At least they did not fall into a food crisis, and even finally achieved a balance with their cultivated grain production. The Northwest base did not show gratitude. Instead, they tried to shift the blame. They told the vegetable base about this, but they forgot that the vegetable base lacked helicopters and even had a pitifully small number of trucks. In this icy, snowy landscape, even traversing the desert and navigating slippery roads wouldn't be feasible for them. They couldn't possibly skate to the shared destiny base. Furthermore, their internal structure is currently disorganized and fragmented. Even if the Northwest base provided weapons, they would likely use them for infighting. Where would they find the energy, manpower, and resources to search for the shared destiny base? Therefore, even knowing that Su Lingfeng and his team had developed biological agents and energy bars, the vegetable base could only helplessly shrug. They could only have the people at the Northwest base explain their negotiation, offering gold in exchange for biological agents and energy bars. Su Lingfeng wasn't stupid. He actually took a helicopter to the vegetable base, offering them not biological agents and energy bars, of course, but rather, more potent, yet harmful, chemical agents. After all, this stuff worked, and didn't require a large amount of material exchange. So even though Su Lingfeng explained the harmful effects of the chemical agents, the leaders of these small teams at the vegetable base still chose the chemical reagents. Guyu only produced that much chemical reagent, which they sold to the vegetable base in one go. When Su Lingfeng returned, his plane was filled with boxes of gold, and also a food production line that the vegetable base had somehow acquired. Originally used for producing compressed biscuits, it was now quite suitable for producing energy bars for Guyu. Guyu had been using the drinking water production line when producing biological agents. Then it took over the compressed biscuit production line. Now that she has acquired a new production line for compressed biscuits, she no longer needs to use the existing one. Compressed biscuit production at the base can continue. The base has enough food, and after that period of experimentation, Su Lingfeng stopped allowing the base personnel to continue using biological agents and energy bars. Unless absolutely necessary, these things should be saved for future emergencies. These things already have a very long shelf life, even longer than compressed biscuits. An energy bar can remain unchanged for 20 years, and a 20-year shelf life for biological agents is no problem at all. Without worrying about shelf life, Su Lingfeng felt that these things, like compressed biscuits and the later produced military rations, were better suited as backup food. Chapter 208. For a year and a half, the icy conditions persisted. During this time, survivors at the through thick and thin base, the Northwest base, the vegetable base, and indeed the entire nation and even the world, were confined to their bases. Going outside was simply impossible unless one could withstand the frigid weather and maintain body heat. During this period, Guyu, along with her research team, created another type of protective suit for the through thick and thin base. This fabric was waterproof, fireproof, cold-resistant, and heat-retaining, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, and regulating the body's own temperature. Even in temperatures reaching 70 or 80 degrees Celsius, it could maintain a body temperature of around 37 degrees Celsius. In icy conditions, like the current minus 70 degrees Celsius, the protective suit could still maintain a body temperature of 37 degrees Celsius without significant fluctuations. However, the raw materials for this suit were extremely rare, and Gu Yu's personal inventory of such materials was almost entirely depleted. In the end, only about 1,000 bolts of fabric were produced, and from these bolts, over 2,000 sets of one-piece suits were made. These protective suits could be worn without socks, directly inside shoes or boots, with a face shield. These one-piece suits maintained a consistent body temperature and, like gas masks, protected against external viruses. They also filtered fresh air to meet the body's respiratory needs. Su Lingfeng learned by chance that the Northwest Base had a surplus of this raw material. Under the pretext of conducting new experiments, he gradually exchanged all the raw materials for biological agents and energy bars. Gu Yu then produced over 10,000 more sets of these suits. In case of emergency, the survivors at the base would each have one, with many still remaining. Su Lingfeng was finally relieved. No matter what natural disasters struck in the future, at least everyone in the base would have a way to cope. These protective suits were extremely valuable. All experiments were conducted in secret. Besides Su Lingfeng and Chu Hai, only Gu Yu and some technicians knew about them. Even the workers producing the suits didn't realize the preciousness of the fabric. Because, apart from the style, everything else was exactly the same as the original protective suits. All of these protective suits produced didn't go into any warehouse. They were directly stored in Gu Yu's spatial storage. Su Lingfeng repeatedly emphasized that everyone must keep quiet, as this was their last guarantee of survival. If anyone leaked the news of an accident, everyone would pay the price. After the snow stopped, heavy rain continued for almost 2 years. The extreme cold finally seemed to have subsided. However, the large amount of snow melting caused some flooding. The Northwest Base moved most of its personnel underground, while the Fengyu Tongzhou Base had been taking precautions against flooding. Therefore, neither base was significantly affected. The staff at the vegetable farm were devastated. Due to internal strife, most of them were only concerned with their own tasks, resulting in a massive accumulation of snow collected from the rooftops and ground level. They never considered removing the snow from the farm or placing it outside. Instead, they were lazy and simply piled it all up in the open spaces within the farm. The final result was severe soil erosion. The farm, which had never planted a single tree, was suddenly flooded. The vegetable base was filled with black, filthy water, leading to viral infections among some and illness among many survivors. Initially, the people at the vegetable base didn't take it seriously, but as the number of infected people increased, the base leaders became anxious. They sent a telegram to the Northwest Base for help. The Northwest Base replied that they were powerless to help. Their base was also flooded, making it impractical to send trucks out for rescue. They didn't have enough fuel for helicopters. With the melting snow and ice, the roads were impassable. And strong winds were approaching. The Northwest Base was preparing to issue a gale warning. After all, strong winds in the northwest could cause sandstorms. Even though the desert had just thawed, the risk of sandstorms couldn't be ruled out. The through thick and thin base was even less likely to come out to rescue the people at the vegetable base. Su Lingfeng also strictly forbade his base personnel from leaving without permission, as he wasn't sure how the virus was spreading. Closing the base and preventing anyone from entering or leaving was the safest approach. The snow and ice took a month to melt, during which time strong winds and sandstorms were almost constant. Only when all the ice and snow had melted and the floodwaters had receded did people discover that the temperature had soared to around 20 degrees Celsius. This sudden temperature difference, equivalent to 90 degrees Celsius, was a phenomenon that made everyone question their existence. Just when everyone thought that was the end of it, the scorching sun began to shine again as the snow completely melted. The sun, which had previously seemed as cold and unyielding as a mirror, suddenly became incredibly warm. The temperature rose from a post-snow low of -70 degrees Celsius to a high of 50 degrees Celsius. The transition from extreme cold to extreme heat took only about a month. And it happened simultaneously worldwide. There was nowhere to escape. Therefore, all rescue and assistance became futile. Survival was difficult enough for most, who had the capacity to help others. News kept coming from various locations. Large-scale deaths of survivors. The inexplicable virus infection rate brought by the melting snow was extremely high. The cure rate was low. Even wearing masks and gas masks couldn't completely prevent the virus from invading. Everyone was in a state of panic. Xiaowen wanted someone to provide them with virus samples for research. However, Su Lingfeng wouldn't allow them to go out and collect virus samples. He himself wanted to completely surround the Fengyu Tongzhou base. How could he allow anyone to have a chance to come into contact with the virus? But because the Fengyu Tongzhou base's sewage ditches were functioning so well, the virus and the floodwaters flowed into the desert through the ditches. It had absolutely no impact on the Fengyu Tongzhou base. Xiaowen had no samples, and no way to develop a solution to the virus. Besides, she didn't believe she could develop a solution with her limited knowledge. After all, doctors worldwide hadn't found a cure. When news came again from the Northwest base, it was that their experts had developed a way to suppress the virus. They had figured out the virus's transmission methods and preventative measures for ordinary people. Besides the injection that actually suppressed the virus, the Northwest base shared all the other information without reservation over the loudspeaker. With the temperature rising, the virus was finally temporarily suppressed. At least, there were no more reports of mass survivor deaths. When temperatures reached around 60 degrees Celsius, good news of the virus being contained came from various places. Chapter 209. When temperatures reached 60 degrees Celsius, good news of the virus being contained came from various places. Su Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief, but still didn't allow anyone to enter or leave the base. Except for going up the mountain to chop wood, hunt, and maintain the water pipelines leading down the mountain. He wouldn't allow anyone to go anywhere to prevent any incidents. However, despite his precautions, he hadn't guarded against a thief within his own ranks. Guyu was a little surprised to see Hu Qian, who looked thinner. She politely asked him, "What brings you here?" Unexpectedly, Hu Qian suddenly acted, injecting an anesthetic into Guyu's neck. Guyu didn't react and fainted. At that time, the two of them were in Guyu's reception room. No one else was there. Hu Qian had waited until almost the end of his workday to come. The entire plantation was practically deserted except for the security guard at the entrance. Hu Qian helped Guyu directly to the underground parking garage, then drove off in Guyu's car. The security guard at the gate recognized Guyu's car and let it through immediately. Su Lingfeng wasn't at the base, he was bored and had taken a hunting party. The next day, Guyu didn't go to work, and her subordinates called the Su family to inquire. The Su family then realized that Guyu hadn't returned home at all the previous night. This was normal for Guyu. Due to the demands of her experiments, she often didn't come home for 10 days to 2 weeks at a time. The Su family had no suspicion that she had disappeared. Guyu wasn't at the lab, nor had she gone home. Where had she gone? The Su family quickly notified Su Shuani, who was already at work. Concerned about Guyu, Zhang Sun and Zhao De also received the news and rushed to the Su family home. After everyone met and investigated, they confirmed that Guyu had seen Hu Qian in the reception room of the plantation yesterday. Now, both Hu Qian and her brother Hu Shen are missing. The guards at the base gate confirmed that Guyu drove out of the base after get-off work yesterday. The security personnel at the gate confirmed that Guyu's points card opened the base gate. Furthermore, a woman was in the driver's seat, as she was carrying Guyu's points card and wearing a protective suit with her face covered. All the guards assumed Guyu had driven out to find Su Lingfeng. Therefore, they didn't pay attention to the direction Guyu went. By the time Su Lingfeng received the news and rushed back, everyone had confirmed that Hu Qian and her brother Hu Shen had taken Guyu away in her own car. It seems that Hu Qian did something to Guyu in her private reception room in the plantation, then took her points card and left the base, her whereabouts unknown. Everyone had searched by car, but the ground was dry, and no tire tracks could be found. When Nix was sent out to search, it only went from the conference room to the basement, and then lost the scent of Guyu. Dogs don't have special abilities to smell people inside cars. Hu Qian and Hu Shen hadn't had time to take anything. Everything in the house was there. However, there was no trace of food. Further investigation revealed that Hu Qian had used the points card issued last month to buy a large amount of food. Mostly compressed biscuits and regular biscuits, along with some drinking water. The investigation also revealed that Hu Qian's household water and electricity usage was unusually high this month, but it was unclear what they were doing. In short, it was now clear that Hu Qian and Hu Shen had taken Guyu. As for where she went, nobody knows. Why did they take Guyu away? Nobody knows. Su Lingfeng was certain it was for Guyu's research results. After all, every piece of data Guyu and everyone else had researched over the past few years was in Guyu's personal space. None of the data in Guyu's office or anyone else's computers was truly complete and comprehensive. Moreover, all the data on the research results was also in Guyu's space. The data on everyone else's was incomplete. It seemed this might be Hu Qian and Hu Shen's purpose in taking Guyu away, but who exactly was instigating them was debatable. Su Lingfeng leaned towards the northwest base, while Zhao De and the others thought it might be the Beijing base. However, that wasn't important now. Su Lingfeng was worried Guyu would suffer, while the others worried that Guyu wouldn't withstand torture and would leak all the data. If something happened to Guyu, all the previous scientific research would become a pile of worthless paper. Moreover, Gu Yu was familiar with all the defense mechanisms of the Fengyu base, which was their biggest concern. Her base card, like those of Su Lingfeng and Chu Hai, granted her special privileges, allowing her to directly activate the Fengyu through thick and thin base's defense system in case of an emergency. When Gu Yu regained consciousness, she had no idea where she was. Hu Qian and Hu Shen brought her directly to the Northwest base. Upon meeting the leaders of the Northwest base, Gu Yu learned why she had been brought there. Hu Shen and Hu Qian had always been with the Northwest base, and their father had never disappeared. He was still working as a security guard there. Originally, Hu Shen and Hu Qian were brought to the Northwest base with the other survivors to seek refuge with their father. However, the Northwest base later decided to send Hu Shen and Hu Qian to the twin boats in the Storm base as undercover agents. The original plan was for Hu Qian to sabotage the relationship between Su Lingfeng and Gu Yu, and then use Su Lingfeng to steal classified data from the base. Hu Shen originally studied computer technology and was a skilled hacker. However, when they first entered the base, Su Lingfeng initially treated Hu Qian fairly well. After Hu Qian fell ill, the two siblings complained in the hospital room, which Xia Wen overheard. Su Lingfeng's attitude towards Hu Qian became one of avoiding her as much as possible. He would simply walk away when he saw her, completely ignoring her. After spending some time at the base, Hu Qian realized Gu Yu's importance, so she began trying to befriend her. However, Gu Yu was very wary and completely ignored Hu Qian. Hu Qian tried several times to enter Gu Yu's lab or office. But in the end, Gu Yu even told the security guards that she was no longer allowed to appear in the vicinity. Using one's own resources to sabotage Su Lingfeng and Gu Yu's relationship is simply futile. Therefore, there's no question of using their relationship to steal data from the computer. Besides, as the highest leader of the base, Su Lingfeng's office is not accessible to just anyone. Aside from Gu Yu, only his uncle, political commissar Su Shuani, Chu Hai, and a few battalion commanders and deputy battalion commanders can enter Su Lingfeng's office. Even if these people could directly approach Su Lingfeng, opening his computer would be impossible. Anyone else wanting to enter the office building would have to be questioned repeatedly. Hu Qian and Hu Shen tried several times but couldn't get in. Even when they brought Su Lingfeng, Zhang Sun, and Zhao De with them, the guards at the gate would rather go upstairs to tell them to come down than let the two siblings enter the office area. Chapter 210. Unable to break through from others, the two siblings were determined to deal with Gu Yu. However, the extreme weather had lasted for over 2 years, making even entering and leaving the Fengyu base incredibly difficult. Not to mention, they had to take Gu Yu with them. After planning for so long, Hu Qian finally found an opportunity and captured Gu Yu. Using the pretext of chasing Su Lingfeng, they successfully left the Northwest base. They arrived safely at the Northwest base and handed Gu Yu over to their father. Hu Qian and Hu Shen finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had endured over 2 years of hardship to barely bring Gu Yu back to the Northwest base. The rest was beyond their control. The more they knew, the less likely they were to protect their lives. The two siblings didn't understand, but their father certainly did. Anyway, the two siblings would receive a considerable amount of points and a stable clerical job. Therefore, their father strictly forbade Hu Shen and Hu Qian from inquiring about Gu Yu's whereabouts. The people at the Northwest base understood Gu Yu's importance, but they essentially treated her only as Su Lingfeng's wife. Even though Hu Shen and Hu Qian reported that Gu Yu controlled all the experimental facilities at the base and served as the highest-ranking leader in all the planting areas, the people at the Northwest base mistakenly believed that Su Lingfeng had bestowed these titles upon his wife to create opportunities for her. It was all to ensure his wife was on equal footing with him. They never questioned that Gu Yu had indeed participated in all the experiments. Gu Yu understood the principles behind the products from all the production bases at the through thick and thin base. All the computer data was also stored in her space. However, in the eyes of the leaders of the Northwest base, unaware of the true situation, Gu Yu was merely a bargaining chip. Knowing that Su Lingfeng relied heavily on her, or rather, cherished her deeply, they believed this was enough to use Gu Yu as leverage against Su Lingfeng. Su Lingfeng received a telegram summoning him to the Northwest base for negotiations. The telegram stated that Gu Yu was in their hands. They asked Su Lingfeng what he would consider in exchange. Having confirmed Gu Yu's whereabouts, Su Lingfeng arrived at the Northwest base with a group of men. Su Lingfeng feigned urgency, asking the Northwest base to state their demands, stating he would consider exchanging what the Northwest base wanted for Gu Yu's safety. Su Lingfeng already knew what the Northwest base wanted: formulas for biological agents and energy bars. and also formulas for chemical agents to be supplied to the vegetable base. These were the most crucial items at the moment. From his conversation with the leaders of the Northwest Base, Su Lingfeng was certain they were unaware of Gu Yu's importance. They even suspected they had placed Gu Yu in such an important position simply to enhance her prestige. It was merely to maintain Gu Yu's image within the base, to make everyone believe she was worthy of him, an equal. Su Lingfeng almost laughed out loud when he learned of the Northwest Base's thoughts. A bunch of frogs in a well, they could never imagine that all those things were the result of Gu Yu's slow and painstaking research from Walter's base data. Including the seed-soaking agent they coveted, the acid rain modification reagent, the energy bars and biological agents, as well as the chemical agents that didn't require food raw materials, and the method for making their protective suits. All the core technology data of the Fengyu base is stored in the computer within Gu Yu's space. Not to mention Gu Yu, there's also an infinitely large space. If fully utilized, it could sustain the Northwest Base for 3 to 4 years without any worries. Most importantly, Gu Yu's space can continuously produce food. In fact, if Su Lingfeng wanted to simply relax, he could rely on the produce from Gu Yu's space to feed the vast majority of the Fengyu people. Su Lingfeng never intended to reveal Gu Yu's space, nor did he want anyone to harm her. Because they wanted to exchange Gu Yu for the biological agents and energy bar formula, the people at the Northwest Base didn't mistreat Gu Yu as Su Lingfeng and his group had feared. On the contrary, they treated her well, providing her with good food and drink, and ensuring she was well cared for. They were afraid that Su Lingfeng would be dissatisfied and abandon Gu Yu, refusing to exchange the precious formula for her. Therefore, Su Lingfeng easily found Gu Yu unharmed upon arriving at the Northwest Base. Although they outnumbered her, they had no way to simply take Gu Yu away. Su Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Gu Yu unharmed. Gu Yu also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Su Lingfeng. After all, life as a prisoner was far from free. The leader of the Northwest Base made no attempt to hide anything from Gu Yu, and began negotiating with Su Lingfeng in her presence. The Northwest Base leader had quite an appetite, hoping Su Lingfeng would exchange Gu Yu for biological agents, energy bars, and the formula for a chemical agent that, when injected, would eliminate the need for food for a month. Knowing that the Northwest Base hadn't fully grasped the value of Gu Yu, Su Lingfeng adopted a cool, stern expression and said coldly, "That's impossible. These things were painstakingly researched and developed by our scientists. We even use them to exchange resources with outsiders. Being a middleman for you is already quite generous. Don't think I don't know you. After the extreme cold, how many good things did you exchange for the biological agents, energy bars, and chemical agents you bought from me? All the biological agents and energy bars produced at our base were taken by you. And now you're still not satisfied? You actually want the formula. What are we supposed to do if we give you the formula?" The leader of the Northwest Base waved his hand, and one of his men pointed a weapon directly at Gu Yu's head. He asked somewhat urgently, "Su Lingfeng, then you can forget about your wife, we just kill you." Su Lingfeng stood up and walked out, saying, "Then kill me. At worst, I find another wife. At least that's much better than handing over the formula. That's what our base depends on for survival, and you think we just hand it over to you for free? You're dreaming. Threatening me with my wife won't work." Gu Yu seized the opportunity to yell at Su Lingfeng, "How can you be so mean? I know what you're thinking. Is there something going on between you and those two sisters, Sun Miao and Sun Jiao? I told you those two vixens moved into our house, and you quickly sent them away. Something must have happened. Now you want to change wives. Let me tell you, forget about it." Su Lingfeng had almost forgotten about the Sun sisters. Why did Gu Yu suddenly bring them up? Su Lingfeng sensed something was wrong, so he continued Gu Yu's line of dialogue. "When did I ever have anything going on with those two Sun sisters? Stop talking nonsense, okay? But do you think it's okay for me to exchange such a precious formula for you? You only became the leader of so many scientific research institutions because you're my wife. Are you truly capable of conducting experiments, or can you actually produce as much of what we need? It's just a way for you to get credit, to put me on equal footing. Don't you have any self-awareness? Even if I love you, I would never trade you for the survival data of a base." Chapter 211. The people at the Northwest Base turned cold. It seemed their data was flawed. Even if Su Lingfeng truly liked Gu Yu, he wouldn't give up such valuable data for her sake. After all, Su Lingfeng had already squeezed a lot out of their base using biological agents and energy bars. Moreover, the protective suits the Hu siblings brought back had been studied by the experts at the Northwest Base. It was a new type of fabric, not stuffy even in this weather. According to the Hu siblings, even in extreme cold, they only wore a down jacket underneath. It would be difficult for the experts at the Northwest base to decipher the raw materials and manufacturing process of those two protective suits in the short term. The Northwest base preferred to trade Guyu for them. Judging from Su Lingfeng's current attitude, even getting the formulas for the biological agents and energy bars in exchange was unlikely. The idea of getting the raw materials and manufacturing process of the protective suit fabric was simply a pipe dream. Su Lingfeng and Guyu deliberately started an argument in front of the Northwest base. Guyu wanted to remind Su Lingfeng that the three Sun siblings weren't quite right in the head. Su Lingfeng wanted to warn Guyu that the Northwest base didn't realize her importance and that she shouldn't expose herself. In truth, Guyu knew the Northwest base didn't take her seriously. When they questioned her, they only asked for the password to her office at the Fengyu base, and whether Su Lingfeng's computer contained all the data. Guyu felt her computer password was useless and gave it away. Guyu heard the interrogators hastily leave. She peeked through the door and overheard someone instructing the three Sun siblings to find a way to infiltrate Su Lingfeng's office and steal the data. Therefore, Guyu was certain that the three Sun siblings were involved, and further confirmed that her presence at the Northwest base was likely just a bargaining chip. They were unaware of her importance. So for now, she was safe. She just needed to wait patiently for Su Lingfeng to rescue her. The Northwest base's lack of awareness of her importance relieved Guyu. She understood that before an exchange agreement was reached, the Northwest base wouldn't dare do anything to her. The first negotiation clearly failed, and Su Lingfeng simply left with his men. He showed no reluctance whatsoever towards Guyu, not even saying a word to her as he departed. His attitude further convinced the people at the Northwest base that Guyu wasn't that important. In fact, the people at the Northwest base made a huge mistake. They had never properly communicated with Hu Qian. They only superficially asked the siblings a few questions before sending them back to their father. Then, they gave them a large sum of points and arranged jobs for them. They never saw them again. So, while Hu Qian knew Guyu's importance, the people at the Northwest base had consistently misunderstood her words. The leaders of the Northwest base firmly believed that Guyu was incapable of leading the experimental facility of the through thick and thin base. It was also a matter of saving face for Su Lingfeng, and Su Lingfeng, like all the leaders, shared the same flaw. He wanted to place his own people in the most important positions. Guyu and Su Xuanyi's positions within the base proved this. As far as they knew, none of the survivors who went there later held important positions. Su Lingfeng was somewhat nepotistic in his personnel appointments. What they didn't know was that the through thick and thin base hadn't held a single centralized meeting throughout the entire extreme cold weather pattern. Su Lingfeng hadn't even considered personnel appointments. That was Chu Hai's job. He wouldn't interfere in these matters. Chu Hai's personnel management was excellent. Su Lingfeng was more focused on external affairs. Su Lingfeng's indifferent attitude towards Guyu, and the lack of anxiety and respect shown by his subordinates towards her, clearly indicated that Guyu wasn't very important. In fact, the Northwest base hadn't grasped the situation, and Su Lingfeng was afraid that Zhang Sun, Zhao De, Xie Wen, and even Chu Hai and Su Xuanyi's attitude towards Guyu would lead to misunderstandings among the Northwest base personnel. The subordinates he specially selected for negotiations were all usually expressionless, never showing any emotion. Furthermore, these individuals hadn't interacted much with Guyu, and even if they knew her importance, their expressions wouldn't betray them. So Su Lingfeng suppressed a laugh and led his men out of the Northwest base like a whirlwind, heading straight back to the Fengyu base. He immediately ordered Zhao De and his men to bring the three siblings, Sun Miao, Sun Xiao, and Sun Jian, back. After interrogating them one by one, they discovered the problem. Their uncle had also been transferred to the Northwest base, so they must have originally gone there to seek refuge with him. However, the leaders of the Northwest base needed to plant an inside agent at the Fengyu base. The chosen person had to know Su Lingfeng and have a good relationship with him. He also had their close relatives under his control, such as the three Sun siblings' uncle, and Hu Qian and Hu Shen's father. The Northwest base promised them the best conditions, ensuring their unwavering loyalty as undercover agents. Both the Sun sisters and Hu Qian attempted to seduce Su Lingfeng to achieve their goal, but both failed. The siblings Hu Qian and Hu Shen, shameless enough, could still occasionally approach Su Lingfeng to assert their presence, while the three Sun siblings, exhausted from the labor at the base, were unable to continue their dealings with Su Lingfeng. The interrogation of the three Sun siblings yielded better results, revealing 5 more undercover agents besides Hu Shen, Hu Qian, and themselves. 2 of them had good relationships with Su Xuanyi, 2 with Chu Hai, and 1 with Su Yuanchao. However, Su Xuanyi remained highly vigilant. Chu Hai, seemingly shrewd, was actually impervious to persuasion. Even his good relationship with Su Yuanchao was useless. He had no authority at home. He was old and held no position within the base. He used to help out at the plantation, but now, with the implementation of high-tech production methods, Su Yuanchao is no longer involved in anything. He spends most of his time at home developing his family's livestock business. He also has Gu Yu build greenhouses for him to grow grain. Su Yuanchao's social circle is extremely narrow. Having a good relationship with him is of no use whatsoever. Even with the spies caught, Su Lingfeng was still uneasy, and Chu Hai also felt unsafe. They simply recalled all the personnel from the Together Through Thick and Thin base, and questioned them one by one. Anyone found to have inconsistencies was detained for further interrogation, and only released after confirming there were no further questions. Fortunately, Sun Jiao, Sun Miao, and Sun Qian, the three siblings, were among the highest-ranking leaders of these undercover agents, besides Hu Qian and Hu Xin. Therefore, they still had a good idea of how many people were planted in the Northwest base. Chapter 212. The reinterrogation only uncovered one particularly deep-rooted individual, someone initially placed among your group of nursing school interns. This person's fiancé was at the Northwest base, but they were all sent to the Fengyu Tanzhou base upon their departure. So, when another group entered the Fengyu Tanzhou base, an undercover agent made contact with this person. They gave her a letter from her fiancé, effectively making her their undercover agent. However, no one would use her unless absolutely necessary. Unfortunately, the undercover agent who contacted her couldn't withstand the interrogation and confessed. When summoned for negotiations again by the Northwest base, Su Lingfeng brought all these undercover agents with him. The leaders of the Northwest base, seeing all their spies brought before them, were at a loss for what to do. They had agreed in their meetings a few days prior that they only needed Su Lingfeng to provide the formulas for the biological agents and energy bars. They didn't need anything else, they just wanted to return Gu Yu to the Fengyu Tanzhou base. But now, they have 9 undercover agents at the Through Thick and Thin base. Demanding the exchange of the formula despite their lives seems somewhat unethical. If they abandon these 9 agents, their relatives at the Northwest base won't feel at ease. This action seems to have chilled the hearts of the subordinates again. When their sacrifices are needed, everyone probably has doubts. The leaders of the Northwest base are in a dilemma once more. Su Lingfeng, however, doesn't hold back, directly holding a weapon to Sun Miao's head. Even a blank shot terrified Sun Miao, causing her to collapse to the ground and cry. The Northwest base knew this was a show of force, meant to intimidate them, but they genuinely didn't know what to do. Exchanging 9 men for Gu Yu would be a loss for them, and giving Gu Yu the same intimidation wasn't a good idea either. Since arriving at the Northwest base, Gu Yu had been eating and drinking normally, showing no signs of panic. The Northwest base wasn't sure what would happen if they intimidated Gu Yu, and Su Lingfeng, angered, refused the exchange altogether. This negotiation naturally ended in failure again, and Su Lingfeng, with his 9 undercover agents, returned directly to the Fengyu Tanzhou base. The Northwest base held another meeting to discuss the next steps. 3 days later, Su Lingfeng received another notification from the Northwest base requesting negotiations. This time, Su Lingfeng was even more ruthless. He completely ignored them. 2 days later, he replied by telegram, saying he didn't have time to go there, and that the Northwest base should send Gu Yu back directly. This time, the negotiations would be held at his own Fengyu Tanzhou base. The leaders of the Northwest base were thoroughly exasperated by Su Lingfeng's attitude, but this once again demonstrated that Gu Yu wasn't as important as they had imagined. They had gone to great lengths, expending considerable manpower and resources, to bring Gu Yu back. The result might not have been as good as they had hoped. Su Lingfeng's indifferent attitude towards Gu Yu further illustrated that Gu Yu wasn't as important to him as the biological agents and energy bar formula. Thus, they exchanged telegrams to negotiate terms, and Gu Yu stayed at the Northwest base, enjoying good food and drink, for over a week before finally reaching an agreement. Su Lingfeng provided a certain amount of biological agents and energy bars, along with some protective suits, in exchange for Gu Yu and the return of the 9 undercover agents at the Northwest base. Su Lingfeng was certain that the people at the Northwest base were eyeing his protective suits. Fortunately, the protective suit that Gu Yu later developed hadn't been publicly revealed. Therefore, even if the Northwest base discovered the materials and manufacturing process of the current protective suit, it wouldn't matter. He had even better protective suits that hadn't been put into use. Su Lingfeng successfully obtained Gu Yu with minimal cost. He almost laughed out loud when he learned the conditions the Northwest base had offered in exchange. The materials and manufacturing process of the protective suits were impossible to research, as Guyu's formula at the time was somewhat unbelievable. Back then, Guyu's protective suits focused more on protection against cold, moisture, acid rain, and corrosion. Their effect on regulating body temperature wasn't as significant as the later protective suits. Even though the original protective suits did offer sun and high-temperature protection, they could still feel a bit stuffy after wearing them for a while. The body's internal temperature remains around 40 degrees Celsius. Therefore, even if the Northwest base did invest significant resources in researching and developing such a method, it would likely be largely ineffective in this extremely hot environment. This experience made Su Lingfeng and Chu Hai realize that the through thick and thin base wasn't a monolithic entity. In recent years, Chu Hai and his team had focused on the survivors' physical training and the base's construction. They hadn't adequately monitored the changes in the survivors' attitudes, and had been somewhat overly trusting and permissive with the people at the base. For example, when Guyu went out this time, not a single security guard braved the high temperature to check Guyu's car. They simply let her through after seeing it was Guyu's car. No one checked if Guyu was actually inside, or if she was unconscious in the passenger seat. Chu Hai felt he needed to give them a pep talk. Their overly relaxed attitude had made them lose their basic vigilance. The reason the spy went undetected was that no one paid any attention to these things. They were only busy earning points and buying food to make their lives more comfortable. They neglected to carefully observe whether anyone around them was behaving strangely. The survivors didn't realize that if the Fengyu Tongzhou base had problems, their current lives would be in jeopardy. They never realized that they and the Fengyu Tongzhou base were one entity. Once the Fengyu Tongzhou base had internal problems, they would also face survival issues. The Northwest base was clearly envious of the Fengyu Tongzhou base, having invented so many useful things. Once they became greedy, and given the current conditions, the Northwest base could launch a full-scale attack on the Fengyu Tongzhou base. This is something that will give the Fengyu Tongzhou base a real headache for a while. Although Fengyu Tongzhou's current defense mechanisms are quite good, it can't guarantee that it can withstand an attack from the Northwest base, which has aircraft overhead and artillery fire from below. While that would inevitably be a long and arduous battle, Su Lingfeng and his team aren't confident that the current leadership of the Northwest base won't act rashly, out of greed for these formulas, and attack Fengyu Tongzhou. Therefore, the personnel inside must maintain a certain level of vigilance. So, the most important task right now is to ensure that everyone at Fengyu Tongzhou base has a strong sense of security. Chapter 213. While Su Lingfeng was relaxing at home with Guyu, Chu Hai organized a moral education session for everyone. He needed to make everyone aware of the consequences if an undercover agent infiltrated the Fengyu Tongzhou base. The consequences the people at Fengyu base would face after all the secrets about the biological energy bars, chemical agents, protective suits, raw materials and manufacturing processes, and the breeding and planting areas were leaked. They needed to understand the consequences they would face if they lost Fengyu Tongzhou and were forced to live at other bases. Even without Chu Hai's explicit explanation, everyone understood that life at other bases wouldn't be good if they left Fengyu Tongzhou. Especially the later survivors, who were even more aware of this. Having finally achieved a life of self-sufficiency, everyone hoped to maintain peace at Fengyu Tongzhou. And those precious formulas were their basic guarantee for future survival. Therefore, the continuous moral education that Chu Hai provided began to take root in the hearts of all the survivors. Everyone understood that as members of the through thick and thin base, they must strive to build it up well. Furthermore, they must work hard to maintain its stability and unity, be wary of all outsiders, and remain vigilant to prevent spies from appearing among them. For a time, the through thick and thin base wasn't exactly in a state of panic, but it would be difficult for anyone to take advantage of the situation. Fortunately, Su Lingfeng was confident in his abilities. He had already eliminated the spies this time. Currently, it's safe to say that the Fengyu Tongzhou base doesn't have any spies from the Northwest base, but it's also safe to say that there aren't any spies within the capital or Shanghai. However, if everyone becomes vigilant and on guard, these spies won't dare to act rashly. What Su Lingfeng didn't expect was that the base would soon receive a group of survivors. Initially, these people weren't targeting the Fengyu Tongzhou base. They first arrived at some of the more peripheral bases. Because the Northwest base hadn't released any maps, their locations were difficult to find. And the Fengyu Tongzhou base, which had always been an important military base, was even less marked on any maps. But the vegetable base was different. Its markings were very clear. Everyone assumed that such a large vegetable base must be a good place to survive. But upon arrival, they discovered it was overcrowded. Moreover, the divisions were severe, and seizing territory was extremely difficult. The vegetable base, of course, could only shift the blame, leading the survivors towards the northwest base and the Fengyu base. The northwest base immediately took defensive measures, setting up loudspeakers to announce that they would no longer accept survivors. However, these people had already trekked for a long time in the sweltering heat. They simply didn't have the strength for another such arduous journey. Some of the larger bases had begun to flood after the extreme cold. All the snowmelt had melted, and people could only travel by boat. Their already poor infrastructure, exacerbated by the previous natural disaster, was now completely destroyed. For the survivors, staying put meant certain death, but choosing a direction was another problem. They had few vehicles and limited fuel. They had no choice but to travel on foot during the night, when temperatures were slightly lower. Bicycles became their best mode of transport. Bicycles didn't require fuel and could carry heavy loads. They finally managed to reach the vegetable base, following the map. Everyone assumed it was originally rich in resources and modernly managed, theoretically suitable for human habitation. However, in recent years, sandstorms, polar days, polar nights, acid rain, extreme cold, extreme heat, earthquakes, and the recent rapid warming due to melting snow and ice have devastated the area. The vegetable base is almost completely destroyed. To make matters worse, the survivors have split into many small groups. They are unable to unite and refuse to accept any more survivors. So, a powerful survivor infiltrated their ranks. They were allocated a small, barren plot of land and began to fend for themselves. The other survivors were outnumbered and didn't know where to go. The vegetable base, adhering to the principle of better to die than lose, sent people to the northwest base. The northwest base had been undergoing infrastructure construction, its walls impenetrable. Like the through thick and thin base, it had deployed all its artillery, encircling its walls for defense. Their defenses were top-notch, and most of these later survivors didn't possess highly offensive weapons. Naturally, they couldn't breach the northwest base's walls and gates to enter. They could only gather in large numbers outside, hoping the northwest base would share some of their resources to save their lives. The northwest base, in utter desperation, could only send a telegram to Su Lingfeng's through thick and thin base and the vegetable base, requesting a three-way meeting to discuss the issue. Ideally, each of the three bases would take on a portion of the survivors. The people at the vegetable base flatly refused to negotiate. They were utterly powerless and naturally unwilling to accept any survivors. Moreover, their base had already been invaded by numerous outside survivors. Therefore, they resolutely refused to come out for talks. Su Lingfeng, however, sat down with Su Xuanyi, Chu Hai, Su Yuanchao, along with the battalion commanders and mid-level officers to discuss the issue. The northwest base was undoubtedly the greatest danger to the through thick and thin base, but for the through thick and thin base to confront the northwest base was like throwing an egg against a rock, a futile and overestimating effort. After Guyu's kidnapping, Su Lingfeng had been pondering how to prevent the northwest base from becoming a target of their envy, ideally gaining a force that could rival the northwest base. The vegetable base is one way to disrupt the balance among the three. If he could take control of the vegetable base, he could easily surpass the northwest base in terms of manpower. Although this would be an arduous and protracted struggle, Su Lingfeng was confident of victory. Now was the perfect opportunity to completely seize control of the vegetable base. Then he could settle all the other survivors there. The vegetable base already had many greenhouses, and the soil could be extensively improved using Guyu's acid rain conditioner. Furthermore, the photosynthesis technology, which didn't require sunlight, could transform the greenhouses into planting areas similar to those at the Fengyu base. With the addition of seed-soaking technology, Su Lingfeng was very confident he could turn the vegetable base into a protective shield for the Fengyu base. Chapter 214. Chu Hai and Su Xuanyi agreed with Su Lingfeng's suggestion. Some other mid-level cadres felt considerable pressure, given their numerical disadvantage. The vegetable base originally had around 100,000 people, and later took in about 10,000 to 20,000 survivors. The current batch of survivors numbers around 10,000. Even if half the people at the vegetable base died in the natural disaster last year, there are still about 70,000 to 80,000 survivors. Because the area is extremely chaotic, and no family planning has been implemented. Therefore, it's impossible to confirm the exact number of people there. Under these circumstances, taking in the entire vegetable base might be difficult. Those who oppose it at the together through thick and thin base are worried about lowering their quality of life. Su Lingfeng analyzed the current situation for them. First, the together through thick and thin base has developed too well in recent years, attracting the envy of the northwest base. However, the Northwest Base's weaponry and manpower are far superior to the Together Through Thick and Thin base. Second, the Vegetable Base is overcrowded, which is also a problem. If the survivors at the Vegetable Base truly united, they could overwhelm the Stormy Weather Base simply by sheer numbers. If a fight broke out, while the Stormy Weather Base could effectively protect itself with its superior weaponry and well-constructed base, if all the survivors fled to the outskirts of their base, would they be willing to let the Stormy Weather Base members take up arms against them? They were all their former comrades, and even now, Su Lingfeng didn't want to take up arms against the very people he had once wholeheartedly protected. Third, Su Lingfeng believed that if they could properly settle and manage the personnel at the Vegetable Base, it would act as a protective umbrella for the Fengyu Tongzhou Base. The Vegetable Base could effectively block the Northwest Base's access to the Fengyu Tongzhou Base. Because of their larger numbers, if they were all under the control of the Fengyu Tongzhou Base, the Northwest Base would at least have to be wary. The meeting lasted 2 days, and the final decision was made by majority vote. Most people felt that Su Lingfeng's plan was more reasonable. The Fengyu Tongzhou Base was still too weak compared to the other 2 bases. If they could turn the Vegetable Base into an obstacle for the Fengyu Tongzhou Base, then it wouldn't be a bad idea. Since the decision was made, let's do it. Su Lingfeng went directly to the Northwest Base to attend the meeting. After being threatened and bribed by the leaders of the Northwest Base for 2 days, Su Lingfeng finally agreed, feigning reluctance, that they would take over the survivors. Immediately, iron pots were set up around the Northwest Base, and black bread was cooked, providing the survivors outside the base with food they hadn't had in so long. Meanwhile, Zhao De led the soldiers from the Through Thick and Thin base directly into the vegetable farm. They imprisoned all the leaders of their original small teams in a relatively better building. Faced with well-equipped and heavily armed soldiers, the other survivors had no chance to resist. Like a flock of sheep led by an alpha, they stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Zhao De and his soldiers told them to line up, and they lined up. They told them to sit down, and they sat down. When Su Lingfeng returned with the other survivors, the Vegetable Base was completely under control. Chu Hai and his team were responsible for providing food, and everyone had to work diligently according to their assignments. Any survivor found not cooperating was shot dead. Chu Hai killed a few chickens, finally scaring off the group of monkeys. They began to diligently carry out basic construction, according to the instructions of the Together Through Thick and Thin base. Since it was too hot, Guyu moved everyone out of the houses. The large tents her team brought, built with special materials, were sufficient to withstand the high temperatures. Everyone, men, women, and children, lived together in the tents. At night, some survivors began building the walls around the Vegetable Base. They built a single, integrated wall according to the Together Through Thick and Thin base's method. The other group, following Guyu's design, began renovating all the greenhouses. Zhao De led a group of survivors to lay pipes. They brought in melted snow from the mountaintop on the other side. One greenhouse was completed. Guyu began arranging for them to improve the land, using soaked seeds to plant crops. Some survivors, unsuitable for construction work, were assigned to the plantation. They began learning to cultivate and care for these crops. Each survivor was assigned a job, and initially, food was earned through labor. Zhang Sun led his team to lay electrical cables. Each survivor needed to earn points through labor, and without work, there was no food. The Northwest Base was smugly blaming the Together Through Thick and Thin base for all the blame. They hadn't paid attention to any activity at the Vegetable Base. After all, it was quite far away, and the Through Thick and Thin base hadn't used large-scale weapons of mass destruction in their attack. When Su Lingfeng negotiated with the Northwest Base to accept all the survivors, he also made many demands. For example, they wanted food to temporarily give them the strength to walk back to the Vegetable Base. They also requested several more food production lines. Furthermore, they took the opportunity to request some weapons, arguing that weapons would make it easier to manage the survivors. The Northwest Base actually had its own weapons manufacturing plant, so some of their obsolete weapons were simply given to Su Lingfeng, without much concern. After 3 months of concerted work by the Through Thick and Thin base personnel, the people at the Vegetable Base had been completely tamed. Even the original leadership had been worn down and surrendered. Besides, because they hadn't been able to provide their subordinates with a life of luxury, they didn't actually have much cohesion. Now the Vegetable Base was a completely different place. Su Lingfeng had assigned tasks to everyone. Furthermore, all leaders were elected through a vote from among the survivors of the Through Thick and Thin base. To be on the safe side, all the survivors sent to lead the Vegetable Base had 2 or 3 leaders in each team. They were also divided into smaller groups, each with a group leader. things gradually began to get on track, and 2 batches of food were harvested within 3 months. This food not only met all the needs of the vegetable base, but also revitalized the food production lines brought back from the Northwest base. The people at the vegetable base were basically self-sufficient, with clean and pure water and their own food supply. Chapter 215. The vegetable supply from the vegetable base was on track, and with Su Xuanyi's consent, Su Lingfeng became the top leader of the base. To prevent him from making mistakes, Su Yuanchao specially came to live with his youngest son, ostensibly to keep an eye on him. Su Lingfeng was somewhat helpless. He actually trusted Su Xuanyi quite a bit. However, Su Yuanchao believed that money could corrupt people, and Su Xuanyi needed to be constantly disciplined. Su Xuanyi was somewhat amused and exasperated, but he welcomed his father living with his family. Wang Yan was now the director of the hospital at the vegetable base, and was extremely busy. Her father's presence could help take care of the 2 children. Of course, Su Lingfeng couldn't allow Su Xuanyi to rule alone, and his subordinates wouldn't be absolutely obedient to him. Moreover, Zhao De and Yang Mei were also living at the vegetable base. Zhao De was considered the second in command, and Yang Mei had become the vice director, assisting Wang Yan in managing the hospital. Chu Hai assigned a battalion's political commissar to Su Xuanyi to manage the ideological and moral conduct of the base, so Su Yuanchao's concerns were completely unfounded. Even if Su Xuanyi had ulterior motives, he couldn't possibly control such a large vegetable base alone. The through thick and thin base wasn't solely under Su Lingfeng's control. How could he possibly let his uncle have sole authority over the vegetable base? Su Yuanchao was actually trying to maintain harmony and unity within the family. He had confidence in his youngest son. He wouldn't act like his second son, who, out of jealousy of his elder brother, committed heinous acts. Now that such a large base had been established, it was natural to also build a scientific research institute there. After all, some technical issues still needed to be addressed promptly. One day, the Northwest base suddenly woke up from its reverie, sending a telegram like a leader, asking how the acceptance of Su Lingfeng and the survivors was progressing. Su Lingfeng chuckled, indicating it was extremely difficult, and then quickly asked the Northwest base for weapons and food support. Despite their reluctance, the Northwest base could only reluctantly provide Su Lingfeng with some weapons, essentially giving them away. They also set 3 more dilapidated and obsolete food production lines. The vegetable base was larger, and had more people than the Fengyu Tongzhou base, making management more challenging. However, because the Fengyu Tongzhou base had already learned from their experience, the recapture operation wasn't too difficult. Taking over the entire vegetable base was a good thing for the Fengyu Tongzhou base. Once their wall was completed, it directly blocked the road between the Fengyu Tongzhou base and the Northwest base. Even if the Northwest base were to develop any inappropriate intentions in the future, it wouldn't be able to enter the Stormy Together base through the vegetable base. The Stormy Together base, however, has a backup plan. Behind them are mountains, which can serve as a defensive line of defense if necessary. Not only is the vegetable base currently under their control, but even if it were to spiral out of control, the Stormy Together base wouldn't be caught off guard. The initial construction of the vegetable base actually took nearly a year. The construction of the perimeter wall and the grain supply planting area took the longest. After all, with the current high temperatures, daytime work is virtually impossible. All work can only be carried out before sunrise, and at night, when temperatures are relatively lower. Therefore, it took a considerable amount of time to barely complete the perimeter wall and basic construction of the grain planting area for the vegetable base. There aren't many habitable houses remaining at the vegetable base. Fortunately, they were mostly clustered together during the initial design. Now that other work at the base has entered a simpler phase, Su Lingfeng decisively ordered the complete demolition and reconstruction of all the residential buildings within the vegetable base. The rebuilt houses must be earthquake resistant, able to withstand the impact of sandstorms and snowstorms, and provide insulation, keeping them warm in winter and cool in summer. Safe fortresses capable of withstanding all kinds of natural disasters. Many hands make light work. Even though the researchers designed all the houses with 5 or 6 underground floors, it didn't delay progress at all. Guyu already had all the design blueprints for the island base from the original Walter computer. So now they can completely replicate that model, except that this place is located in the desert, so there's no need to protect against tsunamis. Therefore, the primary function of the underground structures was to block the high temperatures. There was no need to divide the survivors into different classes for housing. The bottom 2 floors were designed as planting areas and factories. Zhang Sun and his team worked through the night to design a complex system to ensure safety. After the vegetable base underwent extensive construction and all the buildings were renovated, the dilapidated and obsolete production lines smuggled from the Northwest Base were also repaired, giving the vegetable base its own food processing plant. At this point, people from the Through Thick and Thin Base began to feel resentful. Why couldn't the Through Thick and Thin Base have such good housing? Reluctantly, Su Lingfeng had to temporarily relocate everyone and begin large-scale construction of housing for the Through Thick and Thin Base. The advantages are quite obvious. The existing factory and planting area at the Through Thick and Thin Base don't need to be rebuilt, but the newly constructed buildings can house planting areas, animal husbandry areas, and food processing plants. This allows for greater land utilization and ensures the ability to grow more food, raise more animals, and process food more thoroughly. Except for the biological agents, which are crucial and not produced at the vegetable base, some energy bars used in conjunction with the biological agents are also being produced there. Like the Through Thick and Thin Base, the vegetable base has temporarily implemented family planning. All newborns and existing children are being cared for collectively in the hospital's nursery. Older children must attend school. The newly built school teaches children basic academic knowledge and also offers extensive physical labor courses to improve their physical fitness. Furthermore, all children must acquire certain survival skills and life skills before graduation. Upon graduation, they can engage in labor and management work at the base. Su Lingfeng and his team have gone to great lengths for the healthy growth of the children. There were many other things in the Guyu space, but most of them were acquired from abroad. Therefore, there weren't many books or data in their own country's language, so they couldn't be used as teaching materials for the children. Su Lingfeng had to seek help from the Northwest Base, copying a large number of books and documents, and bringing them back to his base. The original Fengyu Tongzhou base didn't have many children, so it didn't need a school. Now that there's a school at the vegetable base, most parents have been sent here for work, which is convenient, and the children are receiving a good education at school. Chapter 216. The earth, scorched by the sun, appeared lifeless on the surface. In reality, beneath the bases of the shared destiny and vegetable farms, life was thriving. Everyone was fulfilling their duties, working diligently, striving even harder for their own survival. In the high temperatures, everyone needed to rest well during the day and work again at night. Their biological clocks were completely upside down. Su Lingfeng consulted with Xia Wen and his Aunt Wan Yin, among other medical staff. They decided to continue implementing family planning at both bases. After all, raising children these days was difficult. Even with the efforts of the orphanages, some children still died from illness. Under the natural disaster, humanity seemed to have entered a vicious cycle, unable to raise children to adulthood. Even if they were raised to a certain age, various problems would arise. Humans, who eat grains, are prone to illness, and sick children are the biggest problem. The good news was that a group of survivors who had fled from nearby were all workers, technicians, engineers, and other personnel from large pharmaceutical factories. For several nights in a row, Su Lingfeng and his team drove trucks to the nearly destroyed base they had mentioned. They transported back all the pharmaceutical manufacturing equipment and machinery. The Valley Rain space had originally been used to cultivate a large quantity of medicinal herbs for Zhao Da's father. Later, they continuously harvested many wild medicinal herb seeds from the mountains. Therefore, the entire traditional Chinese medicine system within the Valley Rain space was quite complete. The Valley Rain space had originally cultivated a batch of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs in one location specifically to meet the base's needs. The original Through Thick and Thin base didn't lack daily medicines. Now, with the vegetable base, they could continue to expand the scale of medicinal herb cultivation. After waiting for some time, Su Lingfeng and his team announced that a large pharmaceutical factory had been built on the vegetable base. Once production stabilized, both the vegetable base and the Through Thick and Thin base would have no problem supplying medicines. After all, no matter how many medicines were in the Valley Rain space, it couldn't supply the large demand of both bases. Of course, they had to take advantage of the Northwest base. Su Lingfeng sent them a telegram, stating that there was a large-scale viral infection there. They hoped the Northwest base would provide medicinal herbs or production lines for both Chinese and Western medicine. Ideally, they would also provide raw materials, otherwise, he would send all the infected survivors to the outskirts of the Northwest base. Their base would completely abandon them. The Northwest base was afraid that Su Lingfeng would really try to renege on his promise, so they obediently sent 4 Western medicine production lines, basic formulas, and a considerable amount of raw materials. The people who delivered these goods that night didn't even dare to enter the vegetable base. They unloaded the goods from the truck right at the gate and sped away. They were coming at night, and they were terrified of being invited into the base and contracting the virus. No one noticed when the vegetable base had erected a tall steel wall, nor did they notice the tent-like fence that had risen above it. Su Lingfeng had even prepared a speech to explain the changes at the vegetable base. But the people from the Northwest base who delivered these goods acted as if they were infected with the virus. They didn't even touch anything, simply unloading the goods and running away. He didn't say a word to Su Lingfeng. Su Lingfeng and his men were almost dying of laughter, but they could only purse their lips and have everything transported back to their base. He was still worried about a virus at the Northwest base. He carefully had everything disinfected before daring to use it. The high temperatures lasted for almost 2 years. During this time, the through thick and thin base and the vegetable base merged into one, becoming almost an unbreakable unit. Discipline at the vegetable base improved considerably. Su Lingfeng and his men only learned at the beginning of their takeover that other survivors, when food was scarce, would eat children and women. Su Lingfeng and his men severely punished these people. Chu Hai led his men in a week-long struggle, finally establishing the base's basic rules. When everyone noticed the temperature suddenly drop, they were certain the extreme heat had passed. The temperature finally began to return to a normal level of 20 or 30 degrees Celsius. The temperature was just right, neither too hot nor too cold, but Su Lingfeng and his survivors, who had struggled to survive natural disasters over the years, felt a sense of crisis. It was the same last time. When no one was prepared, the natural disaster struck again suddenly. But what kind of trouble would the heavens cause this time? The Northwest base, which hadn't contacted Su Lingfeng and his team for a long time, suddenly sent a telegram stating that a torrential downpour would arrive in 5 days. Su Lingfeng expressed his gratitude with a touch of helplessness and instructed everyone to prepare for potential disasters. If it were just a strong wind and rain, he wouldn't be too concerned. He feared it wouldn't be that simple. When the rain suddenly arrived, everyone was well prepared. At least the fencing on the walls of both bases was already erected. The drainage ditches at both bases have been cleared, so even a torrential downpour shouldn't flood this desert area. If all else fails, they can head into the mountains. After all, those mountains are large, and they're not made of less, so large-scale landslides are unlikely. The vegetation in the mountains of the Northwest isn't as lush as in the South. Verdant mountains are rare. Su Lingfeng and his team couldn't imagine what a vast, flooded desert would look like. But fate is unpredictable. This desert has never seen such abundant rain before. Heavy rain followed heavy rain, then torrential downpours. It just kept pouring down. Day and night, the rain never stopped, keeping the sky perpetually overcast. Bad news kept coming over the loudspeakers. Floods had occurred in many areas. Even the best defenses couldn't withstand this onslaught of wind and rain. Large bases with significant existing infrastructure investment were temporarily okay, but some smaller bases that were already struggling to survive were completely unable to hold on. The long-absent planes, taking advantage of a lull in the heavy rain, finally took to the skies again. Their targets were almost all heading towards the Northwest base. The vegetable base had no airport. The stormy weather base did have an airport, but it wasn't marked on the map. At most, it appeared as an abandoned airfield on military maps. No one dared to risk landing there. Besides, Su Lingfeng had already transformed that area into a plantation. Even veteran pilots couldn't find a landing spot from the air. The Northwest base sent another telegram to the vegetable base and the stormy weather base, requesting that they discuss the sheltering of survivors brought in by the planes. At the vegetable base, Su Xuanyi naturally followed Su Lingfeng's instructions. He repeatedly stated that his base was weak, had a large population, and faced numerous difficulties. In short, they refused to cooperate in sheltering any other survivors, instead requesting support from the Northwest base again. Chapter 217. Su Lingfeng explained that his through thick and thin base already housed most of the survivors. His base was only so big, any more survivors would have nowhere to stay. He even converted the airstrip into housing. Come and see for yourself. The entire through thick and thin base was overcrowded, unable to accommodate any more survivors. They were already struggling to survive, because they couldn't provide enough food. The Northwest base, of course, knew how big the through thick and thin base was and how many survivors it had taken in. They understood they couldn't possibly take in any more survivors, but their leaders were reluctant to shoulder the blame alone. It wasn't that the Northwest base couldn't take in survivors now. It's just that their leaders wanted to be good people, but were unwilling to take responsibility. So, they always shifted the blame to other bases. Like the first time the survivors came to them, they sent them all out of their base and into the vegetable farm. After the problems arose, they completely ignored the fate of the vegetable farm. Survivors arrived again, and they were dumped at the vegetable base, with the absurd idea of forcibly transferring other survivors to the stormy weather base. The third time, they resorted to the same tactics of threats and coercion, promising Su Lingfeng numerous benefits, forcing him to take in all the survivors once more. If Su Lingfeng hadn't been prepared, the stormy weather base would now be overcrowded and struggling to survive. It's now impossible for the Northwest base to dump all the survivors at these two bases. Everyone knows that even though Su Lingfeng has kept the population at the vegetable base and the stormy weather base from growing for the past 2 years, the existing numbers at both bases are simply too large. Even under natural disasters, some people inevitably succumb, and the population far exceeds 100,000. It's not impossible for Su Lingfeng and his team to take in more survivors. But this time, Su Lingfeng decided to raise the stakes, otherwise, this Northwest base would never end. The number of survivors outside is too large to attend to individually. The weather in the Northwest is actually unsuitable for human habitation. It's only because of the natural disaster that it has become a paradise. This is also thanks to Su Lingfeng. If he, Guyu, and Zhao De hadn't risked their lives to bring back so much readily available data from abroad and obtain many core secrets of base construction, how could things have gone so smoothly? Surviving on this barren land, Su Lingfeng isn't God. He can't possibly care for everyone's life or death. Taking in more survivors will depend on the situation. The Northwest base actually has the capacity to support these survivors, but they're used to shirking responsibility. And they always feel their base has many secrets and don't want outsiders entering. This time, Su Lingfeng's proposed conditions are somewhat exorbitant, and the people at the Northwest base cannot accept such a large sacrifice. Their leaders, being overbearing, were always unwilling to put in extra effort to help other survivors. The vegetable base and the through thick and thin base were truly overflowing, forcing the Northwest base to open its walls and take in all the survivors transported there. Before the people from the vegetable base were relocated, the outskirts of the Northwest base were once again filled with people. As long as the storm subsided, survivors continued to be transported over. Everyone knew the reason from the broadcasts. Widespread flooding had turned areas near the sea, lakes, rivers, and even large reservoirs into a vast expanse of water. Large reservoirs have completely collapsed, losing all water storage capacity. The survivors, who originally lived in high-rise buildings, were afraid of earthquakes. Everyone living in the high-rises moved down. They all moved back up before the torrential rain began. In the remaining high-rises after the earthquake, their technology was limited, and some things were not yet fully developed. Many crops still relied on photosynthesis, barely enough to maintain a certain scale of cultivation. Even if the survivors moved into the high-rises and could practice hydroponics, the yield would be far lower than growing crops in the ground. Moreover, this torrential rain contained acid rain, although not as corrosive as the previous acid rain. It was still not to be underestimated. While it didn't cause redness and ulceration on the arms like before, it still caused itching all over the body, and if not treated promptly, red bumps would appear. Improper care could also lead to ulceration and swelling, causing significant damage. The airports of the large bases were completely flooded, and the survivors had to travel by boat to reach the site. The desert and Gobi areas around the Northwest base can collect and retain water over a large area. Therefore, the survivors blindly rushed here to escape the floods. They overlooked how such a barren land could possibly support so many people. Groundwater resources have surged, eliminating the need for melted snow from the mountains. The high temperatures of the past 2 years have long since depleted the snowmelt from the mountains. The through thick and thin base and the vegetable base have long relied on groundwater for survival. This rain has ensured that water resources are no longer scarce. Furthermore, the acid rain purification equipment that Guyu had previously researched is now operational again. The components of acid rain do not affect the quality of water sources. Su Lingfeng was quite prepared, establishing sewage treatment plants and drinking water purification plants at both bases. After the torrential rain, he even braved the downpour to organize people to dig deep wells for water storage, for future use. Therefore, the vegetable base and the together through wind and rain base did not lack water for the time being. Since the rain contained acid rain components, all survivors at the vegetable base received protective suits. Of course, these were the first design ones. The new ones were in short supply, and Guyu had not yet announced them to the public. This was mainly due to a shortage of raw materials. The original production was just enough for 1 suit per person at the together through wind and rain base, and the survivors at the vegetable base received none. All survivors had to wear these specially made protective suits again when going out, and their lives were once again drastically changed. The survivors' biological clocks needed to be adjusted promptly, because the torrential rain and dense clouds made nights almost pitch black. Therefore, the survivors would no longer work at night, and their work hours would naturally revert to daytime. Having grown accustomed to a nocturnal lifestyle for 2 years, the shift back to a 9-to-5 schedule was initially difficult for everyone. Adjusting to a biological clock is no easy feat, and for the first week or two of the torrential rains, everyone was lethargic and lacked energy. 2 internal conflicts erupted at the Northwest Base, and the later survivors one day suddenly discovered that they were being treated differently from the original inhabitants. This differential treatment naturally fueled resentment among the later survivors. Chapter 218. At first, the two sides coexisted peacefully. However, this time, the survivors weren't nearly unarmed like the previous ones. Many of these survivors were former privileged individuals who enjoyed a high standard of living in their bases. Even though they were fleeing, they carried a considerable amount of supplies. But constantly depleting their own resources would inevitably lead to running out of supplies. Therefore, they began to envy the original inhabitants of the Northwest Base. Unlike the survivors, who were forced to relocate to the vegetable base, they chose to take up arms and resist. The saying goes, the victor is king, the loser is an outlaw. If they succeeded and occupied the Northwest Base, wouldn't that be an even better life? The Northwest Base covered a large area. The original defenses were already quite good, and subsequent construction was thorough. Furthermore, they traded their produced resources for a considerable amount of survival supplies. Their inner perimeter wall, like that of the through thick and thin base, was entirely constructed of iron walls refined from iron or containing impurities. If a real battle broke out, this type of wall would be extremely defensive. Impenetrable by bullets, fire, water, and oil, it was quite difficult to breach. The Northwest Base initially provided food for civilians, but after 2 or 3 disturbances, the decision was made to abandon them and let them fend for themselves. Due to a leadership error, the Northwest Base was officially split into 2 bases. The outer area was small, and those living within the larger walls formed their own organizations. The outer land was utilized, and they began their own management and labor. They were no longer connected to the Northwest Base within the small walled compound. The Northwest Base inside had opened a separate gate, and the process of entering and exiting via a circuitous route began behind them. Of course, they didn't have the time or energy to go out. They wanted the through thick and thin base to explain how they had driven away the survivors on the outer perimeter. However, no matter how many telegrams he sent, Su Lingfeng didn't respond. Finally, he directly asked them, "Where are these people being sent after you've driven them away? How are we supposed to reach the Northwest Base in this acid rain?" The leaders of the Northwest Base knew that this was asking the impossible. The torrential rain came and went as it pleased. The strong winds, accompanied by sandstorms, came unexpectedly. Even their prized weather forecasts couldn't fully detect them. Although the through thick and thin base had superior weaponry, it couldn't possibly provide full assistance. Besides, even if these survivors were driven away, where to send them was another problem. It was precisely because they didn't know where to send them that the Northwest Base had taken it upon themselves to keep them there and allocated the outer perimeter for them to live in. In hindsight, it was a self-inflicted wound, and Su Lingfeng and his team were actually quite pleased with this outcome. With the Northwest Base now hampered, they had no incentive to deal with it together through thick and thin base. They were even less concerned about the vegetable base, which now had virtually no connection with them. Their leadership even believed that the vegetable base and the together through thick and thin base were too preoccupied with their own problems to offer assistance. So, they gradually stopped sending telegrams requesting help. Su Lingfeng and his team were happy to have some peace and quiet. The daily broadcasts reported on rising water levels, casualties, and the situation outside, but Su Lingfeng and his team ignored it all. Focusing on living their own lives was the best thing for them. After 3 months of torrential rain, the downpour finally stopped. Now, even the desert feels like it could turn into an oasis. If it weren't for the fact that the bottom layer is entirely sand, Gui would have liked to convert it all into land. She didn't completely abandon the desert. After the torrential rain subsided, she began widely sowing grass seeds and planting pasture grasses suitable for desert survival. She also planted trees suitable for desert cultivation, such as sand willows. Now, having withstood the long period of rain erosion, the water storage in the desert should still be deep enough. These plants have successfully taken root and sprouted. Zhang Sun, to cooperate with Gu Yu, converted many drones into seed-spreading drones, allowing him to help Gu Yu sow grass seeds within a range of 10 to 20 kilometers. They also provided guidance for those planting trees. Su Lingfeng also organized a group of people to explain to Guyu the importance of planting windbreak trees. Slowly, the effects are becoming apparent. Guyu believes that after some time, once all the grass seeds have sprouted, taken root, and grown, soil erosion will be prevented. Indeed, as long as the weather isn't extremely hot, these trees can grow successfully. Although they know natural disasters won't stop, Guyu hopes for a period of stability. As long as it's not extremely hot or cold, and the grass seeds have fully germinated, and the trees have taken root and grown large, they can turn this desert into a partial oasis. They planted grass and trees across a 1,000-kilometer area of desert. If it becomes an oasis, Su Lingfeng and his team took the opportunity to find some underground water sources, and began digging. Combined with increased water storage efforts, they strive to turn this 1,000-kilometer area of desert into their rear area before the next natural disaster strikes. After stabilizing the area by planting pasture and trees, they will then plant jujube, seed buckthorn, and other similar trees to extract biological agents and energy bar components from these plants. Even if all the produce is stockpiled in the warehouse, it will be enough for everyone to survive for a period of time without any other food source. Su Lingfeng and his team are progressing steadily. Once they find grassland in the desert, they build walls around it. Once the trees survive, they quickly replant jujube, seed buckthorn, and other cash crops. This is a very slow project, something they wouldn't have dared to imagine before. Now that conditions allow, Su Lingfeng and his team plan to expand the base's area. Because of the seed-soaking agent, the grass seeds have a high germination rate and grow very quickly. After planting for a period of time, Su Lingfeng and his team are confident they can create an oasis. In addition to the walls, they also specifically planted windbreak trees around the perimeter. This is to create a large windbreak forest. This will further stabilize the oasis and prevent it from being destroyed overnight by sandstorms. Under natural disasters, they have no choice but to work so hard to survive and create more living space. Su Lingfeng also had a plan. With people constantly arriving, if all else failed, they could use the desert-turned oasis to house the survivors. They could provide the technology and equipment, and the survivors could work together to build their own base. Su Lingfeng and his team had to prepare for the worst. Some people at the Northwest base had ulterior motives. The worst fear was that they would forcibly send the survivors out, leaving Su Lingfeng and his team with no choice but to accept them. If they turned the desert into an oasis, wouldn't they be able to accommodate even more survivors? Most importantly, once the walls were erected and the gates closed, the three bases could continue operating independently, preventing these survivors from disrupting the hard-won stability of the other two bases. Chapter 219. That day, Guyu was organizing the seeds in her spatial dimension, trying to find a few more plants that could adapt to desert survival. Ideally, they would be both food and windproof. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her loudly outside. Guyu ran out of her spatial dimension, and saw Su Shuni's face covered in sweat. It turned out that Su Lingfeng's uncle, Hu Qiushu, had led his entire family out of the Northwest base and reached the vegetable base. His first words to Su Shuni were that Su Lingfeng was in danger. Su Shuni quickly drove back to the Fengyu base, only to learn that Su Lingfeng had already left the day before. He, Zhao and Zhang Sun had gone to a factory 100 kilometers away. Reliable sources said there were 2 abandoned food processing production lines there. They wanted to scout ahead first, and if it was true, then bring people back with the production lines. But this morning, Hu Qiushu had led his entire family out of the Northwest base. Because his son, Su Lingfeng's older cousin, had overheard a secret. The Northwest base sent people to spread rumors that the factory had an assembly line. But in reality, the Northwest base had set up an ambush there, intending to capture Su Lingfeng alive in exchange for the Stormy Boat base sending troops. This would allow them to bring all the survivors on the outskirts of the Northwest base back to their own base, reducing the pressure on the Northwest base. This would also destabilize the Stormy Boat base. Although Su Lingfeng's skills meant he might not be harmed, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Su Lingfeng hadn't originally taken Zhao De with him when he left, but Zhao De, bored at the base, insisted on coming along. Zhang Sun was responsible for using drones to scout, but Su Lingfeng asked him to send one of his men, who, out of boredom, also went along. Originally, Su Shuni had planned to take Guyu out for a relaxing trip, but Guyu had been busy with desert planting research lately. So she didn't go with him, never expecting this to turn out this way. Su Shuni and Chu Hai discussed it, and decided to take a group of people out to rescue Su Lingfeng and Zhao De. However, Guyu and Xie Wen objected. Even if they sent people out now, it was too late. If they couldn't stop the people from the Northwest Base from capturing Su Lingfeng and his group, then this group of rescuers might become sitting ducks. According to the intelligence provided by Hu Qiushou and his team, the Northwest Base had sent a considerable number of people this time. Even if half of Su Lingfeng's forces were sent, it wouldn't be enough. Moreover, even if the people sent out rescued Su Lingfeng, the base would be in a dangerous situation. If the Northwest Base were to attack the Fengyu Tongzhou Base and the Vegetable Base at this time, their defenses would be insufficient. The safety of Su Lingfeng and his group was important, but the safety of the two bases was definitely more important. Without knowing the enemy's weaponry and numbers, a rash attack would be unreliable. Guyu preferred to send someone to confirm whether Su Lingfeng and his group were in danger. If Su Lingfeng had indeed been captured by the Northwest Base, they would naturally send a message to everyone. As long as the Fengyu Tongzhou Base paid a certain price, Su Lingfeng and his group should be safe for the time being. Guyu and Xie Wen's statements put Su Xuanyi and his group in a dilemma. Xie Wen and Guyu were right. A rash attack could have serious consequences. However, letting Su Lingfeng be captured risked his safety. When they reached a conclusion and were preparing to send scouts out to investigate, they discovered that Guyu and Xie Wen had already left a note and run away. In the note, they told everyone not to worry, that they would investigate. Because they were both women, they wouldn't arouse suspicion at the Northwest Base. Once they found out about Su Lingfeng, they would call via satellite phone and then try to deploy troops to rescue him. If all else failed, they would agree to the Northwest Base's conditions and exchange Su Lingfeng for them. However, the Fengyu Tongzhou Base certainly couldn't take in all the survivors outside the Northwest Base. Because of the prolonged rain, the number of survivors who had arrived by plane, boat, or even by car had reached 50 to 60,000. This number was unbearable for both the Vegetable Base and the Fengyu Tongzhou Base. Although Su Xuanyi and his team were annoyed by Guyu and Xie Wen's self-destructive actions, they were helpless. They could only further strengthen the defenses of both bases, inspecting the walls and infrastructure one by one, and even deploying artillery to form a ring around the perimeter of the walls. All women, children, and elderly people at the Vegetable Base were evacuated. They entered the mountains behind the through thick and thin base. Su Lingfeng had already prepared habitable caves there, complete with sturdy doors, mimicking those of air raid shelters. The deepest warehouse contained the latest biological agents and energy bars, enough to sustain them for 1 or 2 months even without food or water. Chu Hai and Su Xuanyi led all the able-bodied men from both bases, remaining vigilant and ready for a fierce battle at any moment. Su Lingfeng's encounter this time was rather unlucky. They discovered an ambush before even reaching the factory. Although their reaction was quick, their retreat wasn't fast enough. Su Lingfeng and Zhao Da's skills hadn't diminished much, but Zhang Sun had had too many smooth years. He had also been working on research in the base's communications field, so he hadn't remembered to exercise regularly. During the escape, Su Lingfeng and Zhao Da sustained minor injuries, but they managed to escape successfully. Zhang Sun wasn't so lucky. He was shot in the thigh and captured. Su Lingfeng and Zhao Da fought their way out of the ambush, but they were trapped in this abandoned city. The Northwest Base had invested heavily this time, sending several hundred well-equipped personnel. They probably hadn't expected Su Lingfeng and his group of only 3 to escape the stormy night base. This place was originally a small base, only usable within a single district. The rest of the area had been turned into sand dunes by the sandstorm. The small, abandoned base was empty, but Su Lingfeng and his team had received incorrect intelligence, making escape difficult. The Northwest Base's initial attack failed, allowing Su Lingfeng and Zhao Da to escape. They quickly regrouped and surrounded the area. If the sudden sandstorm hadn't delayed them by a day, they would have already conducted a thorough search. The sandstorm's unexpected arrival prevented Su Lingfeng and Zhao Da from breaking out. While the enemy couldn't conduct a thorough search, they couldn't escape either. Thus, the two sides were completely locked in a stalemate in this small area. Originally planned to stay outside for only about a week, Su Lingfeng and Zhao Da had virtually no food besides water. Their backpacks had been discarded during the escape. Both sides understood that once the sandstorm passed, they would have to fight. Both sides were waiting for this moment. Chapter 220. Before the sandstorm arrived, Su Lingfeng and Zhao Da, injured, took shelter in a residential building. They chose this building because it was relatively well preserved. Upon entering, they discovered that the original 2-bedroom apartment had been completely converted into single rooms, and the living room had been divided in 2, clearly indicating that 5 or 6 families had originally lived there. The number of survivors dwindled, but so did the number of habitable houses. High-rise buildings had been almost entirely destroyed in the sandstorm and earthquake. The few remaining residences were already few in number, and then came acid rain, extreme heat, extreme cold, and other natural disasters. Even the relatively intact houses had limited habitable space. This building had one of the larger populations, but unfortunately, the base's underground water supply was later contaminated by acid rain, forcing all the survivors to abandon the base and find other places to live. So the entire base became ruins, completely abandoned by the survivors. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De climbed down the drain pipe to the 5th floor and found a room to hide in temporarily. It was definitely impossible for the two of them to rescue Zhang Sun. Right now, they were only thinking about how to break through this encirclement and return to their base. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De had observed that these people didn't seem to want to die. Because so many people were attacking the three of them, yet they hadn't made any extremely harmful moves. Not only had they not used lethal weapons, but they were also shouting "Take him alive." This indicated that their goal was to capture them and take them back, so Zhang Sun should be out of immediate danger. While dodging the sandstorm, Zhao De and Su Lingfeng were also considering their escape route. Zhao De said, "Boss, if all else fails, let's try to distract them. You run back to base first. The terms for exchanging me and Zhang Sun will definitely be much lower than for you, since the two of us combined aren't worth as much as you. If you get caught, who knows what they say for you. Your third uncle and political commissar Chu certainly won't agree to abandon you. So right now, you're the most valuable of the three of us. These people are probably after you. As long as you get back to base safely, the Northwest base can't do anything to me and Zhang Sun. Neither of us will be in mortal danger." Su Lingfeng pondered for a moment. "I think I should be the one to hold them off, because they want to capture me. It doesn't have much to do with you. If there's a chance to escape, your chances are much higher than mine. Even if they abandon you, they still chase after me. So don't think about us separating. It's a matter of whether I can leave you behind and run back to base. I think we should do it the other way around. You go back to the base and ask for help, telling everyone that if the conditions are too harsh, you won't agree to exchange me. Just like with Guyu last time, as long as you don't care about me and aren't willing to pay a high price to exchange me, they shouldn't dare to harm me. At that time, I was like a chicken bone, unappetizing to eat, but a pity to throw away. At worst, I could stay at the Northwest base for a few more months. To be honest, the base wouldn't be in a big problem without me right now." Zhao De was somewhat reluctant. "I feel like going back for help wouldn't be of much use." Su Lingfeng thought for a moment and said, "I don't know what great use you are going to make by going back. Just say you're going to relay my message. Don't bring anyone to rescue me, that's definitely unreliable." The Northwest base seems to have mobilized quite a few people this time. Judging from their actions, their ambitions are considerable. They probably want to shift the blame for those tens of thousands of lucky winners onto our base. I don't think receiving so many people is a particularly big problem, but if we really do receive this many, what if another batch of lucky winners arrives? The Northwest base has tasted success, and will always want us to take the fall, so I'm very worried. I should try to stall them. You go back, and tell them that if this is the condition, you don't need to replace me. I just stay at the Northwest base for a while." Su Lingfeng and Zhao De were discussing how to escape. Guyu and Xie Wen were having some bad luck. They encountered a sandstorm just as they approached the city. Guyu and Xie Wen drove to the vicinity, and then stored their car in their spatial storage. Now, both of them were fully armed, completely covered from head to toe. They even wore goggles. Completely disoriented, they randomly found a house, and took shelter inside. Because the sandstorm came so suddenly, no one was prepared, and two people managed to slip into the small, besieged city. Whether it was luck or misfortune, Guyu and Xie Wen's hiding place was only one building away from where the Northwest base was holding the prisoner Zhang Sun. The two buildings were side by side, right next to each other. When the sandstorm subsided a little, Guyu pulled out a telescope from his spatial storage and stood on the 7th floor of the building, looking around. Soon, he discovered that the building next door had actually been turned into the Northwest base's headquarters. Personnel from the Northwest base, fully armed, were frequently seen coming and going. Guyu and Xie Wen wanted to get a clearer view, but the sandstorm returned, blurring their vision once more. It was already dark. Xie Wen and Guyu discussed, "How about you find some sleeping pills for me in your space? I can sneak in tonight and drug everyone around here. It's better than just waiting around without finding the boss and the other two." Guyu thought for a moment and said, "This city doesn't have a water source. Did you see that water truck downstairs? Because so many people came, they didn't bring enough bottled water. Obviously, That truck with the word water on it is the water truck. Or you could go down and put some powder in the water tank inside. This is much better than your sleeping pills. It's a formula I found on the computer when I was researching medicinal herbs. I tried it. It's colorless and odorless when added to water in food. Extremely useful. A tiny amount is enough to knock out a cow. These people would collapse after just one sip of water. Or after eating food cooked with this water. I originally bought it for self-defense. I almost used it when I was captured last time. But then, I realized it wasn't very effective, since I was inside their base and couldn't escape. Siawin thought about it and agreed. If I were to put the drug in every room myself, I have to do it many times, and I inevitably be exposed. But this only needs to be used once, and it's a permanent solution. So Siawin took a large bag of powder that Guyu had taken from her spatial storage, and went downstairs alone. The parking lot below the building next door was connected. Siawin used the approaching sandstorm to conceal himself and put the drug in the water tank of the water truck. Chapter 221. While Siawin went down to release the sleeping pills, Guyu stood at the window, nervously aiming her sniper rifle down below. She had never needed to do this before, always with Su Lingfeng and Zhao De, or at the very least, Zhang Sun and Siawin. Guyu was always protected by others. This was her first time doing this, and she was very nervous. She kept a close watch on Siawin's vicinity, ready to eliminate anyone who approached him instantly. Guyu had analyzed the advantages of this plan. The area wasn't large, so the gunshot should be clearly audible. First, it would hinder the enemy. Second, it would disrupt their plans, making them assume the shooter was Su Lingfeng and his group. Third, it would notify Su Lingfeng and his group, as they wouldn't have fired, and would know someone was coming to their rescue. Perhaps it could even point them in the right direction to rendezvous. However, because a sandstorm had started again, no one remained in the parking lot below. All the snipers from the northwest base had taken refuge in that building. The sandstorms here are terrifying. Yellow sand blankets the land, obscuring the sky. They even occasionally bring in tornadoes. The people at the northwest base are certain that even if there were a gap in the sand, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De wouldn't dare to venture out at this time. After all, even if they left the city, they probably wouldn't be able to find their way. They might even die in this sandstorm that blots out the sun. Besides, they have ambushed and positioned personnel in several directions around the room. As long as they walk on this only route out of the city, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De will be immediately detected. While it wouldn't kill them, capturing them would be a piece of cake. Siawin finished administering the drugs and successfully returned to the building where she and Guyu were hiding. The sandstorm intensified again, making it impossible to see outside from inside. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De, indeed, didn't dare to venture out rashly. After all, there was only one road in and out of this small base, and there were bound to be enemies lying in ambush there. They weren't stupid, they wouldn't act rashly. With nothing else to do for the time being, Guyu and Siawin leaned back to back. The two ate the food Guyu had taken from her spatial storage. Siawin, biting into a piece of fried chicken, mumbled, "How long has it been?" "Just like when we fought side by side in the Fierce Wind Kingdom." "Was it just as dangerous then as it is now?" Guyu said, "Back then we faced external enemies, now we're fighting against our own people. The selfishness of people is unimaginable. We already helped them eliminate some of their survivors. The vegetable base hasn't asked them for a single penny of aid since then. But the people at the northwest base are not only ungrateful, they're content, yet they always expect us to clean up their messes. They're the ones who loudly proclaim how great their base is, prompting other bases to frequently send personnel from their already overcrowded smaller bases here by plane. But once they arrive, they refuse to accept them. Every time, they try to shift the blame to the vegetable base, and our through thick and thin base. This time, they're even planning to kidnap Su Lingfeng, so we can take in the 50,000 to 60,000 people who have fled here. If my desert oasis plan goes smoothly, it won't be long, provided there are no earthquakes or heavy rains in the next 6 months. Those saplings aren't afraid of sandstorms. They can easily take root in the desert. We can easily take in another 50,000 or 60,000 people. If necessary, we can build a base for them there. Anyway, with all the recent torrential rains, our water reserves are sufficient." Siawin narrowed his eyes and said, "Survival is tough now. The Northwest base is probably regretting their previous high-profile approach. But back then, they were maximizing their own profits. After all, how much did they earn from the biological agents, energy bars, and chemical agents they wholesale from us? Just look at those food production lines. We might get 1 or 2, but they might bring in 10 or 8, or even more in exchange. What could be more valuable now than biological agents and chemical agents that can sustain life for a long time? Besides, biological agents can make someone lose their appetite for a week, and chemical agents can last for a month. Honestly, if it weren't for the enjoyment of the food, I'd be willing to eat biological agents and energy bars every day. How simple. Guyu touched her wrist, somewhat helplessly, and said, biological agents and energy bars don't cause much harm to the body, so they can be consumed regularly. As for that chemical agent, it's best to avoid it if possible. It only maintains the body's basic energy balance. Like a bear hibernating, it still consumes the body's own energy and fat. Most of the survivors now have very little body fat left. Their body sugar levels aren't even enough to keep them going. Injecting them with the chemical agent will only make them listless and unable to move at all. If something really happened, they wouldn't even have the strength to run away. Xiaowen said, no wonder they say Life-Own Kingdom is technologically advanced. What are they thinking? Always thinking they can maintain human function without food? Is there such a good thing? That's why they sealed this chemical agent in a computer, without conducting human trials. Guyu shook her head and said, I couldn't control it either. The reason I distributed the chemical agent was so that, like in the vegetable base where food couldn't grow in time, I could use the chemical agent to sustain them for a while. Once the food was grown, I could replenish it. It shouldn't be a big problem. At least it could save their lives. I just didn't expect that when we entered the vegetable base, we find they were using the chemical agent as a lifeline. Xiaowen sighed. When we first entered the vegetable base, we were terrified. Those people were so thin you couldn't even recognize them. They're still alive. Thanks to the boss for taking over the vegetable farm, otherwise they might have died any day now. We doctors and nurses cared for them for so long. Seeing them wolfing down the gruel made from black bread, I truly felt fortunate to be working for you guys. At least I didn't go hungry, and I even benefited quite a bit from you thanks to the boss. Speaking of the boss, I wonder how he and the others are doing? This place doesn't look very big, only about 10 places to hide. I checked, there are 2 buildings here. Across the street, there seem to be 2 more intact buildings. Further on, it's mostly single-story houses. Those must have been the factory buildings back then. I wonder if the boss and the others are still hiding in those factory buildings? It's a pity we can't go over there. Once the sandstorm stops, we should sneak over there and check. Chapter 222. Guyu said, you were looking over there. Didn't you notice how many snipers were upstairs? Every window was reflecting light. Didn't you notice? This road should be the only way out. If they guard this road, it will be difficult to get in and out. I hope the anesthetic works well today. We wait until they're all unconscious, go in, find Su Lingfeng and the others, and run. They'd probably be unconscious for a day and a night. Xiaowen said somewhat sadly. Hopefully, the boss and the others are safe for the time being. They should be alright, otherwise west. The people from the north base should have gone back before the sandstorm. The fact that they're stuck here means they haven't found anyone. Otherwise, they wouldn't be stuck here. No water, no electricity. This godforsaken place has nothing. It's tough being here. Guyu laughed and said, why do you care about how tough it is for them? We only care if we find Su Lingfeng and the others. Let's rest now. We know the results tonight. If they drank water or used the water in the car to cook, we definitely see results. Guyu and Xiaowen leaned against the wall, dozing off for 2 hours while clutching their weapons. Guyu set her watch alarm to vibrate. When the time came, both of them were jolted awake. Xiaowen took the binoculars and looked outside. The sandstorm had clearly stopped. There were lights on in the building across the street, but no one was going in or out. Xiaowen told Guyu to continue observing him with her sniper rifle and quietly went downstairs. Su Lingfeng and Xiao De had also dozed off for a while the sandstorm raged. They were already awake by this time. They had observed through binoculars and discovered that only one building near the exit had lights on. This indicated that the people were likely stationed there. Taking advantage of the darkness, the 2 men silently crept to the building's base. They thought capturing 2 prisoners would be helpful, at least to find out the group's background, numbers, and purpose. If possible, they could replace the 2 prisoners and sneak into the building to rescue Zhang Sun. Escape was out of the question. They could simply follow the Northwest base personnel. They could find a way to escape along the way, or simply escape once they reached the outskirts of the Northwest base. Knowing that the natural disaster was not peaceful, almost everyone at the Northwest base was now wearing uniform protective suits. As long as they weren't paying attention, a substitution should be possible. After all, only their eyes were visible under full armor. Unless they were very familiar with each other, they wouldn't be easily recognizable. Because of the sandstorm, they were also wearing protective goggles, making even their eyes difficult to spot. Therefore, Su Lingfeng and Zhao De believed this plan was the most reliable at the moment. The two had just reached the bottom of the building when they saw a dark figure crouching stealthily, preparing to enter. Su Lingfeng quietly pounced, covering the figure's mouth and nose. Xiaowen sensed something was wrong when the mask was on, muttering, "Is that the boss?" Hearing the voice, Su Lingfeng quickly pulled Xiaowen into the alley. Xiaowen, however, immediately waved towards the building, then led Su Lingfeng and Zhao De upstairs. Fortunately, Xiaowen reacted quickly, otherwise, Gu Yu's shot might have hit someone else. She thought Xiaowen had been discovered and was preparing to snipe him. Unexpectedly, Xiaowen was waving his hand, and Gu Yu recognized the two figures downstairs, which is why she didn't fire rashly. Otherwise, she might accidentally injure her own men. Xiaowen led Su Lingfeng and Zhao De upstairs, and Gu Yu nervously pointed her gun at them. After recognizing Su Feng, Gu Yu lowered her weapon and rushed into her husband's arms. Su Lingfeng hugged Gu Yu tightly, saying with a hint of reproach, "Why are you here?" Xiaowen, however, was anxious. "Where's Zhang Sun?" Zhao De comforted her. "Don't worry, let's calm down first. How did you get here? Who brought you? Who else came with you?" Gu Yu and Xiaowen exchanged a glance, then spoke simultaneously. "We sneaked out. No one came with us. During our meeting, we suggested we couldn't send reinforcements to rescue you. Because we didn't know their ambush location or number of troops, we were afraid of falling into an ambush ourselves. Besides, if we rashly came to rescue you, it would only increase the casualties. We all believe that the Northwest base didn't capture you to kill you, but rather for an exchange. We estimated that the condition would be to exchange you for the survivors living on the outskirts of the Northwest base. We felt that agreeing to this condition was impossible, so we thought it best to come out and see what the situation was like. If you were indeed captured, we go back and think of another way." After they finished speaking, Xiaowen stopped talking and glanced at Gu Yu. Gu Yu glanced at Su Lingfeng again, who seemed hesitant to speak, and then took over the conversation generously, saying, "I originally only planned to come out alone, but I didn't expect Xiaowen to insist on coming with me. You know, if all else fails, I can hide in my spatial dimension." Xiaowen said, "The two of us can look after each other. Besides, I really know nothing about sniping the enemy or reconnaissance." Su Lingfeng held Gu Yu tightly, still a little shaken. He hugged Gu Yu tightly, not scolding her for coming out on her own, but saying, "You can't risk this again. There are so many men in the base. How can we let two women risk their lives? And it's even worse to sneak out without warning. What if something happens, and no one else knows what happened?" Xiaowen interrupted his rambling, asking directly, "Where's Zhang Sun? Was he captured? Or injured? Where did you put him? These people shouldn't kill you. They should only capture you alive, right?" Su Lingfeng nodded and said, "Yes. We knew they wouldn't dare kill us. So even though they captured Zhang Sun, we weren't in a hurry. We originally wanted to capture two people alive to ask about the situation, but we didn't capture any alive, but we saw Xiaowen instead." Gu Yu suddenly realized, "Why did you bring Xiaowen back? Xiaowen, shouldn't the three of you go inside the building to check if they've been drugged?" Xiaowen seemed to realize something. "Oh yeah. I got a little excited seeing the boss and forgot. Let's go check. You stay here and don't move." Su Lingfeng and Zhao De, knowing that Gu Yu and his team had drugged the water, were somewhat pleased and told Gu Yu and Xiaowen to be vigilant. The two of them quietly slipped into the building to see if the drug had worked. If it did, things would be easier. If not, they could retreat. Xiaowen's skills, like Zhang Sun's, had declined somewhat over the years, but he was still significantly better than Gu Yu. Chapter 223. As it turned out, Gu Yu's sedative was highly effective. Anyone who drank the water in the car was basically knocked unconscious. The snipers, clutching their weapons, leaned against the windowsills. If it weren't for the weapons being propped up, they would likely have collapsed. Everyone slumped over the windowsills, their bodies limp and seemingly unresponsive. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De successfully found Zhang Sun, who had also been drugged, and took him directly to the building where Xiaowen and Gu Yu were hiding. Gu Yu administered the antidote to Zhang Sun, bringing him back to consciousness. The three of them took Gu Yu and Xiaowen downstairs and strolled around the building next door. They stored all the weapons into their spatial storage. Each of these people carried a backpack and a biological agent, only one vial per person. It seemed they had injected themselves with one vial before setting off. Unfortunately, while biological agents can replace food, they can't replace water, so everyone was actually drugged with water. After a whole night of this, it was almost dawn. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De were preparing to take Guyu, Xiaowen, and Zhang Sun back to the Fengyutongzhou base. But before they even reached the exit, they heard the roar of car engines. Su Lingfeng and the others quickly returned to their building at the northwest base. Zhao De pulled out his binoculars and glanced inside. This is bad, we need to think of something quickly. The northwest base has sent a large number of reinforcements again for some reason. Judging from the number of vehicles, there are quite a few. Going out now would be like walking into a trap. Hurry, let's disguise ourselves as their people, and go back to the northwest base with them, then we figure out how to escape. Guyu took everything out of her spatial storage. Xiaowen and Zhang Sun found 5 men of similar build, and swapped their equipment with them. They bound the 5 men, and stuffed them into a room in the next building. Su Lingfeng used the satellite phone Guyu had given him to contact Chu Hai, instructing him to send men to bring the 5 men back to the Fengyutongzhou base after they left. Even if they were exposed and captured, at least they could be exchanged for 5 hostages. Although the 5 of them certainly weren't worth as much as Su Lingfeng alone, they could at least be used to exchange for Zhao De. He also instructed Chu Hai to send men to infiltrate the outer perimeter of the northwest base to provide support. After all, the outer perimeter of the northwest base now had other commanders, and the settlements of the later survivors were in disarray. Such a place should be easier to infiltrate than the inner perimeter of the northwest base. Su Lingfeng specifically instructed Chu Hai to release information that he, Zhao De, and Zhang Sun had returned to the Fengyutongzhou base. They were injured and were currently keeping the Su family compound closed, lying that they were recuperating at home. To avoid revealing any flaws, Yang Mei's work was suspended, and she was put in the Su family's house. This made it more realistic, mainly because Yang Mei wasn't good at acting, and they didn't want her to say anything wrong. Chu Hai expressed his concerns over the satellite phone, but he was helpless. He could only follow Su Lingfeng's plan. First, find someone to infiltrate the perimeter of the northwest base, then find a way to rescue Su Lingfeng and his group back to the Fengyutongzhou base. At the base, he followed Su Lingfeng's instructions and sealed off the Su family's house. Apart from Yang Mei and the Su family, no one knew that Su Lingfeng and his group hadn't actually returned. Su Lingfeng and Zhao De, having just changed their gear, collapsed among the unconscious crowd. A moment later, the roar of car engines stopped downstairs. A group of men, clad in sturdy military boots, clattered up the stairs. Then someone shouted frantically, "What happened? What's going on? Why are they all collapsed?" After shouting for a while without response, the man resumed his orders. 10 men stay and carry these people to the truck. The rest of you, divide into groups and quickly search this area, making sure no hiding place is missed. We absolutely cannot let Su Lingfeng and his men escape under our noses. What kind of drug is this? So many people have been affected. Get them all back for blood tests to see what kind of drug remains in their bodies. We absolutely cannot let Su Lingfeng get away. All this preparation, if we don't catch him, it'll all be for nothing. Then Su Lingfeng and his men heard one group of men leave with practiced efficiency, while another group began carrying people onto the truck. Su Lingfeng and his men pretended to be oblivious, and were also carried onto the truck. About an hour later, Su Lingfeng and his men were almost asleep. Then, the leader shouted angrily, "You said you haven't found a single person? Didn't Su Lingfeng escape? This whole thing was planned for so long, and it's all gone wrong? I'm speechless. This Su Lingfeng is really cunning. What kind of drug did he use on them? They can't be woken up no matter how much we shake them. They were completely unconscious when we put them on the ground in the car. What happened? Never mind him. Since we haven't found anyone, let's retreat. The weather forecast at the base says there's going to be another torrential rain soon, with gale force winds of level 12. If we stay here any longer, who knows how long we'd be trapped. If it rains for months like last time without stopping, then we'd be in real trouble. We won't be able to get back. Retreat now." Everyone boarded the vehicles upon hearing the order, and the vehicles swayed and bumped their way into the northwest base. The effects of the drug on these people weren't particularly strong to begin with. After all, they had brought their own water bottles, and the water in the vehicles was only for replenishment. Most people only drank 1 cup, so as soon as they arrived at the northwest base, people began to wake up one after another. Su Lingfeng and the others had already woken up before the doctor arrived to draw blood. The doctor only drew samples from some people, especially those who were still in a deep sleep and hadn't woken up yet. It was ultimately determined that there were no drug residues in their bodies. For a moment, it was unclear what had caused their collective fainting. Of course, the doctor was more inclined to believe it was aerosol preparations, something like sleeping powder, that caused everyone to lose consciousness. Later, someone suggested that it might be in the food or water. These people had carried biological agents and energy bars with them, so they hadn't brought any other food. The key point was the water in the water truck, but unfortunately, the water test results showed no chemical residues. As for any other drug residues, it seemed that none were detected either. Experts at the Northwest Base are inclined to believe that the individuals were drugged or rendered unconscious using sedatives or similar substances. However, due to the time constraints, the team leader did not thoroughly search the building where they were located. There is no evidence to prove whether any drugs or sedatives were present at the scene. No one who went to the scene smelled any strange fragrance. Those who were drugged or rendered unconscious had no recollection whatsoever. No one could describe anything unusual that happened before they passed out. The matter can only be left at this point. The experts can only continue to observe whether this will cause any harm to the individuals. Chapter 224. Being temporarily accommodated in the hospital was exactly what Su Lingfeng and his group wanted. After all, if they were to disperse and return to their own residences, Su Lingfeng and his companions weren't sure if the people they were impersonating were married. What if they didn't even know where they lived or who their families were? That would be a huge problem. Continuing their hospital stay for observation was a godsend for them. This wasn't the only good thing. After 2 days in the hospital, family members began to arrive to care for their loved ones. Su Lingfeng and his group of 5 happened to be single, and surprisingly, no relatives came to help them. The good news was that the 5 of them were confirmed to be living in a single dormitory with a group of other people. Moreover, the employee ID cards of the people they were impersonating all had dormitory keys. They all had room numbers on them, and although the 5 of them weren't in the same dormitory, they were basically in the same building. Each person lived alone, so there was no risk of their identities being exposed. When they were discharged, they returned to their dormitory with the other single dormitory residents. Entering their dormitory, the 5 men all breathed a sigh of relief. Su Lingfeng and his team had thus infiltrated the enemy ranks safely. The single dormitories at the Northwest Base were considered relatively well managed and reasonable. Because there was ample space, they each had their own room. The rooms were small, but had their own bathroom and kitchen. Their work cards could be used to collect food from the canteen. Su Lingfeng and his team didn't need much contact with others. Perhaps because the mission had been somewhat dangerous, everyone was given a week's paid leave. This gave Su Lingfeng and his team some breathing room. They quickly figured out the 5 men's job duties. Coincidentally, all 5 were on the outer perimeter patrol. That is, their daily work was to patrol along the outer edge of the wall, to prevent the survivors on the outer wall from breaching or trying to break through to the inner wall. This job gave them some flexibility. Once they understood the outer perimeter, they could escape when the enemy relaxed their guard. Moreover, because of the convenience of their work, they were all provided with vehicles. If things got too difficult, they could find a way to escape by car. Once they successfully entered the vegetable base area, they would be completely safe. Su Lingfeng and his team now quietly lay low, waiting for Chu Hai to send people to infiltrate the outer perimeter of the Northwest Base. Then, after making contact with them, they would determine the escape route and method, and safely retreat back to the vegetable base. Because they were all working in the same team, no one suspected them as they acted as a group. For safety reasons, during their week-long rest period, Su Lingfeng and his group spent most nights in one room. This ensured safety, and allowed them to enjoy the delicious food Gu Yu brought out from her spatial storage. During the day, the 3 men would go out for walks, observing their surroundings and making friends. After a week, they had fully integrated into the Northwest Base, and were ready to work. So far, no one had found anything suspicious about their identities. However, this was also due to the currently tense atmosphere at the Northwest Base. The relationships between people here weren't as harmonious as at the Through Thick and Thin Base, where everyone was generally familiar with each other. Moreover, because the pressure to survive wasn't high, the relationships between the survivors were actually quite good. The survivors on the outer perimeter of the Northwest Base were now focused on how to break through the barrier and escape to the inner circle. After all, the difference in living conditions between the outer and inner circles was significant. Initially, the Northwest Base provided a stable food source for the newly arrived survivors, although most of the time it was black, unidentified flatbread and porridge. However, due to the survivors' attacks on the inner wall, the Northwest Base officially severed all contact with them, and increased patrols between the outer and inner walls. The people on the outer wall launched several massive attacks on the inner wall. Although the Northwest Base completely suppressed the uprising with weapons, the riots made them hesitant to act further. After all, such a large-scale attack if the Northwest base were to use heavy weapons and cause significant casualties among the survivors, would be a provocation to the survivors of other bases. Everyone feels a sense of shared vulnerability. Unable to appease the survivors on the outer perimeter, the Northwest base could only take preventative measures against them. Their contact with others was strictly prohibited, and in the end, they were only provided with a batch of seeds and a seed-soaking solution left to fend for themselves. The survivors on the periphery envied the comfortable life inside the Northwest base, feeling that the base's leadership had treated them unfairly. So, those outside coveted the walls, eager to break in and live within. Those inside were suffering terribly, feeling they would never be able to leave. Every time they entered or left their base, it felt like surviving a war. Not only did they have to be on high alert with weapons, but they also had to slink in and out like rats each time. This is why they were so eager to drive all the survivors out and let the stormy weather base or the vegetable base take them in. The survivors on the outskirts were extremely difficult to manage, and their living environment was incredibly chaotic. The Northwest base was at a loss and wanted to shift the blame to others. Capturing Su Lingfeng to threaten the stormy weather base into accepting the survivors was their best solution. Not only could they achieve this without bloodshed, but the stormy weather base would also have to obey orders obediently. After all, in the eyes of the people at the Northwest base, the stormy weather base was completely subservient to Su Lingfeng. They would be willing to pay a huge price for Su Lingfeng's safety. However, their perfect plan couldn't keep up with the changing weather. They encountered a sandstorm shortly after setting out. Then Xiaowen and Guyu, who had come to rescue her husband, drugged everyone. Everyone believed that Su Lingfeng and his group had successfully escaped back to the Fengyu Tongzhou base. According to intelligence received by the Northwest base, although Su Lingfeng and his group were seriously injured, they still managed to return to the Fengyu Tongzhou base, and were currently recuperating at the Su family residence. Although no one had seen Su Lingfeng, the Northwest base personnel had also failed to find any trace of him at the abandoned small base. This meant that the Northwest base had paid a heavy price, wasting considerable manpower and resources, but had failed to capture anyone close to Su Lingfeng. The Northwest base leaders were furious, but it was to no avail. They had to continue dealing with the survivors on the periphery, a headache for them. They were racking their brains every day trying to figure out how to outwit and outmaneuver them. Chapter 225. Zhang Sun was relieved. Although the Northwest base had very strict identity verification procedures, they didn't use facial recognition or fingerprint scanning. They simply needed work identification tags to enter and exit any area. This was undoubtedly advantageous for the 5 of them in concealing their identities. Otherwise, even though Zhang Sun had a way, he would have had to be extremely careful. About 2 months passed quietly, and the weather outside suddenly seemed to return to normal. Every day, the 5 men went out on patrol as usual. Chu Hai had successfully planted people in the outer base. With the right timing, location, and people, all that was missing was an opportunity to escape. Just as they were planning their escape for the next day, they were suddenly surrounded by a group of people. Su Lingfeng and the others' hearts sank. They realized their plan had completely failed. It seemed that escaping from the Northwest base would now be quite difficult. Su Lingfeng was surprised to see the leaders of the Northwest base. He was a little puzzled as to how they had found him. The man said to Su Lingfeng rudely, "We finally found you, you little rat. Why don't you come talk to me?" Su Lingfeng, with Guyu in tow, obediently entered the Northwest base's internal office. The leaders of the Northwest base were gathered in the large conference room. After Su Lingfeng and his group sat down, one of the leaders stood up and said to him smugly, "We've been chasing you for months, and we finally caught you. It's amazing you managed to infiltrate that small place for so long. We never imagined you actually get in on our end. Now, to get down to business, Su Lingfeng, I formally propose cooperation with your through thick and thin base." Su Lingfeng didn't even blink. "What if I don't agree to this cooperation?" The man smiled and extended his hand to Su Lingfeng, saying, "I'm the head of the base. My name is Yang Shulin. I never had any contact with you before. You always dealt with them. Now, let me formally introduce myself. I'm the leader in charge of space affairs at the Northwest base. I haven't shown my face since the natural disaster. Are you unfamiliar with me?" Su Lingfeng feigned aloofness, saying, "I haven't really dealt with you. I have heard of the name Yang Shulin. You're the most direct person in charge of this base. I always thought you perished in a natural disaster. I didn't expect you to be secretly implementing some kind of plan?" Yang Shulin gestured to his subordinates to open the screen on the wall, instantly displaying some data. Yang Shulin's voice sounded exceptionally hollow in the unusually quiet office. "This is a space migration plan. We've been dedicated to finding another planet similar to Blue Star. After the natural disaster, the planet we lived on for generations is completely uninhabitable for humans. But over the long years, we haven't found a suitable planet for migration. I haven't revealed myself because I've been implementing this plan. Fortunately, a year ago, we finally found this planet, which we tentatively named Little Blue Star. It's about 300 million light-years away. Remarkably, this little blue star also seems to have a sun-like planet and a moon-like planet rotating and revolving around it, following similar patterns to Little Blue Star. We determined that this planet is habitable for humans. So, 2 more spacecraft were launched, intending to establish a space station there. However, due to the vast distance, the first spacecraft malfunctioned and failed to reach the small blue planet. Fortunately, the other spacecraft successfully reached the small blue planet. According to information transmitted back by our astronauts, the environment of this small blue planet is indeed very similar to the planet we live on now. Similar to the environment of our planet about 5 billion years ago, there is no industrial pollution, and no trace of human habitation has been found. No life has even arisen on this planet. The spacecraft carried many animals to test whether animals could breathe freely on this small blue planet without oxygen masks. Luck struck again. The small blue planet can support animal reproduction and growth, and plant cultivation is also possible without problems. Currently, the small blue planet appears suitable for human habitation, and the spacecraft has successfully returned. Now a problem arises. Although we have built many spacecraft, the number is limited. It is impossible to take all the survivors to this small blue planet now. Furthermore, because of our previous failure, we cannot be entirely certain that our spacecraft will reach the smaller blue planet every time. We have now detected that our current inhabited planet, Blue Planet, is estimated to be completely out of control within 10 years. The solar black hole is already out of control, and we may face an even greater catastrophe. Our plan is to bring all survivors to the smaller blue planet within 10 years. My reason for wanting to cooperate with you is that you will send people to accompany our people to Blue Planet this time. Let's establish our new base there. We can choose peaceful coexistence. I'm not suited to lead a team. Technical skills are no problem for me. The problem is that none of the experts here have undergone physical training. Even if we can bring them onto the spaceships, we can't be sure they can withstand that much pressure. That's when I thought of you, Su Lingfeng. I hope your through thick and thin base can select a team that is physically strong and has some flying experience. Then, together with the people we selected, we can split into several spaceships and head towards Little Blue Star. That's our dream of Eden. As long as we can get there safely, we can rest easy. Based on the data we analyzed, we can improve our current spaceships. We need to send everyone there gradually over the next 10 years. To establish our new order and new home there. That's why we came to you. Su Lingfeng said, your purpose in coming to me isn't that simple, is it? If you meant to cooperate with me on space travel, I have no problem with that. But the problem is, why do you insist on sending people from the through thick and thin base with you? May I make a bold guess? It means that after the first space shuttle disaster, you didn't obtain any data. The second spacecraft probably stumbled upon that so-called Little Blue Planet, right? In other words, you don't have much experience with flight paths. And your so-called experts and researchers are aging. They might not be able to withstand the high pressure of spaceflight. Now you need some strong and healthy test subjects, and the people from my base are the best. As far as I know, those who have already flown once and returned safely need at least 6 months, or even a year of rest before they can perform another spaceflight mission, right? You can't guarantee our safety, you just want to use us for experiments. After a few times, my base's capabilities will definitely be affected. Of course, if we're lucky and reach the Little Blue Planet, it will give you experience for your next flight. Am I right? Chapter 226. Yang Shulin looked at Su Lingfeng with some surprise. As expected of you, your analytical skills are extremely strong. You weren't tempted by the immediate benefits. Indeed, as you thought, but some things are different. The entire navigation objective designed for that spacecraft was correct. However, it encountered a meteor during flight, which struck the spacecraft, causing the deaths of everyone on board. Now, we're not worried about problems and needing test subjects. It's that our experts' bodies can't withstand it. One spacecraft can transport approximately 2,000 people to Little Blue Star at a time. But the first time we gathered 4,000 people, that was already our limit. But according to what you said, even as test subjects, we can't find that many people. Survivors from outside the base. We simply can't control them. And their physical condition is already very poor. Currently, only those from the through thick and thin base meet the requirements for flight. This time, we need to find 8,000 people to serve as passengers on 4 spacecraft. Only your through thick and thin base can do this. Of course, we only need you to provide half of the people. That is, you select 4,000 people, and we will select the other 4,000. We have that many people, but unfortunately, we can't send them all. If we send all the able-bodied people away, this Northwest base will truly be in chaos. We need to maintain a semblance of peace in order to improve their physical condition within 10 years. Only then can we gradually send everyone away. If those who are unwell are not in good health, we will have to abandon them. The first 8,000 people were successfully delivered to the small blue planet, and after joining the previous 2,000, all 4 spaceships must successfully return to our current blue planet. That's the significance of this flight. Otherwise, we won't have enough energy and resources to rebuild so many spaceships. Su Lingfeng tapped the table. Let me think about it some more. I also need to discuss it with my subordinates. This is tantamount to gambling with their lives. I can't make a decision unilaterally. Yang Shulin said somewhat helplessly. You can go back and discuss it with your subordinates. But I don't want you to discuss this issue. I want to enforce it. You must send someone with us. There's no room for negotiation. Even for the sake of the survival of all humanity, if we don't relocate from our current blue planet within the next 10 years, we probably won't be completely wiped out. Su Lingfeng nodded and said, I understand what you mean, but who goes and who doesn't, I have to consult the parties involved, right? Here's my answer now. For the first trip, I personally led the team. Now I'm leaving my wife and companions at the Northwest base for the time being. Consider this a reassurance. I need to go back and discuss with my subordinates, who will be going with me in the first batch. I definitely fill the 4,000 slots for you. Yang Shulin stood up, shook hands with Su Lingfeng, and led everyone out of the conference room. Su Lingfeng, without saying a word, led Gu Yu and the others to a car. Su Lingfeng looked around to make sure no one was nearby before speaking. I reviewed their data, and I'm certain that this trip carries some risk, but it also presents an opportunity. If we can be among the second group of humans to reach Little Blue Star, we can establish our own base there. At least we won't be controlled by the Northwest base. I understand why they don't want to send only their own people. First, their physical fitness isn't up to par. Second, if they withdraw all their elites, they completely lose control of the base. After all, the research experts are already quite old. If all the elites from the Northwest base go into space, then these elderly, weak, and disabled will become easy prey for the survivors outside. I want to take a gamble. If we succeed and obtain all the data, we can transport another group of our people back to Little Blue Star once all 5 spaceships have returned safely. Fortune favors the bold. This might be our only chance. This blue star is completely out of control. It hasn't had a moment's peace in the last few years. If the Northwest base's detection is effective, then this planet can only hold out for another 10 years. Rather than be forced to annihilate everything 10 years later, let's take a gamble and see if we can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Zhang Sun and Xia Wen exchanged glances. We're willing to go with you, boss. If we succeed, then the Northwest base and the through thick and thin base can establish their own bases on the new Little Blue Star. For the children's future, we're willing to take the gamble. Gu Yu said, I agree with taking the gamble. I go with you. If we successfully reach Little Blue Star, and my space works fine, then at least we won't lack food or any resources there. If all goes well, we can return to Blue Star a second time, and use my space to transport all the supplies there. That way, we have no problem surviving over there. Xiao De waved his hand. Yang Mei and I will go with you. We live and die together, no problem. Su Lingfeng slapped Xiao De across the face. What do you mean by die? Can't you say something auspicious? We definitely reach Little Blue Star safely, and continue to survive there. Now let's go back and discuss with the brothers who should go and who should stay. I have some initial ideas. I just need to talk to them about it. The brothers should be able to accept my opinion. Gu Yu and the others didn't go with Su Lingfeng but stayed at the Northwest base. Su Lingfeng returned to the Northwest base alone with the people who had infiltrated. He convened a meeting with everyone. Before the meeting, he prevented the survivors at the original vegetable base from knowing the news. He only summoned his subordinates and comrades. Even their families didn't know. If the news got out, it would cause panic prematurely. Su Lingfeng's opinion was that the first batch to go up should all be unmarried, or married people without children. Chu Hai counted the numbers, and confirmed it was feasible. Su Lingfeng took about 4,000 single men in the first batch. The kind without any ties, without families. Chu Hai also agreed that the first to go as experimental subjects should be the unattached single men. Married people, especially those with children, would inevitably have ties. The women's physical condition was currently at this level, and the spaceship needed to undertake a long flight. And in space, this was no small matter. At this time, the best to go up were the strong and healthy young men. Chapter 227. After a secret selection process, the Fengyu base quickly chose its first crew to travel on the spaceship. Su Lingfeng arranged for his uncle, Su Xuanyi, to work with Chu Hai to organize the available resources at the Fengyu base. They needed to bring some plant seeds and readily available small animals, such as chickens, ducks, geese, piglets, lambs, and calves. Especially, they needed to prepare a large quantity of biological agents. Calculations showed that a round trip to Little Blue Star would take approximately 10 months, meaning the journey itself would take about 5 to 6 months. Therefore, they needed to prepare enough biological agents and energy bars for about a year's worth of people. This was to ensure that these supplies could be used before everyone successfully arrived on Little Blue Star. Actually, Guyu had a lot of these things in her spatial storage. However, Su Lingfeng and Guyu weren't confident that they could successfully travel on the spaceship, and that they would still be able to use them successfully after arriving on Little Blue Star. Guyu even suspected that her spatial storage was only usable on this planet, and that it might not work smoothly on another planet. Therefore, they had to be prepared for the possibility that Guyu's spatial storage would become completely unusable. Su Yuanchao and Su Xuanqin, the couple, both knew that Su Lingfeng was about to leave with Guyu. Although Su Lingfeng said he would successfully return with Guyu next time, he couldn't explain to his grandparents why he was taking her with him. Su Lingfeng could only pretend that Guyu couldn't live without him, and that he wanted to stand by her side if anything happened. He couldn't tell his grandparents that he also needed to use Guyu's spatial ability to transport things to Little Blue Star. If the space system works smoothly on Little Blue Star, Guyu will once again utilize it as a transportation tool to move the Fengyu base there as much as possible. This will save a lot of trouble and unnecessary work. Even though it's hard to part, everyone has to let go. They all know that this separation means everyone has successfully moved to Little Blue Star. Or, Su Lingfeng and his group will arrive and return safely. Everyone prays for no accidents, but accidents don't just disappear because of prayers. Su Lingfeng gathered the 4,000 selected personnel and returned to the Northwest base. The base had already made the necessary preparations. Now, all that was needed was to give all 4,000 plus people Su Lingfeng brought medical examinations. Then, their supplies would be transported onto the spaceship. After nearly a month of preparation, they departed smoothly. Boarding the spaceship, everyone was quiet and silent. Looking at the scenery outside the window, they felt a pang of sadness. Perhaps this separation meant they would have no further connection with this planet. Having successfully reached Little South Star, they would begin another wonderful chapter of their lives. If, unfortunately, they perished in space, they would never see the scenery of their homeland again. This was a journey of no return, and everyone's hearts were heavy. If they didn't leave, they would face destruction. The consequences of leaving were entirely unknown. If all went well, they would indeed arrive in a brand new world, establishing their own base, and perhaps even a nation. Or perhaps, they would perish as experimental subjects in the vastness of space, becoming space debris. Whether their remains have been completely destroyed is a question mark. Perhaps they are in eternal slumber. But having boarded the spaceship, everyone knows the answer. If they don't bravely take this step, the other survivors will have no way to continue living. Blue Star is already overburdened and on the verge of destruction. According to the tests conducted by the Northwest base, even if it's an exaggeration, it's clear that Blue Star is no longer suitable for human habitation. Given Blue Star's current condition, it's uncertain how much longer humanity can survive. As their parting drew near, Yang Shulin grasped Su Lingfeng's hand and said, "Originally, I was supposed to lead the team, but with you here, I feel much more at ease. I already told my men that once we get there, we must help each other. Some will follow your command, including the 2,000 already there. Su Lingfeng, I implore you to persevere. I wish you a safe journey and good luck." Su Lingfeng shook hands with Yang Shulin and said, "I hope that in your upcoming plans, the Through Thick and Thin base and the Northwest base will cooperate closely, fighting a desperate battle for the survival of all humanity. Don't let minor issues cause conflict. In this situation, we should be united." Yang Shulin smiled and said, "Don't worry, our goals are aligned now. We are allies, and very close allies at that. We will never be enemies. We will not attack our own people." Su Lingfeng said meaningfully, "Actually, we have never been enemies. We are from the same country. We will also be from the same planet in the future. We share the same ancestors, and are all humans of Blue Star. We must advance and retreat together. Fight side by side. Yang Shulin laughed heartily, patted Su Lingfeng on the shoulder, and suddenly said seriously, "Brother, take care." Su Lingfeng shook hands with Yang Shulin. "Brother, take care too. Let's try to meet again on the new Little Blue Star. I look forward to bringing you good news. May everyone eventually reach the planet we be living on together." Chu Hai and Su Xuanyi arrived here and bid farewell to everyone. Su Xuanyi's eyes were filled with tears. This time, their team included a group of girls around 15 or 16 years old. After all, Little Blue Star couldn't be all men, there were some women too. Besides the group of underage girls, there was also a group of unmarried women. These were selected from the Northwest base. If everything goes smoothly, the next group of people transported by the Fengyu base will basically be couples. After the young couples arrive on Little Blue Star, they can begin their family planning. If all goes well, humanity will continue to reproduce without any obstacles. Su Xuanyi also sent his eligible niece onto the spaceship. Chu Hai's daughter, who had also reached this age, was also on the spaceship. Despite their reluctance to part with the two, they still had to bid a tearful farewell to their loved ones. Su Lingfeng comforted Chu Hai. "I will take good care of them, they are my sisters and nieces. You and your uncle should manage the through thick and thin base diligently. Some things cannot be revealed for now. If the plan succeeds, and we reach Little Blue Star smoothly, I will return with Gu Yu on our next return flight. On the third flight, we will continue our journey. Prepare yourself mentally beforehand. I hope to bring everyone from the through thick and thin base, and the vegetable base with us. You must strengthen everyone's physical fitness. I don't want anyone to fall behind. Although we are allies with the Northwest base, you must leave some room for maneuver. We are not belligerent, but we must never be without vigilance." Chapter 228. Chu Hai patted Su Lingfeng's shoulder and replied, "What I need to do is to protect our home. The other ordinary survivors at the vegetable base must not get this news. During the second selection, we can consider choosing some of the healthier ones. Su Lingfeng, now we each take care and strive to complete our tasks. I protect our home, you go and expand our territory. I promise to protect our home. Stay safe and sound." Chu Hai held Su Lingfeng's hand, understanding that this parting meant he would be content to stay in his own corner. Su Lingfeng, however, faced unknown dangers. But neither of them would have an easy time. They had been partners for so long, and Chu Hai always knew what he could do. He had always been working hard to stabilize the rear. Su Lingfeng had always been charging into battle. The farewell was endless, until all the hatches closed, and the spaceship's immense impact made it impossible for anyone to see its shape. Su Xuanyi patted Chu Hai on the shoulder and said, "We protect our homeland, and wait for his return after conquering new territories." Actually, Gu Yu was quite nervous. She could count on her fingers the number of times she ever traveled by plane or car. She never imagined she'd one day be sitting on a spaceship flying into space. Everyone in space tried to use biological agents and energy bars to minimize physical strain. After leaving the solar system, everyone felt unwell. Gu Yu was particularly uncomfortable. Her physical condition was quite poor. After all, she had never received any training. For years, she had been engaged in scientific research at the base, spending a lot of time sitting. Besides, she was originally an office clerk. If it weren't for being sent as cannon fodder, she would never have had the opportunity to go abroad. Su Lingfeng insisted that everyone maintain physical exercise, but he had little control over his wife. Gu Yu disliked exercise, and was extremely busy with work. Su Lingfeng could only ask him to engage in moderate exercise, at most a short walk. Fortunately, everyone gradually adapted. Even though the weightlessness required carrying heavy equipment to maintain their sitting or lying position, their usual exercise was simply letting go of the equipment and flying freely. Everyone was still very curious, looking out through the spaceship's transparent glass. But the outside scenery was always pitch black, and they couldn't see anything. Bored, the people began to find their own ways to entertain themselves. After all, they needed to pass the time during these long 6 months. The spaceship had rooms, about 10 people per room. They could chat, play chess, and watch pre-recorded videos. They encountered several turbulent periods, but these didn't have a significant impact on the spaceship. Whenever this happened, everyone would put on their equipment beforehand and remain seated. This situation continued, and everyone found their own way to entertain themselves. Fortunately, there were many people, and the things that could be done were limited, but it was still better than sitting idly. Gu Yu found her own form of entertainment after the spaceship stabilized in flight. She tried entering the space, and found it was no problem. However, this was limited to inside the space. She could freely use the tablet computer inside. But she couldn't take anything out of the spaceship. She could eat some snacks by herself inside the space without any problem, but sharing them with everyone was impossible. Guyu's health was poor. On the spaceship, she discovered that entering space required a great deal of mental energy. Each entry and exit was extremely strenuous. Guyu's mental energy was insufficient, allowing her to enter only occasionally. However, this was a rare moment of time spent together with Su Lingfeng after so many years of marriage. Even when they were at the same base, sometimes they were so busy they barely had time to rest. Although Su Lingfeng repeatedly emphasized that they must both return to the Su family home at night, sometimes Guyu's work required her to work non-stop. When natural disaster struck, Su Lingfeng would lead everyone in preparations. Truly quiet moments like this, where they could hold hands and gaze at each other, were few and far between. They cherished these peaceful moments. Perhaps after arriving on Little Blue Star, they would have to start working again. Enjoying such tender moments as a couple would become a luxury. Time had lost its meaning. The spaceship carried everyone towards an unknown. No one wanted to speculate about the problems they were about to face. They all prayed in their hearts that the trip would go smoothly, but sometimes things don't go as planned. Just like now, the spacecraft was being struck by a huge meteorite. Some systems were out of control, all the equipment was alarming, and Su Lingfeng was helpless. Even though Su Lingfeng could fly planes, ships, and command thousands of troops, he was powerless against the delicate instruments of a spacecraft. Having barely avoided a huge meteorite, the spacecraft's engineers were repairing the damaged exterior and stabilizing the various internal instruments. Suddenly, a technician exclaimed, "One more." Then, the massive impact caused the spaceship to quickly lose control. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their heads. They could only silently close their eyes and resign themselves to fate. After colliding with another meteorite, the spaceship plummeted like a shooting star. The rapid fall caused everyone to lose consciousness. The massive spaceship slid rapidly through space because everyone, including the technicians, was unconscious. Therefore, no one knew where the spaceship would land. At this point, the spaceship was completely out of control. How long this process lasted was unknown. Su Lingfeng finally awoke from his unconsciousness. Before losing consciousness, he had tightly held his wife's hand. Now, he was awake and found Guyu missing. Before he could act, others began to wake up one after another, and everyone started calling out their companions' names. Technicians gradually awoke and finally opened the spaceship's doors. Without time to check their own condition, everyone stumbled and ran out of the spaceship. Only then did they realize they were in a meadow. Now, no one was wearing heavy breathing apparatus, and they found they could breathe freely. Before their eyes lay a lush, green meadow, with mountains, water, and forests in the distance. This was the landscape of Blue Planet before it was polluted. Everyone gradually got up and exited the spaceship. Only Su Lingfeng stood inside, bewildered. He couldn't find Guyu. Su Lingfeng didn't even bother to find out where they were. Why had this happened? Everyone was here, but where was Guyu? Where had she gone? In this confined spaceship, where could someone have taken her? Chapter 229. Guyu knew where she was. She was inside the space, but couldn't get out. At first, she was completely baffled, until one day she saw Su Lingfeng anxiously waiting outside the spaceship and felt a kick in her stomach. Guyu then realized, was she pregnant? There was a pregnancy test readily available in the space, and Guyu quickly discovered she was indeed pregnant. This was after they had indulged themselves a couple of times with drinks when saying goodbye to the others before departure. She thought it was just once, and since she hadn't been careful about contraception, it shouldn't be a big problem. Unexpectedly, she was pregnant. The spaceship had been flying for several months, and she always felt she had just gained weight. She had none of the usual pregnancy symptoms. She ate and drank as usual, her appetite even increased, and sometimes she needed extra meals in the space. But she never imagined that the child had grown so quietly inside her. Now Guyu guessed that at the moment the spaceship encountered an impact, the space, to protect itself, had locked her inside. This protected both herself and the baby in her womb. However, Guyu felt that the space was primarily protecting her child. Now that she knew she was pregnant, the space was protecting both her and the baby. Guyu wasn't so fixated on not being able to leave. Over the years, she had managed the space, but hadn't spent much time inside it. Su Lingfeng knew she had a space, but he couldn't enter it, so there was no point in Guyu entering alone. Now that Guyu had nothing to do in the space, she began organizing everything within it. Even in a good mood, he took out his computer and started printing out the names and quantities of the supplies in the space. He marked the various places where supplies were stored. For example, he wrote down the quantity and name of each item on a piece of paper and stuck it on the container. Guyu could see Su Lingfeng every day, but she couldn't leave the space and couldn't see what was happening outside the spaceship. Su Lingfeng would come to the spaceship to rest every day. Even though he was very busy outside, Guyu could still see his increasingly haggard face every day. Outside, the spaceships had successfully reached their target location, Little Blue Star. Although there had been some setbacks, all the spaceships had successfully reached Little Blue Star. This time, there were no casualties or losses of spaceships, unlike the first time. They also successfully reunited with the people who had arrived earlier. This time, they brought many energy-efficient vehicles, such as bicycles and small electric cars powered by solar energy. Yes, Little Blue Star also has a sun. It's a star similar to the sun, and after testing, its function is similar to the sun. Above the small blue planet, there is a small star resembling the moon. Adding the orbit of that small sun planet, the relationship between the three planets is roughly the same as that of the original blue planet and the orbits of the sun and moon. The Earth revolves around the sun. The Earth is a planet of the sun. The moon revolves around the Earth. The moon is Earth's satellite. Experts tested this with their watches and found that the time difference between sunrise and sunset, and moonrise and moonset, was not significant. Due to limited tools, they did not plan to travel across the entire small blue planet to investigate. They began basic construction near the already established settlements. Humanity's time on Earth was running out, and they needed to accelerate the construction of their new home. There would be plenty of time to explore other parts of the smaller planet later. All forests and grasslands must not be destroyed for the time being, learning from the environmental consequences of their previous actions on Earth. The aerospace experts at the Northwest Base had devised a plan to minimize environmental damage. Anything that would pollute the atmosphere or the smaller planet would be strictly prohibited from use and production. For example, air conditioners and cars. The use of coal and oil resources required extreme caution. Humanity seemed to have returned to a primitive society, but because large-scale logging was prohibited, they still used environmentally friendly materials developed on Earth by the Northwest Base. Building their own settlements required the full effort of all the survivors who had arrived on the smaller planet. The number of survivors was currently small, and they were all under Su Lingfeng's command. Su Lingfeng began constructing residential areas and various infrastructures in a well-planned manner. The construction of entertainment facilities was not considered for the time being. The aerospace experts were busy repairing the spacecraft and checking that all the equipment was functioning properly. This was also their preparation for returning to Earth and bringing back the remaining survivors. No matter how busy Su Lingfeng was, he still made time to visit the spacecraft every day. He couldn't believe that Guyu, a living, breathing person, had simply vanished. The spacecraft was a sealed space, so it was impossible for Guyu to have fallen out alone. Moreover, the experts on board had inspected the spacecraft for many days and confirmed that it had not suffered any external damage and was still intact. Even if something went wrong, why was only Guyu missing? Su Lingfeng was busy every day with outsiders, working hard to build their new home. He still worried about Guyu and checked on her every day as usual. Guyu disappeared inexplicably in a confined space. Su Lingfeng now believed she was trapped somewhere and couldn't get out. Zhang Sun, who loved reading novels, even suspected that the spaceship had encountered an alternate dimension while traversing obstacles, and Guyu was trapped there and couldn't return. Guyu herself didn't know how much time had passed. She had arrived on Little Blue Star, already over 5 months pregnant, and was now nearing her due date. No matter how unhurried she seemed before, Guyu had recently become anxious. She simply couldn't give birth alone in this space, even though she knew the baby was healthy. Guyu's daily heart rate and blood pressure checks were normal. But Guyu knew exactly how painful childbirth was. She couldn't possibly remain conscious while giving birth. Guyu is now trapped in the space again, and there's no one else in it to enter. She occasionally sees Xie when searching for her on the spaceship, and desperately wants to drag her and Su Lingfeng into the space. Unfortunately, despite her efforts, Guyu still can't escape the space. And she certainly can't bring anyone else in. Guyu is very confused. The space is meant to protect her and her child. The idea and approach are good, but no one has told her how to get out. Perhaps what Guyu needs most right now is someone to help her give birth, not to be trapped in this confined space. Why can't she get out? Guyu even wonders if the space is somewhat unintelligent. Otherwise, how could it not know that she can't give birth independently? Chapter 230. Some time passed unnoticed. That day, Guyu felt her lower abdomen begin to drop, accompanied by intense pain. At first, the pain was intermittent, like throbbing spasms. Then, after a while, Guyu began to find the pain unbearable. Guyu knew she was going into labor, but she was helpless. She could only run to the space, lie on the prepared operating table, and prepare herself for the delivery. To stay conscious, Guyu even prepared several needles. Since all 10 fingers are connected to the heart, if necessary, she would prick them under her fingernails. Surely that would keep her awake. The space seemed to hear Guyu's thoughts and understood that it couldn't trap a pregnant woman inside and force her to give birth naturally. Just as Guyu gritted her teeth and lay down on the operating table, ready to welcome her new life, the space suddenly transported Guyu and her operating table outside. Guyu appeared out of thin air where she had disappeared, but the empty spaceship remained deserted. The experts have repaired the spacecraft and are currently training in preparation for their return. The situation on Blue Star is urgent, and they don't have much time to rest. Without Guyu's appearance, Su Lingfeng cannot return as originally planned. In fact, his return would be pointless, but he is needed to oversee operations here. He had originally planned to return with Guyu, so that she could use her spatial abilities to quietly transport all the necessary equipment from the Fengyutanzhou base. Now that Guyu is missing, and he doesn't even know if she still has her spatial abilities, Su Lingfeng has no intention of returning this time. That day, Su Lingfeng, once again filled with melancholy, arrived outside the spaceship. Suddenly, he heard heart-wrenching screams from inside. Instinctively, Su Lingfeng grabbed Xiaoda and Xie went beside him and rushed inside the spaceship. The three of them were startled by the scene before them. Guyu lay alone on a cold operating table, blood already flowing from beneath her. She screamed in agony, crying for help. Xie would immediately realize something was wrong with Guyu. Her swollen abdomen and the blood beneath her were clear evidence that she was experiencing the most agonizing ordeal a woman could endure, childbirth. Xiaowen called to Xiaoda. "Quick, get my first aid kit!" Guyu painfully waved her hand, and with a flick of her wrist, a pile of medical equipment and medicine appeared on the floor. These were the items she would need when she prepared to give birth independently. They had been prepared long ago and placed near the operating table. The space system was still not intelligent enough. It only remembered to move the operating table and Guyu out of the space, but forgot to bring her the medical equipment and medicine. Xiaoda, realizing what was happening, quickly went to call his wife for help. When he returned, he was followed by a group of women, all members of the medical team. The spacecraft became a temporary hospital and delivery room. With Xie-Wen's help, Guyu successfully gave birth to her twin sons, Su Bojian and Su Zhongkong. Guyu had barely recovered after giving birth when she was examined for a long time by a group of aerospace experts, as if she were a rare treasure. If she weren't Su Lingfeng's wife, everyone would probably have wanted to take her and her babies for blood tests and a series of examinations. To the aerospace experts' questions, Guyu simply feigned ignorance. First, she didn't know where she was. She only knew it was a house with water, electricity, and food. The interior was similar to ordinary decor, somewhat like her old home. Second, she didn't know how much time had passed. She couldn't get out, and no one could get in. The experts searched high and low, but couldn't find the secret behind Guyu's disappearance. They were forced to abandon their mission and, as planned, boarded the spaceship and returned to Earth. This time, they hoped to bring back new survivors. Guyu and Su Lingfeng found temporary peace and began leading their team to build a new home. Guyu completed her postpartum confinement and began a new research project. She began leading everyone to clear land and cultivate crops. Most of the forests and grasslands were preserved, and Guyu established a planting base elsewhere. Relying on the natural environment, they produced organic grains, vegetables, and fruits. They planted various fruit trees in the existing forests. The aerospace experts from the Northwest base had left. Guyu tested the space's functions and found it to be exactly the same as on Blue Star. Guyu could also produce seeds and various small animals. Except for Su Bojian and Su Zhongkong, who could freely enter and exit the space, other humans still couldn't access it. Guyu's space quickly helped Little Blue Star achieve a free supply of food, vegetables, and fruits before the next batch of personnel arrived. Since Guyu successfully gave birth, Su Lingfeng hadn't even held the baby. He almost never dared to let Guyu out of his sight. The child's name was chosen by Su Yuanqiu a long time ago. Before the apocalypse, he desperately wanted to hold his great-grandchild, so he named his great-grandchild, who had still been born, 5 boys and 5 girls. Guyu remembered the old man's sorrowful face, the forced smile he managed when he was about to part with her. So, When she didn't know what to name the child, she remembered the piece of paper filled with names that the old man had framed. Su Lingfeng remained silent throughout. Since the child's birth, he had been able to fall asleep holding Gu Yu's hand every night. He also wouldn't let Gu Yu out of his sight during the day. Gu Yu finally couldn't hold back anymore. She hugged Su Lingfeng and comforted him. I know what you're afraid of. But I swear I won't leave you. The space is truly protecting me and the children. You have to believe me. Although the space can't speak, it's still very intelligent. When I was about to give birth, it automatically appeared. Su Lingfeng hugged Gu Yu tightly, holding her close. I don't want you to leave me. I never been so afraid. Just like the moment I saw you abroad, I knew I would never let you leave my life, even if it meant my family was shattered to pieces. Gu Yu hugged Su Lingfeng, tears streaming down her face again. The luckiest thing for her, after being reborn in the apocalypse, was meeting this man. If the space was their greatest reliance for survival in the apocalypse, then this man was their greatest source of confidence in facing it. Now they have found a beautiful world and are living happily. They have their own child and a group of friends. Gu Yu and Su Lingfeng don't want to be saviors. They simply want to build a new home for themselves and their family and friends on Little Blue Star. No matter how long the road ahead, no matter how many difficulties and hardships they face, they will surely succeed in building Little Blue Star by joining hands. They will bring all their family members from Little Blue Star to create their own era together.